10 Gods Chapter 1679 to Chapter 1740. The pressure of the heaven immortal level surged and was extremely powerful. It was mixed with bone-chilling killing intent, shaking the sky. A fluctuation similar to Jia Zhizheng's. The Jia family's immortal king is here? Ling Yun and the White Tiger's expressions immediately changed. Let's go. Lin Tian was naturally moved as well. He sensed that the aura of the heaven immortal level was mixed with the same aura as Jia Zhizheng. He immediately called for Bai Ziki, Ling Yun, and the White Tiger to fly in the opposite direction of the immortal king level pressure. Jia Zhizheng was killed, and the Jia family's immortal king appeared at this time. There was no doubt that he was here to kill them. With their current cultivation, it was impossible for them to block a immortal king level expert. Once they were approached, they would definitely die. They increased their speed very quickly. In just an instant, they had crossed a long distance. However, the immortal king level pressure behind them was approaching at an even faster speed, and the distance was constantly shrinking. This caused the expressions of Lin Tianyi and the others to become very unsightly. It was very difficult for them to escape the pursuit of an immortal king. Boom! It was also at this time that another immortal king level pressure appeared in the direction they were escaping in, heading straight for them. Over there, the clouds in the sky were shattered by that pressure. Lin Tianyi and the others suddenly stopped in their tracks, and their expressions instantly became even more unsightly. It's the same bloodline aura as those people from the He family. There's also an immortal king from this clan? Ling Yan's expression changed again. After all, the prospective son-in-law has been killed. Moreover, the He family is in the Laowang prefecture. There's no reason not to make a move. The White Tiger said. Lin Tian's expression was extremely solemn. He called for Bai Ziki, Ling Yun, and the White Tiger to escape in another direction. Two immortal king level experts were charging over together. This caused all of them to be on guard. Without a doubt, this was a huge disaster. Almost a few breaths after they changed direction and rushed in another direction, two old men appeared in the position where they were previously. One of them was dressed in a golden robe, and his eyes were cold and threatening. The other was dressed in a black robe, and his eyes were filled with killing intent, as if he was a god of death. Brother Jia, nephew, He. The golden-robed old man was the He clan's fifth ancestor. At this moment, he looked at the black-robed old man and spoke. He paused for a moment and did not continue speaking. The black-robed elder was the third forefather of the Jia family. His face was extremely cold, and his eyes were filled with murderous intent. Without saying a word, he continued to rush in the direction of Lin Tianyi and the others. The most outstanding genius in the history of the Jia clan had entered the ranking of 100 immortals. His future achievements were limitless, and he would be able to greatly increase the strength of the Jia clan. He was the hope of the Jia clan's future. But now, he was plotted against and killed. This caused the entire Jia clan to go crazy. The He clan's fifth forefather naturally understood the Jia clan's third forefather's feelings. Without saying anything else, they followed the Jia clan's third forefather and gave chase. Lin Tianyi and the others flew. At this time, they had already crossed dozens of mountains. Boom, boom, two waves of immortal king might rushed out from behind him. The sky trembled along with these two waves of might, closing in on him at an extremely fast speed. You can't escape. Ling Yun gritted his teeth. Lin Tian's expression was naturally very ugly. They were only at the mystic immortal realm now. Facing the pursuit of two immortal king experts, they were really helpless. They couldn't compare to the speed of the other party at all. However, even so, they could only increase their speed now and fly far away. It was impossible for them to sit down and wait for death. Behind them, divine power rumbled. The two waves of immortal king might were getting closer and closer. Then, the figures of the third forefather of the Jia clan and the fifth forefather of the He clan appeared in the vision of the group. The majestic immortal king might intertwined, and an extremely dense aura surged. It completely sealed off the space within a radius of 100,000 feet, directly blocking their path, forcing the group to stop. Damn thing. The third forefather of the Jia clan had a terrifying murderous look in his eyes. He directly raised his hand and slapped down at Lin Tian. At the same time, he enveloped by Ziki and the others in it. The aura was terrifying. This was the attack of a immortal king expert. The fluctuation was too terrifying, as if it could destroy everything, causing Lin Tianyi and the others to tremble violently. Lin Tian gritted his teeth. He immediately activated his strongest immortal Dao reincarnation diagram and blocked the third forefather of the Jia clan's huge palm. At the same time, Bai Ziki, Ling Yun, and the White Tiger attacked together. They each used their strongest techniques to meet the palm of the third forefather of the Jia clan. Boom, the two sides collided, and divine light surged in all directions. Then, in the next moment, the divine spells that the group had activated were all shattered. They were all sent flying by the third forefather of the Jia clan. Their bodies were all tattered, and they almost died immediately. I won't let you die so easily. I'll cut you into pieces one by one. I'll annihilate your entire clan. The third forefather of the Jia clan said hatefully. Obviously, he didn't use his full strength in that palm strike. Lin Tian gritted his teeth. Blood was flowing from his mouth and body. He quickly activated the sun's nirvana technique to heal his injuries. Bai Ziki and the others were also severely injured. Their faces turned extremely pale, and their auras instantly weakened to the extreme. The third forefather of the Jia clan's gaze fell on Lin Tian. It was bone-chilling. He reached out his huge palm again and pressed down on Lin Tian. At the same time, it still enveloped Bai Ziki and the others. For a moment, the immortal king aura surged with a rumbling sound. It was terrifyingly cold, and the space in all directions was completely frozen by this great force. The fifth forefather of the He clan stood aside and watched silently. He didn't make a move. His gaze swept past Lin Tian and landed on Bai Ziki. Lin Tianxia's death in Jia Zijing's hands had disrupted their clan's plans for the future. The impact was not small, but it had already become a fact and couldn't be changed. Moreover, the person who had died was the holy son of the Jia clan, not the princess of the He clan. The killing intent in his heart toward Lin Tian was naturally not as strong as that of the Jia clan. At this moment, he was more concerned about the ancient divine map in Bai Ziki's possession. Even if I kill you 10,000 times, it won't be enough to appease the hatred of my clan. The fifth forefather of the Jia clan stared at Lin Tian. His eyes were filled with killing intent, and there were even wisps of blood vessels emerging. He really hated Lin Tian to the core. He couldn't wait to eat Lin Tian's flesh and blood. His huge palm pressed down, suppressing all directions of the sky. Lin Tian was shaken. Before the huge palm could press down, he coughed up blood again. A immortal king expert was really too terrifying. Bai Ziki and the others naturally didn't have it easy either. Their bodies were in intense pain. In the next moment, the huge palm of the fifth forefather of the Jia clan pressed down on the top of Lin Tian's head in an instant. His aura was even more terrifying. Lin Tian trembled violently. Most of the fifth forefather's attack was aimed at him. When it really came close, it caused blood to flow from his mouth and nose uncontrollably. His spirit was also in intense pain, as if it would shatter in the next moment. Blood splashed in the air, and the three ancestors of the Jia family were sent flying. Everyone's expression instantly changed. In front of Lin Tian, the six-colored divine light dispersed, revealing a snow-white little critter, a crocodile demon, and a girl in purple. Lin Tian was immediately moved and revealed a joyful expression. Weren't they the little Taichu, whooshing crocodile, and Shui that he had been looking for recently? Bai Ziki and Ling Yun were also moved. They didn't expect to meet the little Taichu and whooshing crocodile at this time. Yeah. Lin Tian. Little Taichu was very happy and came closer to Lin Tian. After being separated for hundreds of years, they finally saw Lin Tian again. Kid, you're still alive. That's great. Whooshing crocodile was also happy. Then, he asked, where's Miss Wu-yi? If you're fine, she should be fine too, right? Where's Yi? Little Taichu also asked. And Shui was very happy to see Lin Tian. At this time, she also asked Wu-yi, yeah, where's Sister Wu-yi? She respected Wu-yi very much and liked him very much. She's fine. She's already returned to the ethereal mountain. Lin Tian smiled. At this time, he was also very happy to see the little Taichu and others that he had been looking for all this time. Even his anxious and solemn mood suddenly became relaxed. "It's good that she's fine," Wuxing Crocodile said. At that time, Lin Tian and Wu Yi were exiled to an unknown place by one of Tai Shang's incarnations. Little Taichu and Shui and Wuxing Crocodile had been looking for Lin Tian and Wu Yi for all these years. Unfortunately, they didn't find anything. Originally, Little Taichu and Wuxing Crocodile wanted to return to the 10 Directions Heavenly Region and ask Xianxia to help calculate the location of Lin Tian and Wu Yi. However, after thinking about it, Lin Tian was a reincarnated being, and Wu Yi was even more terrifying. Even if Xianxia had the divine divination technique and the immortal spiritual body, she shouldn't be able to calculate the location of Lin Tian and Wu Yi. In the end, they could only search in the immortal region. So, Lin Tian was reincarnated body, and Wu Yi was terrifyingly powerful. Even Xianxia's divine divination, and immortal spirit body. Wu Yi. Now that it saw that Lin Tian was still alive and heard that Wu Yi had returned to Ethereal Mountain safely, it was naturally relieved. Then, it looked at Lin Tian and clicked its tongue. "Kid, you look very miserable like this." Seeing Lin Tian covered in blood, it wasn't worried at all. Instead, it had a gloating expression. Then, it looked at Baiziki, Ling Yun, and White Tiger. "Yo, brother-in-law of the Bai family, little pervert, long time no see." "And that tiger, hello." "Long time no see, stupid crocodile," Ling Yun said. Hundreds of years had passed in a flash. Now that he saw his old friends in the 10 Directions Celestial Domain, he was naturally very happy. "Get lost. Call me Grandpa Crocodile." Wuxing Crocodile scolded. "Junior of the Yin family, what's your relationship with them?" A low and cold voice sounded at this time. The 5th ancestor of the He family spoke at this time. His gaze fell on Shui. At the same time, he glanced at Lin Tian, Baiziki, Ling Yun, White Tiger, Little Taichu, and Wuxing Crocodile. Just now, Little Taichu appeared within Shui and Wuxing Crocodile. The 6-colored divine light surged and shattered the big hand of the 3rd ancestor of the Jia family to suppress Lin Tian. The 3rd ancestor of the Jia family was shocked. Then, when he saw Shui, his heart trembled. He was very clear about Shui's background. Shui's family was slightly stronger than the He family. Because of these 2 reasons, he did not speak just now. It was only now that he opened his mouth to ask Shui. Boom, almost at the same time, a monstrous divine power rushed from afar. The 3rd ancestor of the Jia family rushed back from tens of thousands of feet away. "Who's there?" The 3rd ancestor of the Jia family roared furiously. He glanced at the little Taichu, Wuxing Crocodile, and Shui who suddenly appeared. Finally, his gaze landed on Shui. Shui's junior. "What are you doing here?" "None of your business." Shui snorted softly. Lin Tian, on the other hand, was slightly shocked. The 5th ancestor of the He family and the 3rd ancestor of the Jia family were both immortal king realm experts. If these 2 people were talking to Shui like this, it meant that Shui was important enough to make immortal king realm experts pay attention to him. His identity was definitely not simple. "Yeah." Little Taichu's voice sounded from the side. When the little fellow saw that Lin Tian's entire body was stained with blood and his face was very pale, the 6-colored divine light immediately overflowed and merged into Lin Tian's body. It quickly helped Lin Tian heal his injuries. At the same time, the 6-colored divine light intertwined and enveloped Baiziki, Ling Yun, and the White Tiger, causing their serious injuries to heal very quickly. As the 6-colored divine light entered his body, Lin Tian was slightly shocked again. Although he had always known that the little fellow's 6-colored divine light was very powerful, at this time, the 6-colored divine light unleashed by the little fellow was obviously many times more powerful than before. Originally, he was not far from death after receiving a heavy blow from the 3rd ancestor of the Jia family. However, at this moment, the little fellow's 6-colored divine light had healed most of his injuries as soon as it entered his body. This really shocked him. On the opposite side, the 3rd ancestor of the Jia family no longer cared about the purple-clad Shui. His gaze moved and fell on little Taichu. Looking at the six-colored divine light intertwined by little Taichu, he immediately knew that it was little Taichu who had sent him flying previously. Then, in the next moment, his eyes were filled with murderous intent again. He directly stretched out his large hand and intertwined thick celestial king-level divine power, which pressed down on Lin Tian mightily. At the same time, it also enveloped little Taichu, Baiziki, Ling Yun, the white tiger, and the whooshing crocodile. However, he did not attack Xianxia because he knew that Xianxia's family was very powerful and definitely not weaker than the Jia family. If he killed Xianxia by mistake, Xianxia's family would definitely not rest until the Jia family was dead. For a moment, there was a rumbling sound as the celestial king divine power surged. It was extremely powerful, and the surrounding space was once again frozen. Lin Tian's expression immediately changed. Previously, he was so happy to see little Taichu, whooshing crocodile, and Xianxia that he had not seen for a long time that he had temporarily forgotten the current crisis he was in. At this time, as the third ancestor of the Jia family made his move, the celestial king coercion that was even more powerful than before came crashing down like rolling waves. Instantly, his heart sank. Yeah. It was also at this time that little Taichu let out a very unhappy sound. The wings on his back shook slightly, and instantly, a six-colored storm swept out and swept through the entire world. With a poof, it shattered the third ancestor of the Jia family's large hand that was stretched out. The celestial king's blood splattered everywhere. Instantly, except for Xianxia, whooshing crocodile, and little Taichu, everyone else's expression changed. Little guy, you, Lin Tian was astonished. Previously, when the third ancestor of the Jia family was sent flying, he knew that it was the little Taichu's doing. However, at that time, the third ancestor of the Jia family was, after all, unprepared. At that time, the little guy injured him and sent him flying, which could be considered a surprise attack. He could not judge how strong the little guy was based on that point. Lin Tian was shocked. He was truly shocked by the battle prowess that little Taichu displayed at this time. It was simply too powerful. Baiziki, Ling Yun, and the white tiger were also shocked. All of them were shocked by the scene. Whooshing crocodile looked at Lin Tian and explained, "In order to find you and Miss Wu Yi, this little guy has been cultivating very seriously all these years. The speed of his cultivation is simply astonishing. Now, he's already at the immortal king realm." At this point, he couldn't help but sigh. He rolled his eyes and said, "This little guy's bloodline is really a little scary." In the past 300 years, he, like Xianxia and little Taichu, had also worked very hard to cultivate. However, now, he and Xianxia had only reached the early stage of the mystic immortal realm, while little Taichu was already at the immortal king realm. The difference was too great. The difference in raw capital is too great. And Xianxia muttered. In fact, she was not an ordinary person. However, compared to little Taichu's bloodline, there was no comparison at all. When Lin Tian heard whooshing crocodile's words, the shock in his eyes became even stronger. Little Taichu had actually reached the immortal king realm. Then, he finally understood why little Taichu could easily injure the Jia clan's third patriarch. They were both at the immortal king realm. With the little guy's immortal spirit royal bloodline, it was really not difficult for him to injure the Jia clan's third patriarch. What an amazing little guy. He praised with a smile. At the same time, he felt warm in his heart. In the past, the little guy had always been very lazy. Although the power of his bloodline was shocking, he had never taken the initiative to cultivate. However, when he saw that he and Wu Yi had been exiled by the Grand Supreme, he took the initiative to cultivate in order to find him and Wu Yi. Reaching the immortal king realm in a short 300 years made him both touched and happy. Yeah. Little Taichu's big eyes curved as the six-colored divine light surged and entered Lin Tian's body. This caused Lin Tian's injuries to heal even faster. At the same time, it also helped Baiziki, Ling Yun, and the white tiger to heal their injuries. On the opposite side, the Jia family's third forefather's face turned gloomy. His arm had been shattered by a small beast twice in a row. What made him even angrier was that the little Taichu completely ignored him. So what if you've reached the immortal king realm? In the end, it was just a beast. If you can't protect him, you'll die too," he said viciously. As the sound of his voice faded, an extremely sharp fluctuation gushed forth from his body. His immortal king aura gushed forth, directly shattering the sky. It was unknown how many times stronger he was compared to before. His cultivation base was undoubtedly at the mid-stage of the immortal king realm. "My dear nephew's death is truly heartbreaking and regrettable. Brother Jia, let me do my part as well." The He clan's fifth forefather also had an extremely powerful immortal king aura surging. Even the heavens were trembling because of this power. He was also at the mid-stage of the immortal king realm. He directly took a step forward, raised his hand to condense a great technique, and pressed it down on the little Taichu. "Leave this little beast to me. Brother Jia, you personally get rid of the murderer who killed my dear nephew." As he spoke, he glanced at Baiziki, who was among Lin Tiany's group, and said to the Jia family's third forefather, "Brother Jia, please leave this person to me. He stole one of my clan's ancient divine diagrams. My clan needs to get it back." Boom, his large hand intertwined with divine light, and the might of an immortal king was extremely sharp. In the blink of an eye, it landed in the sky above the little Taichu's head. The Jia family's third forefather nodded angrily. He took a step forward and closed in on Lin Tian. The immortal king's divine power sealed the surroundings, and his aura was terrifying. "I'll cut you into pieces in front of Zizhang's tomb. I'll kill everyone related to you," he said coldly. A terrifying killing intent and chill sealed the surroundings, completely enveloping Lin Tian within. Lin Tian frowned. The two immortal kings pressed down together, and the mighty might of two immortal kings caused him to involuntarily feel a chill all over his body. "Little fellow, can you block all of them?" he asked the little Taichu. In order to allow the Jia family's third forefather to have time to deal with him, the fifth forefather of the He clan attacked the little Taichu. At this time, the Jia family's third forefather attacked him again. The two immortal kings attacked together, and the battle formation was naturally terrifying. Now, the only person in this place who could compete with immortal kings was the little Taichu. Although he knew that the little Taichu was very powerful, and he also believed that the little Taichu, who had reached the immortal king realm, would definitely be able to defeat the two of them, he still couldn't help but ask. "Yeah." The little Taichu blinked its large eyes and nodded its small head. The wings on its back shook, and another large expanse of six-colored divine light spread out. With a rumble, the large expanse of six-colored divine light turned into two six-colored waves that swept out in all directions and covered heaven and earth. It was as if it could sweep everything away. In the blink of an eye, it pressed down on the fifth forefather of the He clan and the third forefather of the Jia family, obliterating the endless void. Chi! Chi! Two soft sounds rang out. The divine power that the third forefather of the Jia family and the fifth forefather of the He clan had unleashed was completely annihilated. Then, the two six-colored waves landed on the two of them without reducing their momentum, directly sending them flying. A glaring red color sprinkled in the void. Instantly, Lin Tian was shocked again. Even though he believed in the strength of the little fellow, even though he had obtained an affirmative answer from the little fellow after asking if it could block the two immortal kings, the third forefather of the Jia family and the fifth forefather of the He clan, he still couldn't help but be shocked when he saw this scene at this moment. With just a light flap of its wings, two intermediate-stage immortal kings were sent flying and injured just like that. This kind of combat strength was simply too powerful. It was likely that no one in the immortal king realm could block it, right? At the side, Baiziki, Ling Yun, and the white tiger were also shocked. Such a small thing is actually so powerful? The white tiger's eyes widened, and his eyeballs almost fell out. At this moment, only An Shui and the whooshing crocodile were very calm in this place. This was because they were very clear about how powerful the little Taichu was now. They weren't surprised at all that the little Taichu could send the fifth forefather of the He clan and the third forefather of the Jia family, who were intermediate-stage immortal kings, flying with just a light flap of its wings. On the opposite side, the third forefather of the Jia family and the fifth forefather of the He clan steadied themselves. Blood flowed from their mouths, and their faces were filled with shock. "This little beast is not simple," the fifth forefather of the He clan said in a low voice. When he attacked the little Taichu just now, he didn't show any mercy. He had already unleashed 70% of his strength. However, he was actually obliterated by the little Taichu with just a flap of its wings. Although the little Taichu had the divine power to send him flying and injure him, this kind of strength made him feel shocked. Let's join forces and get rid of it first, the third forefather of the Jia family said coldly. His gaze fell on the little Taichu, and the pressure of an intermediate-stage immortal king was completely exposed at this moment. With a rumble, more than 10 kinds of immortal Dao laws surged out. At this moment, he unleashed all of his power as an intermediate-stage immortal king. He wanted to kill the little Taichu with force, and then suppress Lin Tianyi and the others. He wanted to cut Lin Tianyi and the others into pieces. The fifth forefather of the He clan nodded. The two of them were both intermediate-stage immortal kings. If they joined forces and unleashed their immortal Dao attacks, he felt that they should be able to take down the little Taichu. After that, he wanted to obtain that ancient divine portrait from Baiziki. Immediately, with a boom, he unleashed all of his immortal Dao laws like the third forefather of the Jia family and directly unleashed his full strength. Kill! The third forefather of the Jia family shouted coldly. He unleashed more than 10 kinds of immortal Dao laws and mercilessly crushed toward the little Taichu. The fifth forefather of the He clan naturally didn't hesitate. Together with the third forefather of the Jia family, he also unleashed more than 10 kinds of immortal Dao laws to attack. For a moment, the two immortal Dao laws complemented each other, causing their auras to become even more terrifying, as if they could collapse the sky. With a rumble, wherever the two of them passed, the sky seemed to be crushed. The clouds in the sky were all scattered in an instant. The space in all directions was completely annihilated. The earth began to shake violently as if a terrifying earthquake had occurred. Two surging forces fell on the little Taichu simultaneously. "Ya!" The little Taichu called out in a childish voice. The wings on its back shook lightly again, and a large expanse of 6-colored divine light spread out, turning into a 6-colored storm that swept out. After that, the outcome was the same as before. The immortal Dao killing light that the third forefather of the Jia family and the fifth forefather of the He clan jointly unleashed was directly annihilated. The two of them were once again sent flying. This is too powerful. The white tiger's eyes widened even more. Lin Tian was also shocked. The current little guy was really too powerful. Two middle-stage immortal kings activated their full strength and attacked together with dozens of immortal Dao laws, but they were still easily sent flying by the little guy. Now, he was 100% sure that the little guy was probably invincible below the true immortal realm. In the immortal king realm, perhaps only those young supremes on the ranking of 100 immortals could contend with the little guy. Baiziki and Ling Yun were also shocked. After that, Ling Yun became a little excited. He clenched his fist and said to the little Taichu, "Little guy, you killed these two old farts. Your daddy Lin and we were almost killed by these two old farts." He could now see that the little Taichu could definitely kill the third forefather of the Jia family and the fifth forefather of the He clan. Black lines appeared on Lin Tian's forehead. This perverted thief, what daddy Lin? The little Taichu, on the other hand, did not care at all. After hearing Ling Yun's words and looking at the bloodstains on Lin Tian's body, it became extremely unhappy with the third forefather of the Jia family and the fifth forefather of the He clan. Lin Tian was the most important person in this world. "Ya!" It tilted its head and looked at the third forefather of the Jia family and the fifth forefather of the He clan. It seemed to be a little angry. This time, it flapped its wings, and a sky full of 6-colored divine flames intertwined. The surging heat seemed to be able to burn everything in the world. It directly pressed down on the third forefather of the Jia family and the fifth forefather of the He clan. Then, it enveloped the two of them in an instant. The third forefather of the Jia family and the fifth forefather of the He clan had just stabilized their bodies from being sent flying when they faced the terrifying 6-colored divine flames. They immediately trembled. In shock and anger, they activated the divine power in their bodies and supported the immortal Dao laws to counterattack these flames. However, very soon, their shock and anger completely turned into terror. This was because the 6-colored divine flames that enveloped them were too terrifying. Even if they unleashed their full strength, they could not block them at all. The immortal Tao laws that they had activated were instantly burned into ashes and annihilated. Then, the six-colored divine flames began to burn their physical bodies, God's soul, and life force. Even the nearby void was burned until it collapsed. Ah! Stop! 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 The two of them let out blood-curdling screams. They could not fight against these divine flames even after using all their strength. The fifth forefather of the He clan could not help but open his mouth to beg for mercy. However, the little Taichu was very angry with them. How could it be willing to take back its divine flames? Ah! The blood-curdling screams continued. They were mixed with mournful screams, despair, and unwillingness. The two human-shaped torches kept rolling and struggling on the ground. Then, after a dozen breaths, the screams disappeared. The figures of the third forefather of the Jia family and the fifth forefather of the He clan could no longer be seen. Only two piles of black ashes were left on the ground. Their bodies and souls had been destroyed. Two piles of black ashes fell to the ground, and the figures of the third ancestor of the Jia clan and the fifth ancestor of the He clan disappeared without a trace. For a moment, except for the Wuxing crocodile and Shui, and little Taichu, Lin Tian, Baiziki, Ling Yun, and the white tiger were all shocked. This is really, the white tiger swallowed its saliva. Two mid-stage immortal kings were actually burned to ashes in the blink of an eye, leaving only two piles of black ashes on the ground. Such a scene was simply a little terrifying, and it made its heart tremble. Lin Tian was shocked, but he quickly recovered and rubbed the little fellow's head lovingly. So powerful. He was really happy that the little fellow was so powerful now. Yeah. The little fellow's big eyes were curved, and it looked charmingly naive. The six-colored divine lights intertwined and disappeared after a few breaths. Lin Tian, Baiziki, Ling Yun, and the white tiger's injuries were completely healed, and all of them had recovered to their peak. Lin Tian introduced Baiziki, Ling Yun, the white tiger, and Shui to each other. Then, he introduced the white tiger, little Taichu, and Wuxing crocodile to each other. Because Baiziki and Ling Yun already knew the Wuxing crocodile and little Taichu, there was no need for introductions. Alright, let's go to my house. And Shui said. Lin Tian nodded and then said with a smile, "It seems that your identity is quite extraordinary. What's your background?" Judging from the attitude of the third ancestor of the Jia clan and the fifth ancestor of the He clan towards Shui, the power behind Shui was definitely very powerful, and not weaker than the two clans. At the same time, he also saw that the little Taichu and Wuxing crocodile should have stayed within Shui all these years. Oh, they can be considered the number one clan in the Liangwang province. And Shui smiled. Wuxing crocodile added, "There are three great clans in the Liaowang province, the Fu clan, the He clan, and the Yin clan. The Yin clan that Anua belongs to is slightly stronger than the Fu clan and the He clan. Their true strength is ranked first in the Liaowang province." Ling Yun and the white tiger couldn't help but be surprised. Even Baiziki, who had always been calm, couldn't help but be a little moved. The number one family in the Liaowang province was not small. What a powerful background. Lin Tian smiled. Speaking of which, when I killed the young master of the Golden Jade Treasure sect in the Taining province, I was still wondering why this sect didn't react at all. Now that I think about it, it has something to do with your clan, right? Back then, the young master of the Golden Jade Treasure sect in the Taining province wanted to violate Shui. After being kicked by Shui, he didn't repent. He found a few other experts of the Golden Jade Treasure sect and came to kidnap Shui. They wanted to kill him and everyone related to him. In a fit of anger, he killed them directly. After that, he originally thought that the Golden Jade Treasure sect would definitely come to kill him very quickly. After all, the person he killed was the son of the Golden Jade Treasure sect. The Golden Jade Treasure sect definitely wouldn't let this matter rest. However, in fact, after that, the Golden Jade Treasure sect didn't find trouble with him at all. They didn't even cause any waves. Now, it seemed like this had something to do with the clan behind Shui. Yes, it's like this. And Shui giggled and said, "When I went back to the clan, I heard from the elders that after I left, the clan sent an expert to secretly follow me. Later on, he went to the Golden Jade Treasure sect to take a look. So it was like this. Lin Tian said with a smile. Clearly, he understood what Xianxia meant by going around. She must have gone to the Golden Feather Treasure sect to intimidate them. At that time, the Golden Feather Treasure sect was probably scared out of their wits. Therefore, after that, this sect was very quiet and did not do anything because they did not dare. After all, the number one clan of a king's province wasn't something a small sect like the Golden Jade Treasure sect in the Taining province could provoke. If the Yin clan wanted to, they could just casually send out an expert to destroy the Golden Jade Treasure sect. Finished speaking, the group soared into the sky. Under the guidance of Xianxia, they headed towards the east of this place. Oh right, Xianxia, now that Lin Tian has appeared, you can try to explore the secret land that your family discovered. With Lin Tian's control of the force of heaven and earth, coupled with the powerful cultivation of little Tai Chu and your great-grandfather, you should be able to enter that place. Wuxing Crocodile suddenly said. Hearing this, Xianxia looked at Lin Tian. Immediately, her eyes lit up. That's indeed possible. She also knew that Lin Tian cultivated the force of heaven and earth and was very good at it. She had seen it before. What secret land? Lin Tian was curious. At the side, Baiziki, Ling Yun, and the white tiger couldn't help but look at Xianxia and Wuxing Crocodile. It's like this. Xianxia said, my family discovered a very ancient secret land a few years ago. We could see countless Dao rays dancing inside. It was very extraordinary, but we couldn't enter. There were powerful and complex domains intertwined outside that secret land. Even someone as strong as my great-grandfather, who was a half-step into the true God realm, couldn't break through. Little Tai Chu wasn't weaker than my great-grandfather at all. In fact, he was even stronger, but he couldn't do anything about it. He could only circle around that secret land. As she spoke, she looked at Lin Tian. Her eyes lit up, and she was slightly excited. She continued, however, aren't you very good at the force of heaven and earth? With your ability to control the force of heaven and earth, coupled with the powerful cultivation of my great-grandfather and little Tai Chu, you might really be able to enter that secret land. There are definitely extraordinary treasures inside. Let's dig them all out. Hearing this, Lin Tian immediately understood. We can try, he said. He cultivated an unparalleled divine technique like the dragon burial scripture. His control of the force of heaven and earth was indeed very strong. Even some true gods couldn't break through domains, but in his hands, it might not be difficult. That was because in the face of nature, great power wasn't absolute. After all, no one's power could be stronger than nature. In the face of the power of nature, many times, very strange techniques were required to break through the domains of nature. The dragon burial scripture was the master of such strange techniques. And then let's speed up and hurry to my family. We'll inform my great-grandfather, and then we'll immediately set off for that secret land together. Xianxia said. Okay. Lin Tian nodded. Immediately, the group of people increased their speed and headed straight to the east. Little Tai Chu was in the Immortal King realm, so he could actually open a spatial portal and move. However, when there was no urgent matter, he naturally didn't need to do so. At this time, the little guy was lying lazily on Lin Tian's head, as if he was treating Lin Tian's head as his nest. He looked very comfortable. Lin Tian and the others were in the mysterious immortal realm, so their speed wasn't slow. Soon, they were very far away from the previous place. Jinyuan State, Jia family, what? At this time, a furious roar came from the main hall in the center of the Jia family, shattering the vast sky. How is this possible? In the main hall stood a dozen of the Jia family's higher-ups. All of them were in the half-step Immortal King realm. At this time, their expressions were of shock, anger, and horror. Just a moment ago, these higher-ups of the Jia family received a report from the family's expert guarding the soul hall that the soul lamp of their third ancestor had been shattered, and the soul fire inside it had been completely extinguished. This indicated that their third ancestor of the Immortal King realm had been destroyed in both body and soul, and he had disappeared from this world. Didn't the third ancestor go to suppress that bastard and his accomplice? How did he die? What the hell is going on? What what the hell happened? It's definitely related to that bastard. Absolutely. Damn that bastard, we must kill him no matter what. Let's report this to the other patriarchs first. A few days ago, the strongest genius in the history of the Jia family was killed. Now, the third ancestor of the immortal king realm had also died. This made them so angry that they were about to go crazy. At the same time, almost at the same time, the entire He family in the Liangwang state was shaken, and there were roars of shock and anger. They found that their fifth ancestor had died, and his soul lamp had been completely destroyed. The fifth ancestor actually, how could this be? Is it related to that group of people? But, how could it be? Among that group of people, it's said that the strongest one is only at the Xian immortal realm. How could they have the means to deal with a celestial king? The higher-ups of the He family were furious. A celestial king expert had been killed just like that. This was a disaster for the Jia family. At this time, as time went by, the news that Jia Zixing had been killed in the Liangwang state spread farther and farther. More people in the cultivation world of the immortal realm knew about it. More cultivators were shocked by this news, and there were endless discussions about it. As for the Liangwang state, it became even more boisterous because of this. Experts from other big states had come to this big state. Find out where he is. Then inform me. On a mountain peak somewhere in this big state, a black-cloaked man's voice was cold. He was Mu Zhanyan, the holy son of the number 1 family in the Yinwang state. He was a young supreme being ranked 93rd on the ranking of 100 immortals, and was even more powerful than Jia Zixing. After hearing the news that Lin Tian had killed Jia Zixing in the Liangwang state, this man directly led a group of experts from the Mu family to this big state. Not long ago, in the boundless ocean, his younger brother had died in the hands of Lin Tian. He wanted to take off Lin Tian's head and use it as a blood sacrifice for his younger brother. Yes, holy son. Behind him, a group of experts bowed slightly and then disappeared in the blink of an eye. Each of them was like a ghost. Mu Zhanyan's eyes were cold and threatening, and there was an extremely strong killing intent intertwined around him. In the next moment, he also disappeared on the spot. Under the guidance of Shui, Lin Tianyi, and the others headed east of the Liangwang state, leaving mountains behind them. Very quickly, a full 18 hours had passed. After 18 hours of time, their group had traveled an unknown distance with their speed at the mysterious immortal realm. At this moment, a vast group of immortal mountains appeared before them. The immortal energy within them was extremely dense, and there were numerous lofty divine halls and pavilions that resided within them. Moreover, there were even numerous floating treasured islands and immortal flying beasts that soared high into the sky, and all of them were extremely extraordinary. It's really quite shocking. Lin Tian Dao. Lin Tian cultivated the dragon burial scripture. When he appeared at the Yin family's residence, he immediately noticed how extraordinary this mountain range was. Not only was the immortal spiritual chi very rich, but the 10 directions immortal mountains were also intertwined to form a kind of divine aura. It could be said to be an absolute blessed land with many wonderful features. It should be said that this is indeed the number 1 family in the Liangwang state. He said. This place was truly filled with mysteries. Let's go in. And Shui said. Under the guidance of Shui, Lin Tianyi, and the others quickly entered the Yin family. When they entered the Yin family, there were many pavilions and attics in the clan. The surrounding immortal plants were exuding auspicious energy, and the air was mixed with a faint fragrance. It gave people a very comfortable feeling, and there was a kind of extraordinary immortal charm intertwined. And Shui led Lin Tianyi and the others to the main hall in the center of the Yin family. Then, he called someone to inform the family's upper echelons. Soon, more than 10 big figures of the Yin family appeared. The leader was an old man with white hair and a youthful face. He was the strongest patriarch of this generation of the Yin family, and Shui's great-grandfather, who was at the half-step true god realm. Is this our young friend Lin Tian? Little Miss An often mentioned you before. Welcome, you and your companions are our guests. The Yin family's patriarch's gaze fell on Lin Tian as he said with a smile. Next to him, the other big figures of the Yin family were also looking at Lin Tian. At the same time, they were sizing up by Ziki and the others with wisps of light in their eyes. Little Lin, you're very powerful. You're only at the mysterious immortal realm, but you can actually trap and kill a young supreme being on the ranking of 100 immortals. It's really amazing. Little guy over here, do you really have the Thunder God King physique? Can you show us your king's territory? Most of these big figures' gazes fell on Lin Tian and Baiziki. They were shocked that Lin Tian could trap and kill a young supreme being on the ranking of 100 immortals. They were also very concerned about Baiziki's Thunder God physique. All of them seemed very enthusiastic. Lin Tian and the others agreed one by one. Soon, 15 minutes had passed. At this time, Shui mentioned to Ancestor and the others that Lin Tian was proficient in the power of heaven and earth, so he could go to that secret land again. Oh? Is that true? Patriarch looked at Lin Tian. Young friend, are you really proficient in the layout of the world? Lin Tian nodded. He paused for a moment and said, the inner court of the aristocrats is filled with buildings and immortal plants. They are distributed according to the 5 elements, 7 immortals, and 9 dragons. There are a total of 99 levels, and the core of the 99 levels is in this main hall. Normally, these 99 stages are not touched, but when they are put together, they have the ability to nourish one's health and nurture one's spirit. If one moves some of the key positions in these 99 stages, it can evolve into a terrifying power like the true god-killing formation. Am I right? As soon as he said this, Ancestor was instantly moved. All the other great figures of the clan also revealed shocked expressions. It was said that the layout of their clan was set up by an extraordinary person from the immortal world who had extraordinary attainments in the domain of the layout of the world. At that time, the clan's ancestor worked together to set it up. It took an entire 9 years, and there were a total of 99 stages. They were distributed in an intricate and complicated manner, and it could be considered a type of small world layout. It could be used to kill or nourish one's health, and it was extremely complicated. Unexpectedly, Lin Tian had just entered their clan, yet he was able to see through it with a single glance and speak of its essence. Young friend, you've truly shocked this old man. Ancestor sighed. He guessed that even an ordinary true god expert wouldn't be able to see through the small world layout of their clan with a single glance. I've already said that he's extremely powerful in the domain of the power of heaven and earth. He should be many times more powerful than that extraordinary person who set up this small world layout for our clan. With his help, we'll definitely be able to enter that secret land. And Shui said, what do you think, great-grandfather? Elders, let's head to that secret land right now. Ancestor restrained his shock when he heard this, and then he rubbed in Shui's head and said with a smile, there's no rush. Young friend Lin and his companions have just arrived, so let's rest for a day and set out tomorrow. As he spoke, he gazed at Lin Tian and said, young friend, what do you think? He knew that Shui had probably told Lin Tian about the secret land. Lin Tian smiled and said, I don't mind. I'll do as senior says. All right. Young friend and your companions can rest for a while today, and I'll hold a welcoming banquet for all of you. Ancestor smiled as he spoke. That night, the clan was brightly lit, and a banquet was set up to welcome Lin Tian and his companions. Ancestor and the other important figures of the clan were there to personally accompany them. This was because Lin Tian and the others were friends of Shui, the princess of the clan. More importantly, Lin Tian and the others were all extraordinary. An extraordinary person would naturally be easily welcomed by others. Just like that, the night passed quickly, and in the blink of an eye, it was the next morning. Let's go. And Shui shouted loudly in front of the clan's main entrance. His eyes were filled with light, and he was looking forward to entering the secret land. Lin Tian, Baiziki, Ling Yun, the White Tiger, Little Tai Chu, and Wuxing Crocodile all went together. Only Ancestor and Shui of the clan went. Ancestor tore open a spatial passage outside the clan, and the group stepped in and disappeared in the blink of an eye. Darkness shrouded their vision, but in the next moment, light appeared again. The group stepped out of the spatial passage and appeared at the edge of a huge abyss. As far as the eye could see, the abyss was at least 300 meters wide and stretched endlessly. When one looked down, it was pitch black and bottomless. Is this where the Mystic Land is? Lin Tian asked. It's at the bottom of the abyss, Ancestor An said. Lin Tian nodded. Immediately, the group leaped up and descended into the abyss. The wind whistled in their ears. After about half an hour, the group appeared at the bottom of the abyss and stepped on the solid ground. The bottom of the abyss was very spacious, and they could occasionally see some ancient trees. Ancestor An led the way and soon arrived at a position in the southeast of the abyss. As far as the eye could see, the front was still very spacious, like a vast scarlet desert. However, further ahead, strands of celestial light could be seen dancing in the air. Sometimes, they would turn into butterflies, sometimes into birds, and sometimes into beasts. It was very strange. Moreover, in addition to these immortal lights, there was also a very shocking Tao light intertwining in the air. It was very dense. For a moment, except for Ancestor An and Shui, Little Tai Chu, and Wuxing Crocodile, Lin Tian, Baiziki, Ling Yun, and the White Tiger, who had been here before, could not help but be moved. At a glance, they could tell that this place was not simple. Ancestor An made his move, slashing forward with a beam of immortal light. It was mixed with the fluctuation of a half-step true god, and it cut through the space. However, it quickly encountered a faint light barrier, which directly shattered the immortal light. Moreover, a light ripple bounced back, and wherever it passed, the void was destroyed inch by inch. Its power was very terrifying. Ancestor An raised his hand, and another wave of half-step true god intertwined, shattering the light ripple that bounced back from the light barrier. That light barrier seems to be a little scary. Ling Yun and the others were moved. Earlier, the attack from the Yin family's ancestor was extremely powerful, but when it landed on the barrier of light, it had no effect at all. Not only was it shattered by the barrier of light, it was even repelled by a strand of terrifying runes of light. It was truly terrifying. Ancestor An looked at Lin Tian, and said helplessly, "That's the gist of it. With this old man's half-step true god strength, I can't break through the light barrier. No matter which direction I choose to break through, I can't enter. I can only go around in circles." Then, he asked Lin Tian, "Little friend, do you have a way to break through this light barrier and enter?" Lin Tian nodded, and took a step forward. He fixed his gaze on the light barrier in front of him, and faint dragon light intertwined in his eyes. Then, in the blink of an eye, a few breaths passed. He paused for a moment, and dragon light appeared in his hand, intertwining to form a mini light dragon. Then, he flicked his finger, and the mini light dragon trembled. It turned into a ray of light and rushed out, crashing into the light barrier in front of him, causing the light barrier to sway slightly. Then, the mini light dragon trembled as if it had been electrocuted, and with a whoosh, it shattered. In the blink of an eye, it disappeared without a trace. Ancestor An's pupils shrank, and he revealed a look of shock. This? When he attacked the light barrier with his half-step true god strength, he did not cause the light barrier to fluctuate at all. Moreover, there was a terrifying rebound force that bounced back. Yet now, a flick of Lin Tian's finger with the strength of the mysterious immortal realm had caused the barrier of light to shake slightly. Moreover, there wasn't any terrifying rebounding force, and this truly shocked him. The Yin clan's ancestor was truly stunned by Lin Tian's display. A cultivation at the mysterious immortal realm was actually capable of causing the peerlessly firm natural barrier to shake, and there wasn't any terrifying backlash. What sort of ability is this? And Shui, Wuxing Crocodile, Ling Yun, and the others could not help but be shocked. You are indeed powerful in the domain of the momentum of heaven and earth. And Shui's eyes lit up. At this moment, although Lin Tian had only made the natural barrier tremble slightly and did not break it, it was still very shocking. After all, her half-step true god great-grandfather and little Tai Chu, who was slightly stronger than her great-grandfather, could not do anything to this natural barrier. "Little friend, is there any way to break it?" the patriarch of the Yin family asked. At this moment, although he was asking Lin Tian this question, he was already filled with confidence in Lin Tian. "Yes," Lin Tian nodded and said, "but I need Senior's help. Lend me some of your divine power." As he spoke, he looked at little Tai Chu and said, "Little guy, come with me. Lend me some of your divine power." There was a very powerful and complex domain intertwined here. Various forces were combined to form a natural formation. Even an ordinary true God expert would find it difficult to break it. However, some of the special techniques in the dragon burial scripture could break down the various special forces that formed the barrier here and break through a crack to step into it. However, the natural barrier here was very shocking. The various forces intertwined within it were very complex and majestic. With his current cultivation, it was obvious that his divine power was not enough to break down the various forces within it with the dragon burial scripture. Therefore, he had to borrow the divine power of the half-step true God Patriarch and little Taichu to break it open. Of course. The Patriarch of the Yin family said. As he spoke, he walked to Lin Tian's side and waved his right hand. Immediately, an endless stream of divine power gushed out and entered Lin Tian's body. Little Taichu flapped his wings and flew over, landing on Lin Tian's shoulder. The six-colored divine light surged and quickly passed to Lin Tian. Suddenly, Lin Tianji felt as if a mountain flood had erupted in his body. Majestic power surged as if it was going to burst his body. He took a deep breath and then moved quickly. His hands formed the dragon burial seal at a speed that was difficult to be seen with the naked eye. Dragon runes intertwined and turned into mini true dragons. Like a group of true dragons rushed toward the natural barrier in front of them. They collided with the natural barrier in front of them, and there was a constant sound. For a moment, the natural barrier shook violently. After all, there were too many of these mini dragons, and all of them were supported by the boundless divine force of the half-step true gods and family ancestor and little primordial. Chi, chi, chi. The soft sound continued, and the natural barrier shook even more violently. A moment later, a crack appeared. With the appearance of this crack, the image behind the natural barrier instantly became clearer, allowing the group to sense even more astonishing immortal spirit light and Tao light in the depths. It was as if the immortal spirit light and Tao light had formed an ocean. Did we succeed? The patriarch of the Yin family was pleasantly surprised. Beside him and Shui, 5 elements alligator, and the others also revealed a bright light in their eyes. Lin Tian nodded. Let's go. With the help of the majestic divine power given to him by the patriarch of the Yin family and little Taichu, he circulated the dragon burial scripture even faster. The sky full of dragon runes intertwined, enveloping the group and turning them into a light dragon. In an instant, they rushed through the crack in the natural barrier. The next moment, he led the group through the crack and appeared on the other side of the natural barrier. As far as the eye could see, it was like the Gobi Desert. There were waves of sand and dust swirling in this space. Deep inside, dense immortal spirit light and Tao radiance reflected each other. We're in? And Shui's eyes lit up even more. He looked around with an excited expression. Yes. Lin Tian nodded. Behind him, the crack in the natural barrier quickly closed and disappeared in the blink of an eye. He didn't destroy the natural barrier itself. He only opened a crack in it and went to the back. At this moment, he also looked into the depths. The immortal spirit light and Tao radiance were indeed very dense and shocking. There must be an incredible treasure in that place. White Tiger's eyes lit up. Uncle Ling thinks so too. Ling Yin opened his mouth and stared straight ahead. Let's go deeper. Patriarchan said. He was about to tear open the void to move, but in the next moment, his expression changed. He realized that he couldn't tear open the void at all. What's going on? I can't tear open the void, and I can't fly either. Baiziki, Wuxing Crocodile, and the others were all shocked. They couldn't tear open the void themselves, so they weren't sure if it could be done here. However, they couldn't fly either. There were large dragon patterns spreading under Lin Tian's feet, intertwining with the ground and the void. He paused and said, just like the natural barrier outside this space, there's also a very shocking natural field inside. Moreover, it's more intense than the natural field outside. Even true gods can't tear open the void or fly here. I see. Patriarchan nodded. He instantly understood after Lin Tian's explanation. He paused and said, then, let's walk into the depths. That's the only way. Lin Tian ondao. Then, the group walked into the depths of the Crimson Gobi Desert. Woo! Waves of wind swept through this space, and they were extremely intense. Wailing sounds drifted through the air, and it sounded like a child crying in the wind. Moreover, at the same time, the wind carried a large amount of crimson sand, and it was extremely uncomfortable when it blew on their faces. The group used their divine energy to protect themselves, and they isolated themselves from the wind that carried sand and dust. They traveled a few dozen kilometers in the blink of an eye. It was also at this moment that a stone forest appeared in front of them. There were over a dozen bowl-sized lotuses growing on the ground nearby. Every single lotus was intertwined with extremely dense immortal energy and fluctuations of the immortal Tao. Dark Moon Soul Lotus. Lin Tian was moved. The Dark Moon Soul Lotus was an extremely rare treasure of the heavens and the earth. Every single stalk contained extremely shocking amounts of immortal spirit energy and immortal Tao law fragments, and it was an extremely precious treasure to mysterious immortal realm experts. After one refined and absorbed it, not only would one be able to directly improve one's cultivation, it would even allow one's spirit sense to become even stronger, and one's ability to sense the immortal Tao would obtain an extremely great improvement. Baiziki and the others also saw the dozens of Xianxia spirit lotuses in front of them, and their eyes lit up. There are so many Xianxia spirit lotuses in such a deserted stone forest. Ling Yan was both excited and surprised. The dragon patterns on the soles of Lin Tian's feet spread out and shook slightly, causing the ground to tremble. At the mystic moon spirit lotuses, waves of celestial spiritual energy and Tao light surged up. They were so dense that it was like a waterfall of celestial light and Tao light that went against the sky. This underground contains so much immortal spiritual energy and Tao radiance. These Xianxia spirit lotuses were born because of these immortal spiritual energy and Tao radiance? Whooshing Crocodile was moved. Lin Tian nodded. Naturally, that was the case. Don't worry so much. Let's just refine them. And Shui said. Yes. Let's refine them quickly. White Tiger said excitedly. These dozens of Xianxia spirit lotuses were enough to raise its, Lin Tian's, Baiziki's, Ling Yan's, and Shui's, and Whooshing Crocodile's cultivation by a small level. Then let's refine them first. Lin Tianandao said. He spoke to Patriarchan and little Taichu, and the two of them guarded them. They walked to the front and began to refine the dozens of Xianxia spirit lotuses. Strong spiritual light flashed outside their bodies. Then, half a month passed in the blink of an eye. Half a month later. On this day, a strong aura rushed out of Lin Tian's body, and his cultivation entered the middle stage of the mystic immortal realm. At the same time, Baiziki and the others also broke through to the middle stage of the mystic immortal realm. How comfortable. The five elements crocodile clicked its tongue. Lin Tian clenched his fists slightly and sensed his current strength. There were obvious improvements in all aspects. Very good. His eyes flashed. With his current cultivation, he could be called a king below the heaven immortal realm. Even half-step heaven immortals couldn't stop him. The wind was still blowing sand and dust in this place. The group paused for a moment and then walked deeper into the space. The Tao radiance was the thickest there. It was so dense that it was terrifying. Thick. After this, not too much time passed. The group of people walked very far away. At this moment, a pure divine might gradually drifted out from the air, causing the group of people to be involuntarily moved. The pure fluctuations of divine might could only be emitted by powerhouses of the true God rank or above, or by things related to the divine Tao. Is there a true God in front? Or is there a treasure related to the divine Tao? Yun frowned. Lin Tian's body was surrounded by strands of divine light and dragon patterns. He looked in the direction of the divine might. The possibility of it being emitted by a true God expert is not high. There is more than a 90% chance that it's emitted by some treasure related to the divine Tao. I think so too. This doesn't seem to be emitted by a true God expert. It's most likely that it's emitted by some treasure related to the divine Tao. Ancestor said. He was now at the half-step true God realm and had some faint divine might. He could feel that the divine might in this place was slightly different from that emitted by cultivators above the true God realm. Stop guessing. Let's go and take a look. And Shui said. Lin Tian nodded. Immediately, he headed towards the depths of this space alone. Rumble. Suddenly, the ground shook. A giant sand beast rushed out from the ground. It was covered in scales and had a terrifying demonic aura. It's comparable to a half-step heaven immortal. Yunling was shocked. Roar. The sand beast roared. Its eyes were red and yellow. It stared at Lin Tianyi and the others as soon as it rushed out. It seemed to treat them as prey and pounced on them. Lin Tian cultivated the dragon burial scripture and led the way. At this time, he raised his hand and punched the beast. Bang! The punch landed firmly on the sand beast. With a muffled bang, the sand beast was sent flying tens of thousands of feet away. This scene moved Ancestor. He said, "Young friend, your physique is really amazing. To be able to send a half-step heaven immortal ferocious beast flying with a punch at the middle stage Xian immortal realm, such physical strength was really terrifying." Bai Ziki and the rest, on the other hand, remained calm because they knew that Lin Tian's physical strength had always been extremely abnormal. It's okay. Lin Tian smiled at the Yin family's ancestor. Then, the group continued to walk deeper. In the blink of an eye, half a month had passed. In this half a month, many powerful ferocious beasts appeared in this space. The strongest had even reached the half-step immortal king realm. They were ferocious and terrifying. However, this was nothing to the group. After all, they had the half-step true god Ancestor and the little Taichu, who was stronger than the Ancestor. The ferocious beasts they encountered were easily dealt with. It was also in this half a month that the group really walked into the depths of this space. In front of them, the immortal spiritual light and Tao radiance were extremely dense. It was like a terrifying sea of immortal spiritual light and Tao radiance. The immortal spiritual light and Tao radiance evolved into spiritual butterflies and celestial birds. Buzz. A fist-sized crystal fell on the ground. Immortal grass grew around it, and a very dense divine aura flowed out of the crystal. Divine Tao treasure crystal. Lin Tian was shocked. Beside him, Ancestor was extremely excited. That's right. It's a divine Tao treasure crystal. That's it. The divine Tao treasure crystal was a type of divine crystal that was formed from the divine Tao of the heaven and earth. It contained countless fragments of the divine Tao, making it a supreme treasure. Especially for half-step true gods, it was a treasure among treasures. Normally, it was very difficult to break through from half-step true god realm to true god realm. Not even 1 out of 10,000 half-step true gods could successfully break through to true god realm. After all, this was a huge watershed on the path of cultivation. It was naturally very difficult. However, this divine Tao treasure crystal could help a half-step true god realm cultivator smoothly break through to true god realm in an extremely short period of time. Moreover, it could stabilize the realm after breaking through. There was no need to consolidate it at all. Super divine treasure. Whooshing Crocodile's eyes lit up. And Shui could not help but clench his fists. His eyes were also filled with light. With this, great-grandfather will be able to step into true god realm soon. Buzz. In front of him, the divine Tao treasure crystal was circling around. Divine aura fluctuations intertwined. It was very dense. Lin Tian's hand was surrounded by dragon runes. He directly grabbed the divine Tao treasure crystal and handed it over to Yin family's ancestor. The divine Tao treasure crystal was extremely precious, but they had no use for it right now. Furthermore, the Yin family was the one who had discovered the mystic ground. He had entered the mystic ground with the Yin family ancestor. Hence, the divine Tao treasure crystal should naturally be given to the Yin family ancestor. Yin family's ancestor's cultivation was powerful and his state of mind was profound. However, when he received the divine Tao treasure crystal, he could not help but be excited. His hands were trembling slightly. With this divine Tao treasure crystal, he would be able to enter the true god realm very quickly. Once he entered the true god realm, he would be completely different from now. It would be like the difference between heaven and earth. His Yin clan would also become dozens of times stronger because of his breakthrough into the true god realm. Even in the dozens of king prefectures, there would be few inheritances that could compare to him. Many thanks, little friend. Many thanks, little friend. He thanked Lin Tiandao emotionally. This time, if it were not for Lin Tian's help, he would not have been able to enter the secret land and obtain this divine Tao treasure crystal. If he couldn't obtain this supreme Tao treasure crystal, the chances of him stepping into the true God realm would be too slim. After all, he had been stuck at the half-step true God realm for too long. Lin Tian waved his hand and said with a smile, "Senior, you're too polite. I'm only doing my best. It's nothing much. Moreover, I'm friends with Shui. All these years, little Taichu and that stupid crocodile have been staying with your clan. They've been taken care of by your clan, so it's only right for me to help out a little." Ancestor and put away the divine Tao gem and sighed, "This isn't a small favor. It's a great favor from Zhong Tian." Lin Tianyi smiled. He naturally knew what Ancestor was thinking. He helped Ancestor enter this place and obtain the divine Tao gem. This would allow Ancestor to enter the true God realm in a very short time, greatly increasing the strength of the Yin clan. This was a great favor to Ancestor and the entire Yin clan. Of course, this was indeed a great favor. However, from Lin Tian's point of view, this was merely a very insignificant help. After a pause, he said, "Then, Senior, let's leave." At this time, as the divine Tao gem was taken away, the immortal spiritual qi and Tao glow in this place instantly weakened by countless times. Obviously, there were no more treasures left, so there was no need to stay. Ancestor clearly knew this and nodded, "Good, let's go." Then, Ancestor smiled, "Let's go back to the clan. This old man wants to drink with you until we're drunk." Entering this place and obtaining a divine Tao gem, this half-step true God expert was very excited. Lin Tianyi smiled. Although he wasn't interested in wine, he still said, "All right, this junior will drink with senior." Speaking of which, he, Baiziki, and the others had obtained many benefits after entering this place. Their cultivation had increased by a small level, so they were very happy at this time. Immediately, the group turned around and walked out the way they came. However, in the next moment, Lin Tian's expression suddenly changed. A strange light flashed in his eyes. He stopped in his tracks and tilted his head to look at the place where the divine Tao gem was. "Young friend, what's wrong?" Ancestor asked. Baiziki and the others also looked at him, slightly puzzled. They did not understand why he suddenly stopped at this time. Could it be that they found some immortal treasures in that place? The white tiger's eyes lit up, looking very expectant. Lin Tian's eyes flickered with the light of dragons. He looked at the place where the divine Tao gem had fallen and paused for a moment before walking over. They can't be considered as immortal treasures or divine objects. However, they are somewhat extraordinary. He walked forward as he spoke. Soon, he came to the place where the divine Tao precious crystal had fallen. The dragon patterns on the soles of his feet interweaved and transformed into sharp blades. They cut open the ground in front of him and revealed a strange pitch-black stone under the surface. The rock was about the size of a fist. It was completely black and was surrounded by strands of black mist. It emitted an extremely frightening fluctuation that caused the surrounding space to involuntarily distort slightly. Moreover, it was also intertwined with dense Tao power. However, although the Tao power was dense, it was extremely chaotic and cold. "What's this?" Ling Yun and the others were immediately moved. This black stone was only the size of a fist, and it made them feel greatly threatened. Looking at the stone, the souls in their sea of consciousness could not help but feel slightly cold. Ancestor and little Taichu did not have much of a reaction. After all, they were very powerful. Ancestor looked at the fist-sized black stone and said, "This is something condensed from the demonic filthy qi?" Senior is right. That is indeed the case. Lin Tiandao said, "The divine Tao precious crystal is condensed in this place. During this process, all the impurities in it are expelled. These impurities are deposited under the divine Tao precious crystal, and then condensed into this black stone below. It can be called the demonic filthy crystal." As he spoke, he enveloped the demonic filthy crystal with dense dragon patterns. Then, he held it in his hand and put it away. The white tiger was puzzled. "It doesn't look like anything good. Why did you put it away?" "I used a special method to detonate it. It won't be a problem to kill anyone below the immortal king realm," Lin Tian said simply. Everyone, I realized that you are very sinister. Since you started cultivating, how many people have you tricked with all kinds of messy methods? The whooshing crocodile was speechless. Lin Tian immediately wanted to kick it. Don't you know how to chat? You call this sinister? This is wisdom. The whooshing crocodile rolled its eyes. Sinister wisdom. Lin Tian was too lazy to pay attention to it. He said goodbye to Ancestor and then the group walked back the way they came. After that, the group quickly walked to the place where the natural barrier was formed. Lin Tian used the dragon burial scripture. With the help of Ancestor and Little Taichu's majestic divine power, he quickly broke open a gap like when they entered. He led the group through this gap and walked out in the blink of an eye. Then, the group did not stay here. After ascending to the top of the abyss, Ancestor directly tore open a spatial tunnel and led the group back to the Yin family's residence. Men, prepare a banquet. Ancestor personally ordered. On this night, the Yin clan was decorated with lanterns and colored banners. Many great figures found out that the ancestor of the Yin clan had obtained a divine Dao treasure crystal from the secret ground with Lin Tian's help, and it wouldn't be long before the ancestor of the Yin clan stepped into the true God realm. All of them were extremely excited, and they toasted Lin Tian one after another to express their gratitude. Because Lin Tian's help meant too much to the Yin clan. Lin Tian was naturally very polite. He did not refuse anyone. After that, he held a wine cup and toasted the big shots of the Yin family one by one. Just like that, the night passed quickly. After that, Lin Tianyi and the group temporarily stopped in the Yin family. In the blink of an eye, half a month had passed. Boom, half a month later, on this day, an extremely powerful divine power rushed out from the depths of the Yin family. Pure divine power spread. Ancestor had refined the divine path treasure crystal and finally broke through the half-step true God realm on this day and stepped into the true God realm. This caused the entire Yin family to seethe with excitement, and everyone was extremely excited. After all, the significance of having another true God in the clan was simply too great. Their strength could be said to have instantly multiplied by a few tens of times. It was also on this day that Lin Tian bid farewell to Ancestor and all the big shots of the Yin family. At this moment, he intended to leave with Baiziki and the others. It was impossible for him to stay in the Yin family forever, and he had to head out to the vast immortal region to temper himself. Ancestor and all the big shots of the Yin family tried to persuade him to stay, but when they saw Lin Tian's firm intention to leave, they didn't say anything further. Young friend and your companions are welcome to visit my Yin family at any time. The doors of my clan will always be open to all of you, said Ancestor, and Lin Tian smiled as he returned the greeting. Thank you, senior. Heir, great-grandfather, I'll go temper myself with them. And Shui spoke at this moment. She jumped over to Lin Tian's side and intended to leave with Lin Tian, Baiziki, and the others. All right. Ancestor didn't hesitate and directly nodded in agreement. Then, he looked at Lin Tian and said with a smile, then, young friend, I'll leave this girl in your care. And Shui wanted to go temper herself with Lin Tian and the others. Ancestor naturally wouldn't have any objections. Firstly, it was because he was very satisfied with Lin Tian. He was very willing to let his precious great-granddaughter follow Lin Tian. Secondly, Lin Tianyi had little Taichu with him, which was enough to make him absolutely invincible under the true God realm. Under normal circumstances, there wouldn't be any problem with their safety. Therefore, he was very relieved. Thank you, great-grandfather. And Shui said happily. Lin Tian naturally didn't have any objections to Shui following him. He bid farewell to Ancestor and the big shots of the Yin family again before leaving. He walked out of the group of immortal mountains where the Yin family was established and continued to travel further away. Soon, they were very far away from the Yin family. Speaking of which, where are we going to temper ourselves next? And Shui asked Lin Tian Dao. She was very interested in tempering herself with Lin Tian and the others in this vast immortal realm. Lin Tian thought for a moment and said, let's go to Taining Prefecture to see Ye first. I promised her before that I'll bring you back to Taining Prefecture when I find you. Boom. In the distant sky, dozens of waves of divine power surged. They were all extremely powerful and interrupted his words. From the north, dozens of figures streaked across the sky. The leader was a man in black, and his eyes were filled with threatening coldness and killing intent. "That's Mu Zhanyan on the ranking of 100 immortals," White Tiger said with narrowed eyes. Lin Tian also saw that the man in black was Mu Zhanyan. He squinted his eyes like a white tiger. Back then in the Boundless Sea region, Mu Zhanyan's clan brother had tried to snatch the Void Cliff Orchid from him and even wanted to kill him. He had threatened to kill all of them even if they had to hand over the Void Cliff Orchid. He had directly taken his opponent's life. After that, in the Boundless Sea region, using the power of the extreme cold vein, he had fought against Mu Zhanyan. Mu Zhanyan was very strong, stronger than Jia Zizheng. At this moment, the other party had appeared in Laowang province. He could roughly guess that the other party had heard that he was in this province. Now, the other party had brought a group of experts from his clan to Laowang province to force him to come and kill him. Mu Zhanyan from the Mu family. And Shui was slightly moved. "He seems to be coming for us." "Why?" "Nothing, it's just that Lin Tian killed his brother." Ling Yun grit his teeth and briefly explained the situation. "So that's how it is." And Shui and the others understood. Then, they did not care or fear Mu Zhanyan and his men. What a joke, they had the little Taichu, who was invincible under the true immortal realm. So what if Mu Zhanyan was a supreme being on the ranking of 100 immortals? After all, he was only at the heaven immortal realm. He was nothing in front of the little Taichu. Although there were quite a number of heavenly immortal experts from the Mu family who followed Mu Zhanyan, they couldn't be compared to a heavenly immortal like Mu Zhanyan. They were simply too weak. Therefore, such a group of people was not a threat to them at all. They did not need to care at all. In the blink of an eye, Mu Zhanyan led a group of experts from the Mu family and directly stepped in front of them. "Found you." Mu Zhanyan's eyes were cold. After he came close, he only said this one sentence. Then, in the next moment, he directly pressed down on Lin Tian. Boundless divine power surged, and the pressure of the heavenly immortal level was undoubtedly displayed. Lin Tianxia had lost his younger brother. As for Lin Tian, he naturally didn't have much to say. He only wanted to cut off Lin Tian's head and bring it back to the clan as a blood sacrifice for his dead younger brother. "Leave that bastard to the Holy Sun. As for the rest, we'll take care of them and kill them all." That woman seems to be the beloved daughter of the Yin family? The Mu clan and the Yin clan were both powerful clans in the Qing continent. The people of the Mu clan naturally knew of the existence of the Yin Shui. At this time, when they saw the Yin Shui, many people's eyes involuntarily trembled. "Don't hurt the pearl of the Yin family. Kill everyone else," one of the middle-aged men said coldly. And Shui was the princess of the Yin clan, so they did not dare to kill her. After all, if they killed Yin Shui here, it would definitely cause the Yin clan and the Mu clan to fight. This was a very serious matter. However, other than Yin Shui, they were not afraid of anyone else. The group of people followed Mu Zhanyan and attacked from the front. Most of them were at the celestial level. For a time, rumbling sounds could be heard. Mu Zhanyan mercilessly slashed at Lin Tian. The other experts of the Mu clan locked their eyes on Baiziki, Ling Yun, the White Tiger, Little Taichu, and Wuxing Crocodile. All of them had killing divine energy intertwined around their bodies. In the blink of an eye, Mu Zhanyan, who was at the front, directly arrived in front of Lin Tian. His big hand pressed down, intertwining with divine light at the celestial level. This time, what else can you rely on? His eyes were cold and threatening, and his expression was incomparably cruel. Die. Wang, his big hand fell, and the celestial level divine energy sealed off the surroundings. Facing this palm, Lin Tian felt a great threat, but his expression did not change at all. "Rely on what? Do you want to see?" he said with a smile. At the same time, a fist-sized black stone appeared in his hand. It was intertwined with dense dragon patterns, and he threw it forward. It was the demonic filthy stone that he had found in the secret land of the Yin family. He gently shook his hand, and used the dragon patterns to protect himself and Baiziki and the others. Then, he threw the demonic filthy stone in his hand, and directly detonated it with the dragon patterns that were intertwined on it. Boom, the deafening roar resounded in all directions. The moment the demonic filthy stone was detonated, a monstrous filthy aura rushed out. It was mixed with evil and blood energy, and even contained the light of Tao. Like a storm of death, it directly enveloped Mu Zhanyan and the other experts of the Mu clan who had rushed over with Mu Zhanyan. Ah! Screams rang out instantly. The demonic filthy stone contained an extremely dense blood energy and filthy demonic aura. It was extremely corrosive, and not only could it corrode things, but it could also destroy spirits. After it exploded, a large number of experts of the Mu clan were directly affected. One by one, their physical bodies collapsed, and their divine souls were also entangled by the extremely dense demonic filthy qi. No. In the blink of an eye, among the dozens of people, the Xian immortal cultivators were directly annihilated. Most of the celestial immortal cultivators had their physical bodies destroyed, and their divine souls became turbid. There were many cracks in many places, as if they could collapse at any time. How ruthless! More than half of them died directly. Facing this scene, Ling Yan could not help but shrink his neck. Baiziki and Shui and the others could not help but turn pale. Even Baiziki could not help but be moved. What a scam! And Shui muttered. Lin Tian was very calm. Originally, when Mu Zhanyan and the others came to attack, the little Taichu could kill them all in the blink of an eye. However, he had no use for the demonic filthy stone, so he naturally used it to entertain this group of people. In the battlefield, Mu Zhanyan's physical body collapsed, and his divine soul was also injured. His body was reconstructed at an extremely fast speed. His face turned pale and at the same time, turned ashen. Obviously, he did not expect Lin Tian to have such a thing. He gritted his teeth and swept an extremely cold glance at Lin Tianyi. He did not continue to stay at this place, and directly fled into the distance. Although he did not suffer a destructive blow when the demonic filthy stone exploded, he suffered an extremely heavy injury at this time. His essence, qi, and spirit were all severely damaged. Now, he no longer had his peak combat strength, not even 1,000th of his peak combat strength. He was very clear that if he continued to stay, he would definitely not gain anything. Whoosh! The sound of the air breaking was loud and clear. In just the blink of an eye, he rushed extremely far away. You came thousands of miles to kill me, why are you leaving so soon after meeting me? Lin Tianling smiled. At this time, he did not care about the other experts of the Mu family, but his eyes fell on Mu Zhanyan. Seeing that the other party was escaping, he directly used the yin-yang steps to kill him. In just the blink of an eye, he appeared in front of Mu Zhanyan and raised his hand to launch a Chaos Emperor fist, showing no mercy. With a boom, the surrounding space shook because of this punch, as if the legendary heavenly drum was beaten. Puff! Blood splattered. Mu Zhanyan took this punch head-on in a severely injured state. Dense cracks appeared on his sturdy body, and he was blasted deep into the ground by Lin Tianyi's punch, smashing a huge human-shaped pit in the ground. Then, he moved again, and did not stop at all. The sword light turned into a sky of sword rain and slashed down. Help the saint! Among the experts of the Mu family who came with Mu Zhanyan, only 11 early-stage celestial immortals were still alive after the self-explosion of the demonic filthy stone. All of them were severely injured, and they were shocked and angry. Seeing that the saint of their bloodline was pushed down slightly by Lin Tian, they immediately moved and rushed toward Lin Tian without fear of death. Lin Tianling snorted. Using the divining divine technique, dozens of divining divine elephants appeared and pressed down on the celestial immortals of the Mu family. For a time, the sturdy void of the celestial realm rumbled because of the dozens of divining divine elephants, and a large part of it was directly shattered. Puff! 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 3 mists of blood exploded, and 3 experts of the Mu family were directly smashed by the divining divine elephants. Because they had suffered a great disaster from the explosion of the demonic filthy stone, the situation was very bad at this time. They were far from their peak state, and without the powerful strength of a celestial immortal, even if a dozen of them joined forces, they could not stop Lin Tian. Clang! The space between Lin Tian's eyebrows was filled with black and white divine radiance. The yin-yang lotus sea was summoned and turned into 3 black and white yin-yang lotus swords. They directly pierced through the divine souls of the 3 Mu family experts who had exploded, and in an instant, the 3 of them were smashed into pieces. 3 celestial immortals were destroyed in body and soul. Damn it! The other celestial immortals of the Mu family were shocked and angry, and they attacked Lin Tian even more crazily. For a time, there was a rumble. Several powerful waves of divine power rolled and flooded toward Lin Tian from different directions. Should we help? White Tiger looked at the battlefield in front of him and asked. Help my ass, obviously not. Whooshing Crocodile curled his lips. At this time, the experts of the Mu family were all seriously injured by the explosion of the demonic filthy stone. The entire battlefield was completely under Lin Tian's control and domination. Boom! Shocking divine light surged. Lin Tian swept out a large amount of divine light toward the celestial immortals of the Mu family, and then toward Mu Zhanyan. Come to kill me. You should be prepared to be killed. Just bury your soul in this place. He said calmly. Xian immortal level divine powers surged, and various strange techniques were used by him, directly blasting toward Mu Zhanyan. Mu Zhanyan was affected by the explosion of the demonic filthy stone, and his current state was very bad. He was almost one step into the door of death. At this time, he was directly sent flying by Lin Tian, vomiting blood. He glanced at Lin Tian coldly, and quickly held up a celestial artifact treasure bell. He did not attack, and directly retreated along the way he came. Because his current state was too bad. Even if he held up this celestial artifact to attack Lin Tian, it would be completely useless. Now, he held up this celestial artifact only to protect himself. I said, you can't leave. It's useless to hold up a celestial artifact. Lin Tiandao chased after him. He chased after the other party, feeling a little surprised. He was not surprised by the other party's celestial immortal artifact, but by the other party's strong vitality. This was because he had detonated the demonic Dao filthy crystal, and the center of it was right next to Mu Zhanyan. At least 90% of the destructive force had landed on Mu Zhanyan's body. Even a half-step immortal king wouldn't be able to survive that attack. However, Mu Zhanyan didn't die and had completely withstood that terrifying destructive force. It was a little scary. However, the surprise in his heart was only for a moment. In the next moment, he closed in on Mu Zhanyan again and punched. Dong! The powerful punch shattered the void and directly landed on Mu Zhanyan's back. With a bang, even though Mu Zhanyan had the celestial artifact treasure bell to protect himself, it was useless at this time. He was sent flying again, and blood was flowing from his mouth and nose. After all, in his current state, he could not unleash the power of the celestial artifact. Thief, stay away from the Holy Sun. The other 8 celestial immortal experts of the Mu family roared. Although they were in a bad state, they still rushed forward fearlessly. They could not let their holy son, Mu Zhanyan, suffer. This was because Mu Zhanyan's existence to the Mu family was as important as Jia Zixing's existence to the Jia family. He was the hope of the future of the family. The 8 celestial immortals rushed directly to Lin Tian, and each of them took out powerful magic weapons. Although they were not celestial artifacts, they were quasi-celestial artifacts, and the aura they emitted was very frightening. Get lost. Don't get in the way. The seal of celestial ascension vibrated as it was covered with Dao patterns. Under the activation of Lin Tian's Mid-Xian immortal cultivation base, an extremely powerful divine power burst out and enveloped the 8 heaven immortal experts of the Mu clan, ruthlessly suppressing them. Suddenly, there was a rumbling sound as the void shook. The divine power of a heaven immortal level treasure was terrifying. Poof. 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 Blood mist exploded as the 8 heaven immortals of the Mu clan were all crushed at the first moment, leaving only their divine souls barely intact. It was because they had suffered a great calamity from the explosion of the demonic filth crystal, and their combat power was far from the heaven immortal level. Damn it! One of them was furious. His divine soul shook as he quickly reformed his body. At the same time, the divine souls of the 7 Mu clan experts glowed as their flesh and blood quickly reformed. Don't bother, all of you are dead. Lin Tianantan said coldly. With a buzz, the reincarnation. portrait rushed out from behind him, and a vast and domineering aura crushed down mercilessly. In an instant, there were 8 consecutive sounds as the divine souls of the 8 heaven immortal experts of the Mu clan were all crushed. After killing the 8 of them, his expression did not change, as if he did not do anything. He turned to look at Mu Zhanyan, who was escaping into the distance, and chased after him. In the blink of an eye, he was beside Mu Zhanyan. Dong. Without any superfluous words, he directly pressed down with the Chaos Emperor's fist. Mu Zhanyan used the Heaven Immortal Treasure Bell to welcome the attack. When the bell and Lin Tian's fist collided, there was a loud bang, and the surrounding void was shattered. At the same time, Lin Tian's fist landed on Mu Zhanyan through the treasure bell, sending him flying again. "I will kill you next time." Mu Zhanyan's voice was cold, and his eyes were filled with murderous intent. He did not stop and once again escaped into the distance. "There will be no next time. Today, you will die without a doubt," Lin Tianling said. He would not let go of someone who wanted to kill him. He was not an idiot. Immediately, he used the duality steps and chased after him again. So, Mu Zhanyan was in front, and he was behind him. In the blink of an eye, they had crossed a great distance, leaving behind dozens of mountains behind. He's going to kill another supreme of the ranking of 100 immortals. Behind them, the white tiger clicked its tongue. "Follow them," Ling Yin said. At that moment, the group of people chased after Lin Tian. Lin Tian's speed was extremely fast as he chased after Mu Zhanyan. In the blink of an eye, he was right in front of Mu Zhanyan. Clang, he raised his hand and swung his sword, slashing out a towering sword ray from afar. It was incomparably swift and fierce, and it pierced through the void. Now that he had reached the profound immortal realm, the firm void of the immortal realms was nothing in front of him. Mu Zhanyan shook the Heaven Immortal Treasure Bell, and the sound of the bell reverberated, shattering Lin Tian's sword radiance. Then, without pausing for a moment, he continued to flee into the distance at an extremely fast speed. Lin Tianling humphed. His speed was also very fast, and he once again chased after him. The 2 of them, one running and one chasing, crossed dozens of mountains in the blink of an eye. At this time, a large road appeared in front of them. There were many cultivators on it, and their spirits were all extraordinary. When they sensed the fluctuation of divine power from the 2 of them, they turned their heads to look. Then, they were all shocked, and their eyes widened. That's Mu Zhanyan, a supreme of the ranking of 100 immortals. Now, he's actually running away? The group of cultivators was shocked. He's being chased by someone. Who is that person chasing after him? Why does he look so familiar? Someone's gaze fell on Lin Tian, and he was a little puzzled. Then, in the next moment, his expression changed. Isn't that the ruthless person who killed Jia Zizheng some time ago? I've seen his face in the Divine Sense brand before. That's right, it's that person. He just killed Jia Zizheng, who was on the ranking of 100 immortals, and now he's chasing after Mu Zhanyan, who is even stronger than Jia Zizheng. He obviously hasn't reached the Heaven Immortal Realm, but Mu Zhanyan is a supreme of the Young Immortal Realm. How could he chase after Mu Zhanyan? How could he make Mu Zhanyan so embarrassed that he could only run away? What kind of trap did he set this time? Just like how he killed Jia Zizheng? That should be it. After all, that person is definitely no match for Mu Zhanyan in a head-on battle. If that's really the case, this is simply a trap. The group of cultivators was shocked and horrified. Lin Tian and Mu Zhanyan, one chasing after the other, noticed the group of cultivators on the road, but neither of them cared. The former just wanted to end Mu Zhanyan quickly, while the latter just wanted to get rid of Lin Tian as soon as possible. Lin Tian's eyes were indifferent. He chased after Mu Zhanyan, paused, and directly operated the 5 heavenly thunders technique. Using it together with the yin and yang steps, his speed suddenly increased by several times. He almost turned into a human-shaped lightning, and instantly approached Mu Zhanyan. Mu Zhanyan's pupils shrank. He was shocked by the terrifying speed that Lin Tian suddenly displayed, and he also sped up with all his might. "You can't escape," Lin Tian said coldly. As his words fell, with a boom, he activated the seal of celestial ascension to the limit. The heaven immortal level fluctuations rolled, causing the seal of celestial ascension to turn into a heaven immortal level divine sun. It distorted the space, shattered it, and mightily pressed down on Mu Zhanyan. This was an incomparably violent attack. It was the most powerful divine power that he could use with his current cultivation base and the seal of celestial ascension. It caused the void in all directions to be sealed, trapping Mu Zhanyan in a narrow corner, unable to escape. Mu Zhanyan's escape route was cut off, and he obviously felt the terror of this attack. With a low roar, several immortal Dao laws were released. Together with the heaven immortal level treasure bell, they met Lin Tian's seal of celestial ascension. In the blink of an eye, the two heaven immortal level treasures collided, and directly set off a large amount of divine power, shattering a large part of the space. Bam! With a muffled sound, Mu Zhanyan was sent flying. He coughed up blood, and his body was covered with spiderweb-like cracks. Lin Tian's expression was indifferent. Without pausing, he did not give Mu Zhanyan any time to breathe. The Five Thunder Sky Shock incantation combined with the Yin and Yang steps once again approached Mu Zhanyan like a human lightning bolt. He raised his hand and threw out a Chaos Emperor fist. Roar, roar, as his fist landed, a loud dragon roar resounded, and a shocking phoenix cry rang out. A true dragon and immortal phoenix of light appeared at the tip of his fist. With the power of the dragon and phoenix, one from the left and one from the right, they rushed towards Mu Zhanyan from two blind spots. Mu Zhanyan could not avoid this attack and was directly hit. Puff, blood splattered everywhere. Under the combined attack of the dragon and phoenix, Mu Zhanyan was sent flying again. His sturdy heaven immortal body directly exploded. That Mu Zhanyan is completely at a disadvantage. He was originally at the heaven immortal level, but now, he is being suppressed by a Xian immortal cultivator to such a sorry state. Nearby, the crowd of cultivators was shocked. Bai Ziki and the rest followed behind Lin Tian and quietly watched the battle. Mu Zhanyan is completely unable to block it now. He is definitely finished. Ling Yin said. Wuxing Crocodile nodded. Looking at the situation before us, there is no turning back. He can only be killed by Lin Tian. Boom, in front, divine energy surged. Mu Zhanyan's immortal soul exploded with monster spiritual energy and quickly reformed his physical body. His expression was extremely ugly. Using the heaven immortal treasure bell to protect his body, he once again escaped into the distance. Lin Tianling snorted. The Five Thunder Sky Shock incantation combined with the Yin and Yang steps was frighteningly fast. In the blink of an eye, he blocked in front of Mu Zhanyan. I told you, you can't escape. He said indifferently. As he spoke, the seal of celestial ascension above his head vibrated again. It was activated with the pinnacle of divine energy, causing it to emit an immortal divine light. With a loud boom, the entire seal pressed down on Mu Zhanyan. Mu Zhanyan once again used the heaven immortal treasure bell and several immortal Dao precepts to meet the attack. However, his current situation was too bad. He was no match for Lin Tian. The moment the heaven immortal treasure bell and the seal of celestial ascension collided, he was sent flying again. His body exploded, and fresh blood splattered across the sky. At this moment, Lin Tian stretched out his right hand and grabbed the heavenly immortal grade bell, grabbing it in his hand. This was a heaven immortal treasure, and it was a pinnacle heaven immortal treasure. Naturally, he would not let it go to waste. Let go. A cold, angry voice rang out. Mu Zhanyan reformed his physical body. His divine consciousness shot out, causing the heaven immortal treasure bell to vibrate. It emitted a bright light that blocked Lin Tian's grab. This caused Lin Tian's entire right hand to be in intense pain. However, his expression did not change. With a cold snort, the reincarnation portrait rushed up and pressed down on Mu Zhanyan. At the same time, his right hand shone with silver divine light. The four-symbol seal appeared and covered the entire treasure bell. Mu Zhanyan met the reincarnation portrait head-on. He was severely injured and could not fight back. With a bang, he was sent flying. Then, Lin Tian took advantage of this opportunity. The silver divine light of the four-symbol seal entered the heaven immortal treasure bell and destroyed Mu Zhanyan's divine consciousness imprint. In the distance, Mu Zhanyan trembled. The divine consciousness imprint in the treasure bell was destroyed, and he suffered a great backlash. He gritted his teeth and looked coldly at Lin Tian. Then, he took a mysterious step and retreated again. He still chose to escape because he could not fight against Lin Tian now. Lin Tian raised his hand and a towering heaven sword aura slashed towards Mu Zhonyan. It was so fast that it pierced through Mu Zhonyan's back, causing a large amount of blood to spurt out and shatter a large part of the void. Whoosh, he stepped forward and increased his speed. In an instant, he was in front of Mu Zhonyan. He attacked with the seal of celestial advancement and the treasure bell that he had just taken. These were 2 heaven immortal artifacts. Under his full power, they were like 2 blazing suns. It was terrifying. Mu Zhonyan felt the threat of death. With a roar, he quickly supported the law of immortal Tao and several grand superpowers. However, his current state was too weak, and he could not stop Lin Tian at all. The celestial artifacts of the 2 sects pressed down under Lin Tian's control, directly crushing him into pieces. Only his spiritual body was barely preserved, and his expression was very ugly as he fled again. Die. A cold voice sounded. Lin Tian stepped in front of his spiritual body. His right hand was holding the soul transformation talisman. He slammed it down mercilessly and landed directly on Mu Zhonyan's spiritual body. Damn it! Mu Zhonyan roared unwillingly. In the next moment, his spiritual body collapsed and was destroyed by the soul transformation talisman. Blood fell into the air as Mu Zhonyan's body and divine soul were crushed one after another. The surroundings quieted down. Then, the nearby cultivators all trembled. Mu Zhonyan these cultivators were horrified. They only felt that their backs and internal organs had all become cold at this moment. Mu Zhonyan, the sacred son of the Mu family, the number 1 family in Qingyin State, one of the 49 king's prefectures, was now killed. This person, someone looked at Lin Tian and couldn't help but tremble. Not long ago, Lin Tian had killed Jia Zizheng, the holy son of the Jia family, the number 1 family in Jinyuan State. Jia Zizheng was also a young sovereign on the ranking of 100 immortals. Now, not long after, he had killed Mu Zhonyan. Moreover, he had killed 2 young sovereigns at the heaven immortal realm. Lin Tian glanced at these cultivators. Naturally, he didn't care about their horrified expressions. In a flash, he moved and came in front of Baiziki and the others. Let's go. He called out to the group of people. Let's go, Whooshing Crocodile said, this vast immortal realm is going to be bustling with excitement again. The group of people stepped forward and soon left this place, disappearing from the sight of the cultivators. Then, as Whooshing Crocodile said, not long after, the immortal realm was bustling with excitement again. No. No way? Mu Zhonyan, the sacred son of the Mu family in Qingyin State, is also dead? He was killed by the person who killed Jia Zizheng? The news of Lin Tianxia's death spread like a bird with divine wings. In the blink of an eye, the news of Mu Zhonyan's death spread to all the prefectures. Moreover, some cultivators who saw the scene with their own eyes used their divine senses to imprint it, which shocked many cultivators again. Oh my god, he hasn't reached the heaven immortal realm, but he killed 2 heaven immortal young supremes in succession. This is really, what kind of skills does he have? Is he going to be a supreme killer? Many cultivators felt their hearts palpitate. His cultivation base had not reached the heavenly immortal realm, but he had killed 2 heavenly immortal sovereigns on the ranking of 100 immortals in a short period of time. This was truly shocking. At the same time, that day, in Yingqing Province's Mu family, a group of great figures almost went crazy, killing intent rushing into the heavens. Bastard! Kill! 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 Exterminate his entire family! A bone-piercing killing intent towered up into the sky. The sky above the Mu clan was directly shattered as a mortal king stepped out, directly tearing apart the spatial passageway and slaughtering their way towards the Laowang prefecture, wanting to take Lin Tian's head. Laowang prefecture, after Lin Tian killed Mu Zhonyan and the other experts of the Mu family who were with him, he followed by Ziki and the others. At this time, they were already very far away from the place just now, crossing over dozens of mountains in a row. Let's go to Taining province. Let's go to Purple Heaven Precious Sect to see you, and then find a suitable place to train and cultivate. Lin Tian said at this time. He had already told Xianxia, Baiziki, and the others about this matter before. At this time, he spoke again and then asked little Taichu to open the spatial portal. Now, little Taichu was at the mid-stage of the Immortal King realm. It was no longer difficult for him to open a spatial portal in the Immortal realm. Little Taichu responded in a childish voice. The bright and clean wings behind him shook and directly opened a void portal, with silver light lingering inside. Let's go. Lin Tian Ondao. Immediately, the group stepped into the spatial portal opened by little Taichu. Wait. At this moment, a gentle voice sounded, and a white-haired old man silently appeared at the side. Lin Tian and the others immediately stopped. All of them were shocked because they did not sense how the white-haired old man appeared at all. Before he appeared, no one felt any other aura approaching. Even little Taichu's eyes narrowed. He looked at the white-haired old man with vigilance and vigilance. The white-haired old man was dressed in a long robe and felt like an ordinary old man. At this time, he looked at Lin Tianyi and the others with a gentle smile on his face. You don't have to be like this. This old man has no intention of harming you. Senior, what can I do for you? Lin Tian paused and asked. He did not feel the slightest fluctuation of divine power from this old man. The other party was completely like an ordinary old man. However, he obviously would not treat the other party as an ordinary person just because he could not feel the other party's divine power fluctuation and because the other party looked like an ordinary person. He was not stupid. Just from the fact that the other party could appear silently beside them and make little Taichu become vigilant, it was enough to show that this old man was very terrifying. Next to them, Baiziki and the others looked at the white-haired old man with solemn expressions. No one dared to be careless. The white-haired old man smiled. Relax, this old man really has no intention of harming you. Otherwise, none of you would be standing here unscathed. As he spoke, he looked at Lin Tian and spoke again with a smile on his face. You are very good and very interesting. This old man has come to invite you to join the Lord Theological Seminary. As soon as these words came out, Lin Tian was immediately moved, and his eyes could not help but tremble slightly. The celestial realm was vast, and there were endless continents. From low to high, they were divided into ordinary continents, king continents, immortal continents, and middle continents. Among them, there were endless ordinary continents, and it was impossible to count how many there were. There were a total of 49 king continents, and every king continent was comparable to more than 10,000 ordinary continents. There were many elites and celestial kings on them. There were a total of 12 immortal continents, and they were even more vast than the king continents. Every immortal continent was more vast than the 49 king continents combined. Moreover, on every immortal continent, there were huge aristocratic clans that had more than 10 true gods overseeing them. The middle continent was even more vast than the 12 immortal continents. It was at least several 100,000 times more vast. It was a great continent that was truly located at the center of the celestial realm, and it was frighteningly vast. And the Lord Theological Seminary was located in the middle continent. It was the true number one inheritance in the celestial realm, and it was difficult to say how long it had existed. It was said that in the past, it was founded by several elites at the level of divine emperors. Almost all of the super elites who shook the world in every era of the celestial realm had come from the Lord Theological Seminary. He didn't expect that this white-haired old man who suddenly appeared would actually speak like this and invite him to join the Lord Theological Seminary. This also made him realize even more how terrifying this old man was. Because, since the old man could speak like this and invite him to join the Lord Theological Seminary, it was obvious that he was a higher-up of the Lord Theological Seminary, and since he was a higher-up of the Lord Theological Seminary, his cultivation was definitely very terrifying. Beside him, Baiziki, the White Tiger, Ling Yun, and Wuxing Crocodile were naturally shocked as well. They had all seen the existence of the Lord Theological Seminary in some ancient books in the celestial realm. At this moment, when they heard what the white-haired old man said, they couldn't help but be shocked. Old man, you're a member of the Lord Theological Seminary? A higher-up of the Lord Theological Seminary? And Shui's eyes widened. Even though he had already guessed that the white-haired old man was a member of the Lord Theological Seminary, he still couldn't help but ask this question. It was really because the Lord Theological Seminary was really too extraordinary, and the higher-ups of this seminary were all very terrifying. It could be said that the higher-ups of the Lord Theological Seminary were definitely all big shots of the celestial realm in this era. The smile on the white-haired old man's face didn't change as he nodded and said, yes. For a moment, Lin Tian and the others were even more shocked. After all, there was a big difference between them guessing that the white-haired old man was a higher-up of the Lord Theological Seminary and the white-haired old man saying that he was a higher-up of the Lord Theological Seminary himself. Because the former was just a guess, while the latter was a certainty. The white-haired old man's gaze fell on Lin Tian, and he said with a smile, "How about it, little friend? Are you willing to accept this old man's invitation?" Lin Tian's eyes flickered with a faint light. He paused for a moment, and then shook his head and said, "I'm sorry, senior. This junior is now used to freedom, and is no longer used to joining any faction or inheritance." The Lord Theological Seminary was the true #1 faction in the celestial realm. Moreover, it was also the absolute #1 inheritance in the other large worlds with the celestial realm as the center. Being able to enter the Lord Theological Seminary to cultivate was definitely something that all cultivators dreamed of. However, he wasn't that interested. If there wasn't anything special, he definitely wouldn't join any great faction or inheritance now. "Kid, aren't you being a little too straightforward with your rejection? That's the #1 inheritance in the celestial realm, the Lord Theological Seminary. There are a lot of benefits to entering and cultivating there." The white tiger glared at him. Lin Tian glanced sideways at it and didn't respond. He didn't want to be bound by any faction or inheritance now. The white-haired old man was also a little surprised. Since ancient times, countless cultivators dreamed of entering the Lord Theological Seminary. However, now, he represented the Lord Theological Seminary in inviting Lin Tian to enter the academy, but Lin Tian directly rejected his invitation. "Little fellow, you're really interesting. Since ancient times, you're the first person to reject the Lord Theological Seminary's invitation." Looking at Lin Tian, the white-haired old man wasn't angry at all at Lin Tian's rejection of his invitation. Instead, his smile grew wider. "Then, this old man will invite you again. This time I think you won't reject." As he spoke, he raised his right hand slightly, and a 7-colored light source was formed from his divine power, and it jumped slightly in his hand. Immediately, Lin Tian's pupils shrank and his expression changed. At the side, Bai Ziki, Ling Yun, the 5 Elements alligator, the white tiger, and the others couldn't help but be moved at this moment. "Have you seen this thing before?" Looking at the white-haired old man, Lin Tian asked in a low voice, and he became alert again. The 7-colored light source formed by the white-haired old man's divine power was about the size of a fist, and it was exactly the same as the sword soul fragment he was looking for. "I've seen 2 of them. One of them has been taken away by you, and the other one is in a special location." The white-haired old man smiled. Lin Tian's pupils shrank again. "You've seen me take this thing?" In the past, he had accidentally obtained the Rainbow Divine Sword in his sea of consciousness. Since then, he had embarked on the path of cultivation. After that, he had found more than 10 sword soul fragments in a row. He remembered the scene and the people around him clearly every time he found one. It seemed that he had never seen this old man nearby when he was looking for a sword soul fragment. "Not long ago, with the help of the animal skin ancient scroll I left behind, didn't you find a ball of this light source?" Upon hearing the white-haired old man's words, Lin Tian's expression changed slightly. "You were the one who engraved that animal skin ancient scroll?" Not long ago, Bai Ziki obtained an ancient god map that was engraved on animal skin. There was a piece of divine land on it, and he found a fragment of the sword soul in that piece of divine land. He never thought that the white-haired old man would be the one who engraved that ancient god map. Beside him, Bai Ziki and the others were also slightly surprised. The white-haired old man nodded and said, "When I first found that ball of light, I was only a celestial immortal. At that time I couldn't take it away, so I engraved that map. In the years that followed, as my cultivation improved, I went there dozens of times. Unfortunately, the results were the same. After that, I found that what was needed to take it away was not power, but something else. So, I simply threw that map out to the world and let the fated people in the world go there. As he spoke, the old man smiled and continued, of course, I also left a mark there. As long as someone can break the colorful barrier around the dozens of solitary peaks that surround that ball of light, I will be able to detect it immediately. I want to see who can take it away. He smiled and said, a few days ago, I was reading some ancient history scrolls when I sensed a reaction from the mark I left there. So, I went there. From a distance, I saw you take that ball of light into your body. Lin Tian was moved. Bai Ziki, the white tiger, and Ling Yun were also moved. That ancient god map was really engraved by this old man. At that time, you went to that place? Lin Tian was surprised. Yes. The old man smiled and said, if not, that true god demon bird would have swallowed you. As soon as these words came out, Lin Tian, Bai Ziki, the white tiger, and Ling Yun were shocked again. That demon bird was scared away by Senior? Lin Tian asked. At that time, according to the records on the map of the ancient god, he obtained the sword soul fragment there. Many immortal king realm ferocious beasts rushed over, but he killed them all with the power of the sword soul. Then, a true god realm ferocious bird rushed over. At that time, even though he could activate the power of the sword soul, it was impossible for him to block it. After all, the power of the sword soul he could control was too little. It was impossible for him to kill a true god realm ferocious bird with the cultivation of a golden immortal at that time. At that time, he was already prepared for this situation to become very bad, but he didn't expect that the true divinity level vicious bird that was charging over suddenly became terrified, and then turned around to flee. At that time, he, Bai Ziki, and the others were very puzzled, not understanding why that vicious bird suddenly retreated. So it turned out that it was related to this white-haired old man? The white-haired old man smiled and nodded. Old man, you really scared him away? The white tiger was surprised. Lin Tian, on the other hand, hurriedly bowed and thanked him. Thank you for your help at that time, Senior. At that time, if the old man had not scared away the ferocious bird, their group would have most likely been in danger. Moreover, he did not doubt the old man's words. What the old man said was completely as if he had seen it with his own eyes, so it could not be false. Moreover, the old man's current cultivation was definitely very terrifying, so there was no need for him to make up such a lie to deceive him. The old man waved his hand and did not care much. Then, he smiled and said, so, now, are you willing to enter the Lord Theological Seminary? The old man said, if you join, I can tell you where the other ball of light is. That thing is very extraordinary and contains extremely mysterious power, and it seems that you really need that kind of thing. Okay, I'll join. Lin Tian did not refuse this time and directly nodded. Not to mention that he had to know where the other sword soul fragment that the old man showed him was, just based on the fact that the old man had secretly helped them back then. He could not refuse the old man's face, so naturally, he had to agree to join the imperial courtyard. Okay. The white-haired old man smiled and looked very calm, as if he knew from the beginning that Lin Tianyi would definitely join the imperial courtyard. However, Senior, I have a request, Lin Tian said at this time, please let my friends join the imperial courtyard as well. The white-haired old man nodded and shifted his gaze to Xianxia and Bai Ziki. The rare Xianxia bloodline has the qualifications to join the imperial courtyard. Not to mention the thunder god physique, I was planning to invite them too. Then, his gaze landed on Ling Yun. Compared to the others, they are a little lacking, but they are much stronger than ordinary people, so they can join. He did not comment on the little Taichu, whooshing crocodile, and white tiger, because these three could join the imperial courtyard as Lin Tian's battle beasts. There was no special request. Hey, Senior, although what you said is true, can you not say it in front of me like this? I also want to save face. Ling Yin could not help but roll his eyes. The white-haired old man smiled and did not care about Ling Yun's complaints. On the other hand, Lin Tian was a little surprised. He looked at Xianxia and said, I didn't expect you to have the Xianxia bloodline. There were 12 king physiques in the world, and there were also many special bloodlines. The Xianxia bloodline was one of the many special bloodlines, which had an extremely strong ability to control water. Even in a place where there was no water, they could summon monstrous waves. At the same time, people with this bloodline would naturally be able to control the great Tao related to water, the celestial Tao, and the divine Tao as their cultivation level increased. Moreover, they could use these Tao to a terrifying extent, which was very shocking. Oh, it's like this. And Shui nodded. At this time, there was no need to hide anything. After all, Lin Tian was not an outsider. Moreover, Wuxing Crocodile and Little Taichu already knew about this, so Lin Tian and the others would know sooner or later. That's pretty good. Lin Tian said with a smile. The Xianxia bloodline was comparable to the King physique, and it also had special abilities that were similar to the King's territory of the King physique. I'm still far inferior to you. Anyway, I can't beat you in the same realm. Even if I'm 1 or 2 small levels higher than you, I don't think I stand a chance. And Shui pursed his lips and said. Lin Tianyi smiled and did not say anything. Ling Yun, the white tiger, and Bai Ziki, who were beside him, were slightly moved by Shui's Xianxia bloodline. After all, this bloodline was indeed extraordinary and had amazing power. Then, Senior, can you tell me where the other cluster of 7-colored light is now? Lin Tian looked at the white-haired old man and asked seriously. The white-haired old man nodded. It's on a special ancient road that has existed for an extremely long time. No one has been able to take it away so far. Special ancient road? Where is it? Lin Tian asked. Upon hearing the white-haired old man's words, Lin Tian was slightly moved. That special ancient path could only be entered after 500 years, he paused slightly, but didn't ask any more questions. Since the old man before him said that he could enter after 500 years, then there was no need for him to ask any more questions. After 500 years, he could directly step onto that special ancient path. However, waiting for 500 years was still a little long, and he still felt slightly helpless about it. Of course, there was nothing he could do about it. Junior understands. He said to the white-haired old man. The white-haired old man nodded with a smile, and with a wave of his right hand, 4 ancient tokens glittering with golden light appeared. Each ancient token was inscribed with the ancient words Emperor, and they fell into the hands of Lin Tian, and Shui, Bai Ziki, and Ling Yun respectively. Within a year, enter the Lord Theological Seminary with this Emperor token. If you don't enter within a year, then this token will be invalid. Lin Tian naturally understood that the old man meant that if they didn't enter the imperial courtyard within a year, then this ancient token would lose its effect, and they wouldn't be able to enter the Lord Theological Seminary. He said, all right, Junior understands. The white-haired old man smiled, and paused for a moment before he said, before you enter the imperial courtyard, I'll briefly explain some things to you. Within the imperial courtyard, academy disciples are prohibited from killing each other, and at the same time, the academy will provide protection to all disciples. Even if you have great enemies in the celestial realm, as long as you're within the imperial courtyard, you don't have to worry about anything. Conversely, as long as you leave the imperial courtyard, no matter if you're killed by academy disciples or by others, the imperial courtyard won't interfere. Lin Tian and the others nodded. This could be considered a rule of the Lord Theological Seminary. It was simple, direct, and easy to understand. Then, Senior, within the Lord Theological Seminary, what will happen if a relatively weak imperial courtyard disciple is killed by an extremely heaven-defying monstrous disciple? Lin Tian asked. The world of cultivation was a cruel place. Many sects had rules that forbade disciples from killing each other. However, these rules only applied to ordinary disciples. They were ineffective against powerful disciples. If a monster-level powerful disciple killed a relatively weak fellow disciple, the sect would not pursue the matter. After all, a sect would not punish a monster-level genius disciple for a relatively weak disciple. The white-haired old man clearly knew what Lin Tian was thinking. He smiled and said, as long as you're in the imperial courtyard, all disciples are treated equally. Even if it's the first on the ranking of 100 immortals, if you kill another disciple of the imperial courtyard, you'll be punished severely. Lin Tian nodded. He did not doubt the white-haired old man's words. It seemed that the Lord Theological Seminary was very strict when it came to the rules of the academy. Soon after, he thought of something and asked, the young 9 Heavens Supreme who's ranked first on the ranking of 100 immortals will also enter the imperial courtyard? Yes. The white-haired old man smiled faintly and said, the people on the ranking of 100 immortals have always been invited by the imperial courtyard. Lin Tian understood. In other words, all the people on the ranking of 100 immortals would enter the Lord Theological Seminary in the future. This made his eyes gleam. If all the young 9 heavens supreme on the ranking of 100 immortals were gathered in the Lord Theological Seminary, then the Lord Theological Seminary was really a terrifying place. The real elites of the immortal realm and the surrounding macro worlds would all gather in the imperial courtyard. Baiziki's eyes also gleamed. Obviously, he was looking forward to the gathering of the Lord Theological Seminary. I've said almost everything that needs to be said. Remember, within a year, enter the Lord Theological Seminary with the Emperor's token. The white-haired old man smiled. Yes, Senior. Lin Tian nodded seriously. The white-haired old man smiled faintly. In the next moment, he disappeared like air. This old man doesn't have any aura when he moves. It's really scary, Wuxing Crocodile said. And Shui nodded and agreed. He said, after all, he's the senior management of the Lord Theological Seminary. Those people are extremely terrifying. Even the top inheritances in the 12 immortal continents dare not provoke the senior management of the Lord Theological Seminary. Lin Tian didn't feel anything. He put the Emperor's token in his body and said, there's still a year's time. Let's go to the Purple Carefree Treasure sect of Taining Prefecture to see Xianxia, then go to the Lord Theological Seminary. Of course, the group had no objections. The space passage opened by the little Taichu hadn't disappeared. Immediately, the 4 people and 3 beasts stepped into the space passage and disappeared in the blink of an eye. Darkness shrouded their vision in an instant. In the next moment, a new light appeared in front of them. The group was shocked out of the space passage by a strong force and stepped on solid ground again. As far as the eye could see, the mountains were connected to each other. They were all very majestic, but they were far inferior to the Liangwang prefecture. This is the Taining prefecture? Ling Yan asked. Lin Tian nodded and looked around. Then, he called the group and went straight to the Purple Carefree Treasure sect. The group was very fast. It didn't take long for them to arrive outside the Purple Carefree Treasure sect. The Purple Carefree Treasure sect was located in a group of immortal mountains. There were many palaces. When the group arrived outside the Purple Carefree Treasure sect, it was very quiet. Why is there no one guarding the gate? In the past, there were disciples who took turns guarding the gate. Wuxing Crocodile was a little curious. Lin Tian was also a little puzzled. Then, his eyes moved slightly and looked at the center of the Purple Carefree Treasure sect. There was a whiff of blood. Baiziki and the others also smelled the blood. And Shui frowned and said, something bad happened? Lin Tian looked at the center of the Purple Carefree Treasure sect and said, let's go. He called Baiziki, Ling Yun, and Shui and the others to go directly to the center of the Purple Carefree Treasure sect. At the center of the Purple Carefree Treasure sect, there was a huge square with many people. All the disciples of the Purple Carefree Treasure sect were here. There were many corpses on the square. There were corpses of ordinary Purple Carefree Treasure sect disciples and even the corpses of Purple Carefree Treasure sect elders who were at the Golden Immortal Realm. Ningziwei, don't struggle. Submit to the Tai Celestial Treasure sect obediently and submit to us. Otherwise, your Purple Carefree Treasure sect will become the dust of history. A purple-robed old man said. There was a faint heavenly immortal chi around his body. His cultivation was at the half-step heavenly immortal realm. There were 8 other middle-aged men beside him. All of them were at the half-step mystic immortal realm. They looked coldly at all the disciples of the Purple Carefree Treasure sect in the square. Don't even think about it. On the Purple Carefree Treasure sect's side, a green-robed old man had blood stains on the corner of his mouth. He was the current patriarch of the Purple Carefree Treasure sect. He was severely injured. After spitting out those 2 words, it seemed to have affected his injuries. He immediately coughed out a mouthful of blood essence. Grandfather. Beside the old man, Xianxia in a green dress was supporting him. Her body was also stained with blood. Apparently, she was seriously injured. She supported the old man with worry in her eyes. Then, she glared at the purple-robed old man and said, "We will not submit to you even if all of us die. Give up." How could the sect that had been passed down by their ancestors submit to others and be controlled by others? How could they give it up? That would be unfilial. There was another woman beside Xianxia who was supporting the patriarch of the Purple Carefree Treasure sect. She was Hai Jingyao, a friend of Xianxia's in the Sea region. At this moment, she was also determined. Apparently, she was prepared to live and die with the Purple Carefree Treasure sect. "Since you don't appreciate the opportunity given to you, don't blame me for being merciless." The purple-robed old man's expression was indifferent. He was the current patriarch of the Tai Immortal Treasure sect. He directly ordered the other 8 middle-aged men beside him, those who are unwilling to submit to the Tai Immortal Treasure sect, regardless of whether they are high-ranking or ordinary disciples, kill them all. Even if there is only an empty Purple Carefree Treasure sect left in the end, we will take it into the hands of the Tai Immortal Treasure sect. The current patriarch of the Tai Immortal Treasure sect had broken through to the half-step heavenly immortal realm not long ago. In this small tiny province, such a realm was definitely an emperor-like existence. He had even surpassed the founding patriarch of the Tai Immortal Treasure sect. This powerful strength naturally gave rise to ambition. After reaching the half-step heavenly immortal realm, the current patriarch of the Tai Immortal Treasure sect immediately decided to unify the Taining province and put all the forces in the Taining province under the rule of the Tai Immortal Treasure sect. Now, 5 of the 10 most powerful sects in the Taining province had submitted to the Tai Immortal Treasure sect. This was because the patriarch of the half-step heavenly immortal treasure sect was too powerful. No one in the Taining province could compete with him and no one dared to go against his will. The submission of the 5 great treasure sects made the current generation's grand ancestor and the 8 grand elders of the immortal treasure sect in high spirits and complacent. They firmly believed that the other 9 great treasure sects and the other powers in the tranquil province would all submit to them obediently, without a doubt. However, after arriving at the Purple Carefree Treasure sect, the patriarch of the Purple Heaven Immortal Treasure sect bluntly refused to submit. This made the patriarch of the Tai Immortal Treasure sect and the 8 middle-aged patriarchs of the Tai Immortal Treasure sect very unhappy. They directly killed many disciples and elders of the Purple Heaven Immortal Treasure sect to establish their prestige and force the patriarch of the Purple Heaven Immortal Treasure sect to submit. However, even so, the patriarch of the Purple Heaven Immortal Treasure sect still refused to submit. This made the patriarch of the Tai Immortal Treasure sect and the 8 patriarchs of the Tai Immortal Treasure sect even more unhappy. Their eyes became very cold. "Do it. Those who are unwilling to submit, kill them all and hang their corpses outside the Purple Heaven Immortal Treasure sect. Let the other forces see what will happen if they don't submit to our Tai Immortal Treasure sect later. At the same time, let the 5 sects who chose to submit to us understand how wise their choice was." The patriarch of the Tai Immortal Treasure sect said coldly. After saying that, he didn't move because the killing formation of the Purple Heaven Immortal Treasure sect had been destroyed by him. The only profound immortal expert in the sect, the patriarch of the Purple Heaven Immortal Treasure sect, was severely injured by him. The rest of the higher-ups were also injured by him. The entire Purple Heaven Immortal Treasure sect had no power to resist. The 8 patriarchs of the Tai Immortal Treasure sect were enough to deal with everything. The 8 patriarchs of the Tai Immortal Treasure sect moved. They closed in on the patriarch of the Purple Heaven Immortal Treasure sect and the higher-ups with cruel killing intent. For a moment, the patriarch of the Purple Heaven Immortal Treasure sect and the other higher-ups of the Purple Heaven Immortal Treasure sect had a very ugly expression. They were severely injured now and didn't have any power to resist. They couldn't stop the 8 patriarchs of the Tai Immortal Treasure sect at all. "Don't be complacent. You've destroyed us now. In the future, you won't have a good ending." Xianxia glared at the patriarch of the Tai Immortal Treasure sect and the other middle-aged patriarchs. "Brother Lin Tian is still in our Purple Heaven Immortal Treasure sect. When he finds out what you've done in the future, he won't let you go." "Absolutely not." A middle-aged patriarch of the Tai Immortal Treasure sect had a cold expression. "Brother Lin Tian? You're from the Purple Heaven Immortal Treasure sect? You won't let us go after you find out? What a joke." This person's expression was indifferent and had a ruthless sarcasm. Your grandfather, the strongest person in the Purple Heaven Immortal Treasure sect, couldn't stop us. Who is this Lin Tian you're talking about? What can he do? I can kill all of you. A calm voice suddenly sounded. Then, a golden sword light pierced through the chest of the patriarch of the Tai Immortal Treasure sect who spoke. It directly shattered his body and destroyed his divine soul. Not far away, Lin Tian appeared with Baiziki and the others. In the blink of an eye, they stepped into the square of the Purple Heaven Immortal Treasure sect. P.S. Today and tomorrow will be the third update. I'm going to make up for the 2 chapters 10 this month. After that, everyone should follow the Dragon's official WeChat account. Click Add a Friend on the top right corner of WeChat, then search for Sleepy Dragon and click Follow. Tomorrow, the Dragon will release the Old Drunkard's side story on his official WeChat account. At the same time, the Dragon will also announce the update time every day on his official WeChat account. The Dragon is waiting for you. Blood floated in the air as a half-step mysterious Immortal Realm Elder from the Immortal Treasure sect was annihilated by a single strike of the sword. After that, Lin Tian, Baiziki, and the others appeared at the square of the Violet Firmament Treasure sect, and it caused all the disciples of the Violet Firmament Treasure sect to be visibly moved. Lin Tian had cultivated in Purple Shao Treasure sect for a period of time, so the higher-ups and disciples of Purple Shao Treasure sect naturally recognized him. Brother Lin Tian. Xianxia revealed a pleasantly surprised expression. At this critical juncture, Lin Tian had actually appeared here. The Grand Ancestor of Tai Immortal Treasure sect and the other 7 middle-aged elders revealed a cold expression. Now, there was someone who dared to kill their people in Taining province. All of them looked at Lin Tian coldly. Then, in the next moment, these people were shocked again. Even the Grand Ancestor of Tai Immortal Treasure sect was no exception. It's you. The Grand Ancestor of Tai Immortal Treasure sect stared at Lin Tian and said in a low voice. Now, the cultivation world of the Immortal Realm was in an uproar twice. Lin Tian had killed Jia Zijing and Mu Zhanyan on the ranking of 100 Immortals. This news had spread to Taining province, and many experts had already heard about it. Now that he suddenly saw Lin Tian in this place, it was hard for him not to be shocked when he saw this person who had killed 2 young supreme beings on the ranking of 100 Immortals. Lin Tian didn't care about the Grand Ancestor of Tai Immortal Treasure sect and stepped to Xianxia's side. Brother Lin Tian. Xianxia shouted again. She had also heard that Lin Tian had killed 2 young supremes on the ranking of 100 Immortals. Previously, she was shocked and worried about Lin Tian. Now that she saw Lin Tian, she was pleasantly surprised and happy. Then, she looked around and saw Xianxia and the others. Sister In, Little Taichu, Uncle Croc, Brother Lin Tian, we found you. When she saw Xianxia and the others, she was even happier. Before they parted ways in the sea, Lin Tian said that he would come to Taining province to see her after he found Xianxia and the others. Now, he really did come. Then, she greeted Ling Yun, the White Tiger, and Baiziki, whom she met for the first time. She was very polite. Little Yaya? Are you Little Yaya? He's already grown so big. And Xianxia walked over and squatted down beside Xianxia. It had been more than 300 years since they parted because of certain matters. Yes, it's Yaya. Sister In, you've become prettier. Xianxia nodded and smiled sweetly. Yaya is also very beautiful. And Xianxia smiled. Like Lin Tian, he liked Xianxia very much. When they first met Xianxia was only 13 or 14 years old. At that time, Xianxia was chased by a terrifying beast and appeared in their field of vision. Then, in order not to implicate them, Xianxia still chose to change her direction even though she knew that changing the direction of her escape would put her in a more dangerous situation. She was very kind. After that, in the Purple Heaven Treasure sect, a group of inner sect disciples found trouble with Lin Tian. When Xianxia returned to the sect and learned about what happened, she immediately helped them. She even activated the sect protection killing formation without hesitation and forced the elders to apologize to Lin Tian Dao. How could they not like her? At this time, Lin Tian also walked closer. He squatted down and activated the sun's nirvana art. A divine light with blood-red flames immediately appeared and enveloped Xianxia, Hai Jingyao, and the ancestor of the Purple Heaven sect, healing their injuries. The sun's nirvana art was an amazing saint healing art. He used this art to heal the three of them. Although the three of them were seriously injured, they quickly recovered. Their essence, qi, and spirit were quickly recovering. Young man, thank you. The ancestor of the Purple Heaven sect thanked Lin Tiandao. At the same time, there was a hint of surprise in his eyes. This was the first time he saw Lin Tian. However, Xianxia had told him many things about Lin Tian in their spare time. Moreover, he had also heard about how Lin Tian killed Jia Zixing and Mu Zhanyan. Therefore, although this was the first time he saw Lin Tian, he was not unfamiliar with Lin Tian. Senior, you're too polite. After all, I used to cultivate in the Purple Heaven treasure sect. Moreover, you are little Yeye's relative. This is naturally what I should do. Senior, you don't have to be so polite. Lin Tian said with a smile. He used the sun's nirvana art to heal the injuries of the ancestor of the Purple Heaven sect, Xianxia, and Hai Jingyao. Humph. At this moment, a cold snort sounded. The ancestor of this generation of the Tai Celestial Treasure sect moved. He approached Lin Tian step by step. I didn't expect that the Lin Tian that Ning Ziwei's granddaughter mentioned was you, the murderer who killed the holy sons of the Jia clan and Mu clan. Looking at Lin Tian, a cold smile appeared on his face. This is really a great harvest. If I take your head and hand it over to the Jia family and Mu family, I will be able to obtain a great favor from those two powerful families. This is more valuable than taking over the Purple Heaven treasure sect. Old man, since you know that Lin Tian killed Jia Zixing and Mu Zhanyan, you still dare to be so arrogant? You want to fight? Are you out of your mind? The white tiger looked askance at the ancestor of the Tai Celestial Treasure sect. The ancestor of the Tai Celestial Treasure sect sneered. Who in the world doesn't know that he killed the holy sons of the Jia clan and Mu clan because he was prepared in advance? He is only at the middle stage of the Xian immortal realm. How can he kill those two with his own strength? He approached Lin Tian and said, now that you have come to this place, what can he do? He can't be prepared at all. With his cultivation at the middle stage of the Xian immortal realm, how can he compete with me? He is just an ant in my hands. At this moment, Lin Tian was treating the ancestor of the Purple Heaven treasure sect, Xianxia, and Hai Jingyao's injuries. The ancestor of this generation of the Tai Celestial Treasure sect naturally noticed Lin Tian's current cultivation, so he didn't care about Lin Tian at all. Middle stage of the Xian immortal realm was not weak, but he was already a half-step heaven immortal. How could a half-step heaven immortal lose to a middle stage of the Xian immortal realm? The white tiger curled his lips when he heard that. What a self-righteous frog in the well. The ancestor of the Tai Celestial Treasure sect sneered. He took a few steps forward and directly raised his hand to grab Lin Tian. Hey! The other 7 elders of the Tai Celestial Treasure sect stood at the back and sneered. Moreover, their eyes couldn't help but emit wisps of light. Just as their ancestor of the Tai Celestial Treasure sect had said, if they killed Lin Tian and offered Lin Tian's head to the Jia clan and the Mu clan, they would be able to form a relationship with the Jia clan and the Mu clan. In this way, it would be of great significance to the Tai Celestial Treasure sect. It was much better than controlling the Purple Heaven treasure sect. At this moment, they also believed that their ancestor could kill Lin Tian because they could see that Lin Tian didn't have any special preparations at this moment. Under such circumstances, so what if Lin Tian was at the middle stage of the Xian immortal realm? He wouldn't be able to resist at all. This was because their ancestor of this generation had reached the half-step heaven immortal realm. In front of a half-step heaven immortal realm expert, a middle-stage Xian immortal realm cultivator wouldn't be able to resist at all. Buzz. The ancestor of the Tai Celestial Treasure sect's huge hand covered the sky and intertwined with an extremely terrifying aura. In the blink of an eye, it pressed down on Lin Tian. This was a very terrifying palm. It completely sealed the space around Lin Tian, not giving Lin Tian a chance to escape. Little friend, be careful. The Purple Heaven ancestor shouted. Xianxia and Hai Jingyao also hurriedly warned Lin Tian to be careful. Lin Tian smiled and said, don't worry about anything. As he said this, he turned his back to the ancestor of the Tai Celestial Treasure sect. With one hand, he circulated the Sun Nirvana technique to heal the 3 of them. He raised his other hand and slapped backward, colliding with the huge hand of the Tai celestial treasure sect's ancestor. When the two hands collided, there was a loud bang. In the next moment, the ancestor of the Tai celestial treasure sect's huge hand shattered, and blood splattered in the air. At the same time, he was sent flying like a scarecrow, smashing a part of the void. For a time, other than by Ziki and Shui, and the others, everyone else in this place turned pale with fright. Ancestor! The 7 half-step Xian immortal elders of the Tai celestial treasure sect were shocked. Their ancestor of this generation was a half-step heavenly immortal, but now, his arm was shattered by a middle-stage Xian immortal. Is this the Lin Tian who used to cultivate in our sect? He's already so strong? He actually defeated the half-step heavenly immortal Tai celestial treasure sect's ancestor. The disciples of the Purple Heaven treasure sect were shocked, especially the inner disciples of the Purple Heaven treasure sect who had troubled Lin Tian before. At this moment, they couldn't help but feel horrified. A middle-stage Xian immortal could shatter the huge hand of a half-step heavenly immortal with a casual wave of his hand. This combat strength was too terrifying and frightening. Some of the elders of the Tai celestial treasure sect were also shocked. The person who used to cultivate in their sect had become so strong after more than 300 years. He had completely surpassed them. He's so strong. Ningyaya was also surprised, but more than that, she was excited. After all, she had seen Lin Tian's combat strength and knew that Lin Tian's combat strength couldn't be measured by common sense. Boom! A shocking divine power rushed out. In the distance, the Tai celestial treasure sect's ancestor of this generation stepped back, and his shattered arm was restored. You have a strong physique. This old man has underestimated you. Looking at Lin Tian again, the coldness in ancestor Tai celestial's eyes became thicker, and his killing intent became thicker. He pressed forward again. However, it's not a big deal to have a strong physique. Divine power and law are the most important things for a cultivator. I'll let you see how strong a half-step heavenly immortal expert is. As he said that, with a boom, a vast amount of divine power rushed out from his body, interweaving into a terrifying law. It was like a vast wave of divine power and law swept across the space, as if it could annihilate everything. This aura, the disciples of the Purple Heaven treasure sect trembled. At this moment, the divine power law displayed by ancestor Tai celestial terrified them. After all, this was the divine power law of a half-step heavenly immortal expert. It was too strong for ordinary disciples of the Purple Heaven treasure sect. Obediently accept your death, ancestor Tai celestial said coldly. The half-step heavenly immortal level divine power and law directly pressed down on Lin Tian, and at the same time, his eyes were interweaving with divine light. After killing Lin Tian, he could even ignore the Purple Heaven treasure sect and directly take Lin Tian's body to the Jia family and the Mu family. At that time, he would definitely be able to get a favor from the two families. And this favor was too valuable for him and the Tai celestial treasure sect. It was too valuable to be estimated. For him and the Tai celestial treasure sect, at this moment, Lin Tian was the most valuable prey here. With a rumble, he pressed down on Lin Tian with the half-step heavenly immortal level divine power, and his momentum gradually became more terrifying. A half-step heavenly immortal expert is very strong? Lin Tian still had his back to ancestor Tai celestial, and said, then, I'll let you see how strong a mid-stage Xian immortal expert is. As soon as he finished speaking, with a boom, the reincarnation diagram rushed out from behind him, and a vast divine light bloomed in all directions. The reincarnation diagram rushed up, surrounded by divine light, and carried an incomparably dignified aura. It was like the first saint diagram of the creation of the world. It immediately shook the void in this area, and many places began to crack with crackling sounds. The next moment, the reincarnation map collided with the divine power law of the grand ancestor of Tai Xianbao sect. For a moment, the sky was filled with divine light, and the destructive aura was like a raging wave, sweeping across all directions. Puff, blood splattered everywhere, accompanied by a muffled groan. The divine power law of the grand ancestor of Tai Xianbao sect was crushed by the reincarnation map. Then, the reincarnation map fell on his chest, shattering his half-step divine immortal body into a bloody mist. Grand Ancestor! How is this possible? Impossible. The 7 middle-aged elders of Tai Xianbao sect trembled, and their expressions changed drastically. Their current generation's patriarch, a half-step heavenly immortal, had actually been instantly shattered by a mid-Xian immortal cultivator when he used his half-step heavenly immortal level law of divine energy. Then, his body was shattered as well. In the eyes of the 7 elders of Tai Xianbao sect, this scene was too shocking. They could not believe it. At the same time, the expressions of the cultivators and elders of the Violet Heaven Precious sect changed again. All of them were shocked. This is really, the Grand Ancestor of Purple Heaven was shocked, and his eyelids twitched violently. A middle-stage Xian immortal cultivator could shatter a half-step divine immortal so easily. This was simply unreal. Brother Lin Tian is indeed worthy of his name. He's really powerful. Too powerful. Ning Yaya was excited and happy. Lin Tianyi smiled. Although his cultivation was at the middle stage Xian immortal, as the strongest reincarnated body, he had experienced many heavenly tribulations along the way. He could be called an emperor below divine immortal with his cultivation at the middle stage Xian immortal level. An ordinary half-step divine immortal cultivator could not stop him at all. He continued to use the sun's nirvana technique to heal the injuries of the Grand Ancestor of Purple Heaven, Ning Yaya, and Hai Jingyao. Boom, behind him, the divine power intertwined, and the Grand Ancestor of Tai Xianbao sect regathered his body. His face turned pale. That picture just now, what is that? Staring at Lin Tian, the half-step heaven immortal patriarch of Immortal Treasure sect could not help but clench his teeth with a cold gleam in his eyes. The reincarnation diagram just now was really too terrifying, but it didn't feel like an ordinary divine ability secret art to him. Lin Tian smiled. Naturally, he wouldn't reply. It was also at this time that he stopped circulating the sun's nirvana art. The injuries of Ning Yaya and the others had been completely healed. He stood up and glanced at the corpses of the disciples of the Violet Cloud's treasure sect, including some elders. Then, he looked at the ancestor of the Immortal Treasure sect and said, I used to practice cultivation here, but you came here to kill people because of your wild ambitions. You destroyed this place, you hurt my friends and my friends' families. Now, I'm going to settle the score with you. When he arrived at this place, he heard the conversation between Patriarch Tai Xian and the others, and learned a lot of things. Settle accounts with this old man? Do you really think that you're a match for me just because you were lucky enough to injure me twice? Patriarch Tai Xian's eyes were cold. As soon as he finished speaking, there was a boom, and a divine power even more terrifying than before rushed out. Vast divine light interweaved in all directions, and all kinds of celestial shadows were formed above his head. Each celestial shadow was extremely terrifying, and it was a terrifying killing technique. Moreover, this killing technique was intertwined with an even more terrifying Tao energy, as if it could destroy everything. For a moment, the cultivators of the Violet Cloud's treasure sect trembled again. They were all shocked by this aura. This is the first time I've shown my full strength after stepping into the half-step heavenly immortal realm. You'll be the first to bear it. Patriarch Tai Xian stood in the void, and his voice was cold. Lin Tianyi smiled. So you're saying that I should feel honored? You can say that. Patriarch Tai Xian displayed his strongest combat strength. The law of divine energy was much stronger than before, and he activated the most powerful profound divine art of the Immortal Treasure sect. At this time, he looked at Lin Tianyi with a condescending attitude. Lin Tianyi looked at this person, and the smile on his face became wider. He said, Your attitude is a little funny. As soon as he finished speaking, he moved and disappeared. Then, he appeared in front of Patriarch Tai Xian in the next moment. Patriarch Tai Xian's expression changed. He was shocked by Lin Tianyi's speed. You, get down. Lin Tianyan said coldly, and directly swung the Chaos Emperor fist. With a thump, a terrifying fist force swept out, crushing all of the divine power precepts around the Grand Elder Tai Xian's body. Then, the fist landed on the Grand Elder Tai Xian's chest, directly piercing through it and instantly blasting him out of the void. As blood splattered everywhere, the next moment, there was a loud bang. Patriarch Tai Xian fell to the ground, and directly smashed a huge deep hole in the ground. Smoke and dust rose into the air. Patriarch! The 7 elders of Xian treasure sect were shocked again, and all of them trembled. Just now, their patriarch of this generation had already used the strongest combat strength of a half-step celestial immortal, but Lin Tianyi still destroyed all his law of divine energy and smashed their patriarch of this generation into the void. The disciples of Purple Heaven treasure sect were even more shocked. They were deeply shocked by this scene. Too strong. This is simply. Elder Purple Heaven's lips could not help but tremble as he spoke. Only Bai Ziki and Shui were very calm. They knew how strong Lin Tianyi's combat strength was now. An ordinary half-step celestial immortal could not fight Lin Tianyi. Swoosh, the sound of the air breaking rang out. Lin Tianyi moved and in the next moment, appeared beside Patriarch Xian, who was rolling on the ground. He directly landed a foot on his opponent's chest, firmly pressing him under his feet. At the same time, he raised his right hand, and golden divine light intertwined to form a 3-foot-long golden killing sword. Wait. Don't kill me. Patriarch Xian was being stepped under Lin Tianyi's foot. His chest was bleeding, and blood was gushing out of his mouth. At this time, he truly felt the horror of Lin Tianyi, and he was extremely shocked. At this time, when he saw Lin Tianyi condensing a golden killing sword, he was obviously going to kill him. Patriarch Xian's eyes were filled with terror. Without hesitation, he begged for mercy. I can tell you a very mysterious place. There are many divine items and immortal treasures in that place. I found that place by accident and obtained some amazing immortal fruits. That's how I reached the half-step celestial immortal stage. As if he was worried that Lin Tian wouldn't believe him, he directly opened the divine sense imprint and revealed a treasure cave filled with strange lights. It was colorful and looked very extraordinary. That is a celestial cave. I have only reached the middle section and I have already obtained many extraordinary spiritual fruits. There will definitely be even more amazing divine items in the later sections. With your strength, you should be able to obtain them. He quickly said, if you let me go, I will immediately tell you the specific location of the immortal cave. It will definitely be very beneficial for you. Lin Tian couldn't help but be moved when he heard Patriarch Xian's words and saw his divine sense imprint. The immortal cave depicted in Forefather Tai Immortal's spiritual sense imprint was indeed extraordinary. It shone with a myriad of colors and seemed to contain many wondrous treasures. This place seems to be extraordinary. At the side, the 5 elements crocodile was also moved. It's worth exploring. The white tiger's eyes lit up. They had good eyesight and could tell at a glance that the immortal cave displayed by Patriarch Xian was very valuable. At the same time, the others in this place were also moved. What do you think? As long as you don't kill me, I'll tell you the exact location of the immortal cave immediately. Patriarch Xian looked at Lin Tian, his voice trembling. Now, his life was in Lin Tian's hands. Lin Tian looked at Patriarch Xian, paused, and said, say it. Patriarch Xian was delighted and immediately said without hesitation, it's in the center of the Ring Abyss mountain range in the northwest of Taining province. Then, he told Lin Tian the exact coordinates. He didn't dare to hide anything, only wanting to satisfy Lin Tian. Lin Tian nodded and said with a smile, okay, thank you. As soon as he finished speaking, the golden divine sword in his hand slashed down diagonally. Patriarch Xian immediately became frightened and angry. You promised not to kill me if I tell you the location of the immortal cave. Puff, blood splashed, interrupting Patriarch Xian's words. His head was cut off, and even his divine soul was annihilated. I don't remember promising not to kill you. Lin Tian muttered to himself. Patriarch. The 7 elders of Xian treasure faction trembled fiercely. The strongest patriarch of their faction, a half-step heaven immortal expert, was enough to dominate Taining province. Now, he was beheaded in front of them. The 7 of them couldn't help but show fear in their eyes. On the other hand, the disciples and elders of the Violet Heaven treasure sect looked happy and relieved. Many of them were clenching their fists because the Grand Ancestor of the Violet Heaven treasure sect had led several Grand Elders into the Violet Heaven treasure sect and killed many of their fellow disciples. Great! That's great! Ning Yaya was excited and happy. It was also at this time that the 7 half-step mystic immortal elders of Immortal Peace Treasure Sect all flew out of Violet Firmament Treasure Sect. Now, even their strongest half-step celestial immortal patriarch had been killed by Lin Tian. If they stayed, what would happen to them? There was only death, thus, at this time, escaping was naturally the only choice. Lin Tian looked at the 7 of them and did not give chase. With a wave of his hand, 7 golden sword lights shot out in a straight line. The speed of the sword ray was extremely fast. In the blink of an eye, the sword caught up with the 7 people and pierced into their bodies. Immediately, the 7 Tai celestial elders were killed in body and soul. After all, the 7 of them were only half-step celestial immortals, while he was at the middle stage celestial immortal realm. Such cultivation was naturally weak in his hands. He could kill them with a wave of his hand. The disciples and elders of the Violet Heaven Treasure Sect were stunned again. Then, they were all excited and pleasantly surprised. All taken care of. Our sect is saved. That's great. Many people were talking to themselves excitedly. The Grand Ancestor of the Violet Heaven Treasure Sect had a high cultivation level. However, at this time, he was just like the ordinary disciples of the Violet Heaven Treasure Sect. His face was full of excitement and he was even more excited than the ordinary disciples of the Violet Heaven Treasure Sect. After all, the Violet Heaven Treasure Sect was founded by his ancestor. It meant a lot to him. Thank you, my young friend. I am very grateful. Walking in front of Lin Tian, the Grand Ancestor of the Violet Heaven Treasure Sect bowed and thanked Lin Tian Dao excitedly. Thank you, Brother Lin Tian. Xianxia also thanked Lin Tian Dao with a sweet smile on her face. Lin Tian gently lifted the Grand Ancestor of the Violet Heaven Treasure Sect and said with a smile, Senior, you are welcome. You really don't have to. After all, he had cultivated here before and was friends with Xianxia. Now that he had returned and encountered such a situation, he naturally had to help. No matter what, I have to thank you. This is a great kindness. The Grand Ancestor of the Violet Heaven Treasure Sect said solemnly. On this day, in a hall in the center of the Violet Heaven Treasure Sect, the Grand Ancestor of the Violet Heaven Treasure Sect and the higher-ups of the Violet Heaven Treasure Sect were entertaining Lin Tian and the others. All kinds of celestial fruits and spiritual tea were placed out. After that, Lin Tianyi and the others stayed in the Violet Heaven Treasure Sect for 3 days. 3 days later. On this day, Lin Tian gave Xianxia and Xianxia's good friend Hai Jingyao some treasures and a peak mysterious celestial artifact. Then, he said goodbye to Xianxia, Hai Jingyao, and the Grand Ancestor of the Violet Heaven Treasure Sect and prepared to leave. Yeah, Senior Ning, remember not to tell others that I have cultivated in the Violet Heaven Treasure Sect. Ask the disciples to keep their mouths shut. You know that I killed Jia Zizheng and Mu Zhanyan. The families behind those two are very powerful. If they know that I have cultivated here and have something to do with you, they may do harm to you. Before leaving, he said to Xianxia and the Grand Ancestor of the Violet Heaven Treasure Sect. The Grand Ancestor of the Violet Heaven Treasure Sect understood and said, Got it, little friend. Little friend, you must be careful too. Xianxia will work hard to cultivate and try to help Brother Lin Tian in the future. Xianxia said. Be careful. Safety first. Hai Jingyao said. Lin Tian nodded with a smile and said goodbye to the group. Then, he left directly with Baiziki and the others. They were very fast. Soon, they were far away from the Violet Heaven Treasure Sect. Let's go to the Immortal Cave. The 5 Elements crocodile clicked its tongue. Of course. Lin Tian nodded. Leaving the Violet Heaven Treasure Sect at this time, of course, they had to go to the Immortal Cave mentioned by the Grand Ancestor Tai Xian. The inside of the square Immortal Cave seemed to be truly extraordinary. It seemed to contain many rare treasures that might be able to increase their cultivation by a large amount once again. The improvement of their cultivation was very important for them now. After that, they would enter the Lord Theological Seminary within a year. Everyone there was strong, so they had to have a strong cultivation. Moreover, the Jia family, the He family, and the Mu family, these 3 powerful enemies, would definitely not let them go. They had to have a strong strength to deal with them. Although little Taichu's strength was terrifying now, they could not only rely on little Taichu. The most important thing was to become stronger by themselves. The scenery on both sides moved back quickly. They went all the way to the northwest of Taining province. Soon, they crossed dozens of ancient mountains and came to a ring of mountains. This is the Ring Abyss mountain range? The white tiger stared at the front. Lin Tian nodded. According to the divine sense imprint and what Grand Ancestor Xian said, this is the place. Then, he led by Ziki and the others to the specific coordinates given by Grand Ancestor Xian. They came to the center of the Ring Abyss mountain range and entered a valley. Then, not long after, they saw a mountain cave in front of them. It fell at the foot of a mountain and was covered by some very dense and strange grass. If they did not look carefully, they would not be able to find it. It's here. Let's go in. Lin Tiandao. He led the way at the front, and the group stepped directly into the mountain cave. As they entered the mountain cave, the air suddenly became warm, and little bits of celestial spirit light intertwined in the air. It's really an extraordinary place. Ling Yin narrowed his eyes. As soon as they entered the mountain cave, there was immediately celestial spirit light floating in the air. It was a completely different scene from the outside world. It was very extraordinary. Let's go deeper. Lin Tiandao. The mountain cave was very spacious, and the deeper they went, the more spacious it became. The celestial spirit light in the air also became more and more numerous. Not long after, a small strange tree appeared in front of them. It was about 7 inches tall, with lush branches and leaves, and an astonishing amount of Tao power intertwined. It seems like there used to be fruits on it, but they were taken away. And Shui said. She was a cultivator, so her eyesight was naturally extraordinary. At a glance, she saw the traces of fruits on this small strange tree. It should have been taken away by that grand ancestor Xian. Wuxing Crocodile said. Let's keep going. Lin Tiandao. The immortal cave was very deep. As the group continued to walk, the celestial spirit light became even thicker. Along the way, they saw some strange plants, and at the same time, they saw traces of excavation in the soil. Something good must have been taken away by someone. Regarding this, the group did not need to think to know that the person who took those things away was this generation's grand ancestor of the Taixian treasure sect. They continued to walk inside, and soon, another hour passed. After an hour, the celestial spirit light in the air became thicker, and the Tao power was more shocking. However, at the same time, there was an additional pressure in the air. Clang, the white tiger did not know what it touched, but a murderous light suddenly rushed up from the ground. It was very sharp and almost pierced through it. It was so shocked that all the hair on its body stood on end. What's going on? It had a lingering fear in its heart. That murderous light just now was too sudden, and it was extremely terrifying. Let the experts analyze it. Ling Yin said and looked at Lin Tian. At the same time, the others around them also looked at Lin Tian. Lin Tian naturally observed the surroundings at the first moment. He paused for a moment before saying, "There's an earth vein killing formation here. A single misstep will lead to the killing force within the earth vein killing formation. Even heavenly immortals might not be able to resist it. Do you know how to accurately walk through this earth vein killing formation?" Wuxing Crocodile asked. Of course. Lin Tian nodded. With his mystic immortal cultivation, it was not difficult for him to walk through such a earth vein killing formation with the dragon burial scripture. In fact, with the little Taichu's strength, it was completely possible for him to forcefully lead them through this place. After all, the little Taichu's cultivation was at the mid-stage of the immortal king realm. It could completely withstand the earth vein killing formation in this place. However, since he had a way to walk through it, there was no need to let the little Taichu do it. He could not become dependent on it. At that moment, he activated the dragon burial scripture. The dragon patterns interweaved and searched in all directions, leading the group into the depths of the immortal cave. That patriarch Tai immortal should have stopped outside the earth vein killing formation just now. The white tiger said. Obviously so. Ling Yin said. Lin Tian did not say anything. The dragon patterns circled around and led the group into the depths of the immortal cave. Then, more than 2 hours passed in the blink of an eye. He used the dragon burial scripture to lead the group across several terrifying earth vein-killing formations and finally reached the end of the immortal cave. As far as the eye could see, the end of the immortal cave was very spacious. The immortal spiritual light was extremely vast. There was an ancient tree that was 90 feet tall in front of them. It was flowing with colorful lights and there were strange spiritual fruits on it. The ultimate immortal treasure tree. Lin Tian was moved, and 2 rays of light flashed across his eyes. At the end of the immortal cave, the strange tree was about 9 feet tall. It was flowing with light and vibrant colors, and there were fist-sized fruits on it. Every fruit was surrounded by strange patterns, as if the Tao of the world had been attached to it. It was extremely extraordinary. With a single glance, Lin Tian recognized this ancient tree as the precious immortal tree. It would only bloom and bear fruit once every 10,000 years. Every single precious immortal fruit contained an extremely shocking amount of divine energy. Refining it could increase one's cultivation base, cleanse one's soul, and temper one's body. The benefits were extremely great. For anyone below the heavenly immortal realm, it was a treasure among treasures. Its value was shocking. He looked at the ultimate immortal treasure tree and saw that there were more than a dozen ultimate immortal treasure fruits on it. Apart from little Tai Chu, who no longer had any use for the fruits, the rest of them would be able to raise their cultivation by at least a small level. It's the precious tree of peerless immortals. Coming back to Taining province to see little Yaya, this trip is really worth it. The whooshing crocodile's eyes lit up. Naturally, it recognized the strange tree in front of it. Hurry up and refine it to improve our strength. The white tiger's eyes shone even brighter. It looked like it couldn't wait. Lin Tian nodded. Immediately, the group came to the edge of the precious tree of peerless immortals. The strange fragrance of the tree surrounded them. Little guy, protect us. Lin Tian said to the little Tai Chu. The little guy was now at the immortal king level and didn't need the fruits here. Yeah. The little Tai Chu's big eyes curved as it answered in a childish voice. Lin Tianyi smiled. Together with Baiziki and the others, they began to refine the fruits on the tree. They didn't need to pick these fruits now. They could just use the ancient sutra to absorb the energy within the fruits and cultivate. For a moment, different kinds of divine light and demonic light appeared in this place, illuminating the surroundings even brighter. Lin Tian channeled the Heart Sutra of Sun and absorbed the spiritual energy from the fruits on the tree. Golden divine light intertwined around his body, becoming brighter and brighter as time passed. It was as if a golden flame was dancing around him. In the blink of an eye, 3 days passed. 3 days later, on this day, the golden divine light outside his body became extremely intense. Then, a majestic force rushed out of his body, directly sweeping up tornadoes in this place. In the next moment, he opened his eyes, and there were 2 flashes of light in his eyes. All right. He clenched his fists and could clearly feel the changes in his body. His cultivation had reached the peak of the Xian immortal realm from the mid-stage of the Xian immortal realm. His body had become stronger, his soul had become stronger, and the divine energy in his body was endless. He was much stronger than before. Almost at the same time, a few other powerful divine powers surged in this place. Baiziki, Ling Yun, the White Tiger, and the others broke through one after another. They all reached the peak of the Mystic Immortal Realm from the mid-stage of the Mystic Immortal Realm. Awesome! Whooshing Crocodile howled habitually. The White Tiger and Ling Yun were also very excited. And Shueishue's face was full of joy. Baiziki was very quiet. Clearly, he was silently comprehending his current strength. There are 2 more ultimate immortal treasure fruits left. I'll use them to consolidate my cultivation. Lin Tiandao. Immediately, the group began to circulate their ancient scriptures, absorbing and refining the essence of the 2 ultimate immortal treasure fruits to consolidate their cultivation at the peak of the Xian immortal realm. After that, more than 6 hours passed very quickly. After 6 hours, the last 2 ultimate immortal treasure fruits were completely refined, and the group's cultivation was stabilized. Lin Tiandao stood up and propped up his small world, sucking in the ultimate immortal treasure tree. Now, there were no more fruits on the tree. However, as long as the tree was still there, it would bear more fruits in the future. Although this would take a long time, it was better than nothing. He could put it in the immortal quartz herb garden in the future. You really don't leave any traces behind, the white tiger said, clicking his tongue. Lin Tiandao gave him a sideways glance. He couldn't be bothered with him, and then led the group out of the immortal cave. After all, they'd already reached the end of the immortal cave. Apart from the ultimate immortal treasure tree, there was nothing else of value. Thus, after refining all the fruits on the ultimate immortal treasure tree, they naturally didn't have to stay here any longer. The group followed the path they'd taken and quickly walked out of the immortal cave. Where are we going now? What are we going to do? The whooshing crocodile asked. Lin Tiandao thought for a moment, then said, nothing in particular. Let's go directly to the Lord Theological Seminary. Baiziki and the others didn't have any objections to this. Lin Tiandao asked the little Taichu to open the spatial portal to the center of the province. The group stepped in one after another. In the next moment, darkness covered their vision. The group disappeared from the tranquil province, hiding in the void. Then, after an unknown amount of time, traces of light appeared in the darkness. A strong force shook the group out, and they stepped on solid ground again. As far as the eye could see, towering immortal mountains were connected to each other. They were all surrounded by white clouds, and the immortal spiritual energy in the air was so dense that it was almost liquid. It was extremely shocking. Roar! Roar! They were now in the range of a desolate ancient mountain. The demonic energy inside was monstrous, and the shocking roars of beasts and birds could be heard. It was so loud that it hurt their eardrums. This is the Middle Province? It's really extraordinary. Everyone was shocked. Without a doubt, they were now in a new great province, the Middle Province. When they arrived at this great province, they could casually sweep their eyes over it and discover how extraordinary this great province was. Celestial mountains towered high, the celestial spiritual energy was dense, and every aspect was countless times more shocking than the Qing province they were familiar with, like the Laowang province. The first province of the immortal realm is naturally extraordinary. It's a place of great talents. It can also be called the land of soaring dragons. And Shui said. Bang! Suddenly, an enormous flying beast soared into the sky and pounced towards them. Its wings were over 100 m long, and it emanated monstrous demonic energy. The intermediate stage of the mysterious immortal realm. Everyone was slightly moved. It wasn't that they were afraid of this enormous flying beast. That was obviously not the case. After all, the weakest in their group was at the peak of the mysterious immortal realm, so it was impossible for them to be afraid of an enormous flying beast at the intermediate stage of the mysterious immortal realm. The reason they were moved was because a random enormous flying beast that charged out from a mountain in the Middle Province was actually at the intermediate stage of the mysterious immortal realm. This was truly terrifying. The enormous flying beast pounced over while emanating surging demonic energy, and it clawed at them. Everywhere its sharp claws passed, space was directly shattered into pieces. Lin Tian flicked his finger, and a strand of golden light flew out and directly descended onto the enormous flying beast, and it instantly blasted it flying over 3 kilometers away. He was at the peak of the mysterious immortal realm now, so it was truly extremely easy for him to blast a demon flying beast at the intermediate stage of the mysterious immortal realm. Come, let's go to the Lord Theological Seminary. He called out to them. Let's go. The whooshing crocodile nodded. The Lord Theological Seminary was located at the center of the Middle Province, and they were naturally aware of this. Lin Tian said something to the little Taichu, and the little fellow opened the spatial portal again and led the group to another location. In the next moment, the group disappeared into the mountains of this place, and then they arrived at the center of the Middle Province. When they arrived at the center of the Middle Province, the group didn't stop, and they headed straight towards the Lord Theological Seminary. Not long after, a vast group of divine palaces appeared in front of them. Every divine palace seemed to be made of divine gold, and their auras were majestic and had a towering aura. In front of the group of divine palaces, a huge divine door of pure gold stood tall, and it seemed to have existed since ancient times. There were many divine inscriptions engraved on it, and it seemed like a door that led to the heavens. Right above it, for seal scripts were extremely conspicuous. They were simple and ancient, and they interweaved with an astonishing aura of time. The Lord Theological Seminary. We're here. A glint flashed across Lin Tian's eyes. The Lord Theological Seminary was the most powerful inheritance in the celestial realm and the surrounding great worlds. It was the most terrifying force, and legend had it that it was founded by several arch-gods. Next, he would cultivate in this place, and after 500 years, he would go to the special ancient road mentioned by the white-haired old man as a disciple of the imperial courtyard, and obtain the sword soul fragments on the road. Geniuses from all over the world have gathered here, and it's the best stage for Lord Crocodile to display and show off myself. The whooshing crocodile looked at the Lord Theological Seminary from afar and said rather domineeringly. Lin Tian glanced at it and didn't say anything. He called out, and the group headed towards the Lord Theological Seminary. Soon, they arrived in front of the main entrance of the Lord Theological Seminary. At this time, there were many cultivators in front of the main entrance of the Lord Theological Seminary. They were young men and young women, and they were all full of energy as they walked into the Lord Theological Seminary in an orderly manner. Every person who walked into the Lord Theological Seminary would show a golden ancient token to a grey-robed old man guarding the main entrance of the Lord Theological Seminary. It was exactly the same as the arch token that Lin Tianyi and the others had obtained from the white-haired old man. The arch token was the qualification to enter the Lord Theological Seminary. Only those who held the arch token could enter the Lord Theological Seminary without any assessment. In fact, it could be said that anyone who held the arch token had already passed the most stringent assessment because it was given by the Lord Theological Seminary when they were personally invited. This proved that those who held the arch token had been affirmed by the Lord Theological Seminary and passed the secret assessment of the Lord Theological Seminary. Eh? Isn't this the person who killed Jia Zizheng and Mu Zhanyan? He actually came to this place. Yes, it's really that person. Lin Tianyi and the others came to this place and didn't hide anything. Soon, they were seen by the cultivators here, and many of them had a strange look in their eyes. This person was also invited to the Lord Theological Seminary? It seems like it. Many of the cultivators were discussing, and their eyes fell on Lin Tian. Jia Zizheng and Mu Zhanyan were both young supreme beings on the ranking of 100 immortals. Both of them were very important. The news that Lin Tian killed them had almost spread throughout the cultivation world of the immortal realm. Naturally, these cultivators already knew about it. He dared to kill Jia Zizheng and Mu Zhanyan on the ranking of 100 immortals with a cultivation of the mysterious immortal realm, and he even succeeded. This is a complete fraud. Someone muttered. These young cultivators who could come here and qualify to enter the Lord Theological Seminary were all extraordinary. They could be said to be geniuses of their own domain. However, compared with the young supreme beings on the ranking of 100 immortals, the gap was still relatively large. Therefore, it was difficult for these people not to notice that Lin Tian killed Jia Zizheng and Mu Zhanyan on the ranking of 100 immortals with a cultivation of the mysterious immortal realm. Kid, listen to this. Your reputation as a fraud is not just something we say. It's completely what everyone thinks. Whooshing crocodile clicked its tongue. Lin Tian wanted to kick it. He just prepared a lot of unorthodox methods in advance and defeated those two by luck. His methods are sinister and despicable. How can such a despicable person be worthy of entering the Lord Theological Seminary? Along with the discordant voice, a young man in a golden robe came from afar. His eyes were a little sinister, and his face was cold and arrogant. Most importantly, there were two dark purple horns protruding from both sides of his head. There were faint traces of lightning arcs circling around the horns, as if the horns contained terrifying thunder power. This is Qin Jingyan's Dark Thunder Beast. He's here. Then, Qin Jingyan is here too? The young supremacy ranked 57th on the ranking of 100 immortals. Qin Jingyan hasn't come yet. I heard that he came to the imperial courtyard in advance to help Qin Jingyan settle down. At this place, the cultivators outside the imperial courtyard could not help but show a fearful expression when they saw the young man in the golden robe. Firstly, this young man in the golden robe was a battle beast tamed by the 57th young supremacy on the ranking of 100 immortals. Provoking this young man in the golden robe was disrespectful to the 57th young supremacy on the ranking of 100 immortals. Ordinary people would not dare to provoke the 57th young supremacy on the ranking of 100 immortals. Wasn't that courting death? On the other hand, this young man in the golden robe was also very powerful. His true form was a rare dark thunder beast. Many of the experts who had obtained the emperor's token and were qualified to enter the Lord Theological Seminary were aware that they were no match for this young man in the golden robe. Therefore, due to these two reasons, the cultivators in this place were very wary of the golden-robed young man. Lin Tian stood aside and glanced at the young man in the golden robe. He was too lazy to respond. What? You're not convinced? Seeing Lin Tian's eyes sweeping over him, the young man in the golden robe snorted coldly and said, "You killed those two with insidious means. Am I wrong to say that you're despicable? You're not qualified to enter the Lord Theological Seminary. Damn it. Master Crocodile has a bad temper." Wuxing Crocodile was unhappy. He looked at the young man in the golden robe and said, "You dog, are you deliberately looking for trouble? Are you out of your mind, brat?" White Tiger scolded. They were never willing to suffer losses. Now that Lin Tian was being bullied by this golden-robed youth, they were naturally very unhappy. At this time, Lin Tian looked at this person again. His expression was very calm. Are you looking for trouble? Or was he looking for a cut? Or are you looking for a beating? Originally, he didn't want to pay any attention to this golden-robed youth. However, the other party had provoked him twice. If he still swallowed this insult, then he wouldn't be Lin Tian. Many cultivators in the surroundings could not help but be moved. The golden-robed young man was the battle beast of Qin Jingyan, who was ranked 57th on the ranking of 100 immortals. Moreover, his combat strength was also very terrifying. But now, Wuxing Crocodile and White Tiger actually said such words, calling the golden-robed young man a dog and a brat. Although Lin Tian's words sounded very calm, in fact, he was the most aggressive. He asked the golden-robed young man 3 times in a row whether he was looking for a beating. In other words, he actually wanted to beat the golden-robed young man up. The golden-robed young man's expression darkened. He looked at Lin Tian, Wuxing Crocodile, and White Tiger sinisterly. How dare you talk to me like this? Who do you think you are? How can we talk to you? Lin Tian Ondao. My master is Qin Jingyan. The golden-robed young man said coldly and arrogantly. You're just a servant in front of others. How dare you show off like this? How shameless can you be? Lin Tian was very calm. Many cultivators in the surroundings trembled. Lin Tian's words were really sharp. The golden-robed young man's expression became even more gloomy, and a cold light burst out from his eyes. You've successfully angered me. As he said this, the golden-robed young man directly attacked. He slapped Lin Tian. Perhaps you were invited to enter the Lord Theological Seminary. However, it doesn't matter. You haven't entered the Imperial Courtyard yet, so you don't have to. You can just die here. The Lord Theological Seminary had very clear rules. In the Lord Theological Seminary, the Imperial Courtyard disciples were not allowed to kill each other, and they were not allowed to enter the Lord Theological Seminary to cause trouble for the Imperial Courtyard disciples. However, if it was outside the Lord Theological Seminary, then no matter what happened to the Lord Theological Seminary's disciples, the Lord Theological Seminary would not interfere. And this was indeed the case. At this moment, in front of the main entrance of the Lord Theological Seminary, the gray-robed old man of the Lord Theological Seminary only glanced over. Although he saw the golden-robed young man trying to kill Lin Tian, he did not do anything. Boom! The void vibrated. The golden-robed young man's big hand pressed down, distorting the space. The fluctuation of the half-step heaven immortal level directly intertwined, which was extremely terrifying. So powerful. In this place, some practitioners were frightened by this aura. At the same time, they were also shocked by the terrifying power of Qin Jingyan, who was on the ranking of 100 immortals. This was because the golden-robed young man's strength had surpassed many of them. However, such a powerful golden-robed young man was only one of Qin Jingyan's battle beasts. They could not compare with him at all. That person seems to have not reached the half-step heaven immortal level. Now that he has come here, it's impossible for him to have made any special preparations. I'm afraid this time, it's over. It's probably over. Many people shook their heads. However, in the next moment, these people's expressions changed again. Facing the golden-robed young man's big hand, Lin Tian also casually slapped it. With a puff sound, the golden-robed young man's big hand was shattered, and blood spilled in the void. What? He shattered the half-step heaven immortal dark lightning beast's arm with just one slap. That dark lightning beast's physique is not much weaker than a heaven immortal's. These practitioners' eyes fell on Lin Tian. They could not help but be shocked by Lin Tian's slap. The golden-robed young man's expression also changed. Although he did not use his full strength just now, he had used 90% of his physical strength. An ordinary half-step heaven immortal would not be able to block his attack, but Lin Tian had blocked it and shattered his arm instead. He stared at Lin Tian, and his shattered arm instantly regenerated. His eyes became even more sinister. I underestimated, noisy. Lin Tian interrupted him. This time, he took the initiative and formed a divine light palm print to press down on the golden-robed young man. Suddenly, with a rumbling sound, the divine light palm print covered the sky and the sun. It covered the golden-robed young man under it and forcefully suppressed him. The golden-robed young man trembled violently. He suddenly felt threatened. With a roar, he summoned a powerful demonic power to meet the palm print. Chi. With a soft sound, the demonic power he summoned was directly crushed. Lin Tian's divine light palm print disappeared and continued to press down. The majestic divine power sealed the surrounding space. Damn it! The golden-robed young man felt an even greater pressure. He roared again. The two horns on his head glowed, and so did his body. Then, in the next moment, he transformed from his human form into a giant beast that was dozens of feet tall. His body was surrounded by dark lightning, and the surrounding void was vibrating with the majestic power of thunder. He has revealed his true form. The dark lightning beast of the primordial era. His body contains the power of dark lightning. When he reveals his true form, the power of dark lightning in his body will be completely activated and become extremely terrifying. It is enough to make him an emperor below the heaven immortal realm. At this place, when the crowd of cultivators saw the golden-robed young man reveal his true form and felt the black lightning surrounding his body, they could not help but feel their hearts palpitate. They could feel the terror of the black lightning. The golden-robed young man revealed his true form. His body was dozens of feet tall, and dark lightning surrounded his body. He looked at Lin Tian viciously. Human, shut up. Lin Tian said indifferently. The divine light palm print did not slow down at all. In an instant, it crushed all the dark lightning around the golden-robed young man's body. You. Ah. The golden-robed young man's true form, the dark lightning beast, trembled violently. His beast eyes were filled with shock. Then, under the continuous pressure of Lin Tian's divine light palm print, cracks appeared on his sturdy beast body. He could not help but let out a scream. At the same time, he struggled violently, trying to break free from Lin Tian's divine light palm print. Lin Tian's expression was calm. The divine light palm print continued to press down. He did not care about the golden-robed young man's scream and struggle. He tilted his head and looked at Xianxia. Do you still have the flame stone that can release powerful flames? Take it out. We will roast it. And Xianxia's eyes lit up when she heard Lin Tian's words. She loved Lin Tian's barbecued game very much. Yes. We have enough. She waved her hand and took out a large pile of flame stones. Each of the flame stones was glowing red. Not bad. Go and make a fire. I'll be right there. Lin Tian nodded. No problem. And Xianxia patted her chest. She knew that Lin Tian was going to kill the dark lightning beast and drag it over. She found an empty space nearby and fiddled with a pile of flame stones. In an instant, a scorching flame rushed out. She looked at Lin Tian Dao and said, "It's done." Lin Tian nodded with a smile. He turned his head and looked at the dark lightning beast that was being suppressed by the divine light hand seal. And Xianxia looked at the rising flames and heard him say that he was going to barbecue game. The dark lightning beast trembled and roared, "Human, don't do anything rash. my master is Qin Jingyan, the 57th supreme being on the ranking of 100 immortals. If you hurt me, my master will not let you go. Is that so? I'm so scared. Lin Tiandao. As he spoke, a divine transformation talisman came out of the divine light hand seal and rushed into the dark lightning beast's body. Ah! The divine transformation talisman had the power to transform one's soul. He used it with his current peak Xian immortal cultivation. When it entered the dark lightning beast's body, it rushed into its divine sense and destroyed its demonic soul in the blink of an eye. All of a sudden, the dark lightning beast fell completely still, and all of the signs of life in its eyes vanished, leaving only its carcass behind. It's dead. In this place, all the cultivators were shocked. The dark lightning beast in its true form was extremely terrifying. Under the heavenly immortal realm, it could be called an emperor. But now, it was killed by Lin Tian so easily. This made these people shocked by this kind of combat strength. They looked at the lifeless dark lightning beast and then at Lin Tian. Many of them couldn't help but shudder. The dark lightning beast was a war beast that belonged to Qin Jingyan. And that Qin Jingyan wasn't someone that Jia Zizheng and Mu Zhanyan could compare to. And now, Lin Tian actually dared to kill the war beast of that person without hesitation. Lin Tian naturally saw the looks in their eyes and understood them, but he didn't care at all. Stupid crocodile, stupid tiger, come and help me. He dragged the dark lightning beast's body to Shueishui's side and called out to the whooshing crocodile and white tiger. Together, they began to pluck the dark lightning beast's fur, skin, and organs. Then, they quickly propped the dark lightning beast's body against the flames. The temperature of the flames rising from the flame rock was astonishing. As it burned the dark lightning beast's body, sizzling sounds were quickly heard as drops of yellowish beast oil dripped down. The surrounding cultivators immediately trembled. Is he really going to roast it? Everyone was dumbfounded. Although they had heard Lin Tian say that he was going to roast the dark lightning beast, they didn't expect that he would really do it. He actually killed the dark lightning beast and roasted it on the flames outside the Lord Theological Seminary. What a masterpiece! That's too cruel. This is 1,000 times more cruel than simply killing the dark lightning beast. Everyone's eyes widened as they stared at Lin Tian in shock. Lin Tian was simply too brazen and reckless. After killing the dark lightning beast, he turned it into roasted meat in front of everyone's eyes. He had completely offended that Qin Jingyan. After all, his battle beast was killed and roasted in front of so many people. It could be said that he had lost a lot of face. Therefore, after knowing this, Qin Jingyan couldn't remain silent no matter what. He would definitely make a move to kill Lin Tian. Even the gray-robed old man of the Lord Theological Seminary in front of the imperial courtyard's main gate, who had been expressionless all this time, couldn't help but show a hint of surprise when he saw this scene. All kinds of fights and killings outside the Lord Theological Seminary were common. However, to kill the battle beast of a young supreme master who was about to enter the Lord Theological Seminary and roast it on the flames outside the Lord Theological Seminary, this was the first time they had seen it. Since ancient times, no one had done such a thing. In the distance, the dark lightning beast's body was being roasted on the flames rising from the flame rock. Yellowish beast oil kept dripping on the flame rock, making sizzling sounds. Soon, a crisp fragrance floated up. Done. Lin Tiandao. Let's eat. And Shueishui's eyes lit up. Little Taichu's eyes were also shining. It cried out in a childish voice. Like in Shueishui, it liked roasted game very much. Immediately, the 4 people and 3 beasts each took a large piece of the dark lightning beast's roasted meat and ate it in front of everyone. It's worthy of being a dark lightning beast at the half-step celestial immortal level. The meat is really good. It's chewy. It's delicious. Whooshing crocodile commented. Brother crocodile is right. White tiger agreed. Squeak. Little Taichu chewed on the dark lightning beast's roasted meat. Its big eyes were curved, and it looked very happy. Around them, everyone's eyes were wide open. They were really shocked by this scene. Killing Qin Jingyan's battle beast in front of everyone and making roasted game, and then tasting it in front of everyone. This was simply too crazy. Lin Tian naturally saw that everyone was looking at them. After swallowing a piece of the dark lightning beast's roasted meat, he looked at the cultivators and invited, "Everyone, do you want to try it together? The texture of the meat is really very good." When the cultivators heard this, they immediately felt a chill on their scalps. "No. No need. Thank you for your kindness." "That's right, we appreciate it. We appreciate it." Hearing Lin Tian invite them to taste the roasted meat of the dark lightning beast, the cultivators couldn't help but shudder. What a joke, the dark lightning beast was Qin Jingyan's battle beast. Lin Tian killed the dark lightning beast and made it into game, and then asked them to taste it together. How would they dare to go? This was simply pulling them into a fire pit. Because if they really went to taste it, they would be provoking that Qin Jingyan. Provoking that person, wasn't that courting death? It's okay, there's still a lot of meat, no need to be polite. Lin Tian smiled and continued to invite them. There's really no need. We're not hungry. Not hungry. Yes. We're not hungry. Not hungry at all. The cultivators shook their heads like a rattle drum, and quickly distanced themselves from Lin Tian, afraid that others would mistakenly think that they had some special relationship with Lin Tian. Is that so? That's a pity, the meat is really good. Lin Tian smiled and tore off a piece of the dark lightning beast's roasted meat and put it into his mouth to chew. All the cultivators, in front of the Lord Theological Seminary, more and more cultivators came. Of course, not all of them came with the emperor's token to join the imperial courtyard. Some of them gathered around this place to watch the fun. After all, the Lord Theological Seminary was the most powerful inheritance in the celestial realm and the surrounding large worlds. When a new disciple was invited to enter the academy, it would always attract a lot of people to watch. Then, when they saw Lin Tian and the others, many people were shocked again because many people knew that Lin Tian had killed Jia Zizheng and Mu Zhanyan on the ranking of 100 immortals. At this time, when they saw Lin Tian in person, it was naturally difficult for them not to be shocked. Then, when they saw that Lin Tian and the others were roasting red meat in the wild in front of the Lord Theological Seminary and learned that Lin Tian was roasting the dark lightning beast by Qin Jingyan's side, the cultivators who came later were even more shocked. This is simply too audacious. Someone shrank back. Lin Tian squatted on the side and didn't care about the gazes of these cultivators. He minded his own business and tasted the roasted meat of the dark lightning beast with Baiziki and the others. Soon, the whole dark lightning beast was finished by them. More than 2 hours had passed. The cultivators with the emperor's token entered the Lord Theological Seminary in an orderly manner with the emperor's token. They also came to the entrance of the imperial courtyard, took out their emperor's token, and handed it to the grey-robed old man guarding the entrance. This was the qualification certificate to enter the academy. The grey-robed old man glanced at it and nodded slightly. Then, his eyes fell on Lin Tian. "Young man, you're interesting." This caused all the cultivators here to be moved. If they remembered correctly, this was the first sentence that the grey-robed old man had spoken after standing here today. Lin Tian didn't know if this was the first sentence that the grey-robed old man said today, but he knew that the grey-robed old man was referring to him roasting Qin Jingyan's battle beast in front of the imperial courtyard. He immediately felt a little embarrassed. This is embarrassing. The grey-robed old man didn't say anything else. He just waved his hand at Lin Tian, indicating that Lin Tian could enter the imperial courtyard. This junior will take his leave. Lin Tian bowed slightly. This old man looked a little old, but he was definitely a terrifying existence. He naturally wouldn't disrespect him. After all, this was a member of the Lord Theological Seminary, and there were no weaklings in the Lord Theological Seminary. Soon, he left with Baiziki and the others, directly entering the imperial courtyard. As soon as they entered the imperial courtyard, the group was immediately moved. The immortal spiritual energy in the imperial courtyard was frighteningly dense. There were many immortal herbs and divine trees lying around, and pavilions and divine palaces standing in great numbers. They were all intertwined with an ancient aura, and it was difficult to say how long they had existed for. However, this was only on the surface. Lin Tian had cultivated the dragon burial scripture, so when he came here at this time, he immediately discovered that there was a heaven-shaking, earth-shattering divine situation intertwined here, as if it could engulf and destroy everything. What's wrong, kid? Did you see something special? Beside him, the Wuxing crocodile saw his strange expression and knew that he cultivated the dragon burial scripture, so he couldn't help but ask. Lin Tian's eyes intertwined with the light of dragons. He said, "There's an unimaginably vast situation supporting this place, and it's filled with auspicious signs from all directions. It can be said that this place is an absolute land of accumulation. Are there any good things underground?" The white tiger's eyes lit up. "Yes, it's enough to shock the entire celestial realm." Lin Tian nodded. Seeing the white tiger's eyes become even brighter, as if it was about to make a move, he immediately glanced at it. "Don't think about that thing. This is the Lord Theological Seminary. If you mess around here, do you want to be torn down? P.S. About that, I'd like to apologize to my brothers and sisters first. There's only one chapter for today and tomorrow. That's because the National Day and Mid-Autumn Festival are coming, and I also want to celebrate with my family. Moreover, I've been writing at home recently, and my parents aren't very happy, so I have to take some time to accompany my family this National Day. I hope everyone can forgive me." There was indeed something extraordinary under the Lord Theological Seminary. Lin Tian used the dragon burial scripture to investigate it. Although he couldn't figure out what it was, the aura it emitted was extremely terrifying. It contained vast divine energy and dragon energy, enough to shake the entire celestial realm. "Don't mess around." He reminded the white tiger again that this was not an ordinary place. The white tiger rolled its eyes. "How did you know that I was thinking about that thing? Why is it so obvious?" Lin Tian glanced at it and no longer bothered with it. Then, he called out to the group and headed deeper into the Lord Theological Seminary. The Lord Theological Seminary was very vast. There were countless halls and pavilions, all of which carried the aura of time. Walking in it, it even gave people the feeling that they were walking in the long river of time. Lin Tian and the others walked in the imperial courtyard and quickly settled down. At the same time, they also found out some information about the special ancient path that the white-haired old man mentioned before. A trial ground, a path to sainthood. Lin Tian muttered to himself. According to what they found out, the special ancient path was controlled by the Lord Theological Seminary. It would open every once in a while, and only the disciples of the Lord Theological Seminary were qualified to enter the ancient path. It was filled with endless divine fate and countless immortal treasures and divine items. At the same time, more importantly, that path seemed to lead to a space in the celestial realm. Of course, the latter was only a rumor, because since ancient times, no one had entered the so-called celestial realm through that path. Let's not talk about the endless divine fate. Do you think that path really leads to the celestial realm? It sounds like the celestial realm is a very extraordinary place. It seems to be even more amazing than the celestial realm. Wuxing crocodile said. It's a coincidence. Although I can't be sure, I feel that there's a 90% chance that it's true. Lin Tian pondered for a moment before he said, "Now that I think about it, perhaps the Emperor God Academy's ultimate goal of gathering geniuses from all over the imperial courtyard and allowing these people to enter the ancient path was to rely on these geniuses to open up the door to the Saint region." That's not right. Ling Yun was a little puzzled and said, "That's completely unnecessary. With the strength of the high-level experts of the Lord Theological Seminary, they definitely surpass the disciples who are admitted into the imperial courtyard every time. Even the young supreme expert who ranks first on the ranking of 100 immortals definitely can't compare with the strongest expert of the Lord Theological Seminary, right? Even the experts of the Lord Theological Seminary weren't able to open the door to the sacred region from that ancient path, so the disciples of the imperial courtyard have even less of a chance to do so. There should be some kind of restriction that has nothing to do with pure strength or cultivation." Baiziki said. Hearing his words, Ling Yun was immediately moved. White Tiger and the others were also moved. White Pig is right. If the sacred region really exists, there might be some kind of restriction in opening the door to the sacred region. And this restriction makes the leaders of the Lord Theological Seminary helpless. Therefore, they need to recruit cultivators from the celestial region and the surrounding large worlds to enter the imperial courtyard and use their strength to open the door to the sacred region. Lin Tiandao said, of course, although opening the door to the sacred region might have nothing to do with pure strength or cultivation, those who can open the door to the sacred region are definitely not ordinary people. In terms of aptitude, they are definitely extraordinary. Therefore, the imperial courtyard's requirements to recruit disciples are naturally very high. Hearing his words, Ling Yun and the others were moved again. In that case, that ancient path can really lead to the sacred region? Is there really a sacred region? White Tiger was astonished. The sacred region. Just the mention of these two words was very difficult. The possibility is very high, but we can't be sure. After all, no one has really seen the sacred region. Lin Tiandao. The group nodded. There was really no way to say for sure whether such a thing existed or not. Let's not think about this anymore. Since we're already at the Lord Theological Seminary, what should we do next? And Shui asked. Let's walk through every corner of the Lord Theological Seminary first. After all, we'll be staying here for a long time in the future. Lin Tiandao. Then, the group temporarily left their residence and walked to every corner of the Lord Theological Seminary. The Lord Theological Seminary was shockingly vast. And the immortal spiritual energy was also very rich. The group walked through the Lord Theological Seminary. Along the way, there were many disciples of the Lord Theological Seminary walking. When they saw the group, their eyes immediately fell on Lin Tian, and they couldn't help but point at him. This was really a series of shocking things that Lin Tian had done. First, he killed Jia Zizheng and Mu Zhanyan, who were on the ranking of 100 immortals. Then, on the first day of his arrival at the Lord Theological Seminary, he beheaded Qin Jingyan's battle beast in public and roasted it. It was really hard not to be moved. His courage was shocking. Boy, you just arrived and you've already become a celebrity. Whooshing crocodile clicked its tongue. Lin Tian glanced at it and ignored it. They walked through the imperial courtyard. Because the imperial courtyard was vast enough and they were walking on foot, even with their cultivation at the peak of the Xian immortal realm, it took them a full 2 months to barely walk through the entire Emperor God Academy. Of course, the complete here was only the places that ordinary disciples of the imperial courtyard could go. They naturally couldn't go to some special places. Generally, only the higher-ups of the imperial courtyard could set foot in those special places. After 2 months, almost all the young geniuses who were invited and had the emperor's token had arrived at the imperial courtyard. Only some super experts on the ranking of 100 immortals had not arrived. Outside the Lord Theological Seminary, the gray-robed old man who was guarding the gate was no longer there. Now, only a few dozen people on the ranking of 100 immortals had not arrived. Those people could directly enter the imperial courtyard when the time came, and there was no need to check the existence of the emperor's token. Lin Tian, get out here and fight. On this day, 2 months later, an arrogant voice sounded outside the Lord Theological Seminary. It sounded very arrogant. You think you can enter the Lord Theological Seminary just because you used despicable means to kill 2 young supreme experts on the ranking of 100 immortals? What a joke. Get out here and fight. If you lose, hand over the Emperor's token. I'm far more qualified to enter the Lord Theological Seminary than you are. This was a young man at the early stage of the Xian immortal realm. At this moment, he was standing outside the Lord Theological Seminary and shouting toward the Lord Theological Seminary. This attracted the attention of everyone. Lin Tian and the others naturally knew about this immediately and heard the man's clamor outside the imperial courtyard. This son of AB*TCH, he's only at the early stage of the Xian immortal realm. How dare he be so arrogant? Is he crazy to want to enter the Lord Theological Seminary? Whooshing crocodile gritted its teeth. You're courting death. The white tiger was very displeased. They were not surprised that the person who shouted knew Lin Tian's name. This was because when Lin Tian showed the emperor's token to the gray-robed old man of the Lord Theological Seminary, he had mentioned his name. Many people heard it, and naturally, the news spread. A faint light flashed in Lin Tian's eyes, and he said, "Don't worry about him. He stayed in the residence of the Lord Theological Seminary and discussed with a group of people where they should go to gain experience next. Now, they had entered the Lord Theological Seminary and were disciples of the imperial courtyard. However, the Lord Theological Seminary itself did not provide any cultivation resources. Those who broke their heads to enter the Lord Theological Seminary did not come for the rich cultivation resources of the Lord Theological Seminary. There were only two real purposes for coming here. One was to be with the geniuses and use the pressure to improve and become stronger. The second was to enter that special ancient road and find a great divine fate on that special ancient road. Of course, the most important thing was that they wanted to enter the legendary Holy Land through that special ancient road. The Central Plains is full of outstanding people and countless immortal mountains. You can go to these immortal mountains and fight with the fierce beasts there to train yourself. Moreover, many immortal mountains also have amazing heavenly materials and earthly treasures that can be directly used to improve your cultivation. And Xianxia said, the 8 Desolation ancient mountain range closest to the Lord Theological Seminary is very vast. Throughout history, many disciples of the imperial courtyard have gone there to gain experience. Lin Tian thought for a moment and said, then let's go to the 8 Desolation ancient mountain range to gain experience in a few days and reach the celestial immortal realm as soon as possible. Baiziki and the others nodded and had no objections. In the blink of an eye, another day passed. Lin Tian, come out and fight me. Are you too cowardly to fight me? I'll fight you with only one hand. Come out. On this day, it was the young man who shouted outside the Lord Theological Seminary again. His words were even more arrogant than yesterday. Lin Tian still didn't pay any attention to this. Together with Baiziki and the others, he made preparations to head to the 8 Desolate mountain range to train. After that, as time went by, outside the Lord Theological Seminary, other than the young man who was at the early stage of Xian Immortal, gradually other people challenged Lin Tian to a fight. What else can you do besides using despicable means to cheat people? You're useless. If you dare to come out, I'll fight you with both hands. Do you dare? He doesn't dare to come out and fight because he knows that he'll definitely lose if he does. He can't afford to lose face, so he can only hide in the Lord Theological Seminary. I'll fight you with only one hand and won't use any magic or secret technique. Lin Tian, do you dare to come out and fight me? These people were all arrogant and looked down on Lin Tian as if he was nothing. Most importantly, many of them were only at the true immortal realm, which made the other disciples of the Lord Theological Seminary shake their heads. Even though these students of the Imperial Academy knew that Lin Tian had prepared a special method to kill Jia Zizheng and Mu Zhanyan, and he wasn't a match for the two of them by relying on his own combat strength, but no matter what, Lin Tian's cultivation was at the mysterious immortal realm. Now, some true immortals actually dared to speak arrogantly like this, and it was truly incomprehensible. At the same time, more imperial courtyard disciples vaguely thought of something. Looking at the group of people who were arrogantly shouting outside the Lord Theological Seminary, a faint light couldn't help but flash in their eyes. A group of dogs who were trying to please the crowd. Master who was going to slap them to death. The white tiger gnashed his teeth. What are you angry about? Those people are doing it on purpose. They're just following someone's orders. Lin Tian himself seemed very calm. What do you mean? The white tiger was slightly puzzled. Those people clamoring outside the Lord Theological Seminary were too abnormal. How could Lin Tian not see through the clues? He knew that someone had asked those people to deliberately humiliate him outside the Lord Theological Seminary to provoke him to come out and then kill him outside the Lord Theological Seminary. After all, in the Lord Theological Seminary, some people who wanted to kill him were powerless. Hearing his words, the white tiger was slightly stunned. Then, it instantly understood. Now that you mention it, it does seem to be the case. Then, it added, however, even so, we can't really let those people clamor, right? It did not ask who was the one who was scheming in the dark, because since it already knew that someone was setting a trap behind the scenes to provoke Lin Tian to go out and kill Lin Tian, it would naturally be very easy to guess the background of the mastermind. It was either the Jia clan, the He clan, or the Mu clan. Of course not. Lin Tian Dao. Previously, he was just preparing to go to the 8 Desolation Ancient Range with a group of people and couldn't be bothered with those people. But now, they had made the necessary preparations. So, naturally, they had to respond to those people clamoring. As for the mastermind behind these clamoring people, he naturally guessed that it was from the Jia clan, the He clan, or the Mu clan. The strongest person in these 3 clans was only at the peak of the Immortal King realm. Although he couldn't stop them with his own battle strength, he had little Taichu by his side. He could kill anyone below the True God realm. He didn't fear those 3 clans at all. Immediately, he called the White Tiger, Baiziki, and the others to walk out of the residence and out of the Lord Theological Seminary. Timid Lin, do you really plan to hide in the Lord Theological Seminary for the rest of your life? Do you still have any dignity? I lowered my cultivation to the Eternal Realm to fight with you, and you still don't dare? Coward. I lowered my cultivation to the Immortal Realm and then fought with you with both hands? Do you dare to come out and fight? I've never seen such a cowardly person. I reckon that even if a body refinement cultivator were to challenge him, he wouldn't dare to accept the challenge. Outside the Lord Theological Seminary, there were already more than 20 cultivators clamoring. All of them had mocking expressions on their faces and were extremely arrogant. This made the disciples of the Lord Theological Seminary narrow their eyes slightly, because by now, practically everyone had seen through the clues behind this, and guessed that these people had been instructed by someone to deliberately create a ruckus here to lure Lin Tian out of the imperial courtyard. Someone wanted to lure that person out of the Lord Theological Seminary and kill him outside the Lord Theological Seminary. It's already very obvious. But even so, these people who are making a ruckus are really arrogant, and it's easy to anger them. I wonder if that Lin Tian will rush out in anger. That Lin Tian is not an idiot. Obviously, he can see that there's something strange about this. He knows that there's a real powerhouse hiding in the dark waiting for him to come out, and then kill him outside the Lord Theological Seminary. So, how could he be so stupid as to rush out? That's true. Some disciples of the Lord Theological Seminary were talking among themselves. Lin Tian is here. At this moment, an exclamation rang out. As this exclamation rang out, the disciples of the imperial courtyard, who were still discussing just now, immediately turned their heads and looked over. Then, they saw Lin Tian and Baiziki's group walking straight out of the Lord Theological Seminary. This made the disciples of the imperial courtyard involuntarily change their expressions, and they all looked at Lin Tian with a surprised expression. Is he going to go out? It looks like he's really going to go out. Is he stupid? Could it be that he didn't guess that someone is deliberately provoking him to go out? No matter how I think about it, it's impossible. Has he lost his mind because of anger? Those people with him are following him, and they want to go out with him? Can't they see any clues? When they saw Lin Tian, Baiziki, and the others walking straight out of the Lord Theological Seminary, all the disciples of the Lord Theological Seminary were shocked by this scene. When Lin Tian saw the strange gazes of these people, he could understand their doubts. However, he did not care at all and quickly stepped out of the Lord Theological Seminary. He's out. Outside the Emperor God Academy, there were more than 20 people who were hooting. They were led by a Xian immortal youth. When they saw Lin Tian walk out of the Emperor God Academy, joy and fear flashed across their eyes. Then, they retreated as fast as they could. The other disciples of the Lord Theological Seminary couldn't help but shake their heads when they saw this scene. Such a scene clearly proved that these people were incited by someone, and it was merely for the sake of luring Lin Tian out of the Lord Theological Seminary. It was a scheme. Bang, 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 at practically the exact same moment, 3 formidable divine energies surged, and then 3 old men appeared out of thin air. Their majestic divine energies instantly sealed off the surrounding space and trapped Lin Tian's group within it. Coldness and killing intent interweaved. 3 immortal kings. Moreover, they are peak immortal kings. The disciples of the Lord Theological Seminary couldn't help but be moved. Although they had guessed that those people were clamoring to lure Lin Tian out of the Lord Theological Seminary and guessed that there were experts hiding in this place secretly preparing to kill Lin Tian, they didn't expect that the experts hiding in this place were actually 3 peak immortal kings. Peak Immortal Kings, experts of this level were extremely terrifying. Seniors, we've already lured him out. Seniors, don't forget about the treasure you promised us. In the distance, the green-clothed young man who led the group said excitedly. There will be benefits for you. The man in the middle of the three old men said coldly. He was dressed in a golden robe, and his eyes were filled with oppressive coldness and terrifying killing intent. This was the strongest patriarch of this generation of the Jia family, who was at the peak of the Immortal King realm. When he heard that the strongest genius of the Jia family, Jia Zizheng, had been killed by Lin Tian, he immediately came out of seclusion. His killing intent towards Lin Tian was very strong, and his gaze was so cold that it could freeze one's soul. Of the other two old men beside him, one of them was the strongest patriarch of the Mu family. He was the saint son of his lineage, Mu Zhanyan, who had been killed by Lin Tian. Just like the patriarch of the Jia family, the killing intent in his eyes was extremely terrifying. As for the other old man, his gaze fell on Baiziki. He wanted to snatch the ancient god diagram from Baiziki. Lin Tian looked at the three of them and felt that the surrounding void had been completely sealed. He could feel the coldness and killing intent from the three of them, but he didn't care at all. He smiled faintly and said, Jia family, He family, Mu family, your three clans are still. As he spoke, he suddenly stopped talking and tilted his head to look in another direction. Almost at the moment when he tilted his head, a strong immortal pressure appeared in that direction. A black-robed young man walked over. His face was as sharp as a knife, and his Immortal King aura was very strong. He was obviously at the early stage of the Immortal King realm. Qin Jingyan. The young supremacy ranked 57th on the ranking of 100 immortals. He came to the imperial courtyard? He has his eyes on that Lin Tian. Seeing this black-robed young man, the people inside and outside the Lord Theological Seminary were shocked again. The young supremacy ranked 57th on the ranking of 100 immortals was much more important than the three ordinary peak immortal kings. Not only these people, but even the patriarchs of the Jia family, He family, and Mu family could not help but look at Qin Jingyan at this time. Their expressions changed slightly. This person is a little scary. His cultivation is at the early stage of the Immortal King realm, but his combat strength is definitely much stronger than ordinary peak immortal kings. Wuxing Crocodile and White Tiger were shocked. Ling Yan and Shui were also shocked. Baiziki's eyes were shining brightly. Obviously, they all felt the power of Qin Jingyan. Lin Tian could also feel the terror of the other party. His essence, qi, and spirit were too strong. Probably no one below the true god realm could resist him. Lin Tian. Qin Jingyan walked over from afar. His eyes fell on Lin Tian. There was no threatening coldness, only a sense of indifference. It's me. Facing this person, Lin Tian felt a huge pressure, but the expression on his face did not change at all. Qin Jingyan did not say anything. His expression was still cold. Then, he directly raised his hand and pressed down on Lin Tian. With a rumble, the void was directly annihilated. The Immortal King divine energy intertwined, and the killing intent was not concealed at all. He directly attacked. Is he going to kill that person? Of course, he killed Qin Jingyan's battle beast in front of everyone, roasted it, and ate it. Qin Jingyan's reputation has been greatly damaged. Of course, he has to kill him. Some Imperial Courtyard disciples said. When the old ancestor of the Jia clan and the other two saw Qin Jingyan making his move against Lin Tian, they also made their moves. The old ancestor of the Jia clan and the old ancestor of the Mu clan raised their hands and attacked Lin Tian. The old ancestor of the He clan also attacked Lin Tian together. After killing Lin Tian, he would then suppress Baiziki and snatch the ancient divine drawing. In an instant, the four immortal kings attacked. Terrifying divine energy surged, sealing off the surroundings and suppressing all directions. It was extremely shocking. It's over, it's over. He's dead meat. Not only will he die, but his companions will also be annihilated. Not necessarily. Among them, there seems to be the beloved daughter of the Yin clan of the Laowang province. She should be fine. After all, the Yin clan is very powerful. If there is no particularly great hatred, no matter if it is Qin Jingyan, the Jia clan, the He clan, or the Mu clan, they should not kill her. This seems to be the case. In any case, that Lin Tian is definitely dead. Facing such a situation, it is impossible for him to survive. Alas, he just entered the Lord Theological Seminary and he can only blame himself for being stupid. It was obviously easy to guess that there was something wrong. As long as he did not leave the imperial courtyard, he would definitely be fine. Even Qin Jingyan could not do anything to him in the Lord Theological Seminary. However, he insisted on leaving the Lord Theological Seminary. He was simply courting death. Yes. Many cultivators shook their heads and said. However, Lin Tian's expression was still very calm. All of you want to kill me. Unfortunately, the ones who will be bloody unlucky in the end will only be you. He glanced at Qin Jingyan, the elders of the Jia clan, the He clan, and the Mu clan, and the corners of his mouth curled up slightly. Little guys, kill them all. The six-colored divine light was as deep as the sea. It swept across the whole heaven and earth, shattering the firmament and shaking the whole area. Puff, 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 the patriarchs of the Jia family, the He family, and the Mu family, who were reaching for Lin Tian, were instantly shattered and sent flying. On the other side, Qin Jingyan's condition was much better. Although he was also pushed back a few steps, the arm that he used to attack Lin Tian did not shatter. Instead, dense cracks appeared all over his arm like a spider web. That is, no way? Near the imperial courtyard, all the cultivators were shocked. 3 senior experts at the peak of the immortal king realm and a supreme martial artist on the ranking of 100 immortals, who was even more powerful than the previous 3, were all injured at the same time. That snow-white little beast beside him is actually so terrifying? This. All the cultivators' gazes fell on the little Taichu. They were completely stunned, and many of them could not help but tremble. At this moment, as far as the eye could see, the little Taichu's body was not big at all. It looked very small, but the 6-colored divine light that surrounded its body was frighteningly vast. It was full of sacred and majestic aura, as if it could wipe out everything in the world. The patriarchs of the Jia family, the He family, and the Mu family stabilized themselves and repaired their arms. They all looked at the little Taichu. I see. You killed a celestial king from my family who went out previously? You also killed a celestial king from my family? The patriarchs of the Jia family and the He family looked terrible. They stared at the little Taichu without blinking, and their killing intent was overwhelming. Earlier, when Jiao Zixing headed to the He clan for the betrothal, he was killed by Lin Tian midway. The Jia clan was enraged and instantly sent out an immortal king. As for the He clan, it was naturally impossible for them to ignore this. For the sake of obtaining the diagram of the ancient god in Baiziki's possession, they also sent out an immortal king. However, not long after that, the immortal kings from both clans all died. At that time, the 2 great clans were both shocked and enraged. Even though they believed that this matter had something to do with Lin Tian, they truly couldn't understand how Lin Tian could kill an immortal king at the Xian immortal realm. But now, the strongest ancestors of the 2 races finally understood. So it turned out that there was actually such a terrifying little beast by Lin Tian's side. Earlier, the 2 immortal kings of their 2 races who rushed out to kill Lin Tian were clearly killed by this little beast. On the other side, the injury on Qin Jingyan's arm instantly healed. His gaze also fell on the little Taichu, and his eyes were slightly cold. He was ranked 57th on the ranking of 100 immortals. Although his cultivation was only at the early stage of the immortal king realm, his battle prowess was slightly stronger than the patriarchs of the Jia clan, He clan, and Mu clan. At this time, he truly felt that the little Taichu was extraordinary. Little guy, kill them together. Don't bother with their nonsense. Lin Tian said. Yeah. The little fellow responded in a childish voice. With a flap of its wings, 6 divine rays of light instantly filled the sky, enveloping the Jia clan's ancestor, the He clan's ancestor, the Mu clan's ancestor, and Qin Jingyan within. For a moment, a sacred and majestic aura surged, almost dyeing the sky of this place into 6 colors. The expressions of the patriarchs of the Jia clan, He clan, and Mu clan all changed. The six-colored divine light was too terrifying. It gave them a sense of pressure and threat at the first moment, and they all attacked at the same time. On the other side, Qin Jingyan was also slightly moved. He also felt the terror of the six-colored divine light. He directly propped up a divine shield behind him and faced the six-colored divine light of the little Taichu. Boom! The four of them attacked one after another, colliding with the six-colored divine light of the little Taichu, causing the void to collapse one after another. Ya! The little Taichu called out in a childish voice again. The wings on its back flapped slightly again. Then, a large expanse of six-colored divine flames suddenly surged out. It was like a sea of six-colored divine flames, drowning the patriarch of the Jia clan. Ah! A miserable scream rang out immediately. The six-colored divine flames were terrifying. The patriarch of the Jia clan's immortal king realm body was instantly ignited. All the divine abilities and secret techniques he used to resist were useless. He turned into a human-shaped torch, tumbling in the void, and then fell to the ground. No! A dozen breaths passed in the blink of an eye. Accompanied by a miserable scream that was mixed with despair, fear, and unwillingness, the patriarch of the Jia clan's immortal king realm body completely disappeared, leaving only a pile of grayish-black ashes on the ground outside the Lord Theological Seminary. He's dead, dead, a peak-stage immortal king was. The surrounding cultivators were almost terrified. That was a peak-stage immortal king realm expert, but he was burned to death by the little Taichu in an instant. The patriarch of the He clan and the patriarch of the Mu clan had barely withstood the six-colored divine light. When they saw this scene, they couldn't help but tremble. Even Qin Jingyan was moved again. Even Wuxing Crocodile, Ling Yun, and the others, who were familiar with the little Taichu's power, couldn't help but suck in a breath of cold air. Little Munchkin is really too terrifying. The white tiger trembled. Lin Tian, on the other hand, was very calm. He wasn't surprised at all. The little guy was from the immortal spirit royal family, and he was even nobler than the legendary heavenly dragon. Now that he was at the intermediate stage of the immortal king realm, killing an ordinary peak-stage immortal king realm cultivator was as easy as cutting grass. Almost at the same time, in the distance, the expressions of the 20 or so people who had been shouting at Lin Tian outside the imperial courtyard changed drastically. These people looked at the little Taichu and then looked at Lin Tian. Cold sweat kept flowing down their foreheads, and they couldn't help but tremble. Previously, the Jia clan's patriarch, the He clan's patriarch, and the Mu clan's patriarch had promised them great benefits. They asked them to challenge Lin Tian outside the Lord Theological Seminary, humiliate Lin Tian, and provoke Lin Tian to come out of the Lord Theological Seminary. They did it without hesitation because the Jia clan's patriarch and the others were at the peak of the immortal king realm. So what if Lin Tian had many tricks up his sleeve? In the end, he was only a Xian immortal. They thought that as long as they provoked Lin Tian would definitely die. He wouldn't be able to escape the encirclement of 3 peak-stage immortal kings. They didn't need to worry about Lin Tian taking revenge on them at all. They could peacefully get the treasures that the Jia clan's patriarch and the others had promised them. But now, when they saw the scene in front of them, all of them were stunned. No matter what, they didn't expect that Lin Tian would have such a terrifying little beast by his side. It actually killed the Jia clan's patriarch, an expert at the peak of the immortal king realm, in such a short period of time. What kind of terrifying combat strength was this? And with such a shocking combat strength by his side, even if they provoked Lin Tian now, so what? Could the remaining patriarch of the He clan and the patriarch of the Mu clan threaten Lin Tian? Could they kill Lin Tian? Absolutely impossible. Even if they joined forces with Qin Jingyan, who was on the ranking of 100 immortals, they wouldn't have any hope. The gap between the combat strength of these 3 and the little Taichu by Lin Tian's side was too obvious. Even an ordinary person could see it at this moment. Go, run. Among the more than 20 people, the young mystic immortal who was the leader said in a trembling voice. He called for the others to escape together. These people who were clamoring were gathered by him. At this moment, when he saw this scene, he knew very well that the Mu clan's patriarch and the others definitely couldn't kill Lin Tian. After this, Lin Tian would definitely not let them go. They had to escape immediately. At that moment, the more than 20 people moved at the same time. They carefully retreated into the distance, not daring to retreat too quickly or too obviously. They were worried that if their movements were too big, Lin Tian would notice. However, no matter how subtle and inconspicuous their movements were, they still couldn't escape Lin Tian's eyes. This was because the moment Lin Tian walked out of the Lord Theological Seminary, he spread out a weak divine sense that surrounded the more than 20 people. At this moment, seeing that the group of people was preparing to escape, Lin Tian tilted his head. His footsteps shook slightly, and he took a step forward. "You're leaving? Weren't you very arrogant before? Didn't you want to fight with me?" Looking at the more than 20 people, his expression was very calm. "Come, let's fight. I'll give you a chance. Come at me together. P.S. Tomorrow is the Mid-Autumn Festival. The dragon wishes everyone a happy Mid-Autumn Festival in advance and a happy family. Also, since it's the Mid-Autumn Festival, I still have to give out some benefits. Tomorrow, the dragon will give out Mid-Autumn Festival red envelopes on WeChat's official account. Everyone's WeChat's official account can search for Sleepy Dragon and then follow him. The dragon will announce the password for receiving Mid-Autumn Festival red envelopes on WeChat's official account at around noon tomorrow. Everyone, come, the dragon is waiting for you." With Lin Tian standing in front of them and Lin Tian's words, the 20 or so people who were clamoring earlier trembled. Brother Lin, it's a misunderstanding. It's all a misunderstanding. We're just joking with you, please don't mind us. We're no match for you," the leader of the Mystic Immortals said in a trembling voice. Beside him, the others who were clamoring earlier also said that it was a misunderstanding. At the same time, they praised Lin Tian with fear on their faces. Near the imperial courtyard, the other cultivators couldn't help but snort when they saw the 20 or so people's current state. They were so arrogant earlier, but now that the main character is right in front of them, they're all scared like mice seeing a cat. They don't even have the slightest bit of integrity. That's normal. They're just clowns. What kind of integrity do you expect them to have? Oh, that's true. Some of the imperial courtyard disciples said. When the whooshing crocodile, the white tiger, Ling Yun, and the others saw Lin Tian standing in their way, they couldn't help but sneer at the 20 or so people who were clamoring earlier. Lin Tian stood in front of the 20 or so people. His expression was still very calm. "Come on, what are you waiting for?" As soon as he said this, the 20 or so people trembled again. "Brother Lin. This is a misunderstanding. We were ordered by someone else. Please let us go. You're a prodigy of the Lord Theological Seminary. Why lower yourself to our level?" the leader of the Mystic Immortals said with even more fear. Lin Tian's expression was calm as if he didn't hear this person. He said, "If you're not going to make a move, then I'll make a move." As soon as he finished speaking, he didn't seem to do anything, but a large number of sword rays appeared around him. Each of them was extremely sharp. Facing the sword light, the 20-plus people trembled even more violently. They immediately retreated, fleeing in different directions as if they were flying. They deeply felt the terror of the sword light, and they were simply unable to block it. Lin Tian glanced at them and didn't move. The sword rays around him flew out like rain and cut through the sky. "Ah!" Shrill cries resounded in an instant. One after another, blood sprayed out and dyed expanse after expanse of space red. In just the blink of an eye, all 20-plus of them had been pierced through, causing their bodies and souls to collapse at the same time while their bodies and souls were obliterated. "Good job killing them. A bunch of little bastards, what are you clamoring for?" Whooshing crocodile cursed. Lin Tian's expression didn't change in the slightest when facing this. The strongest amongst these 20-plus people was only at the initial stage of the mysterious immortal realm, and with his current cultivation at the peak of the mysterious immortal realm, killing such a group of people was naturally not a big deal for him. He tilted his head and looked in the direction of the little Taichu. He smiled and said, "Little guy, quickly get rid of those 3 people. We still have to rush to train." Such an attitude and such words caused the disciples near the Lord Theological Seminary to involuntarily tremble. This was simply treating the He clan's ancestor, the Mu clan's ancestor, and Qin Jingyan, a young supreme being on the 100 immortals ranking, as weeds. Yeah. The little Taichu had been looking at Lin Tiansha and the other 20-plus people earlier. At this moment, when it saw Lin Tian get rid of those 20-plus people and heard Lin Tian's words, it immediately responded in its childish voice. The wings on its back shook, and a large expanse of 6-colored divine flames spread out, turning into a sea of divine flames that pressed down on the He clan's ancestor and the other two in a mighty manner. Rumbling sounds rang out. These flames were shocking to hear, and they instantly collapsed the void, as if they could incinerate everything. The expressions of the He clan's ancestor, the Mu clan's ancestor, and Qin Jingyan changed slightly, and they quickly retreated. Each of them propped up a powerful divine technique to receive the attack. The aura of 3 immortal kings surged and filled the sky. Fellow Qin, how about the 3 of us join forces and kill it together? After that, we can kill that despicable thief. The Mu clan's ancestor looked at Qin Jingyan and said. He could clearly feel how terrifying the little Taichu was. If the 3 of them were to fight on their own, it was absolutely impossible for them to be a match for the little Taichu. Qin Jingyan's eyes narrowed. He paused for a moment and nodded slightly. Originally, a genius like him disdained to join forces with others to kill an enemy. However, at this moment, even someone as strong as him felt an enormous pressure when facing the little Taichu. If he were to fight alone, he was really no match for the little Taichu. Now, he only had a chance of winning if he joined forces with the Mu clan's ancestor. When the Mu clan's ancestor saw Qin Jingyan nod, he immediately said, "All right, yeah." A slightly dissatisfied voice rang out, interrupting the Mu clan's ancestor. Not far away, the little Taichu flapped its wings again, and 6-colored divine light spread out in all directions. Roar! A true dragon that was tens of thousands of feet long circled around its body like a dragon emperor protecting the Tao. After circling around it once, it turned into a ray of true dragon holy light and arrived in front of the Mu clan's ancestor in the blink of an eye. The Mu clan's ancestor was shocked. Pfft. The true dragon directly collided with his body, bringing with it a seemingly real dragon's might. It directly shattered his body, and even his soul was shattered. Such a scene caused the surrounding cultivators to involuntarily tremble. How long had it been? Another peak-level immortal king was instantly killed by the little Taichu. The little guy is going to defy the heavens. The white tiger shrunk its neck. This scene was simply a little frightening. It really killed peak-level immortal kings like cutting grass. The He clan's ancestor couldn't help but tremble slightly. His pupils constricted deeply. At this moment, he truly felt the terror of the little Taichu. Then, in the next moment, he didn't hesitate and directly retreated. He turned into a ray of immortal light and continued to flee into the distance. The Jia clan's ancestor and the Mu clan's ancestor, who were at the same cultivation level as him, were easily killed by the little Taichu one after another. At this moment, he truly saw that there was no one below the level of a true god who could stop the little Taichu. It was useless no matter how many of them came. Therefore, he didn't stay any longer. He knew very well that if he continued to stay, nothing good would come out of it. Only by retreating now could he save his life. A peak-level immortal king expert, he escaped. The group of cultivators was stunned. A peak-level immortal king expert had incited Lin Tian to come out of the Lord Theological Seminary and kill Lin Tian. But now, Lin Tian had come out. 2 of the 3 people who had started this conspiracy were killed in the blink of an eye, while the other person had escaped. When the little Taichu saw the He clan's ancestor escaping, it cried out in its childish voice again. With a light flap of its wings, a resplendent divine phoenix directly rushed out from behind it. It was like a real sacred bird, arriving in an instant and drowning the He clan's ancestor. Arg! A tragic cry rang out at the first instant. The He clan's ancestor was drowned by the divine phoenix and fell directly from the sky. While he was falling, his physical body directly exploded into pieces, and even the divine soul inside was shattered. His body and spirit were destroyed. This caused the group of cultivators near the imperial courtyard to suck in a breath of cold air. When they looked at the little Taichu, they couldn't help but tremble. This little beast, many people's hearts trembled. Lin Tian, on the other hand, was very calm. At this moment, he tilted his head and looked at Qin Jingyan, who was the only one left in the field. He's the only one left. Heh, so what if he's a young supreme immortal king on the ranking of 100 immortals? He still can't stop this little fellow. The Wuxing crocodile sneered coldly. It was very clear what kind of race the little fellow was, and it was also very clear how strong the little fellow was. Even if Qin Jingyan was stronger than ordinary peak-level immortal kings, he was still no match for the little Taichu. Little fellow, it's settled. Lin Tiandao. Qin Jingyan wanted to kill him. Now that he had made a move, there was naturally no reason to let him go. He had to kill him. The little Taichu responded. The six-colored divine light surged and directly pressed down on Qin Jingyan. For a moment, there was a rumbling sound. Wherever the six-colored divine light passed, everything was suppressed, and the void collapsed at an extremely fast speed. Qin Jingyan's eyes flickered with a strange light, and he retreated. The next time we meet, I'll kill you. His gaze moved away from the little Taichu and fell on Lin Tian. Then, a divine jade platform emerged from his body and wrapped around his figure. The moment the six-colored divine light pressed down on him, it disappeared without a trace. It disappeared? It left this place? The disciples of the Lord Theological Seminary were all shocked. Then, they couldn't help but be even more shocked. When they looked at the little Taichu, they couldn't help but tremble violently. Now, even a young supreme expert like Qin Jingyan, who was ranked 57th on the 100 Immortals ranking, chose to retreat when facing the snow-white little beast in front of him. Obviously, he felt that he was no match for it. Spatial teleportation platform? There are quite a lot of life-saving things. Lin Tian looked at the place where Qin Jingyan disappeared and sneered. That bastard, he ran really fast. The Wuxing crocodile bared its teeth. In front, the six-colored divine light disappeared. The little Taichu flew back and landed on top of Lin Tian's head, grumbling in dissatisfaction. It was unhappy that Qin Jingyan had escaped. It's okay. I'll kill him the next time I see him. Lin Tian said with a smile and rubbed the little guy's head. Then, he glanced at the disciples of the Lord Theological Seminary and asked Baiziki and the others to leave. They headed toward the 8 Desolation Mountains not far from the Lord Theological Seminary. In the next period of time, they would train in the mountains. Outside the Lord Theological Seminary, a group of practitioners watched Lin Tianyi and the others leave. They looked at Lin Tian's back and looked at the little Taichu lying on top of Lin Tian's head. They couldn't help but tremble. They were all shocked by the little Taichu's terrifying combat strength. With such a terrifying little beast by his side, how many people will dare to provoke him in the future? This is simply... Many people's hearts palpitated. At the same time, inside the Lord Theological Seminary, a white-haired old man stood quietly in the innermost part of an attic. I misjudged. That little beast is actually from the legendary race? Wisps of light appeared in the old man's eyes. Lin Tianyi and the others left the Lord Theological Seminary. They were neither too fast nor too slow. In the blink of an eye, they had gone far away. Then, when they left dozens of immortal mountains behind, they came to a very majestic mountain range. Looking ahead, the mountain range in front of them was vast and boundless. There were astonishing roars of beasts and birds coming from it. The dense demonic aura dyed the clouds in the sky gray, looking a little scary. It was like the desolate ancient demon domain. We've arrived at the 8 Desolation Ancient Mountains. Lin Tiandao. The 8 Desolation Ancient Mountain Range was located at a location not far from the Lord Theological Seminary. Ancient trees towered into the sky, and the immortal spiritual energy was very dense. Looking from afar, one could see many ferocious beasts shuttling back and forth between the mountains. The demonic aura in the air was very shocking. When the group arrived, they did not hesitate at all and went straight into the mountain range. Roar, roar. As soon as they entered the 8 Desolation Ancient Mountain Range, the roars of the ferocious beasts became extremely ear-piercing, causing the void to tremble. There are probably even true god-level ferocious beasts in here. The Wuxing crocodile was moved. The roars of the demonic beasts in here were really too intense, and the demonic energy contained within was very frightening. It's possible, but the number is extremely small. Lin Tiandao. He called out to the group and went deeper into the ancient mountain range. As they went deeper into the ancient mountain range, the demonic aura in the air became more shocking. At the same time, they gradually saw the figures of cultivators. Some of them were the disciples of the Lord Theological Seminary, but most of them were ordinary cultivators who entered the Eight Desolation ancient mountain range to train themselves. The group did not pay attention to these people and continued to go deeper into the mountain range. The demonic aura in the air became even denser. Boom, not long after, a 3-foot-tall flame beast pounced on the group. Its eyes were eerie green, and the demonic aura was very shocking. The peak of the profound immortal realm. The white tiger was slightly shocked. At this time, they had not gone too far into the Eight Desolation ancient mountain range, but there were already peak profound immortal realm ferocious beasts pouncing on them. It was enough to imagine that most of the ferocious beasts in this mountain range were not weak. With a rumble, the void was distorted by the impact. The 3-foot-tall flame beast pounced on the group in the blink of an eye. Lin Tiandao raised his hand and casually slapped the flame beast. With a bang, the flame beast was slapped hundreds of feet away, smashing dozens of tall ancient trees in a row. Then, it fell to the ground and smashed a big hole in the ground. "Let's go deeper to train," he said. In their group, besides little Taichu who was at the intermediate stage of the immortal king realm, the others were all at the peak of the mysterious immortal realm. Moreover, all of them were extraordinary. If they wanted to temper and strengthen themselves by fighting the ferocious beasts here, it was naturally impossible for them to fight ferocious beasts at the same level as them. At the very least, they had to find ferocious beasts comparable to half-step heavenly immortals to fight. On the other hand, he even had to find ferocious beasts comparable to the initial stage of the heavenly immortal realm to be his opponent. After all, with his physique, he was at the peak of the mysterious immortal realm now, so there was utterly no one beneath the heavenly immortal realm that was a match for him, and killing half-step heavenly immortals was as easy as cutting grass. At the same time, Baiziki possessed the Thunder God King physique, and his current cultivation was at the peak of the mysterious immortal realm, so he was extremely formidable. Just like him, Baiziki had to at least find ferocious beasts comparable to heavenly immortals to battle because only in this way would he be able to improve his cultivation. At that moment, the group continued to advance into the Eight Desolation mountain range. Not long after, they crossed about tens of thousands of feet again. After arriving at this position, the demonic chi fluctuation in the air became even more shocking. The number of ferocious beasts was also more than the number of ferocious beasts in the periphery. Moreover, all of them were extremely terrifying. The weakest was comparable to half-step heavenly immortals, and there were also quite a number of them comparable to early-stage heavenly immortals. There were even ferocious beasts comparable to peak heavenly immortals that occasionally appeared in this area. This is it. Lin Tiandao. This area was very suitable for their training. They could all choose suitable ferocious beasts to fight. At that moment, he and Baiziki exchanged words with each other, and then each of them shuttled through this area to find ferocious beasts suitable for their current cultivation level to train. At the same time, he asked little Taichu to hover high in the sky of this area to protect them. If a sudden accident happened, or if anyone faced a real threat of death during the training process, little Taichu would be able to help in time. Then, in the blink of an eye, the group found ferocious beasts suitable for their cultivation level. Then, in this place, the roars of the ferocious beasts became even more intense. Boom! 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 Different divine power and demonic light were vast and mighty in this space. Sand and dust rushed up, ancient trees collapsed, and blood splashed. The group, except for little Taichu, each of them found ferocious beasts to fight extremely fiercely, shattering pieces of the void. Lin Tianyi found a powerful ferocious beast at the early stage of the celestial immortal realm. Golden divine light was boiling, and his fist momentum was monstrous. Roar! This was a 100-sense ape. It had 6 demonic eyes, and it was an ancient species. Its demonic power was very shocking, and it had an innate ability. With a roar, it shattered a large piece of the void. Lin Tian fought with this 100-sense ape. Although the other party was slightly weaker than a real early-stage celestial immortal realm cultivator, it was still very terrifying and could bring him a lot of pressure. In this regard, Lin Tian was naturally fearless because he came to this place to look for pressure and use the strong pressure to force himself to improve. Dong. He waved the Chaos Emperor fist, and the fist radiance was vast and mighty. The fist power was monstrous, and the sky trembled as the ground collapsed inch by inch. At the same time, he took out the High Heaven Sword scripture. Golden sword radiance appeared like rain, and densely slashed at the other party. For a time, the sharp sword radiance and the terrifying fist power mixed together, shaking the place until it was constantly collapsing. In this way, he fought with this 100-sense ape that was comparable to an early-stage celestial immortal realm cultivator, and in the blink of an eye, an hour had passed. There were some wounds on his body, and his face was a little pale. The consumption of his divine power was more serious. On the opposite side, the 100-sense ape that was comparable to an early-stage celestial immortal realm cultivator was almost exhausted. When it looked at Lin Tian again, its eyes were filled with fear, and there was even a trace of fear. This human in front of it was clearly so small. Compared to its demon body that was 10 feet tall, he was insignificant, and his aura was not as strong as it. However, when they fought, it felt terrifying and threatened. It felt as if a sharp sword was colliding with it, and it could cut it apart at any time. Roar. It looked at Lin Tian and let out a low roar of anger. Then, it quickly retreated with bloodstains all over its body. In just a few leaps, it disappeared into the forest in the distance. Lin Tian watched the other party leave and did not pursue. He took a deep breath and quickly adjusted his aura. After an hour, he recovered more than half of his essence, qi, and spirit. Then, he moved again to find the next celestial immortal ferocious beast to train. After that, not long after, he found another ferocious beast that was comparable to an early-stage celestial immortal realm cultivator. It was a profound flame-bone bird, and it was stronger than the 100-sense ape from before. Without the slightest hesitation, he directly stepped toward the other party. Golden divine power surged around his body, and he directly launched an attack. The profound flame-bone bird was not weak. When it was provoked by a human, it naturally let out an angry roar. When it opened its mouth, a large amount of destructive immortal demon flame was directly burned into oblivion. Lin Tian could feel the terror of this flame, but he was not afraid. He directly called out the pure yang flame and fought the fire with fire. For a time, the rumbling divine power was vast and mighty in all directions. The golden divine light outside his body was dazzling. The pure yang flame was boiling, and the immortal power was soaring into the sky. After more than an hour, a roar accompanied by anger sounded. The profound flame-bone bird glared at Lin Tian with fear. Like the 100-sense ape from before, it shook its wings and fled into the distance, leaving behind a trail of blood. Lin Tian took a deep breath and still did not pursue. He was still injured, but he quickly adjusted his essence, qi, and spirit on the spot. Soon, he recovered more than half. Continue. He muttered to himself. He moved in this area and soon found stronger ferocious beasts. Once again, he began a new training battle. Suddenly, divine power surged and shook all directions. Then, time flew by. He kept looking for powerful early-stage celestial immortal ferocious beasts to battle. In the blink of an eye, 3 months had passed. Dong, 3 months later, on this day, accompanied by an incomparably fierce fist power, demon blood splattered into the sky. He waved the Chaos Emperor fist and blasted an early-stage celestial immortal ferocious beast into pieces. Even its demon soul was annihilated in the power of the fist. At the same time, there was a loud bang. A majestic force swayed from his body, directly forming a hurricane that shattered the nearby void. His essence, qi, and spirit rose to a new height in a short time. Half-step celestial immortal. His body was stained with beast blood. He clenched his fist slightly, and there was a bright light intertwined in his eyes. P.S. It's the Mid-Autumn Festival. This dragon wishes everyone a happy holiday and a happy family. Then, I would like to thank Alpine A Flowing Water for the 5,000 traversal coins reward. Thank you. Divine radiance interweaved around his body, and it was dense and blazing while faint bright lights interweaved within Lin Tian's eyes. After ceaselessly battling numerous formidable ferocious beasts at the initial stage of the heavenly immortal realm for 3 months, His cultivation had finally broken through once more on this day, and he'd advanced from the peak of the mysterious immortal realm to the half-step heavenly immortal realm. Good. He clenched his fists lightly. At this moment, he sensed his strength. The divine energy within his body surged without end while his divine sense and soul had become even stronger, and his combat strength had obtained an enormous improvement. He was absolutely confident that with his current cultivation, it wouldn't be too difficult for him to kill ordinary cultivators at the initial stage of the heavenly immortal realm. Moreover, perhaps it was affected by his breakthrough into the half-step heavenly immortal realm, but the divine sword within his sea of consciousness couldn't help but shake slightly. He took a deep breath and temporarily stopped looking for ferocious beasts to battle. He leaped lightly and descended onto a thick ancient tree at the side, and then he sat down cross-legged on this branch before closing his eyes to meditate. At this moment, he wasn't meditating for the sake of consolidating his cultivation. Because his advancement this time had been stimulated by ceaseless battles with formidable ferocious beasts during these 3 months of time. In this way, the advancement of his cultivation could be said to be extremely stable and solid. Unlike refining and absorbing some ordinary treasures of the heavens and the earth, he didn't have to spend a certain amount of time to consolidate his newly attained cultivation at all, and it was completely impregnable. At this moment, he was meditating here with his eyes closed, and he was mainly thinking about the heavenly tribulation he would face in the future. After all, he'd already attained the half-step heavenly immortal realm now, and he was merely half a step away from the heavenly immortal realm. It wouldn't be long before he would be able to step into the heavenly immortal realm, so he naturally had to make preparations to overcome the tribulation in advance. Bang, 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 throughout this area, divine and demonic glows interweaved as Baiziki and the others continued tempering themselves. Just like this, time flashed by, and another half a month passed in the blink of an eye. On this day, a violent rumble resounded, and the sound of thunder pierced through the surrounding space. Just like Lin Tian from before, Baiziki had killed a formidable ferocious beast comparable to the initial stage of the heavenly immortal realm before stepping into the half-step heavenly immortal realm. His body was naturally surrounded by the glow of lightning that crackled from time to time. Lin Tian opened his eyes slightly and looked in Baiziki's direction. He was secretly shocked by the power of the lightning surrounding Baiziki's body. It was as if it could shatter everything. By Lin Tian's heavenly immortal realm was in the blink of an eye, and then a ferocious beast at the intermediate stage of the heavenly immortal realm heavenly immortal realm. Everything was in the blink of an eye, and a ferocious beast at the intermediate stage of the heavenly immortal realm heavenly Lin Tian's immortal realm. Lin Tian. He's addicted to leveling up through battle. He muttered. Baiziki had just reached the half-step heavenly immortal realm, and he immediately challenged a ferocious beast comparable to the intermediate stage of the immortal heavenly immortal realm. Obviously, he wanted to continue to force himself to improve through intense battles. He shook his head in his heart, and then no longer cared about Baiziki, and continued to think about his own heavenly immortal tribulation. Just like this, more than a month passed in the blink of an eye. Boom. 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 During this period of more than a month, powerful auras rushed up in this ancient forest one after another. And Shui, whooshing crocodile, Ling Yun, and the white tiger broke through one after another, and all of them reached the half-step heavenly immortal realm. Good, good, good. Just a little more and I'll reach the heavenly immortal realm. Whooshing crocodile's eyes shone brightly. The white tiger bared its teeth, speaking of which, refining treasures of heaven and earth is still the best. This kind of experience is simply too torturous. In the past 5 months, it had been constantly fighting with various ferocious beasts. During this period, it was severely injured again and again. Compared to the previous process of refining treasures of heaven and earth, it was simply the difference between hell and heaven. Brother Tiger, you're right. Ling Yin agreed very much. If that's the case, Lord Crocodile naturally thinks so too. Whooshing Crocodile also nodded, and then looked at Lin Tian, who was sitting on an ancient tree branch. Brat Lin, open up the dragon burial scripture. Dig the immortal dragon marrow and myriad Tao crystal for us. The immortal dragon marrow and myriad Tao crystal were rare treasures born from the auspicious momentum of heaven and earth. Even immortal kings would be jealous when they saw them. Lin Tian glanced over. Dig your grandpa. The immortal dragon marrow and myriad Tau crystal were things that even immortal kings would be jealous of. How could they be found so easily? Yeah. A childish voice sounded. Little Taichu descended from the sky at this time and landed on top of Lin Tian's head. Its little claws pointed to the southwest direction of this place, telling Lin Tian that it had felt a very strong Dao power in that direction just now. Lin Tian was immediately moved. He rose from the ground and looked in the direction that little Taichu pointed. His eyes changed. Strands of dragon patterns surrounded him, and he directly opened the Delusion Breaker Divine Eye. There, he opened the Delusion Breaker Divine Eye and looked in the southwest direction that little Taichu pointed. He vaguely saw an auspicious light. This auspicious light was located in a position far away in the southwest direction. It only appeared occasionally for a moment and then disappeared again. Then it appeared for a short time and then disappeared again. This caused his eyes to immediately intertwine with a bright light. This scene was enough to show that there was something extraordinary there. Immediately, he called by Ziki, Wuxing Crocodile, Ling Yun, and the others and briefly explained the situation to them. There is definitely a divine treasure there. Let's go now. White Tiger's eyes were shining, and he had an excited expression. Lin Tian nodded. Immediately, with him as the leader, the group directly headed in the southwest direction. In the blink of an eye, they had traveled thousands of feet. It was also at this time that the void suddenly distorted, and a majestic celestial king-level pressure appeared, causing the sky to tremble slightly. Not far away, two figures walked over. One of them was dressed in black and had a sharp face. It was Qin Jingyan, the young supreme being ranked 57th on the list of 100 immortals. Next to him, the other person was dressed in blue. His face was exceptionally cold, but his aura was even stronger than Qin Jingyan's. He was like a sleeping beast that could destroy everything. Lin Tianyi and the others looked at Qin Jingyan and the blue-clothed young man next to him, who had suddenly appeared. They could not help but stop in their tracks. Lin Tianwei narrowed his eyes slightly and glanced at Qin Jingyan and the blue-clothed young man next to him. He did not say anything. Of these two people, Qin Jingyan obviously did not come to chat with him. He was very clear that he was 100% here to kill him. At this time, he did not need to think to know that the blue-clothed young man next to Qin Jingyan was a helper that Qin Jingyan had found. After all, Qin Jingyan knew that he had a powerful existence like little Taichu by his side. With his own strength, he was definitely not a match for little Taichu, so he could not threaten him. Little Qin, you didn't die the last time, and now you're here to die again? Wuxing Crocodile sneered. Naturally, he could see that Qin Jingyan and the blue-clothed young man did not come with good intentions. Yeah. Little Taichu murmured. At this time, its eyes fell on Qin Jingyan, and 6 divine lights intertwined. Previously, it was very unhappy that Qin Jingyan had escaped. Qin Jingyan's eyes fell on little Taichu, and there was a sharp and cold light in his eyes. He said to the blue-clothed young man next to him, Zhu Yun, I'll need your help to stop this snow-white little beast. With your strength, there shouldn't be a problem. The blue-clothed young man was called Zhu Yun, and he seemed to have a good relationship with Qin Jingyan. He nodded and took a step forward. Then, with a boom, an extremely terrifying aura spread out from his body, and directly shattered a large part of the sky. Half-step to real god? The white tiger immediately turned pale. P.S. I've delayed for an entire day and only just updated. Sorry. Then, I'll update for today. Including the previous updates, there are a total of 3 chapters. I'll update them at the end of this month. The surging divine power with the faint aura of a true god surged out of the body of the young man in blue, almost suppressing the entire universe. The terrifying fluctuation caused the void to freeze and then disappear with a sizzling sound. Instantly, the white tiger and Wuxing Crocodile were shocked. So strong? Ling Yun frowned. A half-step true god was no joke. Moreover, it seemed that the other party was not an ordinary half-step true god. After all, he is a young sovereign ranked 11th on the ranking of 100 immortals. It is normal for him to have such strength. Lin Tiandao. He had a rough understanding of the people on the ranking of 100 immortals. Naturally, he knew about the blue-clothed youth named Zhu Yun. However, he did not expect that Zhu Yun had a good relationship with Qin Jingyan. Zhu Yan's body was surrounded by divine light, and his expression was cold. At this moment, he looked at little Taichu and locked onto it with his divine sense. Obviously, he wanted to restrain little Taichu as Qin Jingyan had said. Moreover, when he locked onto little Taichu with his divine sense, there was a dazzling light in his eyes. Then, there was a sharp pressure that fell on little Taichu. Yeah. Little Taichu was not happy. The six-colored divine light surged and pressed on Zhu Yan. The divine power of the two collided, and a large part of the space was crushed. Qin Jingyan's gaze fell on Lin Tian. With killing intent, he walked toward Lin Tian. At this moment, although little Taichu was still beside Lin Tian, he could not care less with Zhu Yan around. Seeing Zhu Yan approaching, little Taichu knew that this person was going to kill Lin Tian. The six-colored divine light outside his body burned even more fiercely and was about to press on Zhu Yan. Little guy, don't move. Let me do it. At this moment, Lin Tian's voice suddenly sounded. Little Taichu tilted his head and looked at Lin Tian curiously. Yeah? And Shui and Ling Yan were also puzzled. Brat, you mean you'll do it? One of them is a half-step true god while the other is an early-stage immortal king. Both of them are young paragons on the ranking of 100 immortals. You want to fight them? Are you sure? The whooshing crocodile and the white tiger both stared with wide eyes. In their opinion, with Lin Tian's current cultivation level, there was no way he could stop the two of them. The difference in cultivation level was too great. Even the usually calm Baiziki frowned slightly. Clearly, he couldn't understand why Lin Tian would say such a thing. Lin Tianyi smiled and did not say anything. He stepped forward, taking the initiative to walk towards Qin Jingyan and Zhu Yan. How pretentious. Qin Jingyan said coldly. He glanced at little Taichu and directly attacked. The immortal king light mercilessly pressed down on Lin Tian. At the same time, Zhu Yan also attacked. However, he didn't press down on Lin Tian. Instead, he emitted a very sharp aura and pressed down on little Taichu. In an instant, a large area of the void collapsed with a rumble. Little Taichu cried out angrily. Although Lin Tian asked it not to attack, it was still worried about Lin Tian. The six-colored divine light intertwined again and surged forward. At this moment, a large area of seven-colored divine light suddenly intertwined around Lin Tian's body. A divine sword surrounded by seven-colored divine light slashed out from between his eyebrows. The sword momentum instantly broke the heavens and the earth. Chi. Chi. As two soft sounds rang out, the divine power that Qin Jingyan and Zhu Yan had unleashed was immediately crushed to pieces. And Shui, Ling Yan, and the white tiger immediately widened their eyes. Baiziki was also shocked. At this moment, they all felt the terror of this seven-colored divine sword. Whooshing crocodile was even more shocked. It's that divine sword. This brat can actually summon that divine sword at this time? It had seen Lin Tian use this divine sword before. It was very clear how terrifying this divine sword was. It could cut through almost everything. No wonder he said he would do it himself. Then, it looked at Qin Jingyan and Zhu Yan opposite it with a mocking expression. These two were going to be in big trouble. Yeah. Little Taichu's eyes widened. It had also seen this divine sword with its own eyes. It knew that this divine sword had an extremely strong divine power. On the opposite side, Qin Jingyan and Zhu Yan's expressions changed slightly. Their gazes fell on the seven-colored divine sword that Lin Tian had summoned. There was shock and excitement in their eyes. Good stuff. Zhu Yan opened his mouth. His eyes were blazing as he stared at the seven-colored divine sword that Lin Tian had summoned. He directly took a step forward. An even more terrifying half-step true god aura rushed out from his body and pressed down on Lin Tian. Obviously, he had taken a fancy to the seven-colored divine sword that Lin Tian had summoned. At this moment, he rushed towards Lin Tian, wanting to snatch the seven-colored divine sword by force. Lin Tian looked at this person rushing towards him and sneered. He held the seven-colored divine sword and casually slashed it out. Clang! The sound of the sword was ear-piercing. A ray of seven-colored sword light slashed across, cutting through the void and appearing in front of the other party in an instant. Puff! blood suddenly sputtered. Zhu Yun was directly pierced through. His sturdy immortal king body exploded in the next moment. This scene shocked Shui and the others. Just one slash had shattered a half-step true god? This sword, White Tiger's eyes almost popped out as he stared at the seven-colored divine sword in Lin Tian's hand. The power of one slash could be so great? It was too terrifying. Those seven-colored light sources that we collected before, are they related to this sword? Baiziki looked at the seven-colored divine sword in Lin Tian's hand. His eyes were filled with light. On the other side, Qin Jingyan was truly shocked. Although he had felt that the seven-colored divine sword that Lin Tian had summoned was very terrifying, he did not expect it to be so terrifying. The half-step true god Zhu Yun could not even block one slash. You look very surprised. Lin Tian's voice rang out. He held the seven-colored divine sword in his hand. His gaze fell on Qin Jingyan, and he immediately stepped forward. Previously, when his cultivation had reached the half-step heavenly immortal level, the seven-colored divine sword in his sea of consciousness shook slightly, allowing him to sense that he could summon this divine sword and use it for a short period of time. Therefore, when he saw Qin Jingyan appear here with Zhu Yun, he was first slightly moved, but then he was overjoyed. This Qin Jingyan, at this time, had actually brought helpers to kill him. This was simply throwing himself into the mouth of an erupting volcano. Clang! He gently shook the seven-colored divine sword in his hand, and an ear-piercing sword cry reverberated. Then, a ray of seven-colored sword light instantly slashed out, mixed with majesty, vastness, and sharpness. It instantly crushed the void in all directions, as if it could collapse the heavens. Qin Jingyan felt the terror of this sword and immediately dodged as fast as he could. However, the speed and power of the seven-colored sword light far exceeded his expectations. In just an instant, the seven-colored sword light had arrived in front of him and pierced straight through his chest. Immediately, with a puff, dazzling blood red splashed out. Just like Zhu Yun, his immortal king physical body was directly slashed into pieces, and only his soul was barely preserved. However, a total of 9 cracks had appeared on it. P.S. The second update will be at about 23:30 p.m. During this holiday, there were a lot of friends who came to look for me, and the delay was far beyond my imagination. I'm really sorry about this update, and I'm very sorry. Please forgive me, everyone, I'm sorry. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. Blood floated in the air as Qin Jingyan was cut into pieces by the sword. It was a ghastly sight. This sword is simply, the White Tiger's eyes almost popped out. Zhu Yun and Qin Jingyan, one was a half-step true god, while the other was an early-stage immortal king. Both of them were young sovereigns on the ranking of 100 immortals with extraordinary talent and combat strength. But now, they were easily cut into pieces by Lin Tian's sword. Such a scene really shocked the White Tiger. Boom! Boom! Divine power surged as the two immortal king-level auras intertwined. Zhu Yun and Qin Jingyan formed their bodies with their spiritual souls. Valuable. Really good. Zhu Yun's voice was low as his eyes were filled with shock. But more than that, there was a look of possessiveness as he stared at the seven-colored divine sword in Lin Tian's hand. In the next moment, he moved. Half-step true god-level divine power crazily swept out as he propped up a secret technique. Dao light intertwined as he pressed down on Lin Tian again. Obviously, he still wanted to snatch the divine sword. As a young sovereign ranked 11th on the ranking of 100 immortals, his vision was very unique. Naturally, he could see that the seven-colored divine sword was extraordinary. The void was distorted by the secret technique propped up by Zhu Yun, and the space in all directions was completely suppressed in an instant. In response, Lin Tianji sneered. His action was as simple as before. He swung his sword, and a ray of seven-colored sword light slashed straight at Zhu Yun. Puff! The seven-colored sword light was extremely sharp, and it immediately annihilated the secret technique propped up by Zhu Yun, shattering it once again. Since you're so eager to die, I'll kill you first. Lin Tian Dao. He took a step forward, holding the divine sword as he charged forward. The moment Zhu Yun formed his body, he slashed his sword straight at Zhu Yun. Crack! 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 Everything in the surroundings was shattered. The sharp sword power turned into a seven-colored divine wave that swept away everything in its path. With a puff, Zhu Yun's newly formed body was shattered by the sharp sword power in the blink of an eye. Damn it! Zhu Yun let out a low roar. His half-step true god-level divine might surged and his body reformed in an instant. The shock in his eyes grew even stronger. He could clearly feel how terrifying the rainbow divine sword in Lin Tian's hand was. And it was precisely because he felt the terror of the seven-colored divine sword that the light in his eyes became even more resplendent. He wanted to seize the sword even more. Lin Tian could naturally tell that the other party was eyeing the rainbow divine sword in his hand. With a cold laugh, he raised his divine sword again and pressed it down. His actions were simple and direct. He swung the divine sword and unleashed 49 streaks of rainbow-colored sword light. 49 consecutive rainbow-colored sword lights merged together. It was as if there was nothing that could not be destroyed. Everywhere, everything disappeared. Zhu Yun let out a low roar. He directly propped up more than 10 types of immortal Dao laws, combining them with even more powerful mystic abilities and secret techniques as he charged towards Lin Tian. However, the 49 seven-colored sword rays were too terrifying. They instantly annihilated everything. Pooh! Once again, Zhu Yun was directly crushed, blood spraying all over the sky. This is completely unstoppable. The white tiger trembled again. It feels like the level is completely different. And Shui swallowed a mouthful of saliva. At this moment, anyone could tell that Lin Tian, who was holding the seven-colored divine sword, was extremely powerful. At the very least, he was invincible below the true god level. Even though Zhu Yun was a young sovereign ranked 11th on the 100 Immortals ranking and had unparalleled combat strength, in front of Lin Tian, who was holding the seven-colored divine sword, he was completely powerless. Rumble. The sound of flesh and blood squirming echoed. In the void, Zhu Yun once again reformed his shattered body. Staring at the seven-colored divine sword in Lin Tian's hand, the light in his eyes became even more intense. Let's go. Qin Jingyan stepped forward and said to Zhu Yun in a deep voice. At this moment, he could tell that with Lin Tian's seven-colored divine sword, even if the two of them worked together, they would definitely not be able to block it. Zhu Yun naturally felt this as well. His eyes gleamed as he looked at the seven-colored divine sword. Then, he looked at Lin Tian Dao. I'll leave this sword with you first. In the future, it will belong to me. As he spoke, he and Qin Jingyan decisively began to retreat. Lin Tianling smiled. He raised his hand and slashed out with his sword, directly shattering the void and intercepting Zhu Yun and Qin Jingyan at the same time. Stop daydreaming. You already have no future to speak of. Your future is the same as Qin Jingyan's. Both of you will die. He said coldly. As his words fell, he used the duality steps and closed in on Zhu Yun and Qin Jingyan at the same time. The seven-colored divine sword in his hand mercilessly slashed down again. Clang, the sound of the sword was ear-piercing and sharp. The seven-colored sword light pressed down on Zhu Yun with a force that could annihilate all things. At the same time, it also enveloped Qin Jingyan who was beside him. Zhu Yun and Qin Jingyan were both stunned by this sword force. They both roared and supported dozens of immortal Dao laws to resist. At the same time, they each supported an immortal king weapon to meet the attack. In the face of this seven-colored sword light, they did not dare to be careless at all. However, this kind of counterattack was too weak under the attack of the seven-colored sword light. In the blink of an eye, it was shattered. The immortal king weapons that the two of them supported fell to the ground at the same time. The divine radiance on them instantly weakened by a lot. And this was after Lin Tianling had deliberately held back most of his strength at the last moment. He wanted to preserve the two immortal king weapons and keep them for his own use. Otherwise, the two immortal king weapons would have been directly turned into ashes by that sword strike. Clang, he slashed out with his sword again. With unparalleled sword force, it landed on Zhu Yun and Qin Jingyan, directly shattering them into pieces. At the same time, taking advantage of this gap, he raised his hand and grabbed the two celestial king-grade precious weapons that had fallen to the ground. Using the power of the divine sword, he erased the two divine sense imprints on the weapons before putting away the two celestial king-grade precious weapons. Zhu Yun and Qin Jingyan reassembled their bodies. When they saw this scene, their faces turned extremely cold. Their immortal king weapons were taken away just like that. Lin Tianling looked at the two of them and sneered. Holding the divine sword in his right hand, he shook it and created a seven-colored divine light that filled the sky. Then, he used the seven-colored divine light to display the four symbols seal, forming a divine picture of the four symbols that was about 100 feet in diameter. It suppressed the surrounding space and enveloped Zhu Yun and Qin Jingyan at the same time. Your flesh shells are very good. I will make good use of them. He sneered. The two of them were both celestial king tier elites, so the life essence contained in their flesh shells was definitely terrifying. Now that he had the help of the power of the rainbow divine sword, he could easily kill the two of them while preserving their flesh shells. Then, with the life essence in the flesh shells of these two immortal king realm experts, they could definitely step into the heavenly immortal realm if they used the saint refining treasure technique. Buzz. The divine picture of the four symbols was displayed with the power of the divine sword. It was unknown how strong it was. One could only see that as the divine picture of the four symbols appeared, the surrounding space was immediately sealed and everything was suppressed. Zhu Yun and Qin Jingyan both trembled. At this time, with the divine sword's power and the existence of the four symbols seal, they suddenly felt that their movements had become difficult and their spirits were violently shaking. Get out of the range of this picture. Zhu Yun gritted his teeth. However, no matter how hard he struggled, it was useless. Don't waste your energy. With your current strength, it is impossible for you to break free from its range. Lin Tian's voice sounded. With a thought, the four-symbol seal that was displayed suddenly became brighter. The seven-colored divine light circled around it, causing Zhu Yun and Qin Jingyan to be completely restrained in an instant. This was the four-symbol seal that was activated with the power of the divine sword. How could an ordinary person break free from it? Clang, his gaze fell on Zhu Yun. Once again, he raised his hand. With a swing of his hand, a ray of golden sword light shot towards Zhu Yun's forehead. Its speed was extremely fast and its power was also terrifying. Following which, with a pu sound, the golden sword light pierced through Zhu Yun's forehead amidst his furious and unwilling screams. After which, it pierced through the back of his head, leaving behind a long trail of blood. The light of life in his eyes disappeared in the blink of an eye. Blood splattered out in a dazzling manner, floating in the air. A bloody hole had been pierced through Zhu Yun's forehead. His body was perfectly preserved, but the luster of life in his eyes had disappeared without a trace. His body was still there, but his spirit was gone. What a pervert! The white tiger couldn't help but shiver. Zhu Yun was a young sovereign ranked 11th on the 100 Immortals ranking. He was a half-step true god, but now, he was killed so easily. This sword is... Ling Yan was also shocked. And Shuang was shocked. And Shui's eyes widened. Even someone as calm as Baiziki could not help but flicker at this moment. She was truly shocked by the divine sword that Lin Tian had summoned. On the other side, Qin Jingyan, who was dressed in black, narrowed his eyes. His expression had truly changed. He immediately retreated again. A dozen rays of light rolled and turned into a divine radiance that shot into the sky. He was about to leave this place. But now, the powerful Zhu Yun was actually killed so easily by Lin Tian. This was something he had never expected. He had never expected the existence of the seven-colored divine sword. Buzz. In the sky, the four-symbol seal trembled. Divine brilliance fell and imprisoned Qin Jingyan again. I've said it before. Don't waste your energy. With your current strength, don't even think about getting out of the range of this seal. Lin Tiandao. The four-symbol seal was a peerless divine art. Like the dragon burial scripture, it was enough to amaze the past, present, and future. At this time, he had used the power of the seven-colored divine sword to create the four-symbol seal. In this way, even if Qin Jingyan was a young sovereign at the immortal king realm, he wouldn't be able to shake this divine picture. Even if there was a real god expert at this time, it would probably take some effort to fight against the divine picture of four symbols that he had summoned. Stop. I'll pretend that nothing happened. Qin Jingyan said in a deep voice. Lin Tian couldn't help but laugh. You're really funny. Do you have the right to say such things now? Do you really not understand your current situation? As he spoke, he raised the rainbow divine sword in his hand and calmly slashed out. Those who wish to kill will be killed. He was not a cruel and merciless person, but he was definitely not a merciful person. Others had tried to kill him twice, so how could he give up? It wasn't like there was something wrong with his IQ. Clang! A blinding sword radiance tore through the sky. The rainbow divine sword slashed out a rainbow sword radiance as he waved it. Qin Jingyan's expression changed greatly. He couldn't help but shout, "You live, pooh." Blood splashed out, directly interrupting his next words. The seven-colored sword light pierced through his forehead, instantly crushing the soul in his sea of consciousness, causing the luster of life in his eyes to rapidly disappear at a speed visible to the naked eye. Just like Zhu Yun, his flesh shell still existed, but he had already perished from the world. In the blink of an eye, he killed two young supremes. Moreover, one of them was ranked 11th on the ranking of 100 immortals. Whooshing crocodile clicked its tongue. Looking at the rainbow divine sword in Lin Tian's hand, it was both surprised and excited. A young supremacy ranked 11th on the ranking of 100 immortals, and a young supremacy ranked 57th on the ranking of 100 immortals, were killed in this place. Moreover, it was a crushing defeat. It was truly shocking. Cool. Very cool. The white tiger bared its teeth. Being attacked by a strong force, and then easily killed. The feeling of being slapped in the face was really cool. Lin Tianyi smiled. Then, in the next moment, the rainbow divine sword in his hand emitted a divine radiance. Suddenly, it vibrated on its own and turned into a rainbow light that shot into his forehead. In the blink of an eye, it returned to the bottom of his sea of consciousness and settled down like a rock. It's time, he muttered to himself. With his current cultivation, although he could occasionally summon the rainbow divine sword, he could not control it for a long time. And Shui stared at him with her eyes wide open. What on earth is that sword of yours? It's simply too exaggerated. You actually have such a divine weapon? It feels like an ultimate emperor weapon. It's too terrifying. As far as she knew, even the most powerful treasures of the grand ancient clans in the 12 immortal planes were nowhere near as terrifying as the seven-colored divine sword that Lin Tian had summoned. The presence of the sword seemed to truly be able to suppress everything in the world, making it impossible for anything to stop it. Just as you think, it's a powerful ancient weapon. Lin Tian Dao. And Shui nodded. Then, she asked doubtfully, but, since you have such a terrifying ancient weapon, why did you ask the little guy to deal with the Jia family's patriarch and the others when you walked out of the Lord Theological Seminary a few months ago? If you summoned that sword, you could have killed everyone at that time. Qin Jingyan would not have been able to escape at that time. Because the probability of summoning that sword is very small. He can't control it as he wishes now. He can only summon it when the divine sword acts strangely on its own. Whooshing crocodile spoke for Lin Tian Dao. The people in this place were all old friends and were absolutely trustworthy. Therefore, there was nothing to hide about this matter. And Shui was moved. She looked at Lin Tian and asked, "Is that so?" She looked even more curious and strange. It's just a sword. Why does it sound like it has its own consciousness? It will only let you use it when it's happy? Lin Tian, well, you can put it that way. He smiled. Then, he felt a little helpless. After saying that, he did not continue to talk about this matter. He raised his hand and grabbed the flesh shells of Zhu Yun and Qin Jingyan. The flesh shells of these two were deliberately left behind by him. One of them was at the half-step true immortal realm, while the other was at the early stage of the immortal king realm. The life essence contained in the flesh shells was absolutely amazing. If they refined it with the saint refining technique, their cultivation would definitely increase again in a short period of time. At least, they could reach the height of the heavenly immortal realm from the half-step heavenly immortal realm. Let's go. Find a place to refine it. Whooshing crocodile's eyes lit up. At this time, Lin Tian left the flesh shells of these two people. It naturally knew what Lin Tian was planning. Lin Tian nodded. Then, the group quickly found a hidden cave in the mountain range. Lin Tianyi carved dozens of formations. Then, he sat down cross-legged in the cave and let little Taichu guard them. You all can refine it. I don't need it. And Shui shook her head repeatedly after learning about the process of the saint refining technique. She was unwilling to cultivate it. After all, she was a girl. She would feel a little conflicted if a girl like her refined corpses to strengthen herself. Lin Tian could guess what Shui was thinking. He nodded and said, all right. When we find other valuable heavenly treasures later, we'll let you use them first. And Shui was with them. She was their companion. He would never be selfish when it came to companions and friends. Then, he, Ling Yun, Baiziki, White Tiger, and Wuxing Crocodile surrounded the flesh shells of Zhu Yun and Qin Jingyan. They each used the saint refining technique to refine the flesh shells of these two immortal kings and half-step true immortals. For a moment, different kinds of divine light and demonic light intertwined, illuminating the entire cave. Buzz. Lin Tian used the saint refining technique. The golden divine light outside his body became denser. His essence, qi, and spirit rose rapidly. Time passed quickly. In the blink of an eye, half a month had passed. Half a month later. On this day, the golden divine light outside his body became weaker. Then, it was gradually absorbed into his body. Then, in the next moment, he opened his eyes. 2 rays of light flashed in his eyes. You're not going to continue refining? And Shui saw him open his eyes. The golden divine light outside his body had also disappeared. She could not help but ask softly. I don't need to refine it for now. Lin Tian smiled and said. In half a month, he had used the saint refining technique to absorb the life essence of the immortal king's flesh shells to strengthen himself. At this time, he had reached the end of the half-step heavenly immortal realm. With a single thought, he could step into the true heavenly immortal realm. Then, the heavenly immortal realm tribulation would descend. Therefore, at this time, he did not need to continue refining to strengthen himself. He stopped and had to prepare to deal with the heavenly immortal realm tribulation. In fact, he already had a plan for how to deal with the heavenly immortal realm tribulation. After all, he had thought about this problem after reaching the half-step heavenly immortal realm through a few months of fighting with the ferocious beasts. He looked at Baiziki and the others. They were still refining with the saint refining technique to strengthen themselves. He stood up and walked to the side, quietly waiting for the 2 men and 2 beasts. When the 2 men and 2 beasts finished refining the 2 immortal kings' flesh shells with the saint refining technique, he would find a place to transcend the heavenly tribulation. After that, another half a month passed in the blink of an eye. Half a month later, the 2 immortal kings' flesh shells were completely shriveled. The life essence contained within was completely refined and completely disappeared. Baiziki, the White Tiger, the Wuxing Crocodile, and Ling Yun had all stepped into the heavenly immortal realm. The essence, qi, and spirit that they emitted had another qualitative improvement. Moreover, the Tao power that the 3 of them emitted had become even more shocking. A new immortal Tao aura vaguely appeared. This was because after a cultivator's cultivation reached the heavenly immortal realm, they could comprehend new immortal Tao laws. I've finally reached the heavenly immortal realm. The Wuxing Crocodile was slightly excited. Going from a mystic immortal to a heavenly immortal was a qualitative transformation. It's more comfortable to break through in this way. It's too tiring to break through by fighting with the ferocious beasts. The White Tiger was very useless. Ling Yan also seemed a little excited. On the other side, Baiziki was silently feeling his own strength. Kid, why are you still at the half-step heavenly immortal realm? At this moment, the White Tiger looked at Lin Tian curiously. I'm going to transcend the tribulation. Lin Tian Dao. The White Tiger immediately understood. Yes, yes, yes. How could you forget about it? As it spoke, it looked at Lin Tian and could not help but click its tongue. Kid, you must have done a lot of outrageous things in your previous life. Otherwise, why would you be so unlucky in this life to be chased by the heavenly tribulation all the way to death? Lin Tian could not help but feel a few black lines appear on his forehead. He really wanted to kick it away. Did this idiot know how to speak? He glanced at it and said to Baiziki, Ling Yun, and the others, go find a spacious and desolate place. I'll go through the heavenly immortal tribulation." As he spoke, he raised his head and looked at the extreme southwest of the 8 Desolates ancient vein. "When I succeed, we'll come back and take a look at that place." In this ancient vein, the extreme southwest direction was indeed a little extraordinary. It was a strange place, and there might be extraordinary treasures hidden there. Since he had found it, he naturally had to go there to have a look. However, at this time, the tribulation should be his first priority. Therefore, he had to go through the celestial immortal tribulation first, and then turn back and go to that place. On the other hand, he was not worried that other people would get to that place first, because there were no traces of people nearby. Most importantly, ordinary people would not be able to discover the abnormality there. "Let's go." He called out to Baiziki and the others, and asked little Taichu to open a space portal, and directly jumped out of the ancient vein. After about an hour, little Taichu opened the space portals again and found a very deserted area in the central region. There were no signs of human habitation within a radius of millions of miles, and there was no other life. Lin Tian naturally stopped at this place. This place was very suitable for him to go through the heavenly tribulation. "Go and wait for me in the distance," he said to Baiziki and the others, and then asked little Taichu to stay near this place to protect him. After that, if he faced a real threat of death in the celestial immortal tribulation, little Taichu would immediately help. In fact, with little Taichu's strength, little Taichu could actually help him break through the celestial immortal tribulation. After all, little Taichu was now in the middle stage immortal king realm, and was from the immortal spirit royal family. His combat strength was terrifying, and it would not be difficult for him to break through the celestial immortal tribulation. However, he was not willing to let little Taichu help him through the heavenly tribulation, because although the heavenly tribulation was terrifying, it was also an experience for him. There would be a lot of benefits if he relied on his own strength to go through it. He stood at the center of this wasteland and took a deep breath. After that, with a slight thought, the golden divine radiance outside his body seethed as he started to charge into the heavenly immortal realm. After that, merely a few breaths of time passed before the golden divine radiance outside his body became even more dazzling and seething, while a strand of powerful energy suddenly swept out from within his body. At this moment, he directly broke through to the celestial immortal realm. Boom! In an instant, ear-piercing thunder resounded through the sky. The sky in this place instantly turned pitch black. A huge thundercloud vortex intertwined in the sky in the blink of an eye. Streaks of blood-red lightning boiled in it, as if they wanted to destroy everything. In the face of this lightning, crackling sounds rang out. The space within a radius of several dozen miles shattered inch by inch, collapsing inch by inch. Spatial turbulence poured out wantonly, completely unable to withstand the destructive might of this lightning. The fluctuations of the might of lightning seemed capable of easily annihilating any cultivator below the immortal king realm, and its aura was terrifying and horrifying. This guy's heavenly tribulation is so terrifying every time. It's simply destruction for the sake of destruction. Whooshing Crocodile said. Monster. Pervert. And Shui said. Originally, cultivators could only attract heavenly tribulations when they were in the immortal ascension realm. However, Lin Tian attracted heavenly tribulations every time he stepped into a higher realm. Moreover, the heavenly tribulations he attracted each time were so exaggerated and horrifying that it really shocked her. Baiziki was silent. Only his eyes shone brightly as he stared at Lin Tian in the center of the distance without blinking. Boom! Thunder rumbled as a black lightning vortex spun in the sky. Strands of blood-red lightning interweaved within it and collapsed inch after inch of space, causing the ground to tremble violently as well. After that, numerous cracks that were like spiderwebs appeared. Lin Tian stood calmly on the ground, looking up at the pitch-black thundercloud in the sky. His eyes were very calm. Come on, he muttered to himself. The light of lightning intertwined around his body. At this moment, he directly activated the 5 heavenly thunders technique. It was also at this moment that the sky shook violently, accompanied by another terrifying thunder. The first round of heavenly punishment pressed down, forming a huge lightning beam. It directly pierced through the void, creating a large tunnel, and pressed straight down on Lin Tian. The power of this attack was so powerful that even a peak celestial immortal expert would be moved because it was really a little terrifying. However, Lin Tian was very calm. He was not afraid at all. He directly greeted the heavenly punishment with a punch. The silver lightning of the 5 heavenly thunders technique intertwined at the tip of his fist, colliding directly with the first round of heavenly punishment. At that moment, with a boom, the void in all directions collapsed. The first round of heavenly punishment was shattered by his punch. How scary! And Shui shrank her neck. Lin Tian had just stepped into the celestial immortal realm, but a simple punch had such terrifying power. She estimated that the punch just now could destroy a peak celestial immortal expert with a single punch. Boom, in the sky, the thunder roared again, and an even more terrifying destructive aura appeared. At this time, the second round of heavenly punishment directly manifested. It was a group of mountains formed by lightning. Every thunder mountain seemed to be able to crush everything. It was unknown how many times stronger than the first round of heavenly punishment. It was on a completely different level. With the appearance of this round of heavenly punishment, the world in all directions shook. With the force of thunder, it pressed down on Lin Tian again. Facing this heavenly punishment, the white tiger could not help but tremble. It only felt that this heavenly punishment could instantly destroy a peak celestial immortal's body and soul. There was no chance for it to resist this heavenly punishment at all. It was completely unstoppable. With a rumble, this round of heavenly punishment was extremely fast. The group of thunder mountains shook and pressed down on Lin Tian's head in the blink of an eye. Lin Tian naturally felt how powerful this round of heavenly punishment was, but he still did not have the slightest fear. The silver lightning intertwining around his body fluctuated slightly and then disappeared. Then, in the next moment, strands of blue electric arc surged out of his body. With a sizzling sound, the intertwining thunder aura was much stronger than the previous silver electric arcs. Whoosh, with a soft sound, blue lightning trembled from his body and struck up against the sky. Then, in the blink of an eye, the blue lightning collided with the second round of heavenly punishment. Immediately, with a boom, everything around was destroyed. The second round of heavenly punishment disappeared in the blink of an eye. This round of heavenly punishment was destroyed so easily? And Shui was shocked. In the sky, the thunder was still roaring, and the world became even darker. Lin Tian stood in the same place, the blue lightning outside his body crackling from time to time. He looked up at the sky and said, "Continue." The 5 heavenly thunder spell that he mastered had the ability to restrain the heavenly punishment to a certain extent. There were a total of 5 stages, from low to high. The corresponding colors of the thunder in the 5 stages were silver, blue, purple, red, and black. Now, the blue lightning intertwining around his body was the sign that his 5 heavenly thunder spell had reached the second stage, which was far more powerful than the first stage. Boom, 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 in the sky, 3 thunderbolts sounded in a row. The third, fourth, and fifth round of heavenly punishment appeared together. In an instant, an even more terrifying thunder might surged, and the world was completely shrouded in this destructive thunder might. Lin Tian was fearless. The blue lightning outside his body boiled, and he directly went against the sky, attacking the 3 rounds of heavenly punishment. The heavenly tribulation was a calamity, full of destruction. However, at the same time, the destructive power of the strongest, most righteous, most young, and most unyielding contained many possibilities. Using this kind of heavenly tribulation to temper divine weapons could be said to be the best way to polish them. Lin Tian summoned the immortal Emperor Pagoda. Now that his cultivation level had reached the heavenly immortal level, his divine weapon of origin had also become a heavenly immortal weapon. At this time, he summoned the immortal Emperor Pagoda and used the power of the heavenly tribulation to reforge his divine weapon of origin. With this destructive lightning, he made it even purer and stronger. Boom, thunder roared, shaking the surroundings. The immortal Emperor Pagoda trembled under the lightning. The blue power of the 5 heaven-shocking thunderbolts provided a certain degree of resistance, allowing the immortal Emperor Pagoda to withstand the destructive tempering of the heavenly tribulation while also shattering the other destructive lightning. In an instant, the immortal Emperor Pagoda rumbled. Cracks appeared on the surface of the immortal Emperor Pagoda, and the purple primordial light it emitted gradually became purer. Then, the third, fourth, and fifth main lightning punishment were destroyed. Outside Lin Tian's body, the blue power of the 5 heaven-shocking thunderbolts flashed and crackled, causing the void to rumble. He used his essence, qi, and spirit to adjust the immortal Emperor Pagoda, causing the cracks on it to slowly heal. The primordial light it emitted became even more shocking and purer. Boom, in the sky, thunder rumbled. The 6th main lightning punishment appeared. A thunderstorm came down, and the destructive aura was even stronger. Lin Tian looked at the thunderstorm, and his eyes flashed. After a pause, he took the initiative to charge into the sky. The immortal Emperor Pagoda circled around him and followed him into the sky. The thunderous roar was deafening. In an instant, the immortal Emperor Pagoda was drowned by the lightning along with his body. With a crisp crack, the immortal Emperor Pagoda was shattered. The main lightning punishment this time was much stronger than the previous 5 rounds of main lightning punishments. Poof, at the same time, blood splattered everywhere. Rays of heavenly tribulation light landed on Lin Tian's body, causing blood and flesh to splatter everywhere. Then, after a few breaths of time, his heavenly immortal level body was smashed into pieces. In the distance, the expressions of Wuxing Crocodile and Xianxia changed. When it comes to the 6th round of thunder punishment, he can no longer withstand it. This kind of heavenly tribulation is simply too frightening. Who has just entered the celestial realm can survive this kind of heavenly tribulation? The white tiger said. Although it said so, it wasn't worried about Lin Tian's safety. This was because the intermediate stage immortal King Little Taichu was still here. It could help Lin Tian end this destructive heavenly tribulation at any time. He did it on purpose. At the side, Baiziki suddenly spoke, his eyes shining brightly. Hearing this, White Tiger immediately revealed a puzzled expression. On purpose? What do you mean? It looked at the center of the heavenly tribulation and said, Are you saying that he made the heavenly tribulation shatter himself? Next to him, the Wuxing Crocodile and Xianxia also looked at Baiziki. He wants to use this heavenly tribulation to become stronger. Baiziki said. Just now, he could clearly feel the terrifying and tyrannical power of the blue 5 heaven-shaking lightning technique that Lin Tian displayed. With the power of the blue lightning, it was definitely not difficult to destroy the 6th round of the heavenly tribulation. However, Lin Tian directly faced the 6th round of the heavenly tribulation without using the blue lightning at all. Therefore, he was sure that Lin Tian did it on purpose. He wanted to use the power of the heavenly tribulation to polish himself like a magic weapon. Boom! In the center of the heavenly tribulation, thunder rumbled in the sky, and destructive lightning struck down again and again. Lin Tian was at the center of the heavenly tribulation. His body was shattered, but after a few dozen breaths, he endured the 6th round of the heavenly tribulation. In the next moment, his shattered flesh wriggled and gurgled. Before long, his body was reformed. Sizzling sounds intertwined outside his body. Although he did not use the 5 heaven-shaking lightning technique or the immortal way of thunder, at this time, there were still strands of shocking lightning appearing on the surface of his body. His aura was very shocking. A little stronger. He clenched his fist slightly and muttered to himself. Just as Baiziki said, he did let the heavenly tribulation shatter his body on purpose. With the destructive lightning as the origin power, he treated his body as a magic weapon to be polished under the power of the heavenly tribulation. He wanted to use this to make himself stronger. Boom! The sky shook, and thunder rumbled again. The 7th, 8th, and 9th rounds of the heavenly tribulation came down together. Facing these 3 rounds of even more terrifying heavenly tribulation, Lin Tian's eyes were intertwined with rays of light, and he rushed up again. Puff! Blood splattered. One of his arms was directly shattered, and blood splattered in all directions. However, his expression did not change at all. He did not use the power of the 5 heaven-shaking lightning technique, and let the destructive heavenly tribulation fall on his body, one after another, shattering every part of his body. His entire celestial level body turned into a bloody mist once again. Then, puff, puff. 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 The 3 rounds of the heavenly tribulation seemed to crush the world, causing his body to shatter even more thoroughly. Pieces of blood, minced flesh, and bone fragments floated in the air. It was a shocking sight. Gurgle. The sound of flesh and blood wriggling was heard. He forcibly endured the 3 rounds of the heavenly tribulation and reformed his body with difficulty. Then, he clenched his fist and immediately felt an even stronger power. At this time, his pure physical body had directly broken through a limit. Even if he was facing an early-stage immortal king, he was completely fearless. The divine power in his body had obviously become more vigorous and shocking. His divine sense and divine soul were also obviously much stronger. Moreover, under the situation of using this kind of heavenly tribulation to forcibly temper his body, his cultivation was also rising. He took a deep breath and looked at the rolling thunder in the sky. The light in his eyes became even brighter. Come on. Almost at the instant his words fell, another round of the heavenly tribulation fell with a bang. This was a monstrous waterfall of lightning. Wherever it passed, nothing could be preserved. Everything was shattered. Lin Tian was fearless. His eyes were bright. He did not make any counterattack and rushed into this round of the heavenly tribulation again. Puff. The ferocious and terrifying 10th round of the main lightning punishment directly smashed him to pieces. Then, like the previous rounds of the heavenly tribulation, the 10th round of the heavenly tribulation did not disperse immediately. It continued to crush his broken body with destructive lightning power, causing his already broken body to shatter even more. And Shui and the others who saw this scene, except for Baiziki, could not help but shudder. He did not resist and forcibly endured the power of the heavenly tribulation. He used this destructive heavenly tribulation to temper himself and cultivate. He is really ruthless to himself. He is really crazy. White Tiger could not help but gulp. At this time, after Baiziki, the White Tiger and the others realized that Lin Tian had indeed deliberately allowed himself to be struck by the heavenly tribulation light. He was completely unprepared, which made them a little shocked. This guy is really, and Shui shrunk his neck. Since ancient times, when cultivators underwent heavenly tribulations, they would do everything they could to shatter the lightning of heavenly tribulation. But now, Lin Tian was taking the initiative to endure such lightning with his body, using it to temper his body for cultivation. This was simply a little crazy. Boom, thunder surged and rolled, and a destructive aura pressed down. The 10th round of heavenly tribulation light kept crushing Lin Tian's broken body, causing the aura he emitted to become much weaker, as if it was about to be destroyed. Soon, another dozen breaths passed, and the 10th round of heavenly tribulation light finally turned into a faint light and disappeared. In the void, blood spilled, minced flesh was everywhere, and bones were scattered all over the ground. Gulialu. Faint golden light intertwined, and his flesh and blood wriggled. Soon, Lin Tian's body was reformed. At this moment, his face was a little pale, and his aura was much weaker, but the light in his eyes was more intense. However, even though his face had become very pale and his aura had become very weak, he could feel the changes in his body and his sea of consciousness. They were obviously stronger than before. Moreover, his cultivation level had also increased a lot compared to the beginning. At this time, after continuously enduring several rounds of heavenly tribulation light, his flesh and blood had digested and absorbed some of the power of the heavenly tribulation to a certain extent. His cultivation level was about to reach the middle stage of the early stage of the heaven immortal realm. Obviously, although he had suffered a lot of damage from forcibly enduring the power of the heavenly tribulation, he had also gained a lot of benefits. Boom! Thunder roared, as if a sacred drum had been beaten. In the dark sky, a thunder vortex rotated, and the 11th round of heavenly tribulation light appeared. It was many times more terrifying than the 10th round of heavenly tribulation light, as if it could destroy everything. Lin Tian's face was slightly pale. He had expended a lot of energy, but he showed no fear in the face of this even more terrifying main lightning punishment. He continued to use his body to forcefully endure it, using the destructive heavenly tribulation to temper himself. After that, the main lightning punishment of the heavenly tribulation struck down one after another. In the blink of an eye, there were 16 rounds of lightning punishment. Lin Tian's fleshly body had withstood dozens of rounds of the main lightning punishment, and his spirit, energy, and energy had been weakened to the lowest point. However, he had become much stronger than when he had just stepped into the early stage of Heaven Immortal, and his cultivation base had reached the pinnacle of the early stage of Heaven Immortal. Boom! Another clap of thunder reverberated in the air. The 17th round of the main thunder punishment came crashing down in the form of a huge thunder star. It was as if a part of the starry sky had transformed from thunder and lightning. Before it could even reach Lin Tian, it had already caused cracks to appear on his body. Without a doubt, this round of lightning punishment was unimaginably terrifying. Lin Tian stood under the 17th round of the main thunder punishment. His eyes narrowed slightly, and then he tilted his head to look at little Taichu beside him. Without any resistance, he had continuously endured more than 10 rounds of the primary lightning punishment to temper his body and cultivate. He had now reached his limit. No matter what, the 17th round of the primary lightning punishment was not something he could withstand in his current state. After all, although his cultivation had become stronger than before, he had suffered too heavy of an injury in the process. At this moment, he was unable to display the battle strength that matched his current cultivation. Not far away, little Taichu naturally understood what Lin Tian meant. He immediately flew over, and with a gentle shake of the wings behind him, a large amount of 6-colored divine light shot toward the sky. Chi, 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 soft sounds rang out one after another. The thunder stars were shattered one by one, and the 17th round of the main thunder punishment was annihilated in the blink of an eye. Although this main thunder punishment was terrifying, it was only a celestial immortal tribulation. However, the little guy was at the mid-stage of the immortal king realm, and he was from the immortal spirit royal family. Therefore, it was naturally easy for him to shatter this heavenly tribulation. Lin Tian stood aside, circulating the Heart Sutra of Sun to regulate his breathing. At the same time, he used his mind to gather the purple fragments beside him. These were the fragments of the immortal Emperor Pagoda that had been shattered by the celestial immortal tribulation. At this time, he called these fragments back and nourished them with his divine thought of origin and golden divine power, allowing these fragments to quickly reform. In the blink of an eye, the complete immortal Emperor Pagoda was reformed, and the purple Hongmeng divine light became even more shocking. On the surface of the pagoda, there were more thunder marks, and the whole pagoda was more majestic, as if it could suppress everything. Good. Lin Tian said to himself. This pagoda was his divine origin weapon. He had tempered it many times with the heavenly tribulation, and was very satisfied with the evolution of this pagoda. Now, this pagoda was the same as his cultivation, an early-stage celestial immortal weapon. However, its power was absolutely terrifying. Even if it collided with an ordinary immortal king weapon, it would not be too difficult. At least, it would not be easily destroyed. Dong! The sky trembled, and the pitch-black thunder vortex spun. The world became even darker, and the destructive aura became stronger. Within the black lightning vortex, streaks of lightning shadows appeared. There were angels with broken wings, headless knights, immortals with broken arms, ferocious ghosts, ferocious beasts, and blind blood shadows. In an instant, it caused the world to tremble. The destructive aura was countless times more terrifying than the previous 17 main lightning tribulations combined. This aura, White Tiger sucked in a breath of cold air. Looking at these thunder shadows, it could not help but tremble. It was really too terrifying, as if it could destroy everything. Lin Tian stood in the center of the heavenly tribulation. He could feel that this was the last round of main thunder punishment of the celestial immortal tribulation. At the same time, he could also feel how terrifying and shocking this round of main thunder punishment was. At the same time, he frowned slightly. This was because in the recent heavenly tribulations, the last round of main thunder punishment was always like this. It was hard for him not to be moved. However, although he was moved, he did not care too much. After all, even if he cared, he could not figure it out. Boom! With the sound of thunder, the entire sky collapsed. The 18th round of main thunder punishment, with an aura of destruction, pressed down on Lin Tian. Wherever it passed, everything was destroyed. Ya! Little Taichu murmured in a childish voice. The 6-colored divine light surged and turned into a 6-colored divine wave that hit the sky. In the blink of an eye, the 6-colored divine light collided with the 18th round of main thunder punishment. The thunder shadows were immediately shattered. Then, the 18th round of main thunder punishment disappeared completely. The pitch-black thunder vortex in the sky also slowly dissipated. The sky became bright again. "I've finally made it through." In the distance, Wuxing Crocodile said. With the little Taichu, an intermediate immortal king, protecting him, successfully passing this heavenly tribulation is inevitable. And Shui said. Then, he could not help but roll his eyes. He glanced at Lin Tian from afar and said, "However, this guy is simply too reckless. He's too crazy. He actually used such a method to train himself. He's really too cruel to himself." Exactly. The white tiger felt the same way. Baiziki did not say anything. He just stared at Lin Tian in front of him. There, the ground had completely collapsed and was in ruins. Buzz. The sky became bright. 7 colored auspicious clouds quickly condensed and appeared in the sky directly above Lin Tian's head. They directly projected a large amount of 7-colored divine light, enveloping Lin Tian in it. This was the gift after the heavenly tribulation. It contained an extremely astonishing power. Lin Tian took a deep breath. Then, the Heart Sutra of Sun that was already circulated even faster. It quickly absorbed the 7-colored divine light and refined it to strengthen his body. At the same time, it also nourished the immortal Emperor Pagoda. In the blink of an eye, under the 7-colored divine light after the heavenly tribulation, his injuries were healed. His essence, chi, and spirit were restored to their peak, and continued to rise. His cultivation was also rapidly becoming stronger. After that, in the blink of an eye, half a quarter of an hour passed. After half a quarter of an hour, at this moment, an astonishing force swayed from his body, crushing a large area of the void on the spot. Middle stage immortal realm. A glimmer of light flashed across his eyes. Divine radiance interweaved on the surface of his body, blazing and powerful. Lin Tian's eyes were filled with traces of light. During the process of transcending the heavenly tribulation, he had continuously endured more than 10 rounds of the heavenly tribulation's main lightning punishment. His flesh and blood had absorbed the tyrannical power of lightning, and his cultivation had already reached the peak of the early stage of the heaven immortal realm. Then, now that he had transcended this heavenly tribulation and welcomed the power of the rainbow auspicious clouds, he naturally broke through to the mid-stage of the heaven immortal realm in a short period of time. He clenched his fists slightly and sensed the changes in himself. His physique had become stronger, his sea of consciousness had become vaster, and his soul had become tougher. His combat strength was obviously much stronger than when he was at the early stage of the heaven immortal realm. It was as if they were no longer on the same level. This guy has reached the mid-stage of the heaven immortal realm. That's too fast. In the distance, the white tiger could not help but stare. It's indeed very fast. And Shui nodded, then rolled his eyes and said, "However, you have to see how he cultivated. That's a breakthrough that he forcefully endured." That's true. It's a pity that he could endure it all the time. The white tiger nodded and said, "If it was me, I would definitely not do such a thing. It's simply self-torture, and it's not an ordinary kind of self-torture." It had endured more than 10 rounds of the primary lightning tribulation in a row without putting up any resistance. Its body had been shattered time and time again, and even cracks had appeared on its soul. That kind of pain was extremely shocking, and it was absolutely unable to endure it. At the same time, Lin Tian, who was able to endure that kind of pain, had his cultivation rise rapidly. Naturally, success was achieved when the conditions were right. Buzz. In front of him, at the center of the ground, Lin Tian's body was surrounded by golden light, and there were strands of dense Tao light interweaving. After transcending the heavenly immortal tribulation and reaching the heaven immortal realm, his understanding of the nameless Tao law and the thunder immortal Tao had become stronger. At the same time, he could clearly sense more immortal Taos floating around him. Cut, split, rain, fire, forest, he muttered to himself. After reaching the celestial immortal realm, a cultivator could comprehend and control more of the immortal Tao. At this time, he had stepped into the celestial immortal realm and could naturally sense more of the immortal Tao. He stood in place, his eyes closed in meditation, using his own divine sense to circle the surroundings, comprehending the many immortal Daos in the surroundings. In the blink of an eye, another quarter of an hour had passed. The rainbow-colored auspicious clouds in the sky fluctuated and quickly dissipated. It was also at this time that the Dao light around Lin Tian's body became denser. After the Thunder Immortal Dao, he began to comprehend the second Immortal Dao. Of course, he whispered. Even among the thousands of Immortal Daos, the Immortal Dao of Nature was one of the top Immortal Daos. Although it wasn't very outstanding in terms of attack, it had miraculous power in terms of defense and comprehension. Moreover, the Immortal Dao of Nature could, to a certain extent, borrow the power of nature at any time and anywhere for his own use. Together with the dragon burial scripture that he controlled, he would definitely be able to unleash the power of both. It was a very good choice for his future battles. He extended his divine sense of origin and immersed it into the Immortal Dao of Nature that he sensed, earnestly comprehending it. It had to be said that back then, before he stepped into the Great Virtue Realm, he had once comprehended the Great Dao of Nature when he accidentally entered a meditative state and had a very good understanding of it. Therefore, it was much easier for him to comprehend the higher-level Immortal Dao of Nature. It could be said that he was very familiar with it, and he quickly comprehended it to a certain extent. He used the divine sense of origin that had immersed itself into the Immortal Dao of Nature to quickly draw out 9 balls of immortal essence of nature into his body. Soon, these 9 balls of immortal essence merged together, causing a very thick Dao light of nature to surge around his body in the blink of an eye. Seeing this Dao light of nature, in the distance, Baiziki and the others were slightly moved. He comprehended the second Immortal Dao, and it's the very top Immortal Dao of Nature. The White Tiger muttered. The Immortal Dao of Nature was extraordinary and very shocking. Ordinary people couldn't comprehend it. Lin Tian stood in the center of the front, with Dao light surging around his body. He carefully comprehended the Immortal Dao of Nature, and in the blink of an eye, a full hour had passed. After an hour, he opened his eyes, and there was a flash of light of nature in his eyes. At the same time, the Dao light of nature outside his body also disappeared into his body. He exhaled a mouthful of turbid air, and his entire aura became incomparably calm, as if he had merged with nature. Little Taichu cried out in a childish voice. At this moment, it flew over and landed on his head. Then, it poked its little head out to look at him, blinking its big eyes. Obviously, it felt that Lin Tian's aura was very strange at this moment. Lin Tian smiled and rubbed the little guy's head. He took a step back and appeared in front of Ling Yun and the others in just one step. "TSK, your speed has become faster, and your aura has become as calm as a mirror. However, I feel that you've become even more monstrous." Wuxing Crocodile concluded. Lin Tiantan smiled. "Let's go back to the 8 Desolation Ancient Range and see what's in the southwest. Let's go, let's try to dig out a pile of immortal dragon marrow there," the White Tiger said. Then, the group left. Lin Tian raised his hand and tore open a spatial tunnel, which was filled with silver light. Now that he had stepped into the Heaven Immortal Realm and reached the mid-stage of the Heaven Immortal Realm, it was enough for him to tear open a spatial portal in a large environment like the Immortal Realm. He opened the spatial portal to the 8 Desolation Ancient Range in this place. Then, the group stepped directly into it and disappeared on the spot in the blink of an eye. Darkness covered the group's vision in an instant. Then, in the next moment, light appeared, and the group was shocked out of the spatial portal by a huge force and landed on solid ground again. Roar, roar, as far as the eye could see, the ancient trees in their field of vision were all thick and tall. It was a continuous ancient mountain range, and there were shocking beast roars and bird cries echoing in it. It was deafening, and the demonic chi in the air was very shocking. When the group arrived here, Lin Tian looked directly at the southwest of the mountain range and said, "Let's go." The group flew in the air, and their speed was not slow. Roar, the beast's roar was terrifying. There was a ferocious beast at the peak of the Heaven Immortal Realm that rushed out, and its body was filled with a mighty bloody aura as it pounced on the group. Lin Tian led the way at the front. At this moment, he casually slapped out and landed on the huge ferocious beast that pounced over. Puff, blood splattered, and the ferocious beast that pounced over was directly smashed into pieces by the slap. Even its demonic soul was annihilated. The group could not help but be moved by this scene. One had to know that the ferocious beast just now was comparable to the peak of the heaven immortal realm. Such a ferocious beast was actually killed by Lin Tian, who was at the mid-stage of the heaven immortal realm, with a casual slap. It was really shocking. What a freak. And Shui muttered. Needless to say, such combat strength was truly terrifying. Lin Tian seemed to be very calm instead. With his reincarnation king physique and his ability to successively endure the baptism of over 10 heavenly tribulations, even if he killed a half-step immortal king realm expert now, it would be as easy as cutting grass for him, and it wouldn't be difficult at all. So, slapping a ferocious beast comparable to a cultivator at the peak of the heavenly immortal realm to death with a single slap was really nothing. He was at the front and led the group towards the southwest of the ancient mountain range. In the blink of an eye, they'd traveled very far, and then another hour passed before they finally arrived at the southwest area. The roars of beasts and cries of birds became extremely dense in this area, and an extremely large number of ferocious beasts resided here. In their field of vision, a random pangolin that was only around 7 inches long was crawling through this area, yet the demonic chi on its body was extremely strong, and it was at the half-step immortal king realm. On the other side, a feathered bird was circling in the sky, and it was comparable to an immortal king. Further away, a dark python was coiled around the peak of an enormous mountain. Its demonic chi was terrifying to the extreme, and it was at the half-step true god realm. Moreover, demonic mist surged around its body, and it was extremely shocking. Could this area be the core area of the ancient mountain range? Aren't the demon beasts here a little too exaggerated? Even the weakest is at the half-step immortal king realm. This is really... The white tiger stared with its eyes wide open. It had attained the initial stage of the heavenly immortal realm now, but when it arrived here at this moment and saw the numerous ferocious beasts in this area, it couldn't help but shudder because all the ferocious beasts here were truly formidable to a terrifying degree. It feels like they'd gathered here intentionally, the whooshing crocodile said. And Shui felt the same way. It does look very similar. Moreover, it seems like they've gathered here for some purpose. Lin Tian also had the same feeling. He was slightly puzzled, but he didn't pay too much attention to it. After a pause, he opened his delusion breaker divine eye and looked at the place where he first discovered the interweaving immortal light and Tao light in this area. That place was a canyon. It wasn't too big, but it wasn't too small either. Most of the vegetation inside seemed very ordinary, but they all had a hint of spirituality. Now that he had reached the mid-stage of the heavenly immortal realm, he used his delusion breaker divine eye to quickly see strands of immortal light and Tao light jumping around in the canyon, appearing and disappearing from time to time. Kid, how is it? The whooshing crocodile asked. Beside him, the others also looked at him. They all knew that he, who controlled the dragon burial scripture, was the best at analyzing the situation of heaven and earth. Lin Tian's eyes interwove with dragon runes, and the natural immortal light flashed. After looking for a while, he couldn't help but frown slightly. There. A strange glint flashed through his eyes. Now that he had mastered the natural immortal Tao, he could use it with the dragon burial scripture to fully understand nature and analyze the situation of heaven and earth. At this moment, he looked at the canyon in front of him and the immortal light and Tao light that appeared from time to time. He had a very strange feeling. The immortal light and Tao light in the canyon didn't seem to exist in this mountain range. Now that he had combined the natural immortal Tao with the dragon burial scripture, it felt like they were emerging from another world. He briefly explained the matter to Baiziki and the others. What? You mean, there might be a portal to another world in that place? The white tiger and the whooshing crocodile widened their eyes. I'm not sure, but it's possible. Lin Tian nodded. The little fellow looked at the canyon, and his big, bright eyes seemed a little lost at this moment. Familiar? Do you feel anything, little fellow? Hearing the little fellow's words, Lin Tian was slightly moved. Next to him, Baiziki, Ling Yun, and the others also looked at the little fellow. Yeah. The little fellow seemed a little confused at this time and said, I don't know, but it's a little familiar. Originally, the little fellow had discovered that there was a strange light flickering in this place, but at that time, it was too far away, and only felt that it was strange and told Lin Tian, and did not feel anything. However, at this time, appearing in this place at such a close distance, and looking at the immortal light that flashed in the canyon from time to time, he felt that it was very familiar. Lin Tian frowned slightly, looked at the canyon in front of them, and said, "Let's go into the canyon and take a look." Originally, they had planned to enter the canyon to explore, and felt that there was something very strange about that place. Now, the little fellow suddenly felt that the immortal light there was very familiar, so naturally, they wanted to go there. The canyon was about tens of thousands of feet away from where they were. Immediately, with him in the lead, the group of people headed toward the canyon. Soon, the group of people avoided the powerful savage beasts, and in the blink of an eye, they had crossed tens of thousands of feet. Whoosh! At this moment, the sound of something breaking through the air was heard, and a beam of immortal light flashed in the distance, and then rushed straight toward them. Lin Tian and the others naturally saw the immortal light rushing toward them, and they all frowned slightly, and stopped at the same time. In the next moment, the immortal light rushed in front of them, and turned into a young girl, who was like Xianxia. She was dressed in purple, and there was a pair of wings made of light behind her, surrounded by a gentle and gorgeous light, which made her look lively and beautiful. The fairy clan. And Xianxia was moved. When Lin Tian saw the girl, he was surprised, and recognized that she was from the fairy clan. This clan was located in the Eternal Immortal Prefecture, one of the 12 immortal prefectures. It was a super ancient clan in the Eternal Immortal Prefecture, and there was a true god powerhouse in the Eternal Immortal Prefecture. Moreover, there was an ancient legend that this clan had existed for a long time, and their ancestor, the fairy king, who had passed away, was a supreme god emperor. Then, in the next moment, he was slightly moved, and felt a very familiar aura from this girl. What a pretty little girl! Ling Yan and the white tiger widened their eyes and stared at the girl in purple. Their eyeballs almost fell out of their sockets. With a whoosh, the two of them came forward. Ling Yan bowed and said, "Hello beautiful lady, I am, Bang." The white tiger attacked from behind, slapping Ling Yan away and interrupting him. The white tiger looked at the Fey girl and said, "Little beauty, for you and I to meet, that is fate. Are you willing to travel the world with this tiger?" Behind the purple-clothed girl, a pair of wings made of light lightly trembled, bringing with it a large expanse of warm radiance. In the next moment, the wings directly disappeared. His gaze landed on Lin Tian. His eyes were very bright. He directly bypassed the white tiger and agilely came to Lin Tian. "Where's my sister? Where is it?" She looked at Lin Tian and reached out to tug on Lin Tian's clothes, almost sticking to Lin Tian's body. She was very excited and happy. Seeing the other party's actions, Lin Tian was both puzzled and embarrassed. "I don't even know who you are, and I don't even know who your sister is." "How would I know where your sister is?" Not only him, but even Bai Ziki and Xianxia, and the others next to him were a little stunned when they heard the girl's words. "You have Big Sister's aura, I can't be wrong. You must know where Big Sister is." The girl looked at Lin Tian Dao, and she seemed even more excited. "Big Sister?" Lin Tian was slightly moved, and a figure involuntarily appeared in his mind. Then, he suddenly realized that he had felt a familiar aura on the girl. It turned out that it was very similar to her aura. He paused and asked the girl, "What's your name?" "Ziyu." The girl said. "Your surname is Z?" Lin Tian's eyes sharpened. And Xianxia said from the side, "The Fei clan's main clan is surnamed Z." As she spoke, she looked at the Fei girl and muttered, "It seems that your status in the Fei clan isn't low." Lin Tian knew that the Fei clan was an ancient clan in the Immortal region, but he didn't know that their main clan was surnamed Z. At this time, when he heard the girl call her surname Z and felt the familiar aura on her body, his heart couldn't help but thump. "What does your sister look like?" "Oh, I haven't seen Big Sister before, so I don't know what she looks like now." The Fey girl shook her head. She paused and said, "But I know Big Sister's name, Violet Fairy." Lin Tian's heart trembled again. He had already felt that this girl's aura was very familiar, and it was very similar to the source aura of the Violet Fairy. When he heard the girl's words, he thought that she might be related to the Violet Fairy, but he didn't expect that to be the case. This was the Violet Fairy's younger sister? Moreover, she was his biological sister? Violet Fairy? Whooshing Crocodile's eyes widened. Ling Yan flew back from not far away, and after hearing this, he was also shocked. Even Bai Ziki, who had always been calm, was immediately moved. It's very nice, isn't it? I heard an elder in the clan say that Big Sister is the most beautiful fae in the history of our fae clan. The girl seemed very proud. Perhaps it was because she felt that Lin Tian had the same aura as her bloodline, or perhaps it was because she was pure, but she didn't have any vigilance towards Lin Tianyi and the others. The 5 elements. Crocodile's eyes widened even more. That demonic empress is. It looked at Lin Tian. Brat Lin, the cheap little sister you recognized is actually from the Immortal Region's Fae clan? This is really. Ling Yan was also stunned. Lin Tian was a bit stunned. The Violet Fairy was from the Fae clan? But he had never heard the Violet Fairy mention such a thing before. Moreover, if the Violet Fairy was from the Fae clan, and the main Fae clan at that, why would she appear in the 10 Directions Celestial Domain? Why haven't you seen your sister? Why isn't she in the Fae clan? He asked the young Fae girl called Ziyue. Because, when I was born, Big Sister was no longer in the clan. Father said that because of an accident a long time ago, Big Sister was swallowed by the chaotic space. They said that Big Sister is already dead. Ziyue said, then clenched her fists, and a light appeared in her eyes. However, I can feel that Big Sister is still alive. My origin door can feel that Big Sister's bloodline aura still exists, and it's stronger than I imagined. She continued, I snuck out from the clan. I want to find Big Sister. When Mother passed away, she kept calling Big Sister's name. As she spoke, she stared at Lin Tian, seeming even more excited. You have the same bloodline aura as me, but that aura doesn't belong to you. It doesn't come from you, it must belong to Big Sister. You know Big Sister, and you are very familiar with her, right? Take me to Big Sister. Looking at Lin Tian, Ziyue seemed very happy and excited. When Lin Tian heard this, his expression changed again. Because of the chaotic space, Ziyue was swallowed, and then accidentally fell to the 10 Directions Celestial Domain? If that was the case, then when Ziyue met Wu Yi, with Wu Yi's strength, she could have returned to the Fae clan in the Eternal Immortal Province as soon as she told Wu Yi. However, Ziyue didn't do so. Why was that? Was it because she lost her memories after being swallowed by the chaotic space? But after losing her memories, why did she remember her own name? Could it be because it was given to her by her birth mother, so it was deeply engraved in her heart, just like how she only remembered her own name every year after losing her strength? What's wrong? Don't be in a daze. Seeing Lin Tian in a daze, Ziyue grabbed Lin Tian's sleeve and shook it. What is your relationship with Big Sister? Can you take me to Big Sister? I want to see Big Sister. Lin Tian came back to his senses and said, if what you said is true, then I am indeed very familiar with your Big Sister. I know where she is now. Boom, suddenly, a shocking boom rang out, interrupting his words. In front of them, in the valley hundreds of thousands of feet away, various immortal spiritual lights and Tao lights jumped and suddenly became incomparably dazzling. A very thick immortal spiritual aura surged out, shockingly thick. Then, in the next moment, a huge crack appeared in the void in that place. Immortal spiritual lights intertwined and Tao lights surrounded it, as if it was connected to an unknown great world. Then, a dazzling pillar of light shot up into the sky, causing the entire central continent to tremble as if a super earthquake had occurred. Many powerful beings were shocked at this moment. This aura, could it be, that legendary ancient world? Someone found the entrance to that legendary ancient world? At this moment, all the powerful beings in the central continent exclaimed and looked at the place where the dazzling pillar of light shot up. Moreover, not only the central continent, but also the powerful beings in the other regions of the immortal realm were shocked and looked at the place where the pillar of light shot up. In the 8 Desolation Ancient Range, Lin Tian's words were interrupted. He looked directly at the valley in front of him and the huge crack where the dazzling pillar of light shot up. Inside the crack, rolling immortal spiritual aura surged, vast and boundless, as if it could suppress the heaven and earth. Beside him, Bai Ziki, Ling Yun, and the others were also shocked. Roar, roar, in the 8 Desolation Ancient Range, the powerful ferocious birds and beasts in this area were all excited. Demonic spiritual aura shot up into the sky, and one after another, powerful ferocious beasts charged toward the huge crack in the 8 Desolation ancient range. These ferocious beasts have been staring at that place all this time? Is this their purpose? They sensed that there might be a strange spatial crack opening there, so they want to rush in? The White Tiger and Xianxia were shocked. At the same time, beside Lin Tian, little Taichu looked at the huge crack in front of him, and his eyes became even more confused. It's so familiar. The little guy murmured. As the spatial fissure in the canyon opened, the little fellow became even more confused, her eyes blank. Lin Tian frowned slightly at the little fellow's appearance. He let the little fellow lie on his head, then said to Ziyu, "Let's go take a look inside first, then I'll take you to your sister." The Violet Fairy had been staying at Ethereal Mountain in the 10 Directions Heaven Domain with Wu Yi, so he wasn't in a hurry to take Ziyu to her. At this time, he was more concerned about the little fellow's appearance. The little fellow felt very familiar with the aura behind the fissure, so he had to go take a look at the space behind the fissure first. Yes. Okay. Then I'll go with you now. Ziyu nodded repeatedly. Although she wanted to immediately see her sister, who she had never seen before, she appeared very obedient. Lin Tian nodded, then called out to Baiziki and the others, and immediately stepped forward, heading toward the canyon in front of them. For a moment, the sound of air braking rang out, and the group stepped forward in the blink of an eye. "Hey, slow down a bit." A voice rang out behind them, and the purple-clad Ziyu was left far behind in the blink of an eye. She was a bit out of breath as she chased after the group. Lin Tian stopped and looked at Ziyu with some surprise, then found that she was only at the true immortal realm. With this level of cultivation, she naturally couldn't compare to them in terms of speed, even if she had extremely pure Fey blood. After all, in terms of cultivation, she was a full 3 realms lower than them. He stopped, wrapped Ziyu in golden divine light, and led her forward. "What's your relationship with Big Sister?" Ziyu asked Lin Tian, her eyes filled with curiosity. "Oh." Lin Tian paused, then said, "Elder brother." Ziyu's eyes widened, and her delicate little mouth opened. "Liar, you're not even a Fey." "Although I haven't seen Big Sister, she was born a long time ago, but the aura on you shows that you're only a few hundred years old at most. How can you be Big Sister's elder brother?" Lin Tian smiled and said, "There are some special reasons, and it has nothing to do with race or age." Ziyu nodded. "Oh, Ziyu understands." As she spoke, she looked at Lin Tian. "Since you are Big Sister's elder brother, then you are Ziyu's elder brother." She revealed a very sweet smile. "Thank you, Big Brother, for flying with Ziyu." Lin Tian couldn't help but blush with shame. This girl was still doubting him a moment ago, but in the next moment, she had such an attitude. This change was really too fast, or it could be said that her thinking was too simple, causing him to be unable to keep up. "How old are you?" he asked Purple Moon. 16. Purple Moon said. She was not on guard against Lin Tian at all. 16 years old, Lin Tian blushed with shame again. Although he felt that this girl was very young, he didn't expect her to be only 16 years old. Then, he couldn't help but sigh. The cultivation environment of the celestial realm really couldn't be compared to the starry skies of the lower realm. A 16-year-old girl had actually reached the level of a true immortal. However, he also knew that this had a lot to do with Ziyu's fairy bloodline. He could feel that her bloodline aura was extraordinary and shocking. Boom! In front of them, the void in the canyon rumbled. The spatial crack that appeared became even bigger and spread in all directions. Whoosh! 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 The sound of air being torn apart rang out one after another. In this 8 Desolation ancient range, all the ferocious birds and beasts went crazy. All of them seemed to be very excited. In the blink of an eye, it evolved into a beast tide, rushing towards the big crack in front of them one after another. That scene was as if there was some super precious treasure behind the big crack, causing the ferocious beasts to be tempted. Lin Tianyi and the others were surrounded by bodies. At this time, they were also rushing forward quickly. It was also at this time that more sounds of air being torn apart rang out in the distant sky. Void doors appeared one after another, and the figures of powerhouses appeared one after another. Then, they all rushed towards the big crack in the canyon. It alarmed the other powerhouses? Whooshing Crocodile and the others were shocked. They looked back. Near the 8 Desolation Ancient Range, the figures of cultivators appeared and rushed over quickly. Don't worry about them. Let's go. Lin Tiandao. The group of them rushed towards the big crack in the canyon. In the blink of an eye, they had arrived in front of the big crack. Roar. Many ferocious beasts rushed towards the big crack together. At the same time, when the ferocious beasts saw Lin Tian and the others approaching, they immediately attacked. Surging demonic power was like a vast ocean pressing towards the group of people. For a time, rumbling sounds could be heard. The ones who attacked were a few half-step immortal king ferocious beasts. Their demonic power was fierce and terrifying. Lin Tian didn't make any big movements. Only blue lightning appeared around his body and turned into a large thunder sword that swept out. This was the power of the second level of the 5 heavenly lightning technique. It was majestic and domineering. In the blink of an eye, it shattered all the demonic power of the half-step immortal king ferocious beasts. Then, it landed on their bodies, causing these powerful ferocious beasts to directly explode, their bodies and souls destroyed. Boom! In front of them, the void buzzed. The crack became even bigger. It was dozens of feet long and dozens of feet wide. Lin Tianyi and the others moved quickly. They didn't care about anything else and directly rushed into the big crack with the other ferocious beasts around them. This time, their field of vision didn't become dark. Instead, it was filled with all kinds of light. It was sacred, peaceful, and vast. On both sides, all kinds of immortal light flashed and retreated. It was as if they had entered a tunnel of light. Just like that, after an unknown amount of time, a large circle of light appeared in front of them. It was like a huge door. Then, the group of people was directly blasted out of the light tunnel and appeared in an unfamiliar space. Looking around, in the space in their field of vision, there were specks of immortal light dancing and jumping. They were all intertwined with a sacred and peaceful aura. However, the land in all directions of this space was very barren and dilapidated. They could see broken mountains. It was as if this place had once experienced a super earthquake or experienced a world-shaking battle. It's actually such a dilapidated land? The white tiger was surprised. The whooshing crocodile was also stunned. Even Lin Tian couldn't help but be a little moved. Previously, the immortal light that they had sensed was extraordinary and very shocking. They all thought that the space that floated out of such extraordinary immortal light would be very shocking. They thought that there would be immortal mountains and treasures that reached the sky, and all kinds of divine rivers flowing. However, they didn't expect the space behind to be so dilapidated. It was no different from a wasteland. Yeah. On top of Lin Tian's head, the little Taichu's bright eyes became even more confused. It looked back and forth at this space. It's so familiar. As it spoke, strands of 6-colored divine light suddenly intertwined around the little guy's body. As if it had sensed something, it raised its little head and looked at the center of this dilapidated space. It's so familiar. It shook its wings and rose from Lin Tian's head. As if it had sensed something, it flew towards the center of this space. Lin Tianwei frowned slightly. She didn't care that this space was a little dilapidated. She flew with the purple moon in the golden divine light. At the same time, she called Baiziki and the others to follow. In the blink of an eye, they were very far away from this place. Speaking of which, that large group of ferocious beasts and birds of prey also rushed into that big crack. Where did they go? The white tiger asked. They should also be in this space, but they were teleported to different places. Lin Tian said. This was very normal. It was just like when a group of living beings was sucked into the Extremine Temple, they would also be teleported to different places. The group followed behind the little Taichu. They didn't tear through the void. Instead, they simply flew towards the center of the space. After that, several hours passed. The group traveled very far away. And it was also at this time that a series of loud rumbles came from the center of the space. Lin Tianwei frowned slightly and said to the little Taichu, "Little guy, let's go through the space." He could tell that the little guy wanted to go to the center of this space because he felt a very special and familiar aura. At this time, he saw that there seemed to be people fighting in the center of this space. Naturally, he was moved. He felt that at this time, it was better to tear through the void and open a space door so that they could hurry over. Immediately, he tore through the space door and brought the little Taichu and the purple moon. At the same time, he called for Baiziki and the others to step in together. They disappeared in the blink of an eye. Their field of vision became dark for a short time. Then, it became bright again. The group appeared in another location. Boom! 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 In front of them, all kinds of divine and demonic lights were vast and mighty. Densely packed figures resided in this place. There were human cultivators and ferocious birds and beasts. Some human cultivators were fighting with some ferocious beasts, but most of them were attacking an ancient pagoda in that area. The ancient pagoda was somewhat dilapidated. It had a total of 99 floors and truly towered into the sky. There were carvings of various birds and beasts on it. There were true dragons, divine phoenixes, black tortoises, vermilion birds, and many other rare spiritual beasts branded on it. At this time, many powerful cultivators and ferocious beasts were charging into the ancient pagoda. Some of the human cultivators and ferocious beasts were killing each other while they were charging into the ancient pagoda. Lin Tianyi and the others arrived at this place. When they saw the dilapidated ancient pagoda in front of them, they couldn't help but be moved. This pagoda, Wuxing Crocodile frowned slightly and looked at the little Taichu. Lin Tian also looked at the little Taichu. Little guy, how do you feel? This dilapidated ancient pagoda was engraved with many beast spirit marks. On it, the true dragon, divine phoenix, black tortoise, and vermilion bird imprints were the most conspicuous. They were exactly the same as the 4 protective celestial spirits of the little Taichu. In addition, the little guy felt a very familiar aura in this place. Therefore, he was naturally very concerned at this time. Yeah. The little guy looked at the 99 floors of the ancient pagoda. His eyes were even more dazed. The 6-colored divine light that flowed naturally around his body became denser. There seems to be something familiar inside. Looking at the 99 floors of the ancient pagoda in front of them, the little guy seemed to be in a daze. It could not tell what was going on, but it felt that there was a very familiar aura in the ancient pagoda. Lin Tian looked at the ancient pagoda in front of them and said, "Then let's go in and have a look." Immediately, he called Baiziki and the others to go into the ancient pagoda. Boom! Around the ancient pagoda, there were many human cultivators and ferocious beasts, especially the ferocious beasts. There were so many of them that it was frightening, and the demonic aura was very strong. Lin Tianyi and the others were very fast, and it did not take them long to reach the ancient pagoda. They entered the ancient pagoda through the dilapidated pagoda. As soon as they entered the ancient pagoda, they were immediately shocked. There were clouds in the sky, mountains, and ancient streams. It was actually a world. This, Wuxing Crocodile was surprised. Generally speaking, it was not very surprising that there was a small world in a pagoda. However, the world in this place was too extraordinary. It was vast and boundless, as if it was a real world. Even Lin Tian couldn't help but reveal a surprised expression. However, his surprise soon disappeared, and he asked little Taichu, "Little guy, where is that familiar aura?" "Yeah." Little Taichu looked at the world, paused, and looked up. "Above." "Above? There's nothing above. There's only a sky." "There's nothing." White Tiger and Ling Yun looked at the sky, puzzled. It's possible that there are other large spaces above here. When it said above, it was referring to a larger space above this one. Baiziki said. Lin Tian nodded. That should be the case. He said, "We entered from the entrance of the first floor of the ancient pagoda, and this pagoda has a total of 99 floors. Since the first floor is such a big world, the 98 floors above may be similar spaces. The familiar aura that the little guy sensed should be in the space above." White Tiger and the others were shocked when they heard this. "You mean, there are 98 similar big worlds above this big world? Every level of this ancient pagoda is a great world?" The White Tiger glared at him. 99 levels of the ancient pagoda, 99 levels of heaven and earth, this was too shocking. That's very likely. Lin Tiandao and Shui looked at the sky. Then, how do we get up there? In this large space, there should be a path leading to the space above. Ling Yun said, however, it will take some time to find it. After all, we don't know where the path to the top is. The white tiger thought for a moment and said, how about we leave this space first, and then directly enter the 98th floor of the ancient pagoda from the outside, so that Xiao Budian can sense which floor that familiar thing is on. This way, we won't have to look for the path to the upper floor of the ancient pagoda. Hearing its words, Lin Tian squinted at it. Is it as simple as you think? No matter how one looked at it, this ancient pagoda was definitely not ordinary. Even if it was damaged, it definitely contained unparalleled divine might. You could pass through the entrance of the first level and directly enter the space above the second level from the outside? No matter how you think about it, this is impossible. Air. The white tiger opened its mouth. That seems to make sense. Lin Tian ignored it and looked at the little Taichu. Little guy, let's look for it slowly. There's no need to be too anxious. In fact, even though he said that, he could see that the little guy was only slightly dazed at this time. It seemed to be a little confused, and there was no element of anxiousness at all. Yeah, there's no need to rush. The little guy nodded its small head, and then, after a pause, its body naturally intertwined with the six-colored divine light. In an instant, as the six-colored divine light surged out, the space instantly shook as if there was a small earthquake. Then, in the next moment, the void in front of the group twisted on its own, and a space portal slowly appeared. This scene caused the group of people to be moved. This space portal is, the white tiger stared. Then, the group of people looked at the little Taichu. This was because the group of people could see that this space portal was opened because of the six-colored divine light from the little Taichu. Little Taichu was also a little confused. Then, the little guy's eyes couldn't help but flicker. So familiar. His voice was a little confused. The little guy shook its wings and moved involuntarily, heading toward the space portal. Lin Tian looked at this scene. Is this the space portal that leads to the top? As he thought about this, he saw the little Taichu heading toward the space portal. Naturally, he didn't hesitate. He called by Ziki, Ling Yun, and the others, and followed in front. This space portal was opened because of the little Taichu, so he had reason to believe that there shouldn't be any danger. In fact, even if there was danger, he had to go because the little guy felt a familiar aura behind him. If the little guy wanted to go, he naturally had to follow. The space shook slightly. In the blink of an eye, he, Baiziki, and the others followed the little guy and directly stepped into the space portal. In the blink of an eye, they disappeared. The space portal also disappeared together with them. At this moment, the group of people fell into darkness at the same time. Then, in the next moment, the darkness dissipated, and they appeared in another space, stepping on solid ground again. Looking around, this space was also very big. In front of them was a bamboo forest. Green bamboos lay on the ground, looking very ordinary. There was no rich immortal spiritual energy around, and the air was very fresh and full of the smell of nature. An ordinary bamboo forest? After passing through the space portal, we came to such an ordinary bamboo forest? What's the point? The white tiger had a strange expression. It had thought that there would be an extraordinary place behind the space portal. Lin Tian didn't say anything and looked around seriously. This place looked very ordinary, but he didn't think that it was really that ordinary. There must be something special about it. Whoosh! At this moment, a light breeze suddenly appeared in this space, and the green bamboos all over the ground swayed gently. Pieces of bamboo leaves floated in the air. In the next moment, silently, a middle-aged man appeared in front of the bamboo forest. The man's body was slender, as if it was made of light, and his eyes were very peaceful. Lin Tian and the others were immediately shocked and vigilant. They didn't know how this person appeared at all. Moreover, although this person's eyes were very peaceful, he had an unconcealable majesty, as if he was an immortal god or the ruler of a great world. It was very frightening. "Ya, who are you?" Next to Lin Tian, the little guy looked at the middle-aged man who suddenly appeared, and his eyes became even more confused. You're so familiar. There's a very familiar aura on you. Who are you? The man's gaze fell on the little Taichu, and he smiled. He silently appeared in front of the little Taichu, and his eyes were full of doting and gentleness. Around his body, there was naturally a six-colored divine light that intertwined. The six-colored divine radiance intertwined and circled around the middle-aged man's body, immediately causing Lin Tian and the others to be moved. Lin Tian's eyes narrowed slightly. This six-colored divine radiance was exactly the same as little Taichu's six-colored divine radiance. Could this be the little guy's? Wuxing Crocodile stared. At the same time, Bai Ziki, Ling Yun and Shui, and the others were all moved. The six-colored divine radiance around the man's body directly connected them to little Taichu. The little guy was even more moved. Looking at the six-colored divine radiance around the man's body that was the same as his own, his big bright eyes suddenly widened. Yeah. Why do you have this kind of light too? This is mine. The little guy was a little curious, but also a little angry, as if his own special power had been imitated and stolen by someone else. The middle-aged man smiled, and the smile on his face became even gentler. He raised his right hand slightly, and immediately, a large amount of six-colored divine radiance surged out and quickly enveloped the little guy. Back then, when your mother gave birth to you, there was a great war. In order to ensure your absolute safety, we sent you away. Because we were in too much of a hurry, the inheritance of the ancient scriptures was not completely imprinted in your body. His eyes were very gentle as the six-colored divine radiance enveloped little Taichu. All kinds of mysterious divine patterns intertwined and quickly entered little Taichu's body. Obviously, at this moment, he was completing little Taichu's inheritance of the ancient scriptures, which contained a strange and shocking power. In the distance, Lin Tian was moved again. Hearing the middle-aged man's words, he immediately confirmed the relationship between the man and little Taichu. Little munchkins, father? The white tiger stared. Bai Ziki and the others were also moved. Although when the middle-aged man emitted the six-colored divine radiance, they had already guessed that the man and little Taichu might be father and son, when they heard the man say this himself, they immediately confirmed it and couldn't help but be shocked. Yeah, mother? Little Taichu was enveloped by the middle-aged man's six-colored divine radiance, but it didn't struggle at all because it felt very warm and comfortable. At this moment, when it heard the man's words, its big bright eyes couldn't help but flicker a little. It was a little happy. You are? Although the little guy's mind was still that of a child and was very simple, it was not stupid. Since the man had spoken, it naturally understood a lot. The man grinned. Divine light interweaved behind him as a snow-white spirit beast appeared. It had snow-white fur and a pair of bright and clean wings. It was exactly the same as little Grand Primordial, except that it was slightly bigger. We are connected by blood. You are my flesh and blood. The man smiled. Little Taichu's eyes widened even more, and then he became happy and excited. Yeah. It looked at the man in front of it and naturally didn't doubt his words. This was because it could clearly sense the incomparably intimate bloodline aura from the man. Originally, it had sensed this kind of intimate and familiar aura, which was why it came here. Why don't you? Where's mother? The little guy didn't call out to its father, but it seemed very excited. After all, how could it not be happy to see its biological father after so long? It's just a wisp of aura that I left here to wait for you. Your mother is with my main body. She's very safe. The man said. Yeah. The little guy's big bright eyes lit up. Seeing its biological father and knowing that its parents were fine, it became even happier. Beside him, Lin Tian also smiled. Although the little guy only saw a wisp of its biological father's aura, it knew that its parents were still alive. This was the best thing. He was happy for the little guy. Back then, he was really worried that the little guy's parents were gone. Thinking of this, he couldn't help but feel a little ripple in his heart. Now that the little guy knew that its biological parents were still alive and saw a wisp of its biological father's aura incarnation, what about its parents? Who were they? Back then, he was just picked up by an old man on Earth and raised. He didn't know what his parents looked like at all. Hundreds of years ago, when he returned to Earth after his cultivation, he also investigated this matter. Unfortunately, he found nothing. He couldn't find any information about his birth or parents. This actually made him feel a little uncomfortable. After all, it was really terrible to not even know who his biological parents were and what they looked like. Yeah. At this moment, little Taichu's voice sounded. Its little claws landed on Lin Tian's body and it said to the middle-aged man, "Lin Tian, I was born in Lin Tian's body. I'm a very important person." Lin Tian was pulled over by the little guy. He also came back to his senses and bowed slightly to the middle-aged man. "Greetings, senior." This was little Taichu's biological father, so he naturally wouldn't be rude. The middle-aged man looked at Lin Tian. His eyes were calm, and then they became a little deep. A strange look flashed across his eyes, and then they became calm again. He smiled at Lin Tian. "I'll have to trouble you to take care of the little guy." When little Taichu introduced Lin Tian just now, it used "very important" 3 times in a row. It was enough to let the middle-aged man feel how important Lin Tian was to the little guy. It was probably much more important than him, the biological father. At the same time, when he was saying this, the 6-colored divine light he released moved along with little Taichu. It kept enveloping the little guy, and various ancient and mysterious divine runes continuously entered the little guy's body. "Yeah, this is stupid crocodile, this is pervert, this is pig head, this is shui shui, this is pervert tiger, this is purple moon." The little guy opened its mouth again and introduced whooshing crocodile and the others to the middle-aged man. It seemed to be very happy, as if it was showing off its friends to the middle-aged man. Whooshing crocodile, Ling Yun, and the white tiger were a little embarrassed. The way the little guy addressed them was really awkward. At the same time, Baiziki also twitched the corner of his mouth, and then he glared at Lin Tian fiercely. The way the little guy addressed him was undoubtedly learned from Lin Tian. The middle-aged man nodded at Baiziki and the others one by one. He looked very calm, and there was a smile on his face. Back then, during the war, he sent little Taichu away from his side to ensure its safety. He had been worried about it all this time. Now that he saw that the little guy had so many friends and companions, he was completely relieved. It was obvious that the little guy was doing well. Boom! Suddenly, heaven and earth shook, and a terrifying wave of divine power surged. At this moment, the sky cracked open, and a figure covered in dark light stepped out. His face could not be seen, and only a pair of cold and deep eyes were exposed. They were like 2 black holes of death. Divine Emperor. Lin Tian was immediately moved. At the same time, Baiziki, Ling Yun, and the others were also shocked. Crack! 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 The void cracked inch by inch, and 3 more figures stepped out in succession. The aura around their bodies was extremely terrifying, and the pressure of the Divine Emperor was vast and mighty. This caused Lin Tian and the others to be shocked again. At this time, in this place, there were actually 4 Divine Emperors in succession. The sky cracked open, and 4 figures stood in 4 directions. Each of them exuded an extremely strong aura, and their pressure suppressed the world. Immortal Spirit Emperor. One of them looked at the middle-aged man. His eyes were deep and carried a sense of sharpness. The other 3 also looked at the middle-aged man, and their eyes were very deep. The 4 of them had sensed the special aura here and rushed over at this time. The middle-aged man raised his head and glanced at the 4 of them, indicating that there was no change at all. The 6-colored divine light enveloped little Taichu, and more runes and seals entered little Taichu's body. Sakura did not move, and you came to die? He looked at the 4 people who suddenly appeared, and was very calm. The 4 of them looked at the middle-aged man coldly. One of them snorted. Don't think that we can't see through your true strength. You are just a strand of aura. Just a strand of aura here, what can you do? Beside him, another person looked at little Taichu who was enveloped by the 6-colored divine light. He narrowed his eyes and said, "This is his descendant? Very good. Originally, we came for this broken primordial immortal world. Who would have thought that we would have an additional harvest? Erase this strand of aura of his and bring away this world and his descendant. Lord Sakura will have an important use for it." Another person said. Do it. the fourth person said. The four divine emperors moved at the same time. They were all at the early divine emperor realm. They pressed down majestically, and all of them brought out a monstrous divine emperor killing light. For a moment, the world trembled, and the destructive ripples were extremely terrifying. The moment such an aura was released, Lin Tian and the others could not move at all. They were completely suppressed by that terrifying strength. The middle-aged man swept his gaze across the four of them. He did not do anything. He continued to wrap little Taichu with the six-colored divine light. After that, the six-colored divine light around his body surged. A true dragon appeared, a divine phoenix appeared, a black tortoise appeared, and a vermilion bird appeared. They all rushed towards the dome of heaven. With a rumble, the world shook violently. Chi-chi-chi-chi, for light sounds rang out. The four divine emperors who acted felt the monstrous divine energy they brought out being crushed. Following that, the true dragon, divine phoenix, black tortoise, vermilion bird, and the other immortal spirits landed on the four of them. Pooh! 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 Blood splattered. The four unknown divine emperors exploded at the same time. Such a scene shocked Lin Tian and the others to the point they couldn't help but tremble. Everyone was astonished. The middle-aged man was merely a strand of aura. But now, this strand of aura was able to easily crush the four early divine emperors. How terrifying was that? A strand of aura had such godly might. How frightening was his true body? Gululu. The sound of flesh squirming could be heard. The four early divine emperors regained their fleshy bodies in the blink of an eye. All of them were shocked. It is clearly just a strand of aura. No matter how strong he is, it is impossible for him to have such might. The few of them had ugly expressions. They were filled with disbelief. The four emperor gods looked at the middle-aged man who was surrounded by the six-colored divine radiance. Their faces turned ugly. The middle-aged man, who was just a wisp of his aura, was so powerful that he could injure them so easily. Retreat! One of them said in a low voice. He looked at the middle-aged man with fear in his eyes. Even though they knew that the man in front of them was very terrifying, they didn't expect that just a strand of his aura would have such power. It was too shocking. In an instant, four whooshing sounds could be heard. The four immortal emperor gods retreated quickly without any hesitation. This scene caused Lin Tian and the others to be both shocked and shocked. The four immortal divine emperors had originally caused them to feel fear and shock, but who would have thought that they would be so easily crushed by little Taichu's father? After that, the four great existences actually began to flee. It came and went as quickly as it came. Buzz. The void vibrated and ripples were drawn out, locking down all directions of the sky. Bang! 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 The four emperor gods were pushed back. You think you can come and go as you please? Who do you think I am? The middle-aged man said. His voice was calm, but it carried a majestic aura. As his voice spread, the entire macro world shook. This fluctuation, is he really formed by a wisp of his aura? Whooshing Crocodile, Ling Yun, and the others looked at the middle-aged man and trembled. How could a wisp of his aura emit such a terrifying fluctuation? Even Lin Tian could not help but feel his heart palpitate. The fluctuation was too terrifying. So powerful. Little Taichu was surrounded by the middle-aged man's six-colored divine radiance. His eyes lit up when he sensed the pressure that the middle-aged man was emitting. The four emperor gods trembled involuntarily. They could not help but tremble under the pressure of the aura. Their expressions turned even uglier. Looks like it won't be so easy to leave. Activate the Imperial formation. The four of us should be able to resist it. Yes. 3 of the 4 spoke. Strange divine radiance surged from their bodies. Their auras connected and intertwined to form a terrifying force. Back off, you can't stop him. It was also at this moment that an indifferent voice sounded. The sky cracked open, and a tall figure stepped out. There were many divine rings behind him. He was like a divine being, and his aura was extremely powerful. The expressions of the 4 great god emperors changed as they all stopped and bowed. Heavenly Master. The four of them were the four great protectors of this tall figure. Lin Tian looked at this tall figure and could not help but tremble slightly. It was unknown how many times stronger the aura emitted by this person was compared to the four early-stage god emperors. It was like the difference between heaven and earth. At the same time, beside him, Baiziki and the others were naturally shocked as well. The middle-aged man looked towards the sky with a calm expression. "Sakura, you are finally willing to come out?" As soon as this was said, Lin Tian was immediately slightly shocked. This figure is Disher Tian? Back then, together with the King of Chaos, he tricked that unscrupulous old hoodlum into the void domain? In the sky, the divine ring behind Disher Tian was revolving. His appearance was difficult to see clearly, and only a pair of deep eyes could be seen. His gaze landed on the middle-aged man, then on the little Taichu, and then on the middle-aged man. "Back then, when the primordial immortal world collapsed, you sent away your descendants and sent the broken primordial immortal world into the chaotic spacetime. Now, it is finally discovered. Everything will be for naught. You can't protect anything. Do you think you can take away the primordial immortal world and take away my descendants?" The middle-aged man was very calm. "You are just a wisp of aura, but you are still very strong. However, can a wisp of aura block my original body?" Disher Tian was also very calm. Back then, they had battled before, and the primordial immortal emperor's strength was comparable to his. Now, his original body appeared here, and the primordial immortal emperor was just a wisp of aura. As he spoke, the aura on his body became stronger once again. The entire world trembled under his aura, and even the myriad Daos were trembling. This aura was so terrifying that Lin Tian and the others could not help but tremble. "Yeah?" Little Taichu looked at the middle-aged man, and his big eyes were filled with worry. He also felt the terrifying aura that Disher Tian was emitting at this time. The middle-aged man naturally felt little Taichu's worry. He smiled faintly. "Little guy, remember, other than the bloodline of the king of humans, we are the strongest clan in the world. We are not afraid of anyone." As he spoke, he looked at Disher Tian. His eyes were calm, and the six-colored divine light surged. His body of light gradually solidified, as if he had a physical body in the blink of an eye. At the same time, a domineering pressure spread out from his body, suppressing the aura that Disher Tian was emitting. The world shook even more violently, and various divine lights surged in the void. The world seemed to be worshipping the middle-aged man. This whooshing crocodile could not help but swallow his saliva. This aura was simply terrifying to the extreme. "Is he still human?" The white tiger shuddered. Even Lin Tian was shocked. Little Taichu's father actually emitted such a terrifying fluctuation at this time. It was unknown how many times stronger it was than before, as if it had surpassed the God Emperor realm. In the sky, the four God Emperor protectors of Disher Tian were all trembling. Facing this kind of aura, all of their internal organs felt cold. A strange light flashed in Disher Tian's eyes, and the divine halo behind him became even more resplendent. "You borrowed the power of the main body through space? You are even stronger than before." Looking at the middle-aged man, his eyes narrowed. "You actually cultivated such a method. You are almost comparable to the king of humans." The middle-aged man sneered. "Don't flatter me. King of humans? You know how strong the king of humans is, and I also know how strong the king of humans is. The height that person is at is far from what we can reach. There is no comparison at all." He looked at Disher Tian. "You are also stronger than before. There is no need to hide. Show me your full strength. Let's see what you can do to me." Disher Tian's eyes darkened, and the divine halo behind him became even more resplendent. The aura he emitted also rose, and in the blink of an eye, it reached the same level as the middle-aged man. "Even if I kill you here, your power will still return to the main body, and it will not affect you. However, this broken primordial immortal empire, as well as your descendants, will be mine today." As his words fell, the boundless heavens and earth rumbled. An enormous divine ring appeared in the sky and pressed down mightily. "Judgment on behalf of the heavens." His voice was cold, as if he was the law enforcer of the heavens. The middle-aged man sneered and did not move. The six-colored divine light outside his body naturally rushed out, turning into a six-colored divine sword that slashed the world. You can't take anything away. The only thing you can take away is disappointment. The six-colored divine light oppressed in all directions, its power shocking the heavens and the earth. In an instant, it condensed into a dazzling six-colored divine sword, slashing diagonally towards the sky. Then, in the blink of an eye, it collided with the divine ring that Sakra had sent down. Boom! An earth-shattering explosion rocked the ruined primordial immortal world. Space shattered one by one, and the ground caved in inch by inch. Countless spaces were filled with an aura of destruction. It was a shocking sight. What happened? In this big world, many cultivators suffered because of the collision between the middle-aged man and Sakra. Their bodies and souls were annihilated by the terrifying aura. Inside the 99-story ancient pagoda, outside the bamboo forest, the middle-aged man could naturally sense the cultivators in this broken world. He could feel that many people had suffered because of the confrontation between him and Sakra. The six-colored divine light around his body moved slightly, and in the whole broken world, endless light appeared in every corner. In the blink of an eye, it wrapped around the cultivators who had entered this broken world and moved them out of this world. At the same time, it sealed the entrance of this broken world so that ordinary people could no longer enter. For a moment, in this broken world, only Sakra and his four subordinates were left. Only the middle-aged man, little Taichu, and Lin Tian were left. The six-colored divine light kept gushing out of the middle-aged man's body, and various divine seals and Tao patterns were still pouring into little Taichu. Imparting? Sakra could naturally see what the middle-aged man was doing at this time. The endless divine ring behind him shone brightly, and there was another divine light that pressed down on the middle-aged man and little Taichu. Its divine light was extremely powerful, as if it contained all possibilities. The middle-aged man's expression was calm. The six-colored divine light surrounded all directions, suppressing and resisting everything, and shook off Sakra's peerless divine light. At the same time, the clanging sound was endless. Endless six-colored sword light surrounded and slashed towards the sky like raindrops. Sakra raised his hand, and the divine light was endless. His aura suppressed heaven and earth, and in an instant, all the six-colored sword light collapsed. You are indeed stronger than before. He looked at the middle-aged man, his eyes deep, and his voice indifferent. You too. The middle-aged man remained calm. Indra stepped out. At this moment, he moved. With a single step, divine rings appeared in the sky. Each divine ring contained boundless might, capable of splitting apart the heavens and earth, capable of destroying the heavens and earth. The middle-aged man did not make any big moves. He continued to attack with his six-colored divine light. His pure divine power could suppress everything. Boom, the two collided, equally matched. Heaven and earth seemed to become restless because of this. Lin Tian couldn't help but tremble as he watched the battle. The battle between existences at this level was too terrifying. Every simple move they made was enough to destroy everything. At the side, Baiziki and the others were naturally shocked as well, and their eyes were filled with shock. It was also at this moment that the group felt their souls tremble. A tremendous force pressed down on them, making it difficult for them to move. Their souls trembled violently as if they would explode in the next moment. In the sky, among the four protectors of Sakra, one of them acted against them. His early-stage God Emperor strength suppressed everything. In my world, it's not up to you to mess around. An indifferent voice sounded as the middle-aged man spoke. Then, as his words fell, the world boiled. A ray of immortal spiritual light rushed out from the void, bringing with it endless immortal spiritual chi. Roar, a dragon's roar shook the heavens, and a huge divine dragon materialized. The dragon's body was at least 1,000,000 feet long, and it directly faced that protector of Sakra Tian who made a move. With a swing of its tail, it instantly crushed everything. Dragon Emperor. You are not dead? The protector of Sakra who attacked was swept away, and his face immediately sank. The other three protectors' expressions changed slightly. Obviously, they were very surprised that the Dragon Emperor was still alive. Lord Heavenly Master is dealing with the immortal spiritual emperor. Let's kill him together. This time, we will kill him. Leave nothing behind. Another protector of Sakra said. Immediately, the 4 protectors of Sakra moved together. The immortal divine power surged, and together, they pressed down on the million-feet Dragon Emperor who suddenly appeared. Roar, the Dragon Emperor roared. Without transforming, his dragon body shook, and his dragon power suppressed all directions. At the same time, it pressed down on the 4 protectors of Sakra. At the same time, the sky cracked again, and 3 more rays of immortal spiritual light rushed out, revealing a divine phoenix, a black tortoise, and a vermilion bird. They were all in the early God Emperor realm. Bang! 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 The 4 protectors of Sakra who attacked were all sent flying. For immortal spiritual divine generals. Sakra looked at the 4 immortal spiritual divine generals while fighting with the middle-aged man. His eyes narrowed, and a strange light flashed in them. They should be dead. He had 4 protectors who were in the early God Emperor realm, and the immortal spiritual emperor had 4 divine generals who were also in the early God Emperor realm. He remembered that the 4 divine generals of the immortal spiritual emperor had disappeared in the battle, but he didn't expect that the 4 of them were still alive. As long as I am alive, they will not die. The middle-aged man said calmly. The 6-colored divine light outside his body interweaved, and it was majestic and sacred. It turned into a 6-colored divine river and attacked Sakra. Sakra snorted, and the divine light surged. Endless rays of light pressed down, and the power became more terrifying than before. The whole world seemed to be shrouded by this divine light. Chi, the middle-aged man's 6-colored divine light was extinguished on the spot. Do you think you can stop me? You're going to fight me at the same time? He said coldly. As his words fell, an even more boundless divine light pressed down on the middle-aged man. Even if you only have 1 hand and 1 leg, you can't do anything to me. The middle-aged man said. With a boom, the 6-colored divine flame rushed out from his body, burning everything. Sakra's eyes narrowed. Obviously, he knew how terrifying this flame was. His hands moved, and more divine light appeared, facing the attack. Chi, a light sound was heard, and Sakra's divine light was burned clean in the blink of an eye. The 6-colored divine flame's power didn't decrease, and it continued to press down on the opponent. Such a scene shocked Lin Tian. This 6-colored divine flame was indeed terrifying, and little Taichu's father was also very powerful. He was teaching the little Taichu while fighting with Sakra. At this moment, he was actually able to slightly suppress the opponent, which was really terrifying. This is really abnormal. It's many times stronger than the 6-colored divine flame of the little guy. Whooshing Crocodile swallowed his saliva. Boom, in the fierce battle, the 6-colored divine flame burned everything, and it forced Sakra to retreat more than 7 steps. Sakra snorted, and the divine ring behind him emitted endless light, turning into a sea of divine light, and faced the 6-colored divine flame of the middle-aged man. The 2 fought fiercely, and the destructive aura was extremely terrifying. At the same time, on the other side, 4 divine emperors' pressure appeared. After Sakra's 4 guardians were sent flying by the Dragon Emperor and the other 3 deities, they stabilized themselves and returned to the sky. You're not dead? The 4 guardians looked at the Dragon Emperor and the other deity generals of the deity emperor, and their faces darkened. As long as the deity emperor is alive, we will not die. The Dragon Emperor spoke, and his voice was like a divine bell that shook the sky. Sakra's 4 guardians snorted, and their divine aura surged, and they attacked the Dragon Emperor and the other deity generals together. At the same time, they intentionally stayed away from the area where Sakra and the deity emperor were fighting, because the battle between the 2 was too terrifying. Any strand of aura that fell on them could consign them to eternal damnation. Boom, 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 the 8 divine emperors fought, and their divine aura surged, destroying the sky and earth. Lin Tian looked at the 8 of them, and then at Sakra and the middle-aged man. These people were really too powerful. Punishment on behalf of the heavens. Sakra's cold voice resonated in the sky. He raised one of his hands, and a devastating millstone appeared. Its aura was terrifying, and it pressed down on the middle-aged man. The middle-aged man's expression didn't change, and while he was teaching little Taichu, he flicked his finger, and it turned into a 6-colored light world, and faced the devastating millstone. In the blink of an eye, the two collided, and neither gave way. Balls of destructive light burst out, and the boundless void was annihilated. Clang, at this moment, a piercing sword sound rang out, and a sword ray slashed down from the sky, as if it came from an unknown place. It was so fast that it distorted the space, and in the blink of an eye, it appeared in front of Sakura. Poof, blood splattered everywhere. Sakura had just collided with the middle-aged man, and although he managed to dodge in time, he still couldn't avoid the sword, and his right arm was pierced through, leaving a bloody hole. Heavenly Master! On the other side of the battlefield, Sakura's four guardians were shocked. At the same time, Lin Tian was also shocked. The sword ray clearly carried the strong aura of the heavenly sword scripture. He raised his head and looked in the direction where the sword ray came from. There, the void split open, and a figure surrounded by divine light stepped out. His body was straight and slender, and only his eyes could be seen. He's worthy of being the disciple of the human king. He's already caught up with me. The middle-aged man raised his head, and his gaze fell on the figure that suddenly appeared. A bright light flashed in his eyes, and then the corners of his mouth curled up, revealing a smile. On the other side, Sakura's right arm was bleeding. He looked at the figure that suddenly appeared, and his eyes were cold. Junior Ao Jian. Ao Jian? Ao Jian Tianzuan? Wuxing Crocodile was shocked. Baiziki and Ling Yun were also shocked. They both came from the 10 Directions Celestial Domain, and all the cultivators from the 10 Directions Celestial Domain knew the name Ao Jian Tianzuan. It was a legend, an invincible legend. At the same time, Lin Tian's expression changed once again. Even though he had already guessed the identity of the figure that suddenly walked out when he sensed the sword beam that contained the aura of the heavenly sword scripture, when he heard the name of the person that came out from Sakura Tiandao and truly knew the identity of the person, he still couldn't help but be shocked. This person was indeed Emperor Ao Jian. Almost at the same time when he looked at Ao Jian Tianzuan in the sky seemed to have sensed something, and his gaze moved and fell on him. Lin Tian was looking at Ao Jian Tianzuan, and Ao Jian Tianzuan was also looking at Lin Tian. Their deep eyes were intertwined with strange lights and traces of suspicion. Back then, they still didn't die. I have to say, the mortal king's disciples are really tough. A cold voice sounded. Sure. Tian looked at Ao Jian Tianzuan, and the bloody hole on his right arm quickly healed. In the blink of an eye, it was as good as new. Ao Jian Tianzuan tilted his head, and his gaze moved away from Lin Tian to look at Sure Tian. In the next moment, he moved. He took a step forward, and the sound of the sword filled the sky. Endless sword light appeared immediately, like a guardian sword spirit surrounding his body, and slashed towards Sure Tian with a force that could destroy heaven and earth. The boundless great void was annihilated in an instant. The great heaven and earth shook violently, as if it was going to collapse in the next moment. The sharp sword power seemed to be able to destroy the heavens and shatter eternity. Sure Tian's eyes narrowed, and the endless divine halo behind him shone brightly. Endless divine light intertwined and met Ao Jian Tianzuan's dense sword light. Boom! 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 The two collided, and the destructive aura was like the rolling of a vast divine sea. The great heaven and earth shook even more violently. On the other side of the battlefield, Sure Tian's 4 guardians and the 4 divine generals of the Fairy Spirit Emperor stopped fighting. They all looked at the battle between Sure Tian and Ao Jian Tianzuan, and then they couldn't help but reveal a shocked expression. His cultivation was the same as ours back then, but now, he's actually able to contend with the Heavenly Master? How is this possible? One of Sure Tian's guardians was full of shock. Dragon Emperor and the 4 divine generals were also shocked. Looking at the battle between Ao Jian Tianzuan and Sure Tian, their faces were also full of shock. It's enough to fight with the Spirit Emperor. Black Tortoise said in a very low voice. Dragon Emperor's huge eyes flickered, and after a pause, he couldn't help but sigh. The bloodline of the human king. The world was boundless and boundless. A Ren Huang was able to oppress 10,000 worlds. And now, a mere disciple of a Ren Huang was able to compete with their Ling Huang. How terrifying was this branch? In the distance, Lin Tianyi and the others were also shocked. Too strong. This is really. Wuxing Crocodile trembled. Ao Jian Tianzuan had seen the battle between Fengshan Tianzuan and the others of the 9 celestial masters. However, at that time, Fengshan Tianzuan and the others were only divine thought clones, so the divine power they emitted was limited. However, at this time, Ao Jian Tianzuan was undoubtedly here in his true form. His divine power was simply terrifying to the extreme, as if he could easily destroy everything. Lin Tian was naturally shocked as well. Golden light intertwined in his eyes as he stared straight ahead. How terrifying. And Shui shrunk her neck, then paused and tilted her head to look at Lin Tian. It seems like that Ao Jian Tianzuan's sword aura is exactly the same as the sword manual you used before. Looking at Lin Tian, she couldn't help but widen her beautiful eyes. What's wrong with you? You know all the techniques of those terrifying existences who fought with the Grand Supreme earlier. Now, you also know this person's technique. What's your relationship with them? And Shui was very surprised to see that Lin Tian knew all the techniques of those peerless existences in a row. Didn't I say that I controlled it by accident? Lin Tian Dao. He didn't say much in this regard. He just stared fixedly at the battle in front of him. Boom. Clang. In the sky, divine power rolled and sword aura filled the sky. Heaven and earth trembled in all directions. Ao Jian Tianzuan's eyes were deep. He didn't say anything superfluous. Only an extremely sharp sword aura surrounded his body. Boundless sword intent moved with him, cutting and shattering everything. Junior Ao Jian, you're very good. The Sakra's eyes turned cold. The junior he looked down on back then, the one who almost died in his hands, had now reached such a height. He wasn't weaker than him at all. Ao Jian Tianzuan still didn't say anything superfluous. Only streaks of sword aura fell, sweeping across the entire world. The sword's power was intimidating. Outside the middle-aged man's body, 6-colored divine aura surrounded him. He looked at the battle between Ao Jian Tianzuan and the Sakra. It seems that I don't need to do anything. As he said this, more 6-colored divine aura surged out from his body. All kinds of divine patterns and Dao seals flowed into little Taichu's body continuously. This was the original inheritance of the immortal spirit royal family. He was completing the ancient scriptures for little Taichu. Boom. Above the firmament, the divine power vibrated. All kinds of mystical scenes were vast and mighty. One by one, they appeared between heaven and earth. Empyrean Proudsword and Sakra's battle had intimidating battle chi, shocking all 10 directions. If it weren't for the blessing of the immortal spirit emperor, this place wouldn't have been able to withstand such a battle between the two. It would have collapsed long ago. At this time, everyone's eyes fell on the firmament. Boom. Clang. The divine power sword hummed endlessly. The fierce confrontation almost sent the world back to its original state. When will Lord Crocodile reach such heights? Wuxing Crocodile couldn't help but sigh. Looking at the battle between Ao Jian Tianzuan and the Sakra, it was moved. Lin Tianzi's eyes flickered. Although this was not the first time he had seen such a peak battle, he could not help but feel shocked when he saw such a battle again. Lin Tianzi's eyes flickered. Although it was not the first time he had seen such a battle, he could not help but feel shocked when he saw it again. After all, this was a battle between peak emperor gods. With his current realm, no matter how many times he watched it, he couldn't help but be shocked. Outside the middle-aged man's body, divine brilliance surged. All kinds of divine runes floated into little Taichu's body. The 6-colored divine light gradually weakened, it's almost done. The inheritance of the ancient scriptures was about to be completed soon. It was also at this time that Indra, who was fighting with celestial Lord Ao Jian in the sky, suddenly had a change in expression. His eyes were almost about to spit out fire. Old bastard, how dare you break into my Indra shrine and steal? At this moment, this supreme existence seemed to have sensed something. The divine ring behind him trembled and his black hair fluttered in the wind. In the blink of an eye, he erupted with a heaven-shaking divine radiance. He forcefully broke through the void and wrapped around the 4 protectors, disappearing without a trace. Even someone as strong as Ao Jian Tianzuan couldn't stop him for a while. Run, why did he suddenly run away? White Tiger and the others were all staring. The extremely terrifying Sakra suddenly looked flustered and exasperated. Then, he left in a flash, which really made them a little stunned. Lin Tian paused, thought of something, and said to himself, could it be that the old bastard went to raid the Sakra's lair? He remembered that the unscrupulous old bastard said that he was tricked by the King of Chaos and the Sakra into the wantless territory. Some time ago, the old bastard raided the King of Chaos' lair, which provoked the King of Chaos to pursue him. Now, listening to the Sakra's words just now, he vaguely guessed that the old bastard should have raided the Sakra's lair again. Sakra's sudden departure caused 5 elements Crocodile, Ling Yun, White Tiger, and Shui, and the others to be stunned. For a moment, they were confused and didn't understand what had happened to the other party. Only Lin Tian thought that this matter was related to that unscrupulous old hooligan. It was definitely that old fellow who had barged into Sakra's lair to raid other people's lair. This old fellow, thinking that such a thing should have happened at this time, he couldn't help but want to laugh. That old fellow was really capable of doing it. He had just raided the King of Chaos' lair not long ago, and now he was going to raid Indra's lair. For existences like the King of Chaos and Indra, their lair would definitely have a shocking amount of rare treasures with shocking value. That old hooligan had raided their lair like that. It was no wonder that the King of Chaos had chased after him across realms, and it was no wonder that Indra was so angry now. Most importantly, this wasn't just a simple problem of their divine treasures being taken away, it was a problem of their reputation. To an existence at their level, it was truly extremely humiliating to have their lair invaded and plundered. Ao Jiantianzuan stood in the sky and didn't chase after Indra. Only a strange light flashed across his deep eyes. Originally, he had rushed here because he had sensed the aura of the Emperor of Immortal Spirit. Then, he accidentally discovered that Indra was also here, so he directly launched an attack. He didn't come for Indra. At this moment, his gaze moved and landed on Lin Tian again. There were traces of divine light surging in his eyes, as if he was trying his best to search for something. But in the end, there was only suspicion in his eyes, and he seemed to be frowning again. Kid, that person seems to be staring at you. Whooshing Crocodile whispered to Lin Tiandao. Ling Yin said, you've learned someone else's technique, so he must have sensed it. Did you make him unhappy? Lin Tian naturally noticed that Ao Jian Celestial Master was looking at him. However, he was rather speechless after hearing Ling Yun's words. Would a person like Ao Jian Celestial Master be unhappy that his technique had been learned by someone else? How could such a person be so narrow-minded? Buzz. The 6-colored divine light surged. The Immortal Spirit Emperor's 6-colored divine light that surrounded the little Taichu shone brightly. After a few breaths, it completely disappeared. Done. The Immortal Spirit Emperor chuckled. Little Taichu blinked. At this time, the aura on its body became more complete and condensed than before. The Celestial Spirit Emperor smiled faintly. A light barrier appeared and shrouded the entire space, enveloping little Taichu, Lin Tianyi, the Dragon Emperor, the 4 divine generals, and Ao Jian Tianzuan. His eyes were still fixed on little Taichu. Little guy, our world was broken before the desolate antiquity. I moved it into the chaotic space and left a wisp of aura to wait for you. Now, I'll give it to you. Slowly refine it with your origin and turn it into your own power. As he spoke, he raised his hands and formed a few simple seals. Immediately, ancient and mysterious runes appeared and pulled little Taichu's origin world out. Then, the entire space shook and turned into ripples. They began to merge into little Taichu's origin world. Lin Tian and the others couldn't help but be moved by the scene. This space in the tower and the outside world are merging into the little guy's origin world. Merging a real broken world into the little guy's body? What kind of method is this? The whooshing crocodile and the white tiger stared at each other. Even Lin Tian was shocked. The ancient primordial immortal world, like hell and the underworld, was only slightly bigger than the current mystic realm. It was vast and full of endless power of heaven and earth. Now, although the primordial immortal world was broken, it was still very shocking. Otherwise, it wouldn't have attracted the attention of such a terrifying existence. But now, such an ancient world full of endless power of heaven and earth was being merged into little Taichu's body by the Celestial Spirit Emperor. Not to mention how shocking this method was, just the impact on little Taichu's future was absolutely shocking. This was giving the little guy an extremely heaven-defying divine treasure that could be used for a lifetime. After all, that was a real great world. Buzz. Divine light intertwined, twisting the surrounding space into a vortex of ripples that quickly merged into little Taichu's origin world. All kinds of divine light surrounded it and flowed into little Taichu's body. This process lasted for 3 days and 3 nights. After 3 days and 3 nights, the broken primordial immortal world was completely merged into little Taichu's body. Everyone was only in the light realm held up by the Celestial Spirit Emperor. All right. The Celestial Spirit Emperor smiled. Yeah? Little Taichu looked at itself and blinked its big eyes. The origin world that was pulled out by the Celestial Spirit Emperor was automatically put away. Then, it looked at the Celestial Spirit Emperor curiously because it didn't feel any special changes at this time. It is just merged into your origin world. You may not feel it now, but in the future, you will slowly feel its existence and then slowly absorb and refine it. The Celestial Spirit Emperor rubbed little Taichu's little head. Little Taichu nodded its little head, its big eyes curved into a pair of small crescent moons. The Celestial Spirit Emperor chuckled and rubbed little Taichu again. A ball of light enveloped little Taichu and moved it to Lin Tian's side. Young man, please continue to take care of little Taichu. His mother and I have other things to do. Obviously, he didn't want to take little Taichu away. Lin Tian said seriously, Senior, don't worry. Even without the Celestial Spirit Emperor's reminder, he would take good care of little Taichu. Yeah? Little Taichu looked at the Celestial Spirit Emperor with its big eyes wide. You're not coming with us? We will meet again. Next time, bring your mother to see you. The Celestial Spirit Emperor chuckled. Then, he looked at little Taichu one last time and nodded at Lin Tian. The 6-colored divine light flickered and enveloped Lin Tianyi and the others, and they instantly disappeared. Suddenly, only he, Ao Jian Tianzuan, Dragon Emperor, and the 4 divine generals were left in this light realm. The entire light realm became very quiet. Ao Jian Tianzuan stepped forward and appeared beside the Celestial Spirit Emperor. He looked at the place where Lin Tianyi and the others disappeared, and there were traces of doubt in his deep eyes. That young man has mastered all of your techniques. He is. The Celestial Spirit Emperor also looked at the place where Lin Tianyi and the others disappeared and asked Ao Jian Tianzuan. Ao Jian Tianzuan frowned. For the first time since he appeared, he said, I don't feel any familiar aura. The Celestial Spirit Emperor was silent. After a pause, he said, Where's your master? I don't know. Ao Jian Tianzuan shook his head. When we fought with Grand Elder Sakura and the others, we were seriously injured and on the verge of death. Even Big Senior Brother was seriously injured in order to protect us. We were all forced to reincarnate. After we recovered our memories, we returned to the human King Valley and found that Master and Master's wife were gone. The Celestial Spirit Emperor paused and said, Those two must be doing something special. At least we don't have to worry about their safety. Ao Jian Tianzuan nodded. He had absolute confidence in his master's strength. Let's go do something else. The Celestial Spirit Emperor said. The light realm shook, and in the next moment, the 6 of them disappeared without a trace. Lin Tian and the others were enveloped by the Celestial Spirit Emperor's divine light. At this time, they reappeared in the immortal domain, but not in the 8 desolation ancient veins. As far as the eye could see, there were many mountains in all directions. However, all of them looked extremely ordinary. There wasn't any shocking amount of immortal chi. It was too lacking compared to the 8 desolate ancient veins. It gave people the feeling that they had arrived in the mortal world of the immortal realms. Too strong. Little Munchkin's father is heaven-defying. He really scared me. White Tiger sucked in a breath of cold air. Forcibly fusing an ancient great world into a living being's body was unheard of. It was at least 1,000,000 times more difficult than destroying a great world, and it was also 1,000,000 times more difficult than refining it with one's own body. However, the Celestial Spirit Emperor had simply fused the broken primordial immortal world into little Taichu's body. This method was really too shocking. And that Ao Jian Tianzuan, he's also very scary. And Shui shrunk his neck. They're all very scary. Even Baiziki, who was usually calm, couldn't help but speak. Lin Tian was naturally shocked, but he did not sigh. He only had a faint smile on his face, happy that the little guy had found his biological father, completed the inheritance of the ancient scriptures, and inherited the primordial immortal world. At this time, Ziyue tugged at the corner of his clothes. "Big brother, are you free now? Can you take Ziyue to see my big sister?" Looking at Lin Tian, her eyes were shining. Compared to seeing the likes of Sakura, Celestial Spirit Emperor, and Ao Jian Tianzuan, she wanted to see her big sister more. Her eyes were not shocked by the battle between peak emperor gods. It was as if she did not have any reaction to that kind of thing. Lin Tian looked at Ziyue, paused, and said with a smile, "Okay, I'll take you now, ah." Suddenly, a scream came from a small valley not far away. It was filled with horror and directly interrupted his words. Lin Tian tilted his head and looked in the direction of the scream. Then, he frowned, and a cold light flashed in his eyes. There was a relatively large village in the valley. There were about 1,000 families there, and they were all ordinary people. At this time, 7 cultivators surrounded by evil chi were wantonly in the village, suppressing the villagers one by one. They were only suppressing the strong young villagers and some children. These strong young villagers and children were kept in a spatial treasure. As for the elderly, they were mercilessly slaughtered. Mountains of blood spilled on the ground. This is too much. What are they doing? How can they do this? Ziyue followed Lin Tian's gaze and looked in the direction of the small valley. Her beautiful face was filled with anger. Baiziki and the others naturally saw the scene and frowned. Those seemed to be cultivators from the world of dead souls. In this world, many people use the living as nutrients for their cultivation. They devour blood essence, souls, and origin to strengthen themselves. And Shui said. Screams echoed in the small valley, filled with terror. 7 cultivators surrounded by evil aura ran amok in the village, taking away all the young people and children, and mercilessly slaughtering the elderly. The huge village was living in an abyss of suffering. Save them! Lin Tiandao strode over with a single step. As a cultivator, he couldn't bear to kill innocent people like this. He was very fast, and appeared in the small village with just one step. The golden divine power instantly attracted the attention of the 7 cultivators in the village. Who is it? What are you doing? One of them looked coldly at Lin Tiandao, and put an 8-year-old child into a spatial magic treasure. Human cultivator? Another of the 7 looked at Lin Tiandao and said coldly, since you've come here, then suppress him and bring him to Lord Yinshang to cultivate the divine art of 10,000 souls. As he spoke, this person directly made a move. Dense fog surrounded his body, and he reached out a big hand to grab Lin Tiandao. The dense fog seemed to be able to swallow everything, and it corroded the void with a sizzling sound. The pressure of the celestial immortal level was unmistakable. Lin Tiandao's eyes were cold. He faced this person and directly slapped him. The solid void of the celestial realm was instantly shattered, and the Yin fog big hand of the person who attacked was also shattered. Then, Lin Tiandao's slap didn't change its momentum, and it continued to press down on the other party. The person who attacked immediately trembled, shocked by Lin Tiandao's terrifying physical strength. Poof, blood splattered everywhere. This person was directly smashed into pieces, and even his divine soul was completely annihilated. This scene made the few villagers who were still alive in the village tremble, but they didn't dare to speak, or even move at this time. They just trembled in fear and looked at Lin Tiandao and the other cultivators with evil aura. At the same time, in this place, the other 6 cultivators with evil aura around them were all shocked. The person just now had the same strength as them, at the middle stage celestial immortal level, but now, he was actually destroyed in body and soul with a slap. Who are you? Do you know who we are? We are Lord Yinshang's subordinates, and you dare to attack us like this. Do you want to make the entire world of souls your enemy? One of them said coldly. Yinshang? Yi Yinshang? The 9th on the ranking of 100 immortals? And Shui was slightly moved. 9th on the ranking of 100 immortals? Wuxing Crocodile was moved. Grandpa Crocodile remembers that the top 10 of the list of 100 immortals are far from comparable to those at the bottom of this list. All of them have earth-shattering bloodlines. The bloodline of each of them is not inferior to the king physique like the chaos physique. That person in the ninth place is already infinitely close to the true god realm. Furthermore, he has killed a true god powerhouse before. Baiziki said. He had studied the ranking of 100 immortals. So strong? The white tiger was shocked. To be able to cross a major realm to kill a true god below true god realm, this kind of combat power had to be said to be somewhat terrifying. The 6 cultivators from the world of souls surrounded by evil aura looked at the group of people and thought that they were afraid. The person who had scolded Lin Tian earlier spoke again. It's good that you know. Lord Xianxia is extremely powerful, and he is the next realm lord of the world of souls. We work for Lord Xianxia. Anyone who tries to stop him is an enemy of Lord Xianxia. It's an enemy of the world of souls. The person looked at Lin Tian and said coldly, "You killed our people. Even if you didn't know who we were at the beginning, you still have to pay the price. We'll give you a chance to kill yourself. You can kill yourself." Clang, the ear-piercing sound of a sword interrupted the person's words. Lin Tian directly slashed out a golden sword energy at an extremely fast speed. With a puff, it pierced through the person's forehead, bringing out a string of bright red blood. He naturally knew about Xianxia. However, that did not affect him from killing these people. These people had plundered this place like this. They had kidnapped the young and strong people and children, and mercilessly slaughtered the old people. How could he let such an act go? He didn't mind or loathe the fact that cultivators killed ordinary mortals. If an ordinary mortal was killed by a cultivator for committing a heinous crime, he wouldn't care at all. In fact, he would even kill the other party himself. But now, the situation here was obviously not like that. The villagers here were just innocent mortals living an ordinary life, but the few cultivators from the world of souls were doing whatever they wanted here. The old people were mercilessly slaughtered, and the young and strong people and children were all captured for cultivation purposes. Naturally, killing intent surged in his heart. And it was impossible for him to ignore it. In the eyes of many cultivators, mortals were like ants, no different from the insects on the side of the road. They did not care about the lives of mortals at all. They saw them as nothing more than grass. However, he would not. He would never forget that he had walked step by step from an ordinary mortal to his current height. Innocent mortals were being treated so cruelly by these cultivators. He could not just stand by and watch, no matter what kind of status these cultivators had. You. The other 5 surviving cultivators from the world of souls changed their expressions. They had already revealed their identities, but Lin Tian still attacked like this. Moreover, his combat strength made the 5 of them tremble again. It was just a simple sword strike, and among them, another middle-stage heaven immortal expert was killed. How dare you do this? Do you really want to become enemies with the world of souls? One of them said sternly. Lin Tian did not say anything at all. He directly attacked and slashed out with his sword. Clang, the sound of the sword reverberated, and the golden sword light arrived in an instant. It chopped this person into pieces on the spot, and directly destroyed his body and soul. In an instant, only 4 of the 7 wanton cultivators from the world of souls were left. The 4 of them looked at Lin Tian, and all of them trembled slightly. Lord Xianxia will never let you go. One of them said coldly. He exchanged glances with the other 3, and then immediately retreated. They turned into 4 streaks of dark light and fled into the distance. At this time, the 4 of them had already realized that Lin Tian had made it clear that he wanted to interfere in this matter. He was not afraid of the people and forces behind them at all. Moreover, his combat strength was so powerful that it made them tremble. They were no match for him in a head-on confrontation. Only by fleeing could they possibly save their lives. Otherwise, they would be wiped out in the blink of an eye. Lin Tian looked at the 4 of them fleeing and snorted coldly. He took a step forward and directly intercepted the 4 of them. The 4 cultivators from the 4 spiritual realms trembled. They were shocked by Lin Tian's terrifying speed. He actually stopped them in an instant. Lin Tian looked at the 4 of them, and his eyes fell on the cultivator from the 4 spiritual realms who was holding a spatial magic treasure. He took another step forward and appeared in front of this person in an instant. He grabbed the spatial magic treasure in his hand. Just now, he saw that the innocent villagers who were suppressed by the cultivators from the world of souls were all taken into this spatial magic treasure. Swoosh, he moved very quickly. With a shattering sound, he directly grabbed the spatial magic treasure in the hands of the cultivator from the world of souls. The cultivator was immediately shocked and angry. He couldn't help but grab the spatial magic treasure that Lin Tian had taken away. Give it back. In that spatial magic treasure, there were not only the humans they suppressed in this small village, but also the young men in many other places. They were the cultivation materials that they were going to offer to the future master of their realm. How could they just watch these cultivation materials be taken away by Lin Tian? Lin Tian snorted and slapped the cultivator with a backhand. With a poof, the cultivator was directly smashed into pieces, and his body and soul were instantly destroyed. Then, his eyes fell on the last 3 cultivators from the world of souls. He lifted his leg and walked toward them. These people were unpardonable. He would never let them go. Otherwise, who knew how many people would suffer in the future? Facing Lin Tian, the 3 cultivators from the world of souls couldn't help but tremble and step back. At this moment, an extremely strong wave of divine power suddenly emerged from the southeast. The yin qi was oppressive, and it went straight toward them. Majestic yin qi appeared from the southeast at an extremely fast speed. In an instant, it appeared in front of this place. It was an exceptionally tall figure with a head full of blood-red hair and a sharp and cold aura. Lord Jinli. Seeing this tall figure, the 3 cultivators from the world of dead souls couldn't help but be pleasantly surprised. Bai Ziki and the others were slightly moved. The person who came was very powerful. Mid-stage Immortal King Realm. Whooshing Crocodile narrowed his eyes. In front, in the sky, Lin Tian naturally felt the cultivation base of the person who came. A faint light flashed in his eyes, but he didn't have the slightest scruple. Lord Jinli, we were ordered to collect a bunch of cultivation materials for Lord Yin Shang, but they were taken away by this human. Please kill him and take back those cultivation materials. Among the 3 cultivators from the world of dead souls, one of them pointed at Lin Tian Dao. The person who came looked at Lin Tian with cold eyes and yin qi surrounding him. Obviously, he was also a cultivator from the world of dead souls, and like these people, he was also Yin Shang's subordinate. After hearing this, he directly attacked and pressed down on Lin Tian. For a time, rumbling sounds could be heard, and heaven and earth shook. A mid-stage Immortal King expert attacked. He only used his physical body to throw out a palm, but the power was still extremely terrifying, as if it could crush everything. Lin Tianling snorted. He didn't dodge or make any unnecessary movements. He raised his hand and threw out a punch. Dong. A shocking explosion sounded, and the void directly collapsed. Then, in the next moment, his fist directly collided with the huge palm of the Golden Oak Immortal King. Pfft. Blood splattered. The Golden Oak Immortal King's arm was directly smashed into pieces, and his entire body flew out like a scarecrow. Lord Jinli. The 3 cultivators from the world of dead souls were shocked. How is this possible? The 3 of them were shocked. They could see that Lin Tianji was only at the intermediate stage of the Heaven Immortal Realm, while their Lord Golden Tree was at the intermediate stage of the Immortal King Realm, which was an entire realm higher than Lin Tianyi. However, under such circumstances, Lin Tianji was able to shatter their Lord Golden Tree's arm with a single punch. This made them feel disbelief. Even the barbarian king physique of the 12 kings' physiques wouldn't be so powerful at this level. What a freak! Whooshing Crocodile rolled its eyes. Breaking the arm of an intermediate immortal king with a cultivation base of intermediate heavenly immortal realm was truly an exaggeration. Of course, although it was shocked, it was not surprised. This was because it knew that Lin Tian's physique was the reincarnation physique. His pure physical strength was already stronger than the barbarian king physique. Moreover, he had forcefully tempered his body with the power of the heavenly tribulation earlier. It was very normal for him to have such physical strength now. Elder brother is so powerful. Ziyu's eyes lit up. It was also at this moment that there was a boom. Monstrous yin qi swept out, and the Golden Tree Immortal King, who was sent flying by Lin Tian, flew back. His shattered arm had recovered, and his expression was extremely gloomy. I underestimated you, human. This person looked at Lin Tian. He didn't expect that Lin Tian's physical body would be so powerful that he could actually shatter the arm of an intermediate immortal king like him. With a boom, the yin qi around his body surged. The divine might of an intermediate immortal king directly appeared, and immortal King Dao light interweaved together. For a time, the entire world began to tremble. Many places directly collapsed because of this majestic evil divine might and evil Dao light. Lord Golden Tree directly used his full strength? The three cultivators from the world of dead souls were shocked. Then, in the next moment, the three of them looked at Lin Tian with a cold expression. Only death awaits those who oppose the world of dead souls. Clang, the sound of a sword was ear-piercing, interrupting the three of them. Lin Tian's back was facing the three of them. He waved his hand, and 3 streaks of sword light immediately shot out, shattering the three of them into pieces. Their bodies and souls were destroyed. Golden Tree from the world of dead souls immediately narrowed his eyes, and his expression became even colder. Lin Tian actually dared to kill 3 of his own kind in front of him. Boom, an even more terrifying aura rushed out from his body. Boundless evil aura surged, turning into an evil sea that corroded space and even the air. It sealed off the surroundings and pressed down on Lin Tian. In the blink of an eye, this evil aura arrived above Lin Tian's head. It could destroy everything and directly enveloped Lin Tian. Lin Tian immediately felt the threat of death. After all, this was a destructive divine art unleashed by an intermediate immortal king expert. With the strength of an intermediate heavenly immortal, even a reincarnated body wouldn't be able to withstand it. The gap between their cultivation bases was just too great. However, he wasn't afraid at all. Facing this destructive sea of evil power, he did not dodge or evade. It was also at this time that the space fluctuated, and a ray of 6-colored divine light flashed. Little Taichu instantly appeared on his shoulder. With a light flap of its wings, it directly shattered the vast evil sea. "Ya!" The little guy called out to Lin Tian in a childish voice. Lin Tian chuckled and rubbed the little guy's head. Then, his gaze fell on Golden Tree Immortal King again. Golden Tree Immortal King was naturally moved at this time. He stared at little Taichu without blinking. His pupils couldn't help but constrict, and a look of fear appeared on his face. The reason for that was because Lin Tian had destroyed his arm and killed 3 of his clansmen right in front of him. He was extremely furious and had unleashed his full power. However, even so, his full power had been shattered by a light flick of little Primordial's wings. "Deal with him." Lin Tian opened his mouth and said to little Taichu. Little Taichu responded. With a flap of its wings, a large expanse of 6-colored divine light suddenly appeared. It turned into a 6-colored sea that crushed the great void and directly pressed down on Golden Tree Immortal King. Golden Tree Immortal King was not weak. He immediately felt the terror of this divine light and supported all his divine power to resist. However, the little guy's 6-colored divine light was too powerful. It instantly annihilated all the divine power he supported. With a puff, blood splattered everywhere. This person was directly crushed. "Damn it!" A shocked and angry voice rang out. This person was crushed by the 6-colored divine light, but his spirit was not destroyed. In the blink of an eye, his physical body was reformed. He glanced at little Taichu with a cold face, then turned around and fled into the distance. He saw how terrifying little Taichu was. He definitely couldn't resist. "Ya!" Little Taichu called out. With a flap of its wings, divine light surged and completely sealed the surrounding space. With a bang, Golden Tree Immortal King, who had fled, was directly sent flying back. His expression turned even uglier. "Don't think about escaping. You can't escape." Lin Tian Dao. As his words fell, little Taichu called out again from his shoulder. Immediately, another large expanse of 6-colored divine light pressed down on Golden Tree Immortal King. With the surrounding space sealed, Golden Tree Immortal King had no way to dodge. The large expanse of 6-colored divine light arrived above his head in the blink of an eye. The Golden Yak Immortal King gritted his teeth as he faced the 6-colored divine light that was even more shocking than the previous one. He instantly knew that he definitely wouldn't be able to withstand it. When this 6-colored divine light truly descended, only death would await him. If this king dies, you won't have an easy time either. He roared through clenched teeth. Cracks appeared on his body, and his divine power and Tao light became incomparably chaotic. I will sacrifice my soul origin to the soul altar. Everything here will be known to the soul altar. Lord Shang will know everything from the soul altar. He said savagely. If all of you go to the dead spirit world, you will be buried in the dead spirit world. Lord Shang will kill every single one of you. As his words fell, his body exploded with a pop. His flesh, blood, origin, and soul rapidly burned into a tremendous amount of energy. Then, a gigantic vortex appeared in the sky, enveloping all the space within 10,000 feet. A terrifying suction force pulled Lin Tianyi and the others toward the giant spatial vortex. Lin Tian was the first to react. He immediately summoned his strongest immortal Tao reincarnation diagram to resist the suction force. Little Taichu also summoned the Four Spirits' protection to resist the suction force of the giant vortex. However, it was useless. The suction force of the giant vortex was too strong and terrifying. It seemed to be able to swallow everything. Whether it was the immortal Tao reincarnation diagram he summoned or the Four Spirits' protection the immortal king level Little Taichu summoned, they couldn't resist the suction force. The suction force pulled them directly toward the giant vortex. It felt as if they were being sucked into Extreme Temple. That bastard knows that he's going to die, so he burnt his flesh, blood, origin, and soul to create this thing. He wants to drag us to the dead spirit world by force? Wuxing Crocodile cursed. He used his strongest Great Five Elements art to resist the suction force with all his might. Unfortunately, it was useless. It was the same for Baiziki and Shui and the others. They were forcefully pulled in by the huge vortex in the sky. At the same time, in this place, the ordinary people in the village couldn't resist the suction force. All of them cried out in fear and unease. In the blink of an eye, they were sucked into the giant vortex. Whoosh! In this space, a fierce wind swept through. The giant vortex in the sky swept away everything in this space. Even someone as strong as Little Taichu couldn't resist the suction force at this time. After all, this was the power of a mid-stage immortal king who had sacrificed himself in exchange for this power. Moreover, he had made some kind of sacrifice to open the door to the alternate world. When this power was sucked in, no one below the true god level could resist it. Lin Tianyi and the others were swept away by this power. No matter how they resisted, it was useless. Soon, like those ordinary people, they were sucked into the vortex in the sky. In an instant, the space vortex in the sky disappeared. Darkness shrouded the group and swallowed everything. After who knew how much time had passed, a powerful shockwave spread out from the darkness, knocking everyone out and putting them back on solid ground. As far as the eye could see, the surrounding space appeared to be somewhat gloomy. The air was mixed with celestial spiritual energy, but it appeared to be somewhat gloomy and cold. Wherever the 10 directions were, the mountains were connected to each other. There was very little vegetation on them, and they were all species that were rarely seen in the 10 directions. The most unique thing was that although it was clearly daytime, there was a full moon hanging in the sky. Moreover, it was blood red. The blood-red moon in the sky, the world of souls. And Shui stared. We were really sent to this gloomy world by force. P.S. Well, everyone, please follow the Dragon's WeChat public account. Click on the top right corner of WeChat to add friends. Search for Sleepy Dragon on the public account and click on follow. The dragon posted an introduction to an old drunkard on his public account. At the same time, he also posted an analysis of some of the main characters in The God of 10 Directions, an analysis of the 12 king bodies, and a daily update schedule. After you follow him, you can see these things. At the same time, if you have any questions or doubts about the book, you can also leave a message for the dragon on his WeChat public account. The dragon will reply one by one after seeing it, so, brothers and sisters, please follow him. The dragon is waiting for you. The surroundings were dark and gloomy. A blood-red moon hung high in the sky, sprinkling evil energy all over the place. The world of dead souls. Lin Tian frowned. He could tell at a glance that this place was the world of dead souls. According to the ancient records, there was always a blood-red moon in the sky of the world of dead souls. This symbol was too obvious. This is, what's going on? Where did we come to? It's so cold here, panicked voices rang out one after another. This place was relatively empty. Apart from Lin Tianyi and the others, the villagers from the big village in the celestial realm had also been swept into the world of dead souls because of the Golden Oak Celestial King. At the same time, the huge whirlpool was only a spatial portal. It did not contain any destructive power. Therefore, after these people were swept into it, they did not die even though they were ordinary people. For a time, Lin Tianyi and the others looked at these ordinary villagers. Lin Tian stepped forward and appeared very polite as he comforted these ordinary villagers. Can we still return to where we were before? At first, these people were slightly afraid of Lin Tian. After all, they had seen Lin Tian's various extraordinary methods. He was like a god or a demon, and they did not fit in. However, because Lin Tian appeared very polite, these ordinary villagers were not afraid anymore. Moreover, they remembered that when the few fierce people from the world of dead souls were wantonly killing in their village, it was Lin Tian who appeared and protected them. It's fine if we can return. Don't worry. Lin Tian comforted them. That's great. It's good that we can return. It's good that we can return. Thank you, young celestial. There were many villagers, at least a few hundred of them. They all bowed respectfully to Lin Tian. In their eyes, Lin Tian, who had various extraordinary methods, was like an immortal. You're all injured. Let me treat you, Ziyu said. Ziyu said. A 16-year-old girl with a gentle spirit light around her moved very nimbly. She arrived in front of the injured villagers one by one and used her unique spirit light to heal the injuries of the injured villagers. These injuries were left behind in the village in the immortal region due to various reasons. None of them were very serious, and in the blink of an eye, they were all healed by Ziyu's demonic light. Everyone's spirits and appearances improved. Thank you. Thank you, little fairy. The villagers were pleasantly surprised. There was no medicine, just the light that fell on their bodies healed their injuries in the blink of an eye. Moreover, it made their bodies stronger than before. In their eyes, this was simply too miraculous. They also treated the purple moon as an immortal. They all respectfully bowed to the purple moon. Even some of the elders were no exception. Don't be like that, I'm younger than you. Ziyue waved her hands at the villagers, telling them not to salute. Lin Tian watched from the side and couldn't help but chuckle. Ziyu was only 16 years old. As a member of the Immortal Region's Fey clan, her status could be said to be very noble. However, her attitude towards these ordinary people was actually more polite than his. It was enough to see that her heart was really pure. Next, return to the Immortal Region, he said to himself. He clenched his right fist slightly and directly punched towards the sky. He was prepared to directly blast open the world gate and return to the Immortal Region. He would send the villagers back, and then take Ziyu back to the Ten Heavens domain to find the Violet Fairy. The dazzling fist light turned into a beam of light that instantly rushed into the sky. The void in all directions directly collapsed, and spatial turbulence scattered out wantonly. However, in the next moment, Lin Tian frowned. The void was shattered by him, but the world gate did not appear. What's going on? He was a little puzzled. After a pause, he raised his hand and punched towards the sky again. The fist light shattered everything, but the outcome was the same as before. Although the void cracked, the world gate still did not appear. Kid, what are you doing? Wuxing Crocodile looked at Lin Tian with a strange expression. Baiziki and the others also turned their heads and looked at Lin Tian. I want to open the world gate, but I can't. Lin Tiandao said, there's a special power intertwined in this world. Ordinary power seems to be unable to open the space gate to other worlds from the inside of this world. It's impossible to walk out of this world. As soon as he said this, Baiziki and the others were all moved. I'll give it a try, the white tiger said. As it said that, it waved its tiger claws, and 5 light seals flew into the sky in a straight line. Just like Lin Tian's fist light, it shattered a piece of space. However, it only shattered a piece of space, and the world gate did not appear. It really doesn't work. It was slightly shocked. Now that it was in the sky immortal realm, it could open the world gate with its own strength. However, it could not do so in this place. Baiziki and the others tried one after another, but the results were the same as Lin Tianyi's. They could not open the world gate to the outside world. Even someone as strong as the little Taichu could not open it. Now that I think about it, I can understand why the Golden Oak Immortal King gave up his life and forcefully sent us to this world. He wasn't afraid that we would leave immediately after arriving here. He knew that we couldn't open the world entrance and leave after being thrown here. After that Xianxia learned about what happened from the soul altar it spoke of and chased after us. Wuxing Crocodile said, "This is equivalent to trapping us in this world. And this is obviously Xianxia's territory. We are being locked up and killed." "That's true." Ling Yan rolled his eyes. Lin Tian paused and said, "Let's explore this world first and find a way out." He then spoke to the villagers who had been swept into the world of souls with them. He briefly explained to them that they couldn't leave this world for the time being and that they needed to find a way out. Then, he temporarily put the villagers into a space container. At the same time, he also gave them enough pills for food. This spatial container was the one he had taken from the cultivator from the world of dead souls to store the other young villagers and children. He had also distributed many immortal elixirs to those who had been stored in the spatial container. He also explained the situation to them briefly to reassure them. Then, he stored the spatial container in his immortal emperor pagoda. "Let's go," he said to Baiziki and the others. Then, the group left this place and walked in a random direction, ready to collect information about this world. Soon, they traveled through this world, crossing over dozens of great mountains in a row. At this time, the sound of wind breaking reverberated in the air. 9 powerful cultivators appeared in the distance, all of them surrounded by evil aura. They were clearly cultivators of the world of souls, and none of them were weak. 5 people and 3 beasts. Remember, once you discover them, report immediately and then restrain them. Don't fight them head-on. It's said that those people are not weak. Understood. No matter what, those who dare to oppose Lord Xianxia and kill the experts of our world must be killed. They have the cultivation materials that Lord Xianxia needs. We must take them back. Of course. Someone from the group spoke in a cold voice. Lin Tian and the others were still very far away from the group of cultivators of the world of souls, but because of their extraordinary cultivation, they naturally heard the content of these people's voices. The world of souls knows about what happened in the immortal region so quickly that whatever soul altar, because of the death and sacrifice of Golden Oak Immortal King, learned everything that happened in that village in the immortal region, and learned that we were forcibly pulled into this world by Golden Oak Immortal King. Now that Xianxia learned about this through the soul altar, he sent many cultivators of the world of souls to this world to search for us? Ling Yan's expression changed. That's obviously the case. Lin Tiandao. The white tiger rolled his eyes. It seems that the entire world of souls is our enemy now. There are people over there. At this time, a voice rang out. In the distance, the cultivators of the world of souls looked in this direction and saw Lin Tianyi and the others. Immediately, the other cultivators of the world of souls looked in this direction. 5 people and 3 beasts, it's them? The group of people who oppose Lord Xianxia? It's definitely them. Quick, report to the Yin capital. The group said. Then, one of them acted. A beam of dark light shot into the sky, and a strange rune appeared in the sky. It was clearly notifying the true experts. Alright, we'll wait for Lord Xianxia to arrive in person. We'll hold them back first. The cultivators of the world of souls said. There were 15 of them in total, and they were all in the heaven immortal realm. They moved very quickly and arrived in front of Lin Tian and the others in the blink of an eye. You're the ones who interfered with Lord Xianxia's matter. I'll give you a chance, hand over Lord Xianxia's cultivation materials and kill yourselves here. Otherwise, what awaits you will be endless pain. You'll wish you were dead. One of them said coldly, but there was caution and vigilance in his eyes. It was because he knew that Lin Tianyi and the others were not weak, and were very strong. The 15 cultivators of the world of souls surrounded Lin Tian and the others. You're giving us a chance to kill ourselves. You're pissing me off. I'll slap you littling bastards to death. The white tiger cursed. It raised its hand and slapped the cultivator who spoke. Its strength was shocking. With a poof, the cultivator was smashed into pieces. Only his divine soul barely escaped. You dare to attack us? The cultivator quickly reformed his physical body, and his face was even colder. If we don't attack, will we really kill ourselves? Or will we stand still and wait for you to suppress us and make us wish we were dead? Are you an idiot or a retard? The white tiger continued to curse. The cultivator of the world of souls stared at the white tiger, and his sword became even colder. You'll suffer more than death, the cultivator said. The other 14 cultivators of the world of souls also had cold gazes. The white tiger glared at them. Come here, come here. Let's see how you can make me suffer more than death. Alright, stop fooling around. Collect the information and leave this place. Lin Tian spoke at this time. With that, he stepped forward and instantly appeared in front of the cultivator of the world of souls who scolded the white tiger. Under the other party's shocked gaze, he suppressed the other party with a slap. Then, his divine sense of origin directly entered the other party's sea of consciousness to search for everything about the world of souls. The cultivator from the world of souls who shouted at the white tiger was suppressed by Lin Tian. He was shocked by Lin Tian's strength. At the same time, Lin Tian didn't care about the shock in the cultivator's eyes. He sent a wisp of divine sense of the origin into the cultivator's sea of consciousness to search for everything about the world of souls. Damn it. Let go. The other dozen or so cultivators of the world of souls were shocked and furious. Their eyes were filled with coldness as they rushed toward Lin Tian and attacked together. Get lost. Whooshing Crocodile shouted and used the great 5 elements art. The power of the 5 elements surged and shrouded the 14 cultivators at the same time. The 14 cultivators from the world of souls exploded. They couldn't resist the great 5 elements art of Whooshing Crocodile. After all, Whooshing Crocodile was also a rare species in the untainted land. He had refined many extraordinary treasures of heaven and earth over the years, so his physique was very strong. Although his cultivation was at the early stage of fairy immortal, it didn't take him much effort to kill ordinary cultivators at the middle stage of fairy immortal. The bodies of the 14 cultivators from the world of souls were shattered, but their divine souls were still intact. They quickly retreated with horror in their eyes. Before this, they already knew that Lin Tian's group was extraordinary and extremely powerful. However, they did not expect them to be so powerful. Any one of them would be able to make them unable to contend against them. Since you want to kill us, just kill us, the white tiger said. With a rumbling sound, a huge tiger shadow appeared behind him. It was like a divine tiger descending to the world. With vast demonic light and unparalleled Taoist principles, it rushed toward the divine souls of the 14 cultivators from the world of souls and shrouded them in the blink of an eye. No! Screams rang out immediately. In the face of such a great skill of the white tiger, the 14 cultivators of the world of dead souls could not resist at all. They were crushed in the first moment and completely disappeared from this world. The world of dead souls cultivator suppressed by Lin Tian trembled. At this moment, he couldn't move at all. Seeing this scene, he was both shocked and angry. You all actually dare to do this, shut up. Lin Tiandao's fist landed on his opponent's abdomen, causing him to scream in agony and spit out a mouthful of blood. At the same time, his soul consciousness ran amok in the other sea of consciousness. Soon, he understood the basic situation of the world of souls. Then, his soul consciousness withdrew from the other sea of consciousness. You will die a horrible death. He will definitely be buried in our world. The cultivator from the world of souls glared at Lin Tian with blood gushing out of his mouth. Lin Tian couldn't be bothered to say anything more, and directly slapped him to death. There was no way he would let anyone who wanted to kill him and his friends live. How is it? What did you find? Why can't we open the world portal from here? Ling Yan asked. Lin Tian nodded and said, the world of souls is considered a sealed world. Naturally, there is a vast amount of dead spirit energy that surrounds the entire world. If you want to open the world portal from here and go to other worlds with pure strength, you have to be at least at the heavenly god realm or above. Cultivators below the heavenly god realm in this world all leave through the special teleportation formations in the various royal capitals of the world of souls. However, there are no major restrictions on entering this world from the outside world. As long as you are at the heavenly god realm, you can enter. Hearing this, Baiziki and the others frowned. Whooshing Crocodile said, in other words, if we want to leave now, we either have to cultivate to the heavenly god realm in this world, or sneak into the various royal capitals of this world and steal the special teleportation formations in the royal capitals? Yes. Lin Tian nodded and continued, in reality, it's obviously not very possible for us to cultivate to the heavenly god realm in a short period of time. Therefore, if we want to leave this world now, there's only one way left. Sneak into any of the royal capitals of the world of souls, then secretly use the teleportation formations in these royal capitals to leave. And Shui and the others obviously knew this. The White Tiger asked, what's the cultivation of the strongest in these royal capitals? There are 99 royal capitals in the world of souls. The first royal capital is the Yin capital, and it's guarded by a half-step divine king. As for the other royal capitals, the strongest are all peak true gods. Lin Tianandao. Hearing this, Ling Yun and the others frowned. It's not easy. And Shui mumbled softly. There was no need to mention the Yin capital, but there were peak true gods in ordinary royal capitals. That would be a little troublesome. After all, peak true gods were not people that they could fight against. Even the strongest little Taichu could not. After all, the little guy was only at the mid-stage of the immortal king realm. There was a huge gap between peak true gods and peak true gods. Even if he had the immortal spirit royal bloodline, it was impossible for him to defeat peak true gods with his current cultivation. Let's take it one step at a time. Lin Tianandao. Boom, at this moment, an extremely powerful beam of light suddenly shot up from the northwest of the world of souls. Its aura was terrifying. As this beam of light shot up, Lin Tian and the others were shocked. This fluctuation, why does it feel like it's comparable to the aura of Ao Jiantianzuan and the others? Moreover, it seems even more terrifying. The group was shocked. The powerful aura in the northwest was truly terrifying. Lin Tian looked in that direction, paused, and was slightly shocked again. As this beam of light with a terrifying aura shot up, he unexpectedly felt a faint, familiar aura. Xianxia? He was surprised. At the same time, beside him, Baiziki looked at the direction where the beam of light shot up from and frowned. Obviously, he also felt Xianxia's aura. Then, Whooshing Crocodile and Ling Yun also felt this familiar aura. It's the aura of the saber guy. Is that guy in this world too? Whooshing Crocodile stared. Even little Taichu looked in that direction and called out in a childish voice. You guys, feel the aura of an acquaintance? White Tiger asked Lin Tianandao. And Shui and Purple Moon also looked at him. Lin Tian nodded. He's our old friend. He, Baiziki, Ling Yun, Whooshing Crocodile, and little Taichu all came from the 10 Directions heavenly domain. Xianxia was their comrade in arms who founded the immortal court together. Let's go. Let's go. Lin Tianandao said. At this moment, he felt Xianxia's aura in the northwest of this world, so he naturally had to go and take a look. With him in the lead, the group headed straight toward the northwest of the world of souls. At the same time, they deliberately concealed their auras to avoid being discovered by other cultivators in this world. After all, they were now in the world of souls, and almost all the cultivators in this world were their enemies. They all wanted to suppress and kill them as soon as possible. At this moment, a figure stepped forward in the distance. It was very fast and looked like an illusory flower. It moved endlessly with each step. Lin Tian saw this scene and immediately widened his eyes. He saw an extraordinary acquaintance. Old hoodlum. Stop. He shouted in that direction. In the distance, the figure that moved like an illusory flower stopped and looked back. He immediately let out a cry of surprise. Then, he stepped in front of Lin Tianyi and the others. It was an old man in a grey robe. Brat Lin, you've jumped into this world? the old man looked at Lin Tiandao. It was none other than the unscrupulous old hoodlum that Lin Tian met in the emptiness heavenly domain. "Senior, it's you." Ling Yun and White Tiger were shocked. They had both seen the old hoodlum and his means. It was very terrifying. And Shui, Bai Ziki, and the others looked at the old hoodlum with suspicion. They didn't know who the old hoodlum was. "This is?" And Shui asked White Tiger. "A very terrifying existence." White Tiger whispered to her. "He's not weaker than the previous Sakura." And Shui immediately widened her eyes. "Not weaker than the Sakura? So terrifying?" At the side, Bai Ziki and the others heard the White Tiger's voice and were naturally shocked. Lin Tian looked at the old hoodlum and asked, "What are you doing in this world?" He didn't think that an existence like the old hoodlum was just wandering around this world casually. There must be something going on. "Previously, I went to raid the old hoodlum's lair. In the end, I was chased back by that fellow when I was halfway through. He brought the 4 great guardians and chased me through dozens of worlds. After shaking them off, I felt that something extraordinary had appeared in this world, so I came over to take a look," the old hoodlum said. He tilted his head and looked towards the northwest of this world. His pair of old eyes couldn't help but squint. Bai Ziki and the others heard this, and all of them widened their eyes. This person in front of them went to raid the old hoodlum's lair? Lin Tian looked at the old hoodlum and secretly said, as expected in his heart. Previously, when Sakura was fighting with Ao Jian Tianzuan, he suddenly left with the 4 great guardians in a huff. It was really as he had guessed. It was this heartless old hoodlum in front of him who went to raid the old hoodlum's lair. Then, he paused and saw the old hoodlum looking towards the northwest where the beam of light shot up. "We're also on our way there." He asked, "That extraordinary thing you mentioned, it's there? What is it?" Hearing his question, Bai Ziki and Shui and the others couldn't help but look at the old hoodlum. To be able to be evaluated as extraordinary by an existence on the same level as the Sakura, it was enough to show that the thing that appeared in the northwest was priceless. "Order Heavenly Crystal," the old hoodlum said, not hiding anything. "Order Heavenly Crystal? Order?" Lin Tianwei was slightly moved. "What's that?" He had heard the word order from Wui back then. "It's a crystal condensed from order. After obtaining and refining it, one can control order in the future," the old hoodlum said as he stared in the northwest direction. His old eyes were full of brilliance. Since ancient times, there has only been one piece of that thing. Including the one that appeared in this world at this time, there are 2 pieces. It's a true world-defying sacred treasure. Hearing this, the group couldn't help but be moved again, and they all revealed shocked expressions. Since ancient times, including the one here, there had only been 2 pieces in total? What kind of sacred item was this? Lin Tian was also shocked. Then, he paused and asked, "Oh right, old man, what is order?" "I asked Wui before, but she didn't tell me." Hearing his question, Bai Ziki and the others also looked at the old hoodlum. They were shocked by the value of the order Heavenly Crystal, but like Lin Tianyi, they didn't know what order was. Lin Tian knew about the existence of order, but he did not know what it was. He was very curious about it. The old gangster naturally knew who Wui was. He had met her in the Wonkong territory. He looked at Lin Tiandao and said, "That little girl didn't tell you what order is?" She must have thought that your realm is not high enough, so telling you would have a bad effect on your cultivation. She's quite considerate." Then, he added, "But, speaking of which, that little girl is a little scary. Although her cultivation is only at the half-step Divine Emperor realm, if she really goes all out, even I would be scared." Lin Tian could not help but stare at him. "Old man, aren't you exaggerating a little? I know that she's very powerful, but no matter how powerful she is, she's still a half-step Divine Emperor. How could she scare you? You're at the peak Divine Emperor realm." He knew that Wui was very strong. When she was at the half-step Divine Emperor realm, she could instantly kill a half-step Divine Emperor realm expert. Her fighting strength was shocking. However, he did not believe that Wui could make a peak Divine Emperor realm expert tremble. After all, the gap between a half-step Divine Emperor realm and a peak Divine Emperor realm expert was 2 whole realms. Brat, don't doubt me. In this world, there are some people who are so strong that they can ignore the rules of the world. That little girl has a very pure aura of order, which means that she has already mastered the control of order. And to be able to master the control of order at that level, do you know what that means? It's the synonym of terror. The old gangster said. This? Lin Tian was shocked. The so-called order, is it that strong? Nonsense. The old hoodlum rolled his eyes. You should know that under normal circumstances, only those who have reached the end of the God-Emperor realm can comprehend and control order. And this is only the most basic condition. In other words, it's not something that can be comprehended and controlled by those who have reached the end of the God-Emperor realm. For example, this old man hasn't comprehended order. As he spoke, he continued, since ancient times, there have been countless cultivators and countless geniuses in the myriad of worlds. However, as far as I know, there are only 5 people who have truly controlled order. One of them is that little girl. As for the other 4, 3 of them had to go through untold hardships at the end of the God-Emperor realm before being able to control order. Furthermore, they are not proficient in it yet. Lin Tian was shocked. In this world, including Wu Yi, only 5 people had comprehended order? Among them, 3 of them had only grasped and comprehended it when they were at the very end of the God-Emperor realm. Furthermore, they were not familiar with it yet? His control of order was far inferior to Wu Yi's? This made his heart tremble involuntarily. He had always thought that Wu Yi was very powerful, but now that he heard the old hooligan's words, he discovered that he had still underestimated Wu Yi. That quiet woman was far more terrifying than he had imagined. Beside them, Bai Ziki and Ling Yun couldn't help but be shocked. That Wu Yi is so powerful? Ling Yan's heart palpitated. He also knew that Wu Yi was very powerful, but he didn't expect her to be this powerful. Just by listening to the conversation between Lin Tian and the old hooligan, he couldn't help but feel a chill run down his spine. At the same time, even in Shui, Wuxing Crocodile, and Little Taichu couldn't help but be shocked. They all knew that Wu Yi was at the half-step Divine Emperor realm, and they had seen Wu Yi's strength before. They knew that Wu Yi could kill a half-step Divine Emperor realm expert in an instant with her half-step Divine Emperor realm cultivation base. Even the legendary Grand Supreme and the others were afraid of her. However, at this time, when they heard the old hooligan's words, they couldn't help but tremble. As expected of Sister Wu Yi. So powerful. And Shui swallowed a mouthful of saliva. Ziyu pulled Lin Tian's sleeve and asked Lin Tiandao curiously, "Elder brother, who is that Wu Yi?" "Your sister's good friend," Lin Tian said to Ziyu. Ziyu's eyes lit up immediately. Elder sister's good friend? So powerful. Hearing that such a powerful person was her elder sister's good friend, she was very happy. Lin Tian's heart was not calm. He was really shocked by the old hooligan's words. According to the old hooligan, although Wu Yi's cultivation base was only at the half-step Divine Emperor realm, if she attacked with her full strength, she could kill a peak Divine Emperor realm expert. What kind of feeling was that? Just thinking about it was very scary. After a pause, he thought of something and asked the old hooligan, "Then, what about the other person who controlled the order?" The old hooligan mentioned that there were 5 people who controlled the order, but he only talked about 4 of them. He was curious about the other person. That person? I don't think he's a person. The old hooligan rolled his eyes. It said that he controlled the order when he was only at the early Divine King realm, and he was very skilled in it. When he was only at the early Divine King realm, he killed a peak Divine Emperor realm expert. Lin Tian couldn't help but stare at him. And Shui, Ling Yun, and the others couldn't help but tremble. Who is that person? White Tiger asked, feeling a little dry in his throat. He was only at the early Divine King realm, but he could control the order that only peak Divine Emperor realm experts could comprehend. Moreover, he controlled more than one kind of order, and he killed a peak Divine Emperor realm expert when he was only at the early Divine King realm. How terrifying was that? Lin Tian was shocked. He paused and 2 words appeared in his mind. He looked at the old hooligan and said, "Human king?" The old hooligan didn't say anything and just nodded. As expected. Lin Tian muttered to himself. He didn't know much about the myriad worlds, and he didn't know how many terrifying existences there were. However, among the big shots he knew, the human king was undoubtedly the strongest. Because those experts he met all had a change of expression when they talked about the human king. Therefore, he thought that the person the old hooligan was talking about might be the human king. He didn't expect it to be true. That human king, who is he? It's simply. Whooshing Crocodile was also shocked. It was the same as Lin Tianyi. Every time they heard the two words human king from the mouth of the strongest existences, those people would either be impressed, shocked, or have an ugly expression. All of them had the same reaction. The human king was very powerful. This kind of power seemed to be able to suppress all the experts until they couldn't breathe. In the end, what kind of power is that order? White Tiger asked. Hearing this, the group looked at the old hooligan again. Lin Tian was no exception. We'll talk about it when you reach the true God realm or above. It's still too early to know now. This old man is thinking for you, the old hooligan said. Then, he looked toward the northwest where the beam of light had shot up, and his eyes lit up. It's the Order Heavenly Crystal. It's a gain to be able to snatch it. After refining it, this old man can also try out that kind of power of order. As he spoke, he was about to rush over there. Lin Tianyi grabbed him. Take us with you. You guys want to go too? The old hooligan looked at Lin Tian and said, Brat Lin, this old man has to tell you that there will definitely be many terrifying people coming to that place in the future. It's very dangerous for you guys to go there. This old man may not be able to protect all of you. We won't go and fight for the order crystal, so we won't attract the attention of those terrifying people. It's just that we sense the aura of an old friend there, so we have to rush over, Lin Tiandao said. The old hooligan curled his lips. You don't have the chance to fight for it even if you want to. With your current small body, you can't even get close to that thing. What's there to fight for? What I mean is that there might be a very terrifying battle there later. If you guys go there, you won't even be able to withstand the aftershocks of the battle. If you're not careful, you'll end up with your body and soul destroyed. You still have to go. Lin Tiandao. His old friends were there, so he couldn't ignore them. Do whatever you want. The old hooligan said. He wrapped Lin Tianyi and the others in divine light, and in a flash, he stepped into the northwest direction of the world of dead souls. His realm was at the peak of the Divine Emperor realm, so his speed was naturally frighteningly fast. In an instant, he had traveled an endless distance. He didn't even need to tear open a spatial tunnel. In the blink of an eye, he had arrived at the place where the divine light surged from. As far as the eye could see, this place was a huge canyon. At the center of the canyon, there was a fist-sized crystal of light, emitting an incomparably pure light. One could vaguely feel that the surrounding Daos were submitting to it. Is this the Order Crystal? Whooshing Crocodile swallowed a mouthful of saliva. Just looking at the light crystal from afar, he couldn't help but tremble all over. Lin Tian was also moved when he looked at the light crystal. Then, he couldn't help but tilt his head and look at the southeast direction. There, a black-robed young man with a sharp saber aura and a group of cultivators surrounded by evil energy were separated by a certain distance. Their gazes also fell on the Order Crystal in the center of the canyon, and their eyes were filled with shock. It seemed that the two sides were fighting at the beginning, but because of the sudden appearance of the Order Crystal, they couldn't help but stop fighting at this time. It's really him. A faint light flashed in Lin Tian's eyes. The group of cultivators surrounded by evil energy were undoubtedly cultivators from the world of dead souls, and the black-robed young man with a sharp saber was Xianxia, an old friend he had made in the Ten Heavens domain. Xianxia. He called out and took a step toward that direction. At the same time, Whooshing Crocodile and Ling Yun spoke one after another. The group, except for the old gangster, followed Lin Tian and stepped toward Xianxia. Xianxia heard Lin Tian and the others' voices and immediately turned his head to look. Then, he was moved. It's you guys. Lin Tianyi and the others were very fast. In the blink of an eye, they came to Xianxi's side. Young man with a saber, why are you in this world? Whooshing Crocodile asked. It was quite happy to meet an old friend in a different world. Lin Tian also looked at Xianxia, somewhat curious. I came here by accident. Xianxia said, speaking as little as usual. It's good that you're fine. Lin Tian smiled. Here, the group of cultivators from the world of dead souls who were originally targeting Xianxia naturally saw Lin Tianyi and the others. However, at this time, their eyes were still fixed on the order crystal in the center of the canyon. They were really shocked by the aura of the light crystal. They could feel that it was a super divine treasure, and they all wanted to get it. However, these people were not weak. While they felt that the light crystal was extraordinary, they also felt a sense of threat, as if they would die if they approached it. Whoosh, it was also at this time that the old gangster moved. His mighty and supreme divine power rushed directly toward the order crystal. Something like the order heavenly crystal was shockingly valuable. Even for an emperor god powerhouse, it was a super rare treasure. At this time, the old hooligan directly stepped towards the order heavenly crystal at an astonishing speed. It was obvious that he wanted to take it away. Boom, at this moment, the sky shook and the void split open. A sea of divine energy pressed down towards the old hooligan. Endless divine rings intertwined behind him. It was a tall figure with a monstrous aura. That Sakura came here? Whooshing Crocodile was shocked. They had just met Sakura not long ago. Retreat. Lin Tian said in a low voice and called for the group to leave. At this time, they were too close to the canyon. If an existence like Sakura were to descend and wave his divine power to suppress the old gangster, there would definitely be a big confrontation later. If they were too close, they might suffer a great disaster if they weren't careful. For a moment, with him in the lead, the group moved back like lightning and crossed an endless distance in the blink of an eye. You old thing, you actually followed me here. The old hooligan cursed. He swung his right hand, and a large amount of divine light went against the sky to meet Sakura's divine river of light. With a boom, the void in all directions was annihilated. Except for the place where the order heavenly crystal was, the other places within a radius of 1,000 feet were directly destroyed. The group of World of Souls cultivators who had been targeting Xianxia had been looking at the order heavenly crystal in the canyon and had not left. At this time, they were affected and turned into ashes before they could even make a sound. All of them died. The collision of such figures is really terrifying. Lin Tianyi and the others had already retreated far away. The white tiger looked there and could not help but shrink its neck. Boom, in front, divine light was rolling. The aftermath of the collision between the old hooligan and Sakura spread out in all directions. Indra's divine halo revolved around him as though he was a saint. At this moment, he appeared here. His gaze was completely focused on the order heavenly crystal in the canyon. His eyes shone with dazzling divine light as he took a step forward. First come, first serve. Old thing, get out of my way. The old hooligan scolded and slapped him. Humph. Disher Tian snorted and raised his hand to welcome the attack. In the blink of an eye, the two palms collided with each other, releasing an endless amount of light. This radiance was incomparably dazzling, but it was also incomparably dangerous. It was filled with a terrifying destructive power. Both of them had yet to comprehend the order heavenly crystal. Both of them were determined to obtain the order heavenly crystal, so they immediately began to fight. Boom, 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 the sky was shaking. The destruction energy interweaved into black lightning bolts, making crackling noises. The void there did not continue to shatter at this time, because the two of them were intentionally suppressing their power, only sending the absolute destructive power towards each other, not destroying the surroundings. This wasn't because they were worried about destroying the territory of this world. Instead, they were worried that the order heavenly crystal here would be accidentally damaged. However, even so, the space there was still filled with a terrifying aura. Anyone with a bit of eyesight would be able to sense how terrifying that space was. I reckon that even if a middle-stage god emperor gets close to it, he would be instantly crushed into pieces. Ling Yan's heart palpitated. Lin Tian didn't say anything, but he could also feel how terrifying that place was. He stared at it seriously, hoping that the old gangster could win. It was also at this time that a terrifying pressure descended. Above the sky where they were, 4 figures suddenly appeared. They were the 4 protectors of Sakura. They appeared together with Sakura and the others. At this time, they were staring at Lin Tianyi. And the others? Or rather, they were mainly staring at little Taichu who was beside Lin Tian. One of them directly attacked. A divine light palm stretched out, grabbing towards little Taichu. The descendant of the Celestial Spirit Emperor. If you obtain him, you will obtain the Celestial Spirit Empire. The God Emperor's aura was vast and mighty. For a moment, Lin Tianyi and the others couldn't move. They were suppressed by the majestic divine aura. You're courting death. In the canyon ahead, the old gangster was fighting with Sakura. However, he had been paying attention to Lin Tianyi and the others. At this time, he turned his head and directly threw out a killing light towards Sakura's protector. Your opponent is me, Sakura said coldly. The divine halo behind him surged and shone in all directions. It directly blocked the killing light that the old gangster threw out. The protector who attacked was wearing black armor. The divine light palm pressed down and really reached Lin Tian's head, grabbing towards little Taichu. Moreover, the killing power fell towards Lin Tian and also towards Wuxing Crocodile and the others. Obviously, he wanted to kill Lin Tianyi and the others while suppressing little Taichu. Clang, it was also at this time that an ear-piercing sword sound was vast and mighty. A cold sword light slashed from an unknown place at a shocking speed. With a swoosh, the divine light palm stretched out by Sakura's protector, who was wearing black armor, was immediately shattered. Moreover, the invisible sword wave spread out like ripples on water. It was unstoppable and directly landed on his body. Ah! With a piercing scream, this person exploded on the spot. Even his soul was shattered at the first moment. His body and soul were destroyed. Silently, a figure appeared in front of Lin Tianyi and the others. He was slender and had shoulder-length black hair. Ao, Wuxing Crocodile stuttered a little. Lin Tian was also shocked. It was Ao Jiantianzuan. He actually appeared at this place at this time. Yeah, little Taichu looked around and didn't see the Fairy Spirit Emperor, Dragon Emperor, and the 4 great immortal generals. He immediately shouted at Ao Jiantianzuan, as if he was asking Ao Jiantianzuan why the Fairy Spirit Emperor, Dragon Emperor, and the other 4 great immortal generals didn't come together. Ao Jiantianzuan obviously knew what the little guy meant. His voice was very calm and indifferent. They went somewhere else. Ao Jian. An angry roar sounded. The other 3 protectors of Sakura glared at Ao Jiantianzuan. They were shocked and angry. The 4 great protectors were very close. Now, one of them had been killed by Ao Jiantianzuan in an instant. However, no matter how angry they were, none of them rushed towards Ao Jiantianzuan. This was because they were very clear about the gap between them and Ao Jiantianzuan. If they really rushed forward, they would all be killed in the blink of an eye. Ao Jiantianzuan didn't care about the 3 protectors at all. After answering the little guy's question, his gaze fell on Lin Tian. Have we met before? He paused and asked Lin Tian. He didn't feel any familiar aura from Lin Tian. However, he vaguely had some impression of him. He didn't care that Lin Tian had cultivated all the techniques that he and his fellow disciples had. Lin Tian was more or less surprised. He didn't expect such a peerless figure like Ao Jiantianzuan to speak to him like this. Of course, he also knew that Ao Jiantianzuan's so-called "have we met before" didn't include the time in the primordial immortal empire. He thought for a moment and suddenly thought of something. Back then, in a hidden space, I met with a wisp of sword intent that senior left behind. It was also in that place that I learned the Ling Tian sword manual. Ao Jiantianzuan's eyes were deep. He seemed to have thought of something. God of Heaven Mountain, the 10 demonic veins. I still remember some of them. Ever since he reincarnated, before he recovered his memories, he had discovered the 10 demonic veins in the God of Heaven Mountain. They contained demonic souls. He couldn't bear to kill them, so he left behind the Ling Tian sword manual. He hoped that the demonic souls inside would cultivate the Ling Tian sword manual and eliminate their evil thoughts as they grew. At the same time, he also left a wisp of sword intent in them as a supervision. If the demonic souls inside grew stronger and still harbored endless killing intent instead of benevolence, the sword intent he left behind would directly erase them to prevent them from harming all living beings. However, that was only a wisp of sword intent he left behind before he recovered his memories. After he left it behind, only his previous thoughts were preserved. It didn't have much connection with his original body. Therefore, although the sword intent he left behind had seen Lin Tian as his original body, he didn't know anything about it. He only had a vague impression of it. Junior Ao Jian. A cold voice sounded. In the distance, Sakura looked at Ao Jian Tianzuan. His eyes were full of murderous intent. One of his powerful protectors died in the hands of Ao Jian Tianzuan just like that. That was an Emperor God level elite. Ao Jian Tianzuan tilted his head to look at Sakura. He waved his hand behind him. A sword light materialized and enveloped Lin Tianyi and the others. It turned into a sword realm to protect Lin Tianyi and the others. Without the cultivation of a peak Emperor God, it was impossible to break it. In the next moment, he took a step forward. He didn't care about the other three protectors of Sakura and directly pressed towards Sakura. Clang, a glaring sword light materialized. The sword slashed the heavens and fell straight towards Sakura. The space in all directions was destroyed on the spot. He didn't care about the Order Heavenly Crystal being destroyed at all. He didn't care about the Order Heavenly Crystal at all. He just wanted to kill Sakura. This sword light was horrifying and unparalleled. It shocked the old gangster so much that he couldn't help but stare. The disciple of a human king is so strong? #Yen. The old pervert brought out a group of little perverts. I'm really. As he spoke, he shouted at Ao Jian Tianzuan, speaking of which, little fellow Ao Jian, be gentle. Don't destroy the Order Heavenly Crystal. As soon as he said that, Lin Tianyi and the others in the distance were moved. They couldn't help but stare at the old gangster. What era was this old guy from? An existence like Ao Jian Tianzuan was actually called a little fellow by him. Clang, the sound of the sword was ear-piercing and shook the heavens. Ao Jian Tianzuan's eyes were deep but also very sharp. Endless sword intent circled around him, slashing everything in the heavens. I'll destroy you. Sakura's voice was cold. The divine halo behind him emitted endless light. It turned into a galaxy and pressed down on Ao Jian Tianzuan. Ao Jian Tianzuan was neither happy nor sad, but his eyes were very sharp. His head of black hair danced wildly, and he directly slashed everything with his sword. The old gangster looked over. Little fellow Ao Jian, hold that old guy back. After I get the Order Heavenly Crystal, we'll work together to kill him. As he spoke, he rushed toward the Order Heavenly Crystal in the center of the canyon with a whoosh. Sakura was moved. He immediately gave up on Ao Jian Tianzuan and rushed toward the old gangster. Don't even think about it. He also wanted this Order Heavenly Crystal very much. His desire was even greater than the primordial immortal empire that contained endless power. How could he watch the old gangster get the Order Heavenly Crystal in front of him? He immediately rushed over. Clang, the peerless sword light blocked 30,000 miles. Ao Jian Tianzuan's sword fell and directly blocked it, slashing toward the space between the other party's eyebrows. Sakura was immediately shocked and furious when he was blocked. At this time, the old gangster directly came in front of the Order Heavenly Crystal. He raised his hand to grab the crystal with a joyful expression. It was also at this time that endless chaotic light rolled. A tall figure stepped out and directly suppressed the old gangster. King of Chaos. In the distance, Lin Tianyi was moved. This person also came. A tall figure stepped out of the void, his entire body surrounded by chaotic light. His aura was extremely overbearing, so strong that it made one's heart tremble. This caused Lin Tian to be shocked. The King of Chaos had actually come as well. This was also in existence at the peak of the Emperor God level. It's that old pervert. The white tiger trembled, and Ling Yan also trembled. They had all seen the King of Chaos back then, and it was terrifying. The old hooligan was naturally moved as well. He raised his hand and struck out a palm strike towards the King of Chaos. Old Chaos, why did you jump out to stir up trouble? Twice, he was about to obtain the Order Heavenly Crystal, but was suddenly stopped by someone, which made him extremely angry. It's mine. The King of Chaos stared at the Order Heavenly Crystal with bright eyes. Clearly, he had never comprehended the power of order and was extremely thirsty for this order heavenly crystal. Get lost, this is mine. The old hooligan cursed. Humph. The king of chaos snorted coldly. Unparalleled chaotic light was vast and mighty, shaking the old hooligan and seizing the order heavenly crystal. Such a scene caused Lin Tian to be shocked. Looking at this scene, he deeply felt the terror of order from the side. A piece of order heavenly crystal could actually make a few peak emperor gods fight over it like this. At the same time, he also experienced Wu Yi's strength even more. Other people fought for the order heavenly crystal at the peak emperor god level just to have a chance to control the power of order in the future. As for Wu Yi, he was already extremely proficient in controlling order when he was at the half-step divine emperor realm. How shocking was that, on the other side, Sakra's three protectors heaved a sigh of relief when they saw the king of chaos appear. Previously, Ao Jian Tianzuan appeared. Together with the old hooligan, two peak emperor gods belonged to the same camp, while their heaven master was only one person, so he was more or less at a disadvantage. And now, the Chaos King, who was on the same side as their heavenly master, had arrived. They didn't need to worry about their heavenly master anymore because in terms of strength, both sides had reached a balance. They watched the battlefield from afar. At the same time, they glanced coldly at Lin Tianyi's group. However, they did not attack Lin Tianyi's group because they saw Lin Tianyi's group surrounded by the sword domain. They could sense how terrifying the sword domain was. With their current strength, it was impossible for them to break through. If they tried to break through, it would only bring them bad luck. Boom, in front of them, there was a heaven-shaking clash of divine energies. Ao Jian Tianzuan versus Sakra, Old Hoodlum versus the Primal Chaos King. The might of the four peak deity emperors was vast and mighty in this region. That kind of aura was shocking to hear, and all living things and Daos were trembling before it. The king of chaos waved his destructive chaotic light towards the old gangster. At the same time, he tilted his head to look at Ao Jian Tianzuan who was fighting fiercely with Sakra. His pupils couldn't help but tremble slightly. That junior has actually reached the same height as us? Are you surprised, old primal chaos? Old Hoodlum waved his palm and released countless Dao seals. He teased, I heard that you old farts forced those few little fellows to the brink of death and forced them to reincarnate. Now, they are as strong as you. As the two fought, divine light surged, shattering all 10 directions of the sky. The king of chaos's eyes were cold. As he fought with Old Hoodlum, he looked towards Ao Jian Tianzuan's direction. Suddenly, he raised his hand and waved his palm towards Ao Jian Tianzuan who was fighting fiercely with Sakra. A chaotic heavenly river appeared and interweaved with boundless destructive power. It directly enveloped Ao Jian Tianzuan. F***CK. Old fart, you actually launched a sneak attack. Old Hoodlum cursed. Both of his hands moved together, forming a large divine light and divine patterns that pressed down on the king of chaos. On the other side, Ao Jian Tianzuan was enveloped by the chaotic heavenly river during the crucial moment of his battle with Sakra. He immediately suffered great damage and staggered back. Half of his divine body directly collapsed. Seeing this scene, Lin Tian was shocked. He couldn't help but raise his guard. Instinctively, he didn't want Ao Jian Tianzuan to be injured. That kind of peak divine emperor actually launched a sneak attack? White Tiger said angrily. Boom. Boundless divine light was vast and mighty. The divine halo behind Sakra released an even stronger light, directly pressing down on Ao Jian Tianzuan. For a moment, boundless divine light pressed down, falling from all directions. Ao Jian Tianzuan quickly repaired his divine body. Towering sword lights interweaved around him, transforming into a rain of swords that welcomed the other party. However, because he was ambushed by the king of chaos and suffered great damage, he gradually began to fall into a disadvantage. However, even so, his expression didn't change much. I was lucky to not die before the desolate ancient era. Now, it's time to be destroyed. Sakra's eyes were cold, and his attacks were even fiercer. He looked ruthlessly at Ao Jian Tianzuan, who was at a disadvantage, and said, just like your little junior brother, disappear from this world forever. Ao Jian Tianzuan's eyes were deep. Hearing these words, his originally calm gaze became extremely sharp in an instant. His black hair moved without wind, dancing wantonly. Boom! A terrifying aura rushed out from his body. The sword power was vast and mighty, as if it was going to split the sky and destroy the earth. As long as Master is alive and we are still here, our little junior brother won't die. His voice became extremely cold, mixed with clear anger, as if his reverse scale had been touched. In the next moment, the sword intent that surged out of his body became even more terrifying. In an instant, countless killing swords surged out, causing the entire world of souls to shake. It was as if the end of the world had arrived at this moment. Clang! 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 The ear-piercing sword sound was vast and mighty. Boundless sword lights vibrated, like a rain of swords, pressing down on Sakura. There were too many of such sword lights, so much so that it was frightening. Moreover, the aura was extremely terrifying, causing Sakura to be immediately moved. The endless divine ring behind him revolved around his body, releasing an even stronger light. While protecting his body, it faced the endless killing swords that Ao Jiantianzuan slashed out. However, Ao Jiantianzuan's attack was too terrifying. In the blink of an eye, the endless divine ring was shattered into pieces. In the next moment, the endless sword lights pressed down directly. Puff! 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 Blood sputtered and scattered in all directions. Sakura was pierced through by the swords one after another. In the blink of an eye, the peak Emperor God's body was pierced into a hornet's nest. Then, his entire body exploded with a puff, and pieces of flesh and bone splattered all over the sky. Master Tian. In the distance, Sakura's three protectors' faces changed drastically. The old gangster and the King of Chaos were fighting together. At that moment, they were also moved. They were all shocked by Ao Jiantianzuan's sword power at that moment. At the same time, further away, Lin Tianyi and the others who were protected by the sword realm were also trembling. They all felt a chill down their spines. So powerful. Lin Tian's eyes could not help but twinkle. The attack just now was too terrifying, as if it could really destroy everything. Beside him, Baiziki and Shui, Ling Yun and the others were naturally shocked too. Their eyes were twinkling intensely. At the same time, they thought of another question. The 9 celestial masters have a junior brother? Ling Yun was surprised. Up until now, Lin Tianyi and the others already knew that the 9 Empyreans of the 10 Directions celestial domain were the reincarnations of peerless existences from before the Desolate Era. Moreover, they were fellow disciples of the Mortal King. However, they didn't know that the 9 of them actually had a junior brother. The junior brother of the 9 Empyreans is the youngest disciple of the Mortal King? Lin Tianyi muttered to himself. Suddenly, he recalled that the old hooligan had said before that the evil ancestor and Sakura had set up 108,000 layers of heaven-defying killing formations in an attempt to trap the Mortal King. In the end, all of them were destroyed by the Mortal King's finger. The evil ancestor and the others all suffered a great calamity. Especially the evil ancestor. Just the remnant might of the Mortal King's finger almost killed him. At that time, the Mortal King sensed that his youngest disciple was in trouble and suddenly left. Otherwise, the evil ancestor and the others would have all been killed in the first instant. Now that he thought about it, the youngest disciple of the Mortal King that the old hooligan was talking about was none other than the junior brother of the 9 Empyreans, the 10th disciple of the Mortal King. The youngest junior brother of the 9 Empyreans, the youngest disciple of the Mortal King. I wonder what kind of monstrous character he is. The White Tiger mumbled. From what he knew so far, none of the Mortal King's bloodline were simple characters. All of them were world-shaking peerless existences. Boom! Boundless divine radiance surged as a torrential sword might surged, covering the entire world. Ao Jiantianzuan's black hair fluttered in the wind. His eyes were filled with extreme coldness. Clearly, he was enraged. The entire world of souls was trembling as if it would be completely destroyed in the next instant. Clang! The ear-piercing sword cry surged through the skies, extremely sharp and fierce. Sakura, who had just finished reconstructing his destroyed body, immediately fell into the endless destructive sword chi and was forced to retreat continuously. Such sword might could be said to be terrifying to the extreme. In the distance, the king of primal chaos who was fighting the old hooligan couldn't help but narrow his eyes. The old hooligan slapped the king of chaos and curled his lips. Why are you provoking him? Although that little fellow wasn't as strong as Ao Jian, Feng Shen, and the other 9 little fellows, and his aptitude wasn't as good as those 9 people, he was doted on the most by the human king. Those 9 people also doted on that little fellow a lot. Now, isn't this crossing the line? He deserves to be struck. So what? Dead is dead. The king of chaos said coldly. A lowly ant trying to kill the heavens can only turn into dust in the end. The old gangster sneered. Is that so? Are you so sure that the little guy is dead? He said, the human king has disappeared for so many years, right? With that person's personality, if his most beloved disciple really died, would he remain silent and do nothing? How could this world be so peaceful? If that little fellow had really died, this world would have long been enveloped in the fury of the human king. The king of chaos's eyes were deep and cold. Although he didn't want to admit it, he had to admit that the old hooligan's words were very reasonable. Clang! The power of the sword surged, and the sword radiance filled the sky. While Ao Jian Tianzuan wielded the endless killing sword to kill Sakura, a large amount of absolute killing sword surged and enveloped the king of chaos as well. This kind of sword radiance was very oppressive. Even someone as strong as the king of chaos couldn't help but change his expression. He immediately propped up the endless chaotic light to meet Ao Jian Tianzuan's killing sword. However, because he was fighting with the old gangster, he naturally fell into a dilemma when he met Ao Jian Tianzuan's killing sword that was filled with coldness and anger. He was directly pierced by a large amount of sword radiance. The divine blood of chaos was scattered all over the sky. The old gangster couldn't help but laugh. This is called reciprocation, old chaos. Does Ao Jian's sword radiance feel good? The king of chaos's expression was ugly. His eyes became extremely cold as he looked at Ao Jian Tianzuan ruthlessly. He directly wielded the endless chaotic light to suppress Ao Jian Tianzuan. Together with Sakura, they were attacking Ao Jian Tianzuan. Are you treating this old man as a decoration? The old gangster glanced at the order heavenly crystal at the center of the canyon. His gaze then landed on the king of chaos before sweeping across Sakura. He said, I'll deal with the both of you together first. With a hong, an extremely terrifying aura erupted from his body. His divine might suppressed the world. He began working together with Ao Jian Tianzuan to attack Sakura and the king of chaos. Their killing light was frightening to the extreme. Lin Tianyi and the others watched this battle from afar. They could not help but feel a chill in their hearts. After all, this was a battle between 4 peak god emperors. Furthermore, all of them had descended with their true bodies. The strength of their divine might was sufficient to destroy everything. At this moment, if not for the protection of the sword world left behind by Ao Jian Tianzuan, it would be impossible for the group to stand here. They could not withstand such a terrifying aura at all. Too horrifying. Wuxing Crocodile trembled. Not only it, even the 3 early-stage God Emperor protectors of Sakura could not help but tremble when they faced such an aura. They retreated time and time again. They could not withstand such ripples. Hong! 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 In front of them, the 4 peak God Emperors clashed. 4 different types of energy surged, causing the world to tremble continuously. The entire death world and countless living beings fell into a state of panic at this moment. Kung! The sound of the sword vibrated. Ao Jian Tianzuan was filled with anger and coldness at this moment. His attacks were swift and fierce to the extreme, forcing the king of chaos and Sakura to use their full strength. As for the old scoundrel, he naturally could not hold back his strength and used his full strength as well. For a moment, this entire place turned into a battlefield of destruction. Other than the place where the order heavenly crystal was deliberately avoided, the other places were collapsing inch by inch. Finally, the destructive energy became even stronger. It turned into a destructive storm that spread out in all directions. Everywhere it passed, everything was destroyed. The few God Emperor protectors who were as strong as Sakura paled in fright at this moment. They were directly swept away by this destructive storm. No one knew where they landed. In the blink of an eye, They disappeared without a trace. At the same time, the expression of Lin Tian and the others changed. At this moment, the sword realm left behind by Ao Jiantianzuan began to tremble. Cracks began to appear. Then, in the next moment, with a caw sound, the sword realm shattered. The violent wind swept. The group of people lost the protection of the sword realm. They were immediately swept away by the frightening wind and waves, sweeping them far away. At the same time, the destructive energy carried by this wind and waves directly pressed down. The old scoundrel and Ao Jiantianzuan tilted their heads at the same time. Each of them struck out a divine light that enveloped Lin Tianyi and the others at the same time, isolating them from the destructive energy in the wind and waves. However, it did not stabilize them. They were still swept away by this wind and waves. "Brat, leaving this place is the safest choice," the old scoundrel muttered to himself. In the next moment, he and Ao Jiantianzuan once again let go of their hands and feet. They fought against the King of Chaos and Sakra. Their killing intent and Dao light suppressed all directions. Lin Tianyi and the others were swept away by the terrifying wind and waves. In an instant, they drifted far away. After an unknown amount of time, the destructive wind and waves disappeared. They stabilized their bodies at the same time. I thought we were done for." White Tiger swallowed his saliva. "If it weren't for those two, we would have died." Lin Tiandao. The destructive wind and waves just now were really terrifying. They contained an endless destructive aura. If it weren't for the old scoundrel and Ao Jiantianzuan, who protected them with divine power, they would definitely have been destroyed in the first place. Baiziki and the others nodded. The situation just now was indeed very dangerous. If it weren't for the old scoundrel and Ao Jiantianzuan, they would have been crushed by the wind and waves in the blink of an eye. Boom, 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 shocking divine power surged in the northwest, and the entire world of souls shook even more violently. Lin Tianyi and the others were in this position, completely far away from the northwest, far away from the place where the old scoundrel and the others were fighting. At this time, they could no longer see the scene there. However, they could not help but look in that direction. Their eyes were all shining. "Who do you think will get the Order Heavenly Crystal in the end?" Whooshing Crocodile said. Lin Tianyi frowned. After thinking for a moment, he shook his head. "It's hard to say." In that position, the old scoundrel, Ao Jiantianzuan, the King of Chaos, and Sakra were about the same in strength. It was really difficult to judge which side would get the Order Heavenly Crystal. Order Heavenly Crystal, an immortal treasure that even peak God emperors yearn for. It would be great if Master Tiger could get one. White Tiger's eyes lit up. Lin Tiandao said, "You can go there and fight for it." White Tiger's face immediately darkened. "Get lost." 4 peak God emperors were fighting there. How dare it go there? Lin Tianyi ignored it and continued to look in the northwest. In that position, peerless divine power was rolling, and the sky had turned pitch black. 4 peak God emperors were fighting, and the divine power was terrifying. Lin Tianyi and the others looked at that place from afar. In the blink of an eye, 3 days had passed. Suddenly, there was an additional divine power in that place. At the same time, there was an exasperated shout. The world of souls shook even more violently, and the aura of destruction became even more terrifying. Then, in the next moment, the world of souls shook again and suddenly calmed down. In that direction, the destructive divine power disappeared, and the sky returned to its original state. It was no longer as dark and terrifying as before. "Those people, they're gone? They're not in this world anymore?" Whooshing Crocodile was moved. Lin Tianyi nodded. "It seems so." At this moment, the northwest direction became calm. There was no longer the destructive divine power interweaving. Even the sky returned to its original state, and the world of souls was no longer shaking. Obviously, the old hooligan, Ao Jiantianzuan, and the others had left. White Tiger looked at that position from afar and paused. He could not help but ask, who obtained the Order Crystal? The group of people shook their heads. No one could say for sure about this matter. Speaking of which, we should have asked Senior Ao Jiantianzuan to send us out of this world. With that senior's strength, he should be able to do this with a raise of his hand. Ling Yan said, now, it's really troublesome for us to leave this world with our own strength. At that time, we didn't have the time to think about leaving. We were more concerned about the battle between those people. Lin Tiandao. Ling Yan thought for a moment. Oh, that's true. Alright, don't worry about that. Leaving this world might be a little troublesome, but it's not a big deal. At least we're not in any danger right now, and we're not in a hurry to do anything important. Being trapped in this world, the cultivators of the world of souls might all be our enemies. Then, we'll use this world as a training ground and let our strength rise all the way. Lin Tianyi said. Currently, the group was living in the world of souls. If they wanted to leave this world, they would have to reach the heavenly God realm and forcefully tear open the sealed world barrier to leave. Otherwise, they would have to sneak into the dozens of capital cities of the world of souls and use the world teleportation array to leave. Both of these were extremely difficult. Therefore, after this, they would probably stay in the world of souls for a period of time. And because they had killed a group of world of souls cultivators, the next realm master of the world of souls, Yin Shang, had found out and offended him. Once the cultivators of the entire world of souls discovered them, they would probably target them. It could be said that they were basically enemies everywhere in the world of souls. However, Lin Tian didn't care much about this. It didn't matter if they couldn't leave in a short period of time. They didn't have anything urgent to do. He could bring Ziyu to find the Violet Fairy at any time, so he wasn't in a hurry. And most of the cultivators in this world would target them. It wasn't a big deal. He treated it as an experience. Roar. Aoo. The roars of beasts echoed. Because the world of souls had calmed down, many ferocious beasts became active again. At this time, Lin Tianyi and the others were in a desolate mountain. The demonic qi in the air was very dense, and they could see many ferocious beasts in the old forest. There were even ferocious beasts fighting. Whoosh! The sound of air being torn apart echoed as a huge ferocious beast pounced towards the group. Its wings were dozens of feet wide, casting a large shadow on the ground, enveloping Lin Tianyi and the others. It's comparable to a half-step immortal king. Ling Yin was moved. Lin Tian looked up and directly slapped it. With a puff, it was smashed into pieces. Now, he was at the mid-stage of the heaven immortal realm. He was a reincarnated body and had been tempered by the heavenly tribulation. His current physical strength was not inferior to a mid-stage immortal king expert. It was easy for him to smash a ferocious beast comparable to a half-step immortal king with a slap. Ling Yan and the others didn't care about this because they knew how strong Lin Tian was now. Yang Qi, who had seen Lin Tian again after so many years, wasn't surprised either. He knew about Lin Tian's physique. With Lin Tian's physique, it wasn't difficult for him to achieve this at the mid-stage of the heaven immortal realm. What should we do next? Wuxing Crocodile asked. My priority is to increase my cultivation. The white tiger bared its teeth and looked at Lin Tiandao. Brat, activate that dragon burial scripture with all your might. Go and search for the immortal dragon marrow and myriad Tao crystal, and increase the speed of your cultivation. This was what Wuxing Crocodile had said when they were in the immortal domain. Immortal dragon marrow and myriad Tao crystal are very rare. Even immortal kings would be jealous if they saw them. How could they be so easy to find? Lin Tian glanced at it. The white tiger rolled its eyes. I'm just saying. Lin Tian didn't say anything else, thinking about what to do next. It was also at this moment that Yang Qi suddenly spoke. It said that the immortal dragon marrow was discovered in the nether ridge of this world. Hearing his words, Lin Tian was immediately moved. At the same time, Bai Ziki and Shui and the others were also slightly shocked. The white tiger and Wuxing Crocodile's eyes lit up, and their gazes fell on Yang Qi. Saber boy, are you sure? How do you know that the immortal dragon marrow exists in the nether ridge? Wuxing Crocodile was a little excited. The immortal dragon marrow was very shocking, and it was very useful to them now. After entering this world, I accidentally heard a group of cultivators from the world of dead souls who were rushing to the nether ridge discussing this matter. Yang Qi said. Lin Tian heard this and was slightly moved. He thought of something. Those cultivators from the world of dead souls chased after you because you didn't want the news to leak out, so they wanted to kill you? That's right. Xianxia nodded. His words were very concise. Lin Tian's eyes flashed. This was really an unexpected gain. Boy Lin, did you see that? The immortal dragon marrow has appeared. White Tiger's eyes became extremely bright. Hurry up, go and dig it out. But, so many days have passed. Could it be that the immortal dragon marrow has been obtained? And Shui said. Lin Tian pondered and said, it shouldn't be. The place where the immortal dragon marrow is located is usually surrounded by an amazing situation. It's easy to find the aura of the immortal dragon marrow, but to break the situation and take the immortal dragon marrow, even a true god expert who is not good at the pattern of heaven and earth would have to spend more than half a month to get it. Then what are we waiting for? Hurry up and rush over. White Tiger said. They didn't have any experts above the true god realm, but Lin Tian himself had mastered the dragon burial scripture. It could be said that he was a powerful figure in the pattern of heaven and earth. As long as he found the location of the immortal dragon marrow, he would be able to easily take it out. That was a precious treasure, Lin Tian nodded and didn't hesitate. He immediately called out to the group and headed towards the nether ridge of the world of souls. The nether ridge was somewhat famous in the world of souls. When he searched the sea of consciousness of a world of souls cultivator, he learned a lot of things from it, including the coordinates of the nether ridge. Their speed was very fast, and the nether ridge happened to be not too far away from their current location. So, after about 6 hours, they arrived at the periphery of the nether ridge. Looking around, the ancient trees in the nether ridge were sparse, and the soil was a little red and black. Wisps of black mist floated in the air. It felt as if it was a land of the underworld. Kid, do you feel the aura of the immortal dragon marrow? Whooshing Crocodile asked Lin Tian Dao. Lin Tian looked at the nether ridge and opened his eye of illusion breaker. Dragon patterns surrounded his eyes as he sized up the entire nether ridge. After about 10 breaths, a glimmer of light flashed across his eyes. Let's go, follow me, he said in a deep voice as he walked at the front. He directly stepped into the nether ridge and headed towards the north of the nether ridge. Just now, he used his eye of illusion breaker to observe the foundation of the entire nether ridge. He only found an astonishing earth vein pattern in the north of the nether ridge. From this, he deduced that the immortal dragon marrow that existed in the nether ridge must be in that position. Baiziki and the others followed behind him. Their speed was not slow. In the blink of an eye, they had crossed a long distance and arrived at the north of the nether ridge. When they arrived here, a valley appeared in front of them. There was a white mist floating in the valley. It seemed a little cold, but it was mixed with a very strong immortal aura. When they arrived here, Lin Tian stared at the valley in front of him. His eyes flashed with a bright light. I feel it. There is indeed the fluctuation of the immortal dragon marrow in the valley ahead, he said. Hearing him say this, and Shui and the others' eyes lit up. Let's go in and get it. Whooshing Crocodile clenched his claws and said. Lin Tian nodded and immediately led the group into the valley. In the blink of an eye, they entered the valley and walked through the white mist, heading towards the depths of the valley. The air in the valley was very cold and oppressive. At the same time, there was a lot of residual divine aura in the air. Among them, there was a weak divine might. There are experts above the true god level here. There were dozens of waves of divine power in the air, intertwined with a faint divine aura. It was obvious that an expert above the level of a true god had come to this place and left behind a faint divine aura. The divine aura is not very strong. It should be an early-stage true god expert. Whooshing Crocodile naturally felt the divine aura floating in the air and deduced. And Shui frowned. True god level, we are now. Little Taichu was the strongest in their group, at the mid-stage of the Immortal King realm. With such strength, it was obvious that he could not fight against a true god expert. It's okay, don't worry, Lin Tian said. This place had very complicated natural runes intertwined under the ground, containing the majestic power of the ley lines. With the dragon burial scripture and his current cultivation, he could mobilize the power of the ley lines to fight. He was not afraid of a true god cultivator. He called Baiziki and the others and continued to go deeper into the valley. The deeper they went, the thicker the white mist in the air, and the colder the temperature became. In the blink of an eye, the group went further into the valley. At this time, a shocking divine power came from the front. The air shook, and the Yin power swept across the sky. It was very oppressive. Looking ahead, the white mist in front of them rolled and was dispersed by the powerful Yin power. There were dozens of figures there, and one of them was a brown-haired old man with Yin mist around his body. He was solving something. Early stage true god. Whooshing Crocodile looked at the old man from afar and narrowed his eyes. The divine aura from before was left by this person. What is he solving? Ling Yin asked Lin Tian. Lin Tian looked ahead and opened his eye of illusion breaker. The immortal dragon marrow is in the depths of the valley, surrounded by dragon flame chi. Together with the rich ley lines, there are killing formations and illusions. He is solving a killing formation. Who is it? At this time, a cold shout came from the front. The true god expert among the dozens of figures sensed the aura of Lin Tianyi and the others. He turned his head, and 2 rays of light shot out from his eyes. Lin Tian's expression changed. The golden divine light enveloped the group, and they quickly moved dozens of feet away to avoid the 2 beams of light that shot out from the other party's eyes. With a hiss, the spot where they had been standing was directly struck by the 2 streaks of light. A large area of land silently disappeared, and a large portion of space was directly annihilated. This made the group of people feel apprehensive. The White Tiger said with a trembling voice, "True deity-level experts are terrifying after all. Just their eyes alone are already this powerful." In front of them, as the true divinity rank brown-haired old man discovered Lin Tianyi's group, the other several dozen cultivators also noticed Lin Tianyi's group. Human? The dozens of cultivators were all from the world of souls. Their eyes were cold. The cultivators in this world only had one clan, there were no other so-called clans or forces, just like the netherworld race in the 9th heaven of the 10 directions heaven domain. At this time, they were all looking at Lin Tian and the others with hostility and killing intent. At the same time, they saw Xianxia. "It's you. He wasn't killed?" Sure enough, he leaked the news of the immortal dragon marrow and brought people here. Are they his accomplices? These people knew Xianxia. Because Xianxia accidentally heard about the immortal dragon marrow, he sent several dozen other experts to kill Xianxia. Kill them? The brown-haired old man said coldly. Yes. One of the several dozen cultivators from the world of souls responded. It was a half-step immortal king. He directly stepped toward Lin Tianyi's group and attacked mercilessly. Endless divine power enveloped Lin Tianyi's group at the same time. For a time, the entire void in this place could not help but tremble, and many places directly cracked. Lin Tian was at the front of the group. He directly raised his hand and slapped, shattering all the divine power that the man had released. Then, it landed on the man's body. Amidst a scream of shock and anger, the man was directly smashed into pieces with a puff, and even his divine soul was annihilated. For a time, the expressions of the other dozens of cultivators from the world of souls changed. The person who attacked was a half-step immortal king, but now he was killed so easily. He's just a mid-stage celestial immortal, but he actually has such power. An immortal king from the world of souls said coldly. He was the strongest person in this place except for the brown-haired old man. After saying that, he immediately stepped out and directly charged toward Lin Tian. This was a mid-stage immortal king expert. His divine power was terrifying. Lin Tian did not face the attack head-on. He looked at the little Taichu and said, "Little guy, destroy his divine soul and leave his body behind." This was an immortal king expert. The power contained in his body was very strong. Leaving his body behind to cultivate with the saint refining treasure technique was enough to be comparable to an astonishing heavenly treasure. Yeah. The little Taichu obviously understood what he meant. He responded in a childish voice and flapped his wings slightly. The 6-colored divine light was vast and mighty, directly annihilating the opponent's divine power. At the same time, the 6-colored divine power turned into a killing arrow and pierced into the opponent's sea of consciousness. With a scream, the divine soul in the opponent's sea of consciousness was directly destroyed, causing the light of life in the opponent's eyes to rapidly fade away, leaving only an intact flesh shell. For a time, the dozens of cultivators from the world of souls in this place changed again. One of their immortal kings was killed so easily. They looked at the little Taichu and couldn't help but reveal a shocked expression. Mid-stage immortal king. The brown-haired old man at the early stage of the true God realm narrowed his eyes. At this time, he temporarily stopped breaking the earth vein killing trap in front of him. His gaze fell on the little Taichu, and he looked very cold as he walked forward step by step. Lord Luo is going to take action personally. Lord Luo is at the true God realm. The strongest among them is only at the mid-stage of the immortal king realm. They will all be wiped out in the blink of an eye. How hateful. 2 of our world's experts died in their hands just like that. These cultivators from the world of souls obviously didn't know that Lin Tianyi and the others had offended the next realm lord of the world of souls, Yi Yinsheng. This was because they had come to this place a few days ago. At this time, their eyes were filled with coldness because 2 of their people were killed here. Lord Luo will avenge them. Wipe them all out. And then take away the immortal dragon marrow here. The dozens of cultivators from the world of souls looked at Lin Tian and the others with ruthless eyes. It was also at this time that the brown-haired old man at the true God realm made his move. He didn't seem to make any special movements, but the void was directly distorted. Divine power intertwined, and a sea of divine power appeared behind him. It pressed down on Lin Tianyi and the others mightily, intertwining with terrifying destructive power. Facing this sea of divine power, Bai Ziki and Shui and the others' eyes turned cold. They definitely couldn't block such an attack. Wuxing Crocodile shrunk his neck and said to Lin Tian Dao, "Kid, we're counting on you." Lin Tian nodded. His right leg lightly stomped on the ground. In an instant, the entire ground began to shake. A vast expanse of white light surged out from the ground, greeting the brown-haired old man's divine power ocean. In the blink of an eye, the 2 collided. Rumble. An intense sound reverberated like the roar of thunder. The sea of divine power that the brown-haired old man had unleashed was crushed into pieces in the blink of an eye. Moreover, an astonishing force swept out, and with a bang, the old man was pushed back dozens of feet. My lord. The dozens of cultivators from the world of souls all changed their expressions. The brown-haired old man was an expert at the early stage of the true God realm, but now, his sea of divine power was crushed by a cultivator at the intermediate stage of the fairy immortal realm, and he was pushed back dozens of feet. He can really block it? That's amazing. White Tiger's eyes widened. He knew that Lin Tian controlled the Dragon Burial Scripture, and Lin Tian had previously hinted that he could use the Dragon Burial Scripture to mobilize the power of the earth veins here to fight, so he didn't need to fear the experts at the true God realm. However, when he saw the scene at this time, he couldn't help but be shocked. On the opposite side, the brown-haired old man at the true God realm stabilized his body. His eyes fell on Lin Tian, and there was obvious shock in his eyes. His expression was not good. What did you do? This is not your power. He could see that Lin Tian's cultivation was only at the intermediate stage of the fairy immortal realm. It was impossible for him to use such a powerful attack. There's no need to tell you. Lin Tian Dao. The brown-haired old man's eyes turned cold. Then I'll kill you directly. With a boom, the divine power emitted from the old man's body instantly increased by hundreds of times. Once again, it crushed down on Lin Tian. Lin Tian was fearless. When he came to this place, he had already imprinted dragon patterns underground. He had already built a miniature dragon burial array underground. At this time, he activated the dragon burial array and mobilized more power of the earth veins, forming dozens of earth vein dragons. Roar, the dozens of dragons roared, and an almost real dragon's power appeared. It pressed down on the brown-haired old man mightily. In the blink of an eye, it crushed the divine power that the old man had summoned. The old man was knocked back 1,000 feet away, and blood essence spurted out from his mouth. This scene undoubtedly caused the dozens of World of Dead Souls cultivators to change their expressions. The brown-haired old man was also shocked. This was because he had used 90% of his power, but it was still blocked by Lin Tian. Moreover, he was injured by the impact. Damn it. His voice was cold. With a boom, endless Dao light gushed out from his body. Majestic divine power intertwined, causing the void in this place to shake. When this aura appeared, Baiziki, Ling Yun, and the others couldn't help but be shocked. Divine path. Whooshing Crocodile said in a deep voice. His expression became serious. The divine path law was a little scary. Lin Tian naturally felt the terror of this fluctuation. It was very scary, but his expression didn't change at all. He activated the dragon burial scripture to the limit. At the same time, he activated the natural celestial way as well. With this natural celestial way and the dragon burial scripture, he mobilized more and more power of the earth veins. At the same time, other forces of heaven and earth surged and surrounded him. In the next moment, a 7-foot-long divine power sword aura was condensed. Slash. His voice was calm. The divine power sword aura formed by the combination of the dragon burial scripture and the natural celestial way was intimidating. Before the brown-haired old man could attack, it directly pressed down on him. With a sizzling sound, the void in all directions collapsed. The brown-haired old man's expression changed when he saw the sword. Poof. Blood splattered everywhere. The brown-haired old man was cut into pieces by Lin Tian's sword, which shocked the dozens of cultivators in the world of souls. Even Baiziki and the others were shocked again. He seemed to have used the immortal path just now. The natural immortal path caused the power of the dragon burial scripture to increase qualitatively. Whooshing Crocodile was moved. This kid comprehended the natural immortal path. Could it be that he wanted to use it with the dragon burial scripture to increase his combat power? Ah! A furious roar rang out. The bloody mist and pieces of flesh that splattered in the void wriggled and merged together in the blink of an eye. The brown-haired old man reformed his physical body. After reforming his physical body, he looked at Lin Tian again. This early-stage true god expert's face became even uglier. His eyes were extremely cold. "I'll kill you," he roared in a low voice. His killing intent was sharp and fierce. He truly began to use his full strength. Divine power and divine path rolled at the same time, almost suppressing all directions. Lin Tian snorted lightly. He stomped his right leg on the ground and countless dragon tattoos appeared in the surrounding space. They soared into the sky and quickly condensed into a dragon-tattooed prison, trapping the brown-haired old man. The dragon pattern prison shone, instantly causing the surrounding space to become chaotic. The brown-haired old man, who was trapped inside, trembled violently. The divine power and divine light that surged out of his body were annihilated in the blink of an eye. This was one of the great arts of the dragon burial scripture. At this time, he activated it, activating it with the dragon burial great formation, complementing it with the natural immortal Tao, forcibly borrowing the boundless earth veins' overall situation power and the power of heaven and earth in all directions, truly producing a true deity cage, suppressing everything in all directions. The brown-haired elder looked at Lin Tian. He was both shocked and furious, and a chill ran down his spine. This was because the current situation was undoubtedly extremely bad. The power released by the interweaving dragon-patterned cage was too powerful. It was as if a part of the world was suppressing this place, and he was practically directly imprisoned. Lin Tian raised his hand to form a seal, and the intertwining light of the dragon mark cage shone even brighter. In the next moment, his sea of consciousness glowed, and the strange phenomenon of the yin-yang lotus sea appeared. The 4-symbol seal was activated, and all of them were activated by the dragon burial scripture and the natural immortal Tao. They directly pressed down on the brown-haired old man in the dragon burial cage, sinking into his sea of consciousness in the blink of an eye. Ah! The brown-haired old man screamed in agony. The yin-yang lotus sea and the 4 symbols sealing divine art entered his sea of consciousness and attacked his divine soul directly, causing him to be in extreme pain. He felt a great threat and began to struggle violently. "You can't stop me here." Lin Tian Dao. He stood where he was and shook his right leg. The great dragon burial array imprinted under the ground of this place was activated at full force. A total of 99 earth vein dragons appeared and swept toward the dragon burial cage, instantly suppressing the brown-haired old man's resistance. No! The ear-piercing scream was filled with shock, anger, and fear. In the next moment, the Great Dragon Burial Array and the Great Dragon Imprisonment Technique released endless divine light at the same time. The brown-haired old man's divine soul was annihilated, leaving only an intact flesh shell. He fell to the ground with a thud, and the luster of life in his eyes disappeared in the blink of an eye. The place fell into a dead silence. The dozens of cultivators from the world of souls, Baiziki and Shui, and the others couldn't help but look shocked. He really killed him? The white tiger widened its eyes. It couldn't help but be shocked that a true god was killed so quickly with the dragon burial scripture and the natural immortal Tao. On the opposite side, the dozens of cultivators from the world of souls couldn't help but tremble. How is this possible? The dozens of cultivators were terrified. A true god expert from their world was killed so easily in this place. Moreover, he was killed by a cultivator in the middle stage of the celestial immortal realm. These cultivators looked at Lin Tian and couldn't help but tremble for a moment. They staggered backward and then rushed into the distance at an extremely fast speed. At this moment, they chose to escape. Because one of their true gods was killed. If they didn't escape, they would definitely die. However, in the next moment, as these people charged towards the distance, the space in the area they passed suddenly warped while numerous rays of light of slaughter appeared abruptly, and they were swift and fierce to the extreme as they swept towards the surroundings. Ah! Miserable cries rang out immediately. None of the dozens of cultivators from the world of souls who had escaped were spared. They were all obliterated in body and soul by the killing light. The whooshing crocodile widened its eyes. At this moment, no one in this place, including Lin Tian, made a move. Lin Tian looked in that direction and said, "You've triggered a small killing trap in the earth vein here. No one below the immortal king realm can stop you." As he said this, he didn't care. He raised his hand and grabbed the body of the brown-haired old man. This was something he had deliberately preserved. After all, this was a true deity-level expert. The essence energy contained within the flesh shell was extremely shocking. With the Saint Refinement Precious technique refining it, it was enough to increase their group's strength by a large amount, making their bodies even stronger. He kept the corporeal body of the brown-haired old man and the corporeal body of the celestial king expert. Then, he called Baiziki and the others and continued to head towards the depths of the valley. This valley was intertwined with a huge earth vein. There were many illusory formations and many killing traps. Moreover, they were all very shocking. They were enough to threaten a half-step true god expert. However, Lin Tian controlled the dragon burial scripture and had an amazing ability to deal with the earth vein. It wasn't difficult for him to deal with these illusory formations and killing traps. Soon, they were far away. At this time, a black pool appeared in front of them. The entire pool was slowly rising with white fog. It was a little cold, but it was also filled with extremely shocking spiritual power and immortal qi. It seemed to be nurturing all possibilities. Lin Tian opened his delusion breaker divine eye. Dragon patterns intertwined in it, and he instantly saw through the surface of the black pool to the bottom. There was a huge white jade crystal, surrounded by the dragon qi of heaven and earth. Found it. A flash of light flashed across his eyes. Then, he asked Baiziki and the others to retreat. He went forward himself. Clang, 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 the immortal dragon marrow was intertwined with the earth vein. The killing trap was the most terrifying. As Lin Tian approached, a terrifying killing light rushed up. Its power was so strong and overbearing that it seemed to be able to pierce through everything. Baiziki and Shui, and the others' expressions changed. Lin Tian's expression was solemn, but he was not afraid. He operated the dragon burial scripture to the limit. Together with the natural immortal Tao, he quickly broke through this frightening killing trap. He came to the black pool and used the dragon burial scripture to form a giant dragon palm to grab the white jade crystal at the bottom of the pool. In an instant, as the white jade crystal was grabbed, the surrounding space was filled with a shocking dragon qi of heaven and earth. Baiziki and Shui, Yang Qi, and the others were shocked. "This is the immortal dragon marrow?" White Tiger was excited. The white jade crystals intertwined with the dragon qi that filled the sky. It was extremely shocking and rich, causing the group of people to instantly feel that their pores were about to open up. All of them could not help but reveal shocked expressions, and their eyes lit up. It's really the immortal dragon marrow? Whooshing Crocodile was excited. Lin Tian nodded. Yes. Born under the black pool, surrounded by the surroundings, this was indeed the immortal dragon marrow. It could directly increase one's cultivation, condense immortal qi and immortal Dao law, and cleanse one's life origin and divine soul. There were many benefits. At this time, the immortal dragon marrow in his hand was the size of a wash basin. It could be said that its value was shocking. If they divided it evenly and refined it, they would all be able to obtain great benefits. At least, they would be able to increase their cultivation by a small level. Let's go. Let's leave this place and find a place to cultivate, he said. Immediately, he called Baiziki and Shui and the others to leave this place. Not long after, they entered a primitive mountain and found a very hidden place. He personally divided the wash basin-sized immortal dragon marrow with dragon patterns and distributed it to the group of people. Among them, he gave the most to Xianxia because Xianxia was still a half-step celestial immortal. Previously, when they used the Saint Refining Precious technique to refine the two immortal king shells, Xianxia did not participate in the refining with that kind of precious technique. His group had a smaller share because they were all at the heavenly immortal realm. Also, he still had the body of a true divine level expert and a mid-stage immortal king with him. With the help of the Saint Refinement Treasure Art, they would be able to refine the immortal dragon marrow, allowing their cultivation bases to rise by a large amount, allowing them to become even stronger. Start cultivating. He engraved dozens of ceiling formations in this place, isolating all the aura in this place from the outside world. Then, he said to the group of people. Then, the group sat down cross-legged at specific locations. And Shui only refined the immortal dragon marrow. He, Baiziki, and the others refined the immortal dragon marrow while using the Saint Refinement Treasure technique to refine the flesh shell of the true god expert and the flesh shell of the mid-stage immortal king expert. The little Taichu did not refine them together. Instead, it stood guard for the group. This was because the little guy had obtained the entire primordial immortal empire. It could be said that it was a super huge divine treasure. Other natural treasures were meaningless to it. As the group of people began to cultivate, strands of dazzling divine light intertwined in this place, illuminating the surroundings. The divine power and demonic light mixed together, creating a dense and intimidating scene. Buzz, Lin Tian circulated the Heart Sutra of the Sun. While refining the immortal dragon marrow, he also used the Saint Refining Treasure technique to refine the flesh shell of the true god expert and the intermediate immortal king expert. Golden divine light surrounded his body. His essence, qi, and spirit became stronger rapidly. At the same time, his cultivation base also rose rapidly. Moreover, at this time, he also began to comprehend his own Dao. He comprehended the Thunder Immortal Dao and the Nature Immortal Dao. More importantly, he was naturally comprehending the nameless Dao in his body. This Dao was comprehended and controlled when he was half a step into the great Dao realm. It was vast and hazy, and possessed extremely shocking power. However, until now, he still did not know what Dao it was. He wanted to comprehend it as soon as possible. He had a feeling that once he used his own strength to comprehend and understand the Dao of this nameless Dao, then his strength would definitely experience a huge qualitative increase. Buzz, as he cultivated with the help of the immortal dragon marrow and the flesh shell of the true god expert and the immortal king expert, and as he comprehended his own movement Dao, the aura he exuded became even more shocking. The speed of his cultivation base also became faster. Just like that, time flew by. In the blink of an eye, 7 days had passed. 7 days later. On this day, a powerful divine power rushed out of his body. His cultivation base had reached the peak of the Heaven Immortal Realm from the middle stage of the Heaven Immortal Realm. His essence, qi, and spirit had become much stronger. The divine power in his body surged. The strength of his flesh shell and the strength of his divine soul had increased significantly. At this time, there was still a lot of immortal dragon marrow left. There was also a lot of essence contained in the flesh shell of the true god expert and the immortal king expert. After a pause, he continued to refine the remaining immortal dragon marrow. At the same time, he continued to operate the Saint Refinement Precious technique. He sacrificed the essence contained in the two powerful flesh shells to his body, causing the strength of his body and cultivation base to increase rapidly. During this cultivation process, he could not help but admire the Emperor of the 10 Directions heavenly domain who had created this precious technique. It was really amazing. With the help of this sex treasure technique, their group had obtained great benefits. Buzz, as he continued to cultivate and comprehend Tao, the divine light outside his body became even more dazzling. The intertwining Tao light also became more shocking. Just like this, in the blink of an eye, a full month had passed. A month later, on this day, he had completely refined the immortal dragon marrow. The flesh and blood essence contained in the flesh shell of the true God expert and the immortal king expert were also completely refined. The two flesh shells directly shattered and turned into ashes. The limit of the half-step immortal king realm. He opened his eyes, which were shining brightly. After refining the immortal dragon marrow, the true God expert, and the middle stage immortal king expert, his cultivation base had reached the limit of the half-step immortal king realm. He was only a little bit away from entering the immortal king realm. Faintly, there was already a faint immortal king chi intertwining outside his body. The peak of the heaven immortal realm. Whooshing Crocodile's voice rang out beside him. Cultivating like this is still the best. The white tiger chuckled. Baiziki, Xianxia, and the others did not say anything. At this time, they had also reached the peak of the heaven immortal realm. Each of them was silently comprehending their current strength. Don't be so excited. Consolidate your realm first. Lin Tian said. Refining heaven and earth treasures to increase one's cultivation was slightly different from relying on one's own cultivation and battle experience to increase one's cultivation. Even if the heaven and earth treasures they refined were extraordinary, it was far less stable than relying on one's own cultivation and battle experience to increase one's cultivation base. Therefore, generally speaking, after refining these heaven and earth treasures to increase one's cultivation base, one would need to spend a long time to consolidate one's cultivation base. Immediately, the group of people went into seclusion again. Each of them circulated their own ancient scriptures to consolidate their current cultivation base. It was not until another month had passed that they stopped one after another and completely consolidated their cultivation base. We're not far from the immortal king realm. Ling Yan clicked his tongue. Whooshing Crocodile nodded and looked at Lin Tian. Kid, let's move. Use the dragon burial scripture to dig out the myriad Tao crystal. We'll break through to the immortal king realm in one go. Agreed. White Tiger echoed. Lin Tian glanced at them. They had just found the immortal dragon marrow and now they were looking for the myriad Tao crystal. Did they really think that such an immortal treasure was so easy to find? He paused and said, I'll continue my seclusion and break through to the immortal king realm. Now, he was already at the end of the half-step immortal king realm. He was only a little bit away from stepping into the immortal king realm. Once he stepped into the immortal king realm, his combat strength would undergo a huge change. At the same time, with his immortal king level cultivation, he would be able to comprehend the yin-yang limitless killing formation and the thousand seals formation of the heavenly one soul mantra to an extremely profound level. He would also be able to comprehend the formations that were even more powerful than the thousand seals formation of the yin-yang limitless killing formation. When the time came, he would be able to engrave the endless killing formations and seals formations in advance. Perhaps they would be able to break into the ordinary capital of the world of souls and forcefully use the teleportation formations within. There was a high chance that they would be able to leave the world of souls. Hearing his words, Ling Yun, the Five Elements alligator, and the others were all moved. You're about to step into the immortal king realm? White Tiger asked. Lin Tian nodded. Almost. That's really fast. Ling Yin said, it seems like the benefits of forcefully enduring the power of the heavenly tribulation to cultivate are really great. It seems to have allowed you to absorb the essence energy and immortal energy that surged into your body more perfectly and quickly become stronger. Indeed, that's part of the reason. Lin Tiandao. He said something to the group again and then directly began his seclusion in this place. Baiziki and the others guarded him together. Buzz. He circulated the Sun Heart Sutra and condensed the immortal energy in his body. At the same time, he continued to comprehend the two immortal paths and the nameless path in his body, causing his essence, energy, and spirit to become stronger again. Of course, because he didn't have the help of heavenly treasures and other external objects, the speed of his essence, energy, and spirit improvement was obviously not as fast as before. It was much slower. However, even though the speed was much slower, the essence, energy, and spirit that he had strengthened at this time was undoubtedly very stable. Just like that, time passed quickly. In the blink of an eye, a full 3 months had passed. During these 3 months, he sat cross-legged on the ground without moving. His essence, energy, and spirit kept rising and becoming stronger. Then, on this day, strands of lightning arcs suddenly intertwined on the surface of his body. Boom! A bolt of lightning immediately exploded in the sky. In this world, the space within a radius of thousands of feet directly became pitch black. A black vortex appeared in the sky, and a destructive aura covered the sky and the earth. For a moment, Whooshing Crocodile and Xianxia and the others couldn't help but tremble. Even little Taichu, who was at the intermediate stage of the Immortal King realm, couldn't help but tremble. This destructive aura was really too terrifying. Boom! The sky exploded again. Rolling thunder surged, and a huge black vortex appeared. Bolts of blood-red lightning intertwined within it, as if they could shatter everything. It was extremely terrifying. Then, in the next moment, the sky trembled, and the black vortex slowly dissipated. The blood-red lightning that lay within it dissipated one by one. That destructive aura disappeared without a trace in the blink of an eye. Lin Tian opened his eyes at this moment. In his eyes, 2 streaks of light that carried the aura of lightning flashed and disappeared in the blink of an eye. "You've reached the Immortal King realm?" Whooshing Crocodile asked. It had seen this situation more than once. When Lin Tian stepped into the Immortal King realm, he attracted the Immortal King Heavenly Tribulation. Then, he temporarily withdrew from the Immortal King realm, causing the Immortal King Heavenly Tribulation to dissipate. Yes. Lin Tian nodded and stood up. White Tiger looked at him and said, "Speaking of which, this Immortal King Heavenly Tribulation of yours is a little terrifying. Can you withstand it?" Beside him, Ling Yun and the others also looked at him, frowning slightly. Lin Tian's Immortal King Tribulation only appeared for an instant, but the aura was so strong that Whooshing Crocodile, Baiziki, and the others all had solemn expressions. The power was too terrifying, as if it could shatter everything, as if it could destroy the entire world. Lin Tian looked at the solemn expressions of the group and naturally knew that they were worried about him. He smiled and said, "Don't worry, it won't be a problem." He had mastered the Thunder Immortal Way and the 5 heaven-shaking lightning technique, which could help him resist the power of the heavenly tribulation to a great extent. After he stepped into the Immortal King realm, with the help of the Thunder Immortal Way and the 5 heaven-shaking lightning technique, he should be able to survive the Immortal King Tribulation. Even if he couldn't, the little Taichu still had the profound dragon armor, which was forged from the skin of a heavenly dragon. Although it was already damaged, its defensive power was still very shocking. If he really couldn't do it, he could rely on the profound dragon armor to forcefully survive the Immortal King Tribulation. As he spoke, he didn't stay in this place for too long. He directly called Baiziki and the others to leave. It wasn't until 2 full days later that they found a more suitable place to transcend the tribulation in the world of souls. As far as the eye could see, the 10-square space was very wide. It was a huge wasteland. When the group arrived here, Lin Tian directly walked in front and let Baiziki, Yangqi, and the others stay away. Then, he directly stepped into the Immortal King realm. For a time, with a loud boom, ear-piercing thunder rumbled, and the heavens trembled. A pitch-black thunderbolt vortex appeared at the first moment, and blood-red lightning intertwined within it. A destructive aura came down from all directions, and the surrounding space fell into darkness in an instant. This aura, it's simply, in the distance, the White Tiger couldn't help but tremble and swallow a mouthful of saliva. Even people as calm as Baiziki and Yangqi had solemn expressions when they saw the scene. This was because the aura emitted by this Immortal King Tribulation was indeed very terrifying and shocking. Can he really transcend it? And Xianxia was a little worried. Just by looking at this kind of heavenly tribulation from afar, she felt as if her divine soul was about to split apart. Beside him, the 16-year-old Ziyu widened her eyes. Heavenly tribulation? She tugged at Shueishui's clothes. This is heavenly tribulation. Elder brother is advancing to the immortal king realm, why would there be a heavenly tribulation? And Shueishui rolled his eyes and said, because he is a pervert. As she spoke, she looked at Ziyu and paused for a moment before asking, by the way, little Ziyu, why didn't you want the celestial dragon marrow when he gave it to you? Previously, when Lin Tian found the immortal dragon marrow, he naturally gave it to Ziyu. However, Ziyu didn't accept it, saying that it wasn't necessary. This made her curious. Ziyu paused for a moment and said, it's just that there's no need. There's no point in increasing my cultivation. Boom, the heavens violently trembled and thunder rumbled, directly interrupting his words. In front of him, in the pitch-black lightning vortex, dense blood-red lightning interweaved. The first round of the main lightning punishment struck down. It was a simple lightning pillar with a diameter of about 10 feet. Wherever it passed, the void was annihilated, and spatial turbulence and chaotic light poured out. Lin Tian raised his head and looked at the first round of the main lightning punishment. His eyes flashed, and he summoned the immortal Emperor Pagoda, which floated on his shoulder. In the next moment, with a boom, the first round of the main lightning punishment fell in front of him and directly drowned him. Poof, blood splattered, and his physical body was instantly smashed into pieces. At the same time, the immortal Emperor Pagoda also shattered, turning into debris that filled the sky. In the distance, Ziyu's expression changed, and she couldn't help but call out, elder brother. Beside her, the others were also moved. Although this heavenly tribulation is very terrifying, it's only the first round of the main lightning punishment. There's no reason that kid can't block it. Ling Yun frowned. Then, in the next moment, a faint light flashed in his eyes. He suddenly thought of something and opened his mouth. Could it be, on purpose again? Obviously so. Baiziki said. Yangqi also saw it from the beginning. Cultivating with heavenly lightning? In order to become stronger, he is too cruel to himself. Really, and Shueishui shrunk his neck. To forcibly endure the heavenly tribulation and bear the destructive power of the lightning punishment in the heavenly tribulation was not something that ordinary people could endure. It was too painful, and it was inhuman. The first round of heavenly lightning struck Lin Tian and the immortal Emperor Pagoda. The ground also exploded, and smoke and dust rose into the air. Arcs of lightning interweaved in the void. In the next moment, with a gurgling sound, the flesh and blood wriggled, and Lin Tian reformed his physical body. He circulated the Heart Sutra of Sun, refining the power of the lightning punishment that interweaved in his flesh and blood. In the intense pain, he forged his flesh, bones, and soul. At the same time, he waved his hand and collected the shattered pieces of the immortal Emperor Pagoda. He shrouded it in golden divine light and reconstructed it. This sect Emperor Pagoda was made from the primordial heavenly crystal, the ultimate material for forging weapons. It contained the power of his origin spirit and a trace of his life origin. As long as he did not die, this sect Emperor Pagoda would never be destroyed. No matter how broken it was, it could be repaired in an extremely short time. He shrouded it in divine light and reformed it in the blink of an eye. The entire sect Emperor Pagoda became stronger, and the primordial heavenly chi was even more astonishing. Again. He raised his head and looked at the sky. His eyes were very bright. In the sky, a pitch-black vortex of lightning appeared. Within it, blood-red lightning interweaved like blood-red heavenly dragons, rumbling. In the next moment, with a loud boom, the second round of lightning punishment emerged. It was a huge lightning waterfall, and it trembled mightily. Lin Tian was fearless. Holding the immortal Emperor Pagoda, he soared into the sky and faced it head-on. He still did not put up any resistance. He allowed the lightning punishment to drown him and the immortal Emperor Pagoda. In the blink of an eye, he was smashed into pieces. After that, he reformed his physical body and took the initiative to face the waves of lightning punishment. He did not put up any resistance. He bore the power of the lightning punishment to refine his body, cultivate, and cleanse the immortal Emperor Pagoda. Moreover, he even borrowed the power of the lightning punishment to cultivate the 5 heaven-shaking thunders incantation. He comprehended the peerless lightning technique that had a certain restraining effect on the heavenly tribulation. His understanding of the 5 heaven-shaking thunders incantation improved rapidly. For a moment, the thunder rumbled. In the blink of an eye, 10 waves of lightning punishment fell. He endured the power of the 10 waves of lightning punishment without putting up any resistance. His body was shattered 10 times, and his physique became stronger. The limit of his essence, energy, and spirit was also broken through and improved significantly. However, even though his physique had become stronger and he had broken through the limits of his essence, vitality, and spirit, he had suffered extremely heavy injuries after enduring 10 rounds of the main lightning punishment. He could not continue to endure it forcefully. At this moment, he tilted his head and looked at the little Taichu. "Yeah." The little Taichu naturally understood what he meant. With a flash of light, the profound dragon armor flew out and appeared in front of him in a flash. It directly covered his body, intertwining with a faint light. The mysterious dragon armor was shockingly tough. When it was worn by the little Taichu, it fit very well. Now, when it was worn by Lin Tian, it fit very well. A faint light intertwined, forming a circular light shield that enveloped Lin Tian. Boom, the 11th round of the main lightning punishment fell. Its speed was shockingly fast. In the blink of an eye, Lin Tian was completely submerged. The space in all directions was annihilated. The space turbulence flowed freely, and billowing smoke and dust floated in the void. Over there, under the center of the heavenly tribulation, Lin Tian stood quietly. The light from the mysterious dragon armor still enveloped him, and there was not a single ripple. His body was not damaged at all. This armor's defense is indeed amazing. In the distance, Whooshing Crocodile said. After all, it was forged from the heavenly dragon's skin. There is also a strand of the heavenly dragon's soul in it. Even if it is damaged, it is still comparable to a peak-level true divine weapon. It is not difficult for it to block this kind of lightning punishment. And Shui said. Lin Tian stood under the heavenly tribulation. He was not surprised that the mysterious dragon armor easily blocked this round of the main lightning punishment. This was because he had already expected this. At this time, he was circulating the Sun Heart Sutra and seriously refining the power of the lightning punishment in his body. In an instant, the surface of his body was naturally crackling with lightning arcs, which carried the aura of the heavenly tribulation. At the same time, he once again reformed the immortal Emperor Pagoda that was shattered by the lightning punishment. He reformed the pagoda's body. Strands of lightning intertwined on the pagoda's body, and the primordial aura it emitted became even purer. At this time, there was a loud boom. The 12th round of the main lightning punishment appeared. It was a dense mountain of lightning that seemed to be able to crush everything. This round of heavenly tribulation was very intimidating. However, the defense of the mysterious dragon armor was unparalleled. It still steadily blocked this round of the main lightning punishment. After that, the sound of thunder continued. The 13th, 14th, 15th, 16th, and 17th rounds of lightning punishment fell one after another. Each round was more terrifying than the last, but they were all blocked by the mysterious dragon armor. Then, in the next moment, the last round of the main lightning punishment appeared. Numerous phantoms appeared from the lightning vortex in the sky. There were angels with broken wings, headless knights, immortals with broken arms, ferocious ghosts, ferocious savage beasts, and blind blood phantoms. They were all formed by the lightning and intertwined with an extremely frightening destructive aura. They immediately shattered the vast void and pressed down mightily. It's him again. Lin Tian frowned, a strange light intertwining in his eyes. He didn't know when it started, but his heavenly tribulations and the final round of the main lightning punishment had all been like this. He couldn't help but feel that there was something strange going on. However, although he was a little concerned about this, he did not think too much about it because he knew that he could not figure it out. Since he could not figure it out, he naturally would not waste his energy for nothing. Boom! Thunder roared, and the 18th round of the main lightning punishment fell in front of him in the blink of an eye. Lin Tian was under this round of the main lightning punishment and could clearly feel the terror of this round of the main lightning punishment. However, he had absolute confidence in the mysterious dragon armor, so he was still very calm at this time. In fact, the mysterious dragon armor did not disappoint him. This round of terrifying main lightning punishment was perfectly blocked. Crackle, crackle, crackle. Lightning arcs intertwined in the air, and wisps of smoke and dust rose. Then, in the sky, the black lightning vortex trembled and immediately dissipated. The darkness that shrouded the heavens and the earth also disappeared in the blink of an eye, and the surrounding space became bright again. He made it through. He has truly reached the Swaley celestial king realm. In the distance, the white tiger could not help but exclaim. In front of him, Lin Tian's body was surrounded by streaks of lightning. Buzz. In the sky where the darkness had dissipated, a rainbow auspicious cloud appeared and sprinkled the sky full of rainbow auspicious light towards Lin Tian, who was directly below the heavenly tribulation. This was the gift after the heavenly tribulation, and it contained incomparably shocking power. Lin Tian immediately activated the Sun Heart Sutra and seriously refined the rainbow auspicious light. At the same time, he waved his hand and gathered the fragments of the immortal Emperor Pagoda in front of him. In the blink of an eye, the immortal Emperor Pagoda was rebuilt. On the pagoda, there were more lightning imprints on it, and its power was even more frightening. Moreover, there was a majestic aura around it, as if it could release the power of the heavenly tribulation. His eyes flashed. There was no doubt that the immortal Emperor Pagoda had become stronger. After his cultivation had increased to the Celestial King realm and turned into a Celestial King artifact, and after being tempered by his Celestial King tribulation, now in the domain of Celestial King artifacts, it could definitely be called the Emperor of Emperors. He put the immortal Emperor Pagoda into his body and focused even more on refining the rainbow divine light that surged in, causing the essence, energy, and spirit that he exuded to become stronger and stronger, and his cultivation level also gradually increased. Just like that, more than 15 minutes passed in the blink of an eye. The rainbow auspicious clouds in the sky trembled and dissipated in the blink of an eye. It was also at this time that Lin Tian stopped circulating the Sun Heart Sutra. His essence, energy, and spirit had reached a peak, and his cultivation level had reached the peak of the early stage of the Celestial King realm. It wouldn't be long before he could step into the intermediate stage of the Celestial King realm. This caused him to nod inwardly. Although forcibly bearing the destructive heavenly tribulation and cultivating with the power of lightning was a little cruel and incomparably painful, it was indeed of great use to his cultivation. He took a deep breath and then felt the other changes in his body. The strength of his physique was comparable to that of an ordinary true God realm cultivator. The divine power in his body was surging endlessly, and the spirit in his sea of consciousness had become stronger. His strength in all aspects had a qualitative improvement. At this time, he was confident that he could fight with anyone under the true God realm. Congratulations on advancing to the Celestial King realm. The sound of breaking air rang out. At this time, Baiziki and the others stepped over. And Shuei spoke. TSK, the aura you exude is obviously different. Whooshing Crocodile sized up Lin Tiandao. Now that he had stepped into the Celestial King realm and withstood the Celestial King tribulation, Lin Tian naturally exuded a very peaceful aura. However, it carried a faint majesty, as if he was a god walking in the mortal world. This kind of aura caused people like Baiziki and Xianxia, who were usually calm, to be unable to help but have a slight flicker in their eyes. Obviously, they were a little surprised. Elder brother is too amazing. Ziyu looked at Lin Tian, her eyes full of light. This was the first time she had seen someone who could attract a heavenly tribulation after reaching the Celestial King realm. She had never even heard of such a thing before. Lin Tian smiled at her. Then, with a flash of light, he removed the mysterious dragon armor and handed it back to little Taichu. Yeah. Little Taichu blinked its big eyes. At this time, it was also sizing up Lin Tian. It could also feel how powerful Lin Tian was now. White Tiger looked at Lin Tian, its eyes couldn't help but light up. Then, it said, now, we can go and dig for the myriad Tao crystal. Lin Tian glanced at it. I'll first comprehend some killing arrays and forbidden arrays. I'll find a capital to sneak in and use the world teleportation array to leave this world. What Tiger Lord means is, after leaving, we'll dig for the myriad Tao crystal. White Tiger said. Lin Tian glanced at it again, then called for Baiziki and the others to leave this place. He had to find a quiet and hidden place to comprehend the array techniques and forbidden arrays. The group moved very quickly. After more than 2 hours, they were very far away from the place where the tribulation occurred. Clang, at this moment, an ear-piercing sword sound rang out. A sword light mixed with an evil aura swept across the sky, crushing the void in all directions. The aura of an immortal king interweaved around it. Lin Tian noticed this sword light immediately. Golden divine light flashed around his body, and in the nick of time, he wrapped by Ziki and Shui and the others and moved more than 300 meters away, directly dodging the sword. Your spiritual sense is not bad. A cold voice sounded. In the distance, in the direction where the sword light came from, 3 middle-aged men walked over. Their bodies were surrounded by yin qi. They were obviously cultivators from the world of souls. They're all mid-stage immortal kings. Ling Yan narrowed his eyes. Lin Tian sized up the 3 of them. His expression was very calm, without any change. Hand over the cultivation materials that belong to Lord Yinshang, and we'll give you a chance to kill yourself. Otherwise, you'll suffer a fate worse than death. One of the 3 immortal kings from the world of souls spoke, looking down at Lin Tianyi and the others with a cold attitude. Although they knew that Lin Tianyi and the others were not simple, they did not care. Because they were 3 immortal kings who came together, they felt that it would not be difficult to suppress Lin Tianyi and the others. Lin Tian's expression was still calm. Looking at the 3 immortal kings from the world of souls, he said, Yi Yinshang didn't come out with you? Now that he had entered the immortal king realm, he really wanted to fight with the half-step true immortal realm Yi Yinshang, who was ranked 9th on the ranking of 100 immortals. The 3 immortal kings from the world of souls looked at him coldly. The one on the far right said, You're not worthy of Lord Yinshang coming out personally. As he spoke, his words stopped, and his expression changed. He could not help but retreat. Because, without a sound, Lin Tian, who was still 300 meters away, suddenly appeared in front of him. You. Wang. At this time, Lin Tian appeared in front of the other with extreme speed. He raised his hand and slapped, causing the void to buzz. Pooh. Blood splattered everywhere. This person was instantly smashed into pieces, and even his divine sense was annihilated. Ling Yun, whooshing crocodile, and the others could not help but stare at this scene. Although they knew that Lin Tian's physique was extraordinary, and his battle prowess far surpassed those of the same level, they could not help but be shocked when they saw the scene at this time. In any case, he was a mid-stage immortal king. He actually killed him with a single slap with pure physical strength. This is really, the white tiger could not help but tremble. Even the calm Ziki and Xianxia were shocked. However, their eyes were also intertwined with bright light. At the same time, opposite them, the other 2 immortal kings from the world of souls trembled, and they looked shocked. The 3 of them had arrived together, and their strength was equal. But now, one of them was actually killed in the blink of an eye. My strength is not bad, right? Lin Tian opened his mouth and looked at the 2 cultivators from the world of souls, and said indifferently. When the 2 cultivators from the world of souls heard this, they trembled again. Then, without saying anything, they turned around and fled. A person who could kill a mid-stage immortal king expert with a raise of his hand was definitely not someone they could contend against. Running away as soon as you arrived? You're really straightforward. Whooshing crocodile said sarcastically. Lin Tian's expression was the same. He did not make any big movements and did not chase after them. He only flicked his fingers slightly, and 2 faint lights shot out at an extremely fast speed. In the blink of an eye, they caught up with the 2 people who were escaping and pierced straight through the back of their heads. Pooh. Pooh. 2 bloody mists exploded in the distance. The 2 cultivators from the world of souls who were escaping did not even have time to make a sound before their bodies and souls were destroyed. Blood floated in the void, little by little eye-catching. It was the blood of immortal king experts. This is really, whooshing crocodile rolled his eyes. 3 mid-stage immortal king experts were actually wiped out in the blink of an eye. How terrifying was such combat strength? It probably wouldn't take much effort to kill an ordinary half-step true god. Forcefully withstanding the destructive heavenly tribulation twice to cultivate and temper the body. It seems that the effect is really extraordinary. Ling Yin said. Lin Tian's expression didn't change. He didn't feel any sense of accomplishment for killing 3 mid-stage immortal king cultivators. It was as if he had just cut 3 stalks of grass. At this moment, he took a step forward and appeared beside the group of people in the distance. Let's go. He called out to the group of people. Immediately, the group of people left this place and entered a desolate mountain not long after. Lin Tian spread out his tyrannical immortal king-level divine sense and found a relatively spacious cave in this place. He engraved nearly 100 ordinary ceiling formations within a radius of a few thousand feet outside the cave. Then, he stopped. Do you have a formation that can suppress peak true god experts? White Tiger asked Lin Tian. Yes. Lin Tian said simply. He didn't say much. He let the group of people stand guard outside and then began to comprehend the formation technique. The 1,000 restriction 10,000 seals array. He immediately began to comprehend this type of restriction array. With his current immortal king realm standard, he could already completely comprehend this peak true god level restriction array. Buzz. As he comprehended this formation, soul power naturally interweaved outside his body, and a powerful sealing force surged. The world of souls, the first capital, the Yin capital, what? A deep voice rang out from within an ancient palace within the Yin capital. It was clearly filled with chilliness. Just now, someone came to report that the immortal kings who went to search for Lin Tianyi and the others had all extinguished the soul lamps of life they left in the Yin capital. This meant that the immortal kings were all dead. Were they killed by that group of humans? The cultivators of my world are all united. Since those people died, there is no doubt that it is related to that group of humans. How dare you offend my world again and again, harming the lives of my world's cultivators? He should be executed 10,000 times over. There were a few other cultivators in the hall, and they were all quite powerful existences within the Yin capital. Their gazes were extremely cold. There's no need to alarm the big shots above just for a few humans. One of them said, we're going to take action personally, and we've been staying in the Yin capital for a long time. It's about time we showed ourselves. Of course. Yin Shang is in closed-door seclusion. As the next realm lord, his cultivation materials have been seized by others. He naturally needs to give a satisfactory answer. Several other people spoke up. In an instant, several half-step true god auras intertwined, and in the next moment, several figures disappeared from the hall. In a cave within the vast and desolate mountains, buzz. Outside Lin Tian's body, soul power surged, and formation power rolled. He was wholeheartedly comprehending the true god level 1,000 seals formation. Time passed quickly, and 3 days passed in the blink of an eye. The sealing power outside his body gradually became stronger, causing Baiziki and the others nearby to be affected. They were affected by this sealing power, and their bodies became uncomfortable. Grand array of 1,000 seals. Wuxing Crocodile had seen this kind of formation before. At this time, when he sensed this sealing power, he naturally knew that Lin Tian was comprehending the 1,000 seals formation. His eyes flickered slightly. This formation power is like heaven and earth compared to before. Is he trying to completely control this formation? Very strong. And Shui said. After that, as Lin Tian's comprehension of the 1,000 seals formation became more and more profound, the group couldn't help but retreat. This was because the sealing power was too shocking. They were affected by this sealing power, and now they were really uncomfortable. Even the mid-stage immortal king Little Taichu was no exception. After that, half a month quickly passed. After half a month, the sealing power outside his body had reached a terrifying level, causing the group to retreat to the edge of the cave. The sealing power was really shocking. It was also at this time that Lin Tian opened his eyes. There were wisps of hazy light in his eyes, giving people an ethereal feeling. How is it? And Shui asked and walked up at this time. I've almost completely mastered the true god level sealing formation. Lin Tian nodded and said, next, I'll comprehend the killing formation. Yin Yang limitless killing formation? Wuxing Crocodile asked. It knew about the 1,000 seals formation and the Yin Yang limitless killing formation. Lin Tian shook his head and said, "The other killing formation, a God-King level killing formation." When these words came out, the group couldn't help but be shocked. "You actually have a killing formation of that level?" White Tiger stared at him. "Of course," Lin Tian said with a smile. In actual fact, in the Heavenly One Soul technique that he mastered, there were even killing arrays at the level of peak Emperor God. However, with his current standard, he was still unable to comprehend killing arrays at that level because his power was far from enough. If he forced himself to comprehend it, not only would he fail to comprehend the formation, but it would also cause a certain degree of backlash damage to his body. He paused and asked the group to protect him. Then, he closed his eyes and began to comprehend the killing formation. Outside his body, the soul power became much more shocking than before. In the blink of an eye, wisps of cold killing intent intertwined. This killing intent was very weak at first, but it began to increase exponentially in the blink of an eye. In a few breaths' time, it had reached an extremely terrifying level, causing Baiziki and the others to tremble involuntarily and feel pain in their bodies. It's indeed more terrifying than the yin-yang limitless killing formation. Whooshing Crocodile swallowed a mouthful of saliva. At this time, Lin Tian had just begun to comprehend that killing formation, and there was already such a terrifying killing intent intertwining. It was really a little shocking, as if it could wipe out everything. Lin Tian sat cross-legged in the center of the cave. The soul power outside his body intertwined and was extremely strong. The killing intent that he emitted gradually became stronger. At this time, the killing formation that he comprehended was called the Heaven and Earth Suppressing Killing Formation. It was another powerful killing formation of the Heavenly One Soul technique. It was at the God King level and was unfathomably profound. Now, his cultivation was at the Immortal King level, and he could barely comprehend this God King level killing formation. Comprehending a corner of it was no problem. After that, he would combine this corner of the Heaven and Earth Suppressing Killing Formation with the complete Thousand Seals Great Array. It was enough to deal with a peak true God level expert. Soul power intertwined and the formation power surged. The killing intent became more and more terrifying as his comprehension of the Heaven and Earth Suppressing Killing Formation increased. Just like that, a month passed in the blink of an eye. A month later, the killing intent outside his body had reached its peak. Then, with a bang, the mountain and the cave he was in was directly shattered into pieces. Smoke and dust surged into the sky, causing the surrounding space to shatter into pieces. Baiziki and Shui and the others immediately retreated far away. Looking at the place where smoke and dust intertwined, they couldn't help but be shocked, and their eyes flickered. This is only the process of comprehending, and it already has such power. If it is really carved out, how terrifying will it be? The mountain where the cave was located suddenly collapsed. Just the aura emitted by the Lin Tian Wu array was already unable to withstand it. Shattered rocks flew everywhere, and smoke and dust rose into the sky. It was only after several dozen breaths that the scene at the cave was revealed. Lin Tian was still sitting in the center. Endless killing intent lingered around him, forming a solid killing light barrier that enveloped his entire body. Sand and dust slowly rose around him. Some of the large rocks that fell beside him after the collapse of the mountain were all shattered by this fierce killing intent. They completely turned into fine sand and fell to the ground. Buzz, soul power array light intertwined around him. He did not wake up and continued to comprehend. He's taking quite a long time to comprehend. In the distance, the White Tiger said. Didn't you hear him say that it's a Divine King level killing formation? This level of killing formation naturally takes time. And Shui said. The group of people stayed in the distance. They watched Lin Tian comprehend the formation while vigilantly looking around. Although Lin Tian had engraved restrictions within a 300 m radius that could isolate the aura of this place from the outside world, and no one would be able to discover this place under normal circumstances, they still had to take precautions against any special circumstances that might occur. Lin Tian sat cross-legged in front of them, silently comprehending the formation. The soul power and formation power outside his body became stronger and stronger. Just like that, another month passed in the blink of an eye. A month had passed. On this day, the killing intent on his body became even more frightening, as if it was going to destroy the world around him. It was also at this time that he opened his eyes. Dense array light intertwined in his eyes, and then turned into killing intent. Then, he gradually returned to his usual appearance. Done? In the distance, whooshing crocodile and the group flashed back. Done. Lin Tian nodded. Next, we just need to engrave some formation platforms. In 2 months, he had comprehended a corner of the heaven and earth suppressing yuan killing formation. His control of this corner was already very pure. He said to the group of people. Then, he took out some black jade and began to engrave the formation. The value of black jade was not high, but it was rare. Over the years, he had obtained quite a lot. It could be used to carry formation seals, and was an excellent material for engraving various formation platforms. Buzz. Activating the Heavenly One Spirit incantation, he moved both his hands, displaying the 5 dragons flash inscribing technique. Lines of inscriptions weaved out from his fingertips, imprinting themselves onto the profound jade stones. In the blink of an eye, another month had passed. That's enough. On this day, he stopped. In a month's time, including the rest and replenishment of divine power, he had engraved a total of 10 complete 1,000 seals formation platforms and 10 corners of the universe suppressing origin killing formation platforms. With the complete 1,000 restrictions 10,000 seals great array and the Qian Kuan suppressing yuan killing array, he believed that it was enough to deal with an ordinary peak true god expert. Which royal capital? Whooshing crocodile asked. Below the number 1 in capital of the world of souls, you can choose any capital city because their strength is about the same. Lin Tiandao. In the end, they chose to go to Prince Yi's capital. There was no other reason other than the fact that it was the closest to their current location. Immediately, without any hesitation, the group left this place and headed straight for the location of King Yi's capital. Their speed was not slow, and they were soon far away. Boom! At this moment, a tyrannical divine power appeared in the distance, and 5 figures were heading in their direction at an extremely fast speed. In the blink of an eye, the 5 figures appeared in front of them. They were 5 old men, and their eyes were deep and cold. Half-step true gods? The white tiger's expression changed. At this moment, the 5 old men exuded an extremely powerful aura, and it could not help but feel a little scared. Baiziki, Yangqi, and the others were also slightly moved, and they frowned slightly. After all, a half-step true god expert was still very powerful to them. Another one of Yin Shang's subordinates? Lin Tian looked at the 5 people calmly. Opposite them, the 5 old men's gazes fell on Lin Tianyi and the others, and their gazes were extremely cold. Suppress them all. After we get Yin Shang's cultivation materials, we'll turn them into Yin puppets. One of them said coldly. The so-called Yin puppets were battle puppets. As soon as his words fell, the old man acted, and a half-step true god expert's divine power surged out. In the blink of an eye, the old man froze the void, and appeared in front of Lin Tian like a flash of lightning, and directly slapped down. This palm was extremely powerful, and not only did it cover Lin Tian, but it also covered the others. Lin Tian's expression was calm, and he only pointed out a finger, which landed on the old man's palm, and firmly stopped it. In an instant, the old man's expression changed. Although he only used 50% of his strength, he was still a half-step true god expert, and his physique was extremely strong. But now, it was stopped by Lin Tian with a single finger. At the same time, behind them, the other 4 half-step true god experts were also shocked, and their eyes narrowed. Old Six, what are you doing? One of them frowned. The old man called Old Six looked at Lin Tian, and his expression darkened, and he began to exert more strength. However, Lin Tian's finger did not move at all. Even when the old man had used 100% of his physical strength, and the veins on his forehead were popping, Lin Tian's finger was still motionless, and his expression was calm. You seem to be having a hard time. At this time, Lin Tian spoke. His voice was very calm, but when it landed in the old man's ears, there was no doubt that it was filled with mockery, causing the old man's expression to turn cold. Junior, your physique is not bad, but there is no need to, Kung. The sound of a sword rang out, and Lin Tian used his finger as a sword, and a sword chi shot out from his finger. With a pu sound, the sword chi did not slow down, and with a pu sound, it pierced through the old man's chest. In an instant, the blood of the half-step true god splattered everywhere. The old man staggered back, his palm and chest bleeding, and his expression was one of shock and anger. "You're courting death." With a roar, the half-step true god's godly energy surged, and the old man took a step forward, using a divine art, and the image of a malicious ghost pressed down on Lin Tian. Lin Tian did not make any unnecessary movements, directly raising his hand and punching out. Dong! A thunderous sound rang out, causing the entire sky to tremble, and the space in all directions was shattered. With a pu sound, the old man's divine art was shattered, and Lin Tian's fist landed firmly on the old man's chest. Pooh! Blood splattered, and this time, the old man's physical body was directly destroyed. Only his soul was not destroyed, and he quickly retreated. Lin Tian retracted his fist, and looked at the old man. As expected of a half-step true god expert, "You didn't die." The half-step true god from the world of dead soul's body crumbled, and his soul retreated. He looked at Lin Tian from a distance, his face filled with anger and shock. He was infuriated because he was a half-step true god expert, and yet, his divine art was destroyed by a single punch from a young human. It was truly humiliating. He was shocked because he didn't expect Lin Tian's physical body to be so strong. Lin Tian was actually able to shatter his divine technique with pure physical strength. Not only that, Lin Tian was able to shatter his body as well. When Bai Ziqi and the others saw this scene, they couldn't help but reveal shocked expressions. This physique, it's simply, the white tiger couldn't help but roll his eyes. To be able to smash a half-step true divinity into pieces with a single punch, this level of physical strength was truly a little exaggerated. This was because this punch was not his full strength. It looked like a casual punch from Lin Tian, and at most, he had used 50% of his strength. On the other side, the other half-step true gods from the world of souls were naturally shocked as well, especially the one who had been smashed apart by Lin Tian. After the initial shock and anger, his face turned extremely ugly, and his eyes were filled with a sinister killing intent. "Good, good, good. Your physical strength is so strong, very good, very good. This old man has truly underestimated you, this is no weaker than the legendary barbarian king body." The man whose body had been shattered said coldly. With a boom, half-step true god divine energy surged out, intertwined with extremely dense immortal Dao laws. The space in all directions was instantly shattered. "I'll kill you." The man's voice was bone-chilling as he charged at Lin Tian again, the Dao radiance around him threatening to obliterate everything. At the same time, the other four half-step true gods looked at Lin Tian. One of them said, "Attack together, suppress him as quickly as possible, take backing Death's cultivation materials, and then deal with the rest." The other three nodded, and the four of them moved as well, each step taking them far away as they pressed down on Lin Tian. "The five of you attacking together? Is that guy alright?" And Shui knew that Lin Tian was very powerful, but when he saw this scene, he couldn't help but be moved. After all, the ones attacking were five half-step true gods. Can elder brother do it? Ziyu looked ahead, feeling a little worried. "Don't worry, there won't be a problem," Wuxing Crocodile said. Although Lin Tian had only just entered the Immortal King tier and was still in the early stage of the Immortal King tier, he had endured 2 consecutive body tempering by the heavenly tribulation. Coupled with Lin Tian's extremely powerful reincarnation physique, it had reason to believe that Lin Tian would be able to defeat those 5 people. Boom, up ahead, the godly energies rumbled, causing the void to tremble as the 5 half-step true god realm experts arrived in front of Lin Tian. Because of the scene just now, the 5 of them all knew that Lin Tian's physique was extremely shocking. At this moment, each of them activated their godly energies, and 5 different techniques pressed down on Lin Tian at the same time. All of them were intertwined with the power of evil, causing the void to tremble. Lin Tianwei narrowed his eyes. Half-step true gods were indeed very powerful, especially when 5 of them attacked together. That kind of aura was indeed quite frightening. However, he didn't feel any pressure at all. Facing the 5 of them, he stepped forward. With one step, a powerful aura suddenly spread out in front of him. This aura was mixed with the aura of thunder, which was the power of the 5 heaven-shaking lightning incantation. It was extremely domineering, and it immediately shattered all the divine abilities and secret techniques that the 5 of them had activated. Then, in an instant, he appeared in front of one of them. This person was the one who had been smashed into pieces by a single punch. He was shocked and couldn't help but retreat. I'll send you on your way. Lin Tian's lips curled up slightly, and he directly slapped down. His palm was mixed with the faint power of thunder, and at the same time, there was a divine transformation talisman within it. A half-step true god powerhouse couldn't threaten him, nor could he make him feel any pressure. However, he also knew that it wouldn't be easy to rely on pure physical strength to kill someone of this level. Thus, at this time, he didn't use pure physical strength to attack, but used a divine technique. In the blink of an eye, his attack landed on the person's body. Pooh! The person's physical body was directly shattered, and his soul escaped, but in an instant, it met with the divine transformation talisman in Lin Tian's palm. Ah! An ear-piercing scream, the person's soul struggled violently, and in the next moment, it was shattered by the divine transformation talisman. Body and soul destroyed. Although I knew this kid was a little abnormal, but this is too abnormal, isn't it? White Tiger's eyes widened. In any case, that was a half-step true god powerhouse, but he was easily killed by a single slap. This kid, what level has his battle strength reached? This is simply... Ling Yan also widened his eyes. So powerful. Purple Moon's eyes were full of light. Bai Ziki and Yang Qi's eyes shone with a clear light. There was shock in their eyes, but more than that, there was a desire to fight. Lin Tian's strength had stimulated the battle qi that belonged to the strong. At the same time, the other 4 half-step true gods of the world of souls all changed color, and they couldn't help but tremble. When they looked at Lin Tian again, fear rose in the eyes of these 4 experts. With just one strike, he killed one of them. This kind of battle strength was definitely not weaker than their next realm master. Let's go. One of them gritted his teeth and said. Immediately, the 4 of them retreated. Lin Tian's strength had truly shocked them. Before this, they had thought that Lin Tian only had a terrifying physique, but now, they realized that Lin Tian's divine power was just as terrifying. With the 2 of them stacked together, the strength of their combat prowess made them feel powerless. An enemy of this level was definitely not someone they could fight against. Only the important figures in the Ying capital or the next generation who had personally broken through would be able to deal with him. Whoosh, 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 4 sounds of air breaking rang out. The 4 of them were extremely fast, and in an instant, they crossed an endless distance and fled back to the Ying capital. Lin Tian watched the 4 of them flee. His expression didn't change at all, and he casually took a step forward. This step was like teleportation, and in the blink of an eye, he blocked the 4 of them. Since you're here, don't think about leaving. He said calmly and casually waved his hand. Clang, an ear-piercing sword light rang out, and a sharp sword light slashed out. In the blink of an eye, it landed in front of one of them, and with a poof, that person was cut into pieces. Damn it! This person was shocked and furious. Although his physical body was shattered, his soul was not destroyed, and he quickly retreated to another location. However, in the next moment, the sky trembled, and a purple lightning bolt fell. This was the power of the 5 heaven-shaking lightning technique. Previously, he had comprehended the 5 heaven-shaking lightning technique in the process of continuously withstanding the power of the heavenly tribulation with his physical body. In addition, his cultivation had reached the immortal king realm, and his comprehension of the 5 heaven-shaking lightning technique had advanced to the 3rd stage. When he circulated this lightning technique, the lightning that he summoned changed from the blue of the 2nd stage to purple. Ah! A miserable scream was shrill and ear-piercing. The purple lightning directly shattered this person's soul, leaving nothing behind. The other 3 half-step true gods trembled violently, and for a moment, their scalps went numb. This kind of battle strength made them unable to help but feel fear. Whoosh, 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 with 3 sounds of air breaking, the 3 of them didn't say anything and directly fled. At this time, the only thing they could think of was the word escape. Only by escaping would they have a chance of survival. Lin Tian's battle prowess was simply too strong. Killing a half-step true god was so easy, causing the last 3 half-step true god experts of the world of souls to feel a chill run down their spines. At this time, no one dared to accept the challenge, and they quickly fled in another direction. There's no fighting spirit left. Only fear is left. Whooshing Crocodile clicked his tongue. Nonsense. Don't you see what kind of combat strength he has? With such combat strength, how can those people have any fighting spirit? And Shui could not help but roll his eyes when he heard that. In front, Lin Tian watched the 3 of them flee. He took a simple step forward and blocked the 3 of them again. He didn't say anything else. He raised his right hand slightly and waved it casually. A golden sword light slashed out. This slash was very casual, but it was not simple. It was a sword Dao divine skill from the High Heaven Sword Manual. Clang, the sound of the sword was accompanied by a sharp sword chi. In an instant, it pierced through the chest of one of them. With a puff, the person exploded, and even his divine soul was annihilated. The other 2 experts from the world of undead were terrified and could not help but tremble. 5 half-step true gods came together, but in just a short while, 3 of them were killed with a raise of his hand. What kind of terrifying combat strength was this? Lin Tian still did not say anything. He activated the 4-symbol seal, and the silver array diagram shook. It was mixed with the power of seal and annihilation. In the blink of an eye, it enveloped the 2 of them. Stop, stop. Everything is negotiable. One of them could not help but shout. Killing us will not do you any good. The other person said anxiously, his eyes filled with fear. Lin Tian sneered, not killing you will not do me any good either. These people wanted to kill him and his friends. He would not show mercy. The 4-symbol seal buzzed and intertwined with silver divine light. In the blink of an eye, it pressed down. Ah! No! 2 screams were heard. The 4-symbol seal crushed through, bringing along 2 clouds of blood mist. In the end, the 2 of them were killed. All of a sudden, the place became much quieter. This battle prowess. Whooshing Crocodile flashed over, below the true god realm, I'm afraid he's absolutely invincible. That's insane, and Shui chimed in. Elder brother is so powerful. Ziyua's eyes were bright and pure. She completely treated Lin Tian as her real brother. Little Taichu called out and landed on Lin Tian's shoulder. Bai Ziki, Yangqi, and the others also walked over. Lin Tianyi smiled and said, let's go to Prince Yi. The arrival of 5 half-step true divinity realm experts could be considered a small interlude. Now, they had to continue on their way to King Yi's capital city, leaving this world of dead souls through the world transfer array in the capital city. Immediately, the group of people took to the air and left this place. Then, more than 10 hours passed in the blink of an eye. More than 10 hours later, at this time an extremely vast and boundless city appeared in front of them. Inside, ancient buildings were laid out horizontally. Treasure islands were suspended in the sky, and there were even more powerful birds flying in the sky, bringing with them wave after wave of powerful astral winds. We're here. Lin Tian Dao. This was one of the dozens of capital cities in the world of dead souls, Prince Yi. There were peak true god realm experts overseeing the city. White Tiger looked at the city in front of them and said, Kid, are you sure there's no problem? Can the combination of forbidding arrays and killing arrays really deal with a peak true god level powerhouse? The enemy was too strong, so it was somewhat worried. Don't worry. Lin Tian Dao. As he spoke, he called the group of people and directly approached Prince Yi in front of him. There was a huge city gate outside Prince Yi, guarded by powerful World of Dead Souls cultivators. At the same time, there were many World of Dead Souls cultivators coming and going near the capital city. Lin Tianyi's group came to this place to break into the capital city, so they did not conceal themselves. Naturally, they were all seen by these World of Dead Souls cultivators. For a moment, these World of Dead Souls cultivators were all shocked. Humans? It's the group of humans that the Yin capital wants to suppress. Lin Tianyi's group had been in the World of Dead Souls for several months. Their appearance had long been spread by the Yin capital of the World of Dead Souls to dozens of other capital cities. All the World of Dead Souls cultivators already knew that Lin Tianyi's group was the enemy of the World of Dead Souls. At this time, when these World of Dead Souls cultivators saw Lin Tianyi's group appear, they all revealed a chill. Surround them. Catch them. Someone shouted. Immediately, all the World of Dead Souls cultivators in this place moved and rushed toward Lin Tian's group. Lin Tian walked at the front, heading straight into the Yin capital. His aura fluctuated slightly, and a strong wind of divine power casually swept out. For a moment, the group of World of Dead Souls cultivators who rushed over were all sent flying with a bang. Facing this, the group's expression didn't change. Lin Tian continued to move forward, and in the blink of an eye, he stepped into Qingyi's capital city. As soon as they entered Qingyi's capital city, the air immediately became much colder. Moreover, there was an astonishing aura of time flowing in the air. It was unknown how many years this capital city had existed for. Lin Tian raised his head, and his gaze fell on a huge ancient pagoda in the center of the capital city. From the information he'd gathered about the World of Dead Souls, the world transfer array in Qingyi's capital city existed on this huge ancient pagoda. Let's go. He called out to Baiziki and the rest, and directly flew into the air within Qingyi's capital city, heading toward the ancient pagoda in the center. This action naturally alarmed the entire Qingyi's capital city. Every expert in the capital city saw this group of people. It's you. The people who took away Lord Xianxia's cultivation materials. How dare you barge in here? Suppress them all. After Lord Xianxia goes into seclusion, we'll hand them over to Lord Xianxia to deal with. An immortal king rushed up, and eviline energy swept out from his body, pressing towards the group of people. Get out of the way. Lin Tianyi only had these two words. With a wave of his hand, a large expanse of sword light directly swept out. The divine power of these three World of Dead Souls immortal kings was directly annihilated. They were all penetrated and sent flying tens of thousands of feet away. This scene shocked all the experts in the capital city. In their capital city, the three immortal kings who attacked were actually injured so easily? Swoosh! 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 The sound of breaking air reverberated. In front of them, 17 figures appeared in the void in succession. Each of them had a majestic and terrifying aura intertwined around their bodies. Among them, there were 10 half-step true god experts, 5 early-stage true god experts, and 2 mid-stage true god experts. Then, without a sound, a person appeared in front of the 17 people. He was dressed in a blood-red robe, and his eyes were deep and terrifying. Although I don't know what you want to do, you have guts to dare to barge in here. This person spoke, his voice cold. Of course, it also saves us the time to search for you. As he spoke, an icy chill and terrifying divine might spread out from his body, completely suppressing all the heaven and earth here at the first moment, completely cutting off Lin Tianyi and the others' escape route. The space in all directions was completely cut off, and an icy chill intertwined as if it wanted to freeze and annihilate everything. That kind of aura was extremely terrifying. An expert at the peak of the true god realm, this aura is simply, White Tiger couldn't help but tremble. Previously, they had encountered an early-stage true god realm cultivator from the world of souls, but that person couldn't be compared to this expert at the peak of the true god realm. The difference between the two was too great, like the difference between heaven and earth. The strongest is only at the mid-stage of the immortal king realm. How dare you barge into Qingyi City? How stupid. You're courting death. Within Qingyi City, many cultivators from the world of souls looked at Lin Tianyi's group with cold, mocking gazes. In the void, the pinnacle true god expert in blood-red robes was Qingyi City Lord. The colding energy around his body was oppressive. Looking at Lin Tian, Baiziki, and the others, he didn't make any extra movements. His Yin energy turned into a sky-covering sea god wave that pressed down on the group. Behind him, the other 17 people didn't move. Their expressions were cold, and their gazes fell on Lin Tian's group as if they were looking at corpses. In these people's eyes, Lin Tianyi's group had barged into Qingyi City and attracted the strongest city lord's attention. There was no way they could survive. Rumble. As the city lord of Qingyi's Yin energy waves pressed down, the large space distorted. The aura was vast, cold, and terrifying. Lin Tian was at the front of the group, facing the Yin energy waves. He could clearly feel the enormous pressure, but his expression didn't change at all. His gaze swept across the city lord of King Yi and the other 17 cultivators behind him. His gaze fell on the city lord of King Yi again, and the corners of his mouth curled up. The 18 of you are the strongest forces in King Yi's city. Appearing together like this saves me a lot of trouble. I can suppress all of you at once. As his words fell, 20 mystic aqua jade platforms appeared in a row. Each jade platform was covered with dense formation runes, and in an instant they exploded together. The dense formation runes directly interweaved into the void, sealing off all directions. Boom, the space in all directions shook violently, and the world became dark in an instant. A murderous aura spread out, shattering a piece of the void at the first moment, and black vortexes were born one after another. Immediately after, rays of light shot up from this place, creating a clanging sound like that of swords. Every ray of light contained extremely terrifying murderous intent, as if they wanted to shatter this entire universe. Moreover, at the same time, a terrifying sealing force surged, as if it wanted to seal everything in this world. With a sizzling sound, the divine wave of power that City Mastery had unleashed was instantly shattered by this killing light. For a moment, the expressions of everyone in King Yi's city changed. This is formation pattern? Killing array? And the sealing power? This, Everyone in King Yi's city paled. The expression of the city lord and the 17 people behind him changed as well. At this moment, they were all trapped by the dense formation patterns. Boundless killing intent interweaved, and a terrifying sealing force surged, causing them to tremble slightly. So, you came prepared. City Master Yi's expression turned cold, and the eviline power outside his body surged. However, you think you can act so presumptuously here with just a few formations? Don't think too highly of yourself, human. Boom, as his words fell, the evil power that he emitted skyrocketed, instantly reaching an extremely frightening height. Moreover, the aura of divine might also appeared at the same time. Divine Tao laws were directly used, and the divine might of a peak true god was undoubtedly displayed. This aura was very frightening, causing the whooshing crocodile, the white tiger, and the others to involuntarily tremble. Even Bai Ziki and Yang Qi could not help but frown. Lin Tian could naturally feel the terror of this aura, but his expression did not change in the slightest. I just feel that these formations are enough for us to act presumptuously here, he said calmly. His expression was calm. As soon as he finished speaking, he activated the Divine One Soul mantra. His soul power intertwined, causing the 10 sealing formations and the 10 horns universe suppressing Yuan killing formation to tremble in unison. The sealing and killing power they exuded immediately skyrocketed. City Master Yi's expression changed again. As the sealing power in this place surged, the divine might he emitted fluctuated and was forcefully suppressed. It was dozens of times weaker than usual. At the same time as the sealing power exploded, the killing power also surged, causing the spirit in his sea of consciousness to tremble slightly. At the same time, the expressions of the 17 people behind him changed, and they all felt a great threat. You. Looking at Lin Tian, this peak true god City Master Yi's expression changed, becoming even colder. At the same time, it became extremely ugly. Lin Tian smiled coldly and did not say anything. With a thought, the 10 complete thousand seals formation suppressed the surrounding space, weakening City Master Yi and the other 17 people's abilities and greatly reducing their combat power. Then, the 10 horns universe suppressing Yuan killing formation surged, and an unparalleled killing light attacked the 18 people at the same time. The city lord of Royal Yi City gritted his teeth with a cold expression. The divine might of a peak true god surged. Even though it was greatly weakened by the 1000 forbid dance 10,000 seals formation, its might was still intimidating. It faced the killing light of the universe suppressing Yuan killing formation. In the blink of an eye, the two forces collided. Boom, with a loud bang, the destructive power was vast and mighty, and the surrounding space was completely shattered. With a bang, City Master Yi was sent flying, cutting a sorry figure. Obviously, after being weakened by the 10 complete thousand prohibition 10,000 seals great array, even though he was a peak true god expert, it would be difficult for him to withstand the killing light of the 10 corners universe suppressing origin killing formation. City Master. All the cultivators in King Yi City paled in fright. Their city lord had peaked true god-level cultivation. But at this time, he was actually directly sent flying by the impact. Even Baiziki and the others were moved, feeling shocked by the scene. When that killing formation and sealing formation are combined, it's truly terrifying. The white tiger stared. Boom, the killing light boomed, and the sealing power surged, causing the surrounding space to tremble. Lin Tian's expression did not change. With a wave of his hand, he sent another wave of killing light at City Master Yi. King Yi City's city lord roared as he used a grand divine ability to resist. However, under the combined power of the Thousand Seals Grand Formation and the universe-suppressing Yuan Killing Formation, the grand divine ability he used was immediately shattered. He was sent flying again. At the same time, if even a peak true god like him was in such a state, the other 17 people were even more wretched, all of them bleeding. Arg! With a scream, a half-step true god was obliterated by the killing light. Then, his divine soul was also pulverized, his body and soul extinguished. No! City Master, save! Arg! Arg! Screams rang out once more. In the blink of an eye, another 3 half-step true gods had their bodies and divine souls obliterated, unable to resist this terrifying killing light. Blood splattered in the air. 4 half-step true divinities had been killed in a row, shocking everyone in the city. How could this be? Within King Yi City, the cultivators of the world of dead souls couldn't help but tremble. The 4 half-step true gods disappeared in just a blink of an eye. Even the city lord of Royal Yi's capital was moved, and his expression turned ugly. What do you think? Relying on these formations, you can do whatever you want in King Yi City, right? Lin Tian said, looking at the city lord. Human. The city lord's expression turned even more unsightly and cold. Lin Tian smiled faintly and didn't make any big movements. He just stood there quietly, using the celestial one soul incantation to support the 1000 Forbid Dance 10,000 Seals Grand Formation and the 10 Horns Cosmos Suppressing Origin Killing Formation. Unparalleled sealing power and killing power surged, as if to suppress everything in the world. Ah! A miserable scream rang out as another half-step true god was chopped to pieces, unable to resist this power. Even the other 5 early True God Realm and Middle True God Realm experts of the world of souls were frightened at this moment. Staying in such a deadly formation and forbidden formation, they had to use their divine techniques to resist the murderous light. They were in a perilous situation. This killing power is simply... The white tiger couldn't help but gulp. Even the calm Baiziki and Xianxia's eyes flickered. Boom, the void rumbled. Unparalleled killing light surged and covered the world, attacking everyone in this area. Every single killing light was powerful and terrifying. Every single killing light was extremely sharp. Ah! Another scream rang out as another half-step true god was smashed to pieces by the killing light of the Cosmos Suppressing Origin Killing Formation. His soul and body were destroyed as well, and he died in body and soul. At the same time, Lin Tian moved, using the celestial one soul incantation. Soul power intertwined around his body as he used this divine art to control the 1000 Forbid Dance 10,000 Seals Grand Formation and the Cosmos Suppressing Origin Killing Formation. Killing light filled the sky as he appeared in front of an early true god from the world of souls. The expert's heart trembled, and he quickly retreated. The killing light around Lin Tian's body was too terrifying, and so was the sealing power. However, he was too slow. Lin Tian stepped forward and pressed down with his right hand. The killing light filled the sky and the sealing power fell on the man, instantly drowning him. Splat, blood splattered everywhere as the man's body exploded. Only his soul barely survived. Shocked, terrified, and angry, he quickly retreated. However, in the next moment, a dense mass of killing light and sealing power fell together, landing on this person's divine soul. No! A miserable shriek reverberated. This person's divine soul was immediately covered in cracks, and then it shattered with a sizzling sound. How could this be? This scene caused the cultivators in King Yi City to tremble once again. How long had it been? One of their true god-level experts had been killed just like that? Human! Inside the killing formation, the city lord of King Yi City roared, shaking off the killing light. the evil killing power that filled the sky pressed down on Lin Tian. Lin Tian was fearless. Without any complicated movements, he directly punched out. This punch appeared extremely simple, but in reality, it was not so. As the punch was thrown, the surrounding dense killing light and sealing power surged like a vast ocean, directly shattering the evil killing power that this person had unleashed. After which, it steadily landed on the person's chest, and with a bang, it sent him flying dozens of feet away. Then, he stepped forward, controlling the killing power in the sky to press forward again. In fact, at this time, he could have left with Baiziki's group while the 10,000 Seals Great Arrays and the 10 Horns Universe Suppressing Yuan Killing Formation were suppressing the City Lord of Qingyi City and the others. He could have used the World Teleportation Array in the center of the capital to leave the World of Souls and return to the Celestial region. However, he didn't do so. Firstly, he wanted to test the might of the 10 complete Thousand Seals Grand Formations and the 10 Horns Universe Suppressing Yuan Killing Formation when they were combined. Secondly, since the other party wanted to kill them as soon as possible, he naturally didn't need to show them any mercy. Since he had already suppressed more than 10 people with the Killing Formation and Restriction Formation, he would kill all of them. Boom, rolling killing light interweaved in this space. The 10 complete 10,000 Seals Great Arrays and the 10 Horns Universe Suppressing Yuan Killing Formation worked together. The sealing power and killing power coexisted, suppressing all directions. The killing power was terrifying. Ah! With an ear-piercing scream, another half-step true god was directly chopped into pieces, his body and soul destroyed. At the same time, Lin Tian appeared in front of the City Lord of Qingyi City, who had been sent flying. The endless sealing power and killing power pressed down together like the Milky Way. Poof, this combination of power was somewhat terrifying. Even the City Lord of Qingyi City, who was a peak true god, could not withstand it at all. He was directly crushed into pieces by the killing power and sealing power. City Lord. Many cultivators in Qingyi City could not help but cry out in shock. Their City Lord had a peak true god cultivation base. But at this time, his physical body was actually shattered like this. Even Wuxing Crocodile and the others could not help but be shocked. It's really terrifying. Wuxing Crocodile stared. Peak True God experts were very powerful. But now, they were completely unable to withstand the combination of the sealing power and killing power in this place. Yeah. Little Taichu called out in a childish voice, waving its little paws at Lin Tian, as if cheering for Lin Tian and cheering for him. In the killing array, the City Lord of Qingyi City's body shattered. His divine soul retreated and quickly began to reform his body. I won't give you a chance. Lin Tian Dao. He was very fast. In an instant, he had arrived in front of the City Lord. He used the Divine One Soul art to mobilize the sealing power and killing power in all directions. With this killing power and sealing power, he used the Primal Chaos Emperor Fist to form the killing and sealing True Dragon Divine Soul. Poof, the City Lord of Qingyi City's newly reformed body was shattered again. Blood splattered everywhere, and even his divine soul was injured. Damn it! The City Lord roared. His divine soul retreated again, and he began to reform his body again. Lin Tiandao snorted. Lightning flashed on the surface of his body, and he activated the 5 lightning divine territory. Bolts of purple divine lightning fell from the sky, forming a sea of lightning that surrounded him and the City Lord of Qingyi City. Then, he stepped forward. As if he had teleported, he changed his figure within this domain-type divine technique. He appeared beside the City Lord of Qingyi again. Then, he unleashed another Primal Chaos Emperor Fist that was filled with killing power and sealing power. Poof, once again, the City Lord of Qingyi City exploded. His expression became even more shocked and furious. At the same time, he was filled with fear. His divine soul released a dazzling divine light, and he quickly repaired his body. At the same time, he activated his soul power divine ability. His soul power interweaved into celestial and bird-like figures that pressed down on Lin Tiandao. Lin Tiandao raised his hand. His hand was filled with killing power and sealing power. He directly slapped all the celestial and bird-like figures into pieces. Then, using the domain-type divine ability of the 5 lightning divine territory, he appeared in front of the city lord of Qingyi City in the next instant and slapped down again. Crack! The killing power and sealing power in the sky combined and landed on the city lord of Qingyi City's divine soul. Cracks appeared on his divine soul. The city lord of Qingyi City groaned and quickly retreated. His divine soul shone as he used a special technique to repair his divine soul. Don't waste your energy. I'll finish you off with the next attack. Lin Tiandao. His voice was calm. He activated the Heavenly One Soul technique to the maximum, mobilizing 80% of the sealing and killing power of the 20 formations. Then, he stepped forward. Using the domain-type divine ability of the 5 lightning divine territory, he instantly appeared in front of the city lord of Qingyi City. He mobilized 80% of the sealing and killing power to press down on the city lord of Qingyi City, directly enveloping the entire space. Break for me! The city lord of Qingyi City felt the threat of death. He roared angrily, using his divine soul to display his strongest battle power. However, it was useless. The powerful divine power that he released with his divine soul was instantly crushed into pieces. It was also at this time that Lin Tiandao mobilized 80% of the sealing and killing power to completely land on the city lord of Qingyi City. No! With a furious roar, the city lord of Qingyi City's divine soul immediately exploded. His body and soul were destroyed. For a moment, the expressions of all the cultivators of the world of dead souls in Qingyi City changed drastically. They couldn't help but tremble. City lord, how could this be? How is this possible? The faces of the cultivators of the world of dead souls turned pale. Their city lord, a peak true god powerhouse, the strongest person in Qingyi City, was now dead. Within the killing formation, the other powerhouses were also stunned. A peak true god was killed just like that? So powerful. The whooshing crocodile and the white tiger couldn't help but widen their eyes. Yeah. The little Taichu called out in its childish voice again, waving its little paws at Lin Tianyi. Boom! Within the killing formation, the sealing and killing power continued to sweep through, shaking the entire space. Lin Tian was in the middle of it, his expression calm. In reality, the process of him killing the city lord of Qingyi City might have seemed fast, but it wasn't simple at all. He had used all his strength to activate the 10,000 Seals formation and the 10 Horns universe suppressing Yuan killing formation at the same time, and then mobilized 80% of the power of the 20 formations to attack. This step was very taxing. At this moment, his gaze fell on the other people in the killing formation, and he directly stepped forward to suppress them. Poof, he appeared in front of an early-stage true god powerhouse and slapped down. The killing power and sealing power in the sky intertwined and crashed down on the other party. With a poof, the early-stage true god powerhouse exploded. His divine soul quickly retreated with a look of fear. Lin Tian looked at the other party and took a step forward. The killing power and sealing power in the sky moved with him, turning into a killing and sealing sea. It directly covered the other party's divine soul and mercilessly crushed it. Ah! The blood of the real body experts floated in the air, causing the faces of all the world of dead souls cultivators in Qingyi City to turn pale. This is unbelievable. Ling Yan's eyes widened. Not long after, Lin Tian had killed the city master of Qingyi City, who was at the peak of the true god level. Then, he had killed another true god. Think about it. Even a peak true god city master was killed so quickly. That's not really a big deal. And Shui said. Ling Yun nodded. That's true. Boom. In front of him, divine power surged, and killing intent surged. The 10 complete 1000 forbid dance 10,000 seals formation combined with the Qiankuan suppressing Yuan killing formation. The sealing power and the killing power intertwined, causing black vortexes to appear in the surrounding void. The space was annihilated inch by inch. Lin Tian was in the middle of it all, like a killing god. His expression was calm as he took a step forward and casually slapped down with his palm. Pft! 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 Blood splattered everywhere. The last few half-step true god experts did not even have the time to groan before they were annihilated by the sealing force and killing force. All of them died in body and soul. However, this was not a big deal because it was not difficult for him to kill a half-step true god with his own strength. Now, with the cooperation of such a killing formation and sealing formation, it was naturally much easier to kill such a person without any difficulty. In an instant, there were only 3 early-stage true gods and 2 mid-stage true gods from the world of dead souls left. The 5 of them stood together, resisting the killing and sealing forces while looking at Lin Tian cautiously. Their eyes were filled with fear. Lin Tian faced the 5 of them without any hesitation. Together with the 5 Thunder Sacred Realm, he instantly stepped in front of him. Boom! As soon as he stepped into this place, he activated the Heavenly One Soul Mantra. The sealing and killing powers in all directions surged and crashed down on the 5 of them. It was unknown how many times stronger than the sealing powers of a normal killing light. The 5 of them couldn't help but tremble. All of them let out low roars as they utilized divine Tao laws and formidable divine techniques to resist Xianxia with all their might. Rumble. 5 types of divine Tao laws and powerful divine arts collided with the surging sealing energy and killing energy. Both sides collided with each other, and strands of lightning and lightning shook this place. Shwa. With the sound of breaking through space, Lin Tian used the 5 lightning god domain to teleport. He appeared in front of one of the early true god experts and punched out mercilessly with his primal chaos emperor fist. This early stage true deity expert felt a chill run down his spine. After using a divine technique, he quickly moved away, pulling apart the distance between him and Lin Tian. However, Lin Tian had unleashed the 5 lightning divine domain. Within the space enveloped by the 5 lightning divine domain, he could move to any position with lightning in the blink of an eye. The early true god expert's retreat was completely meaningless. Lin Tian appeared behind him in the next instant. The man's expression changed. Boom, Lin Tian raised his hand and pressed down. The boundless sealing energy and killing energy that he mobilized directly enveloped the man. At the same time, a divine transformation talisman combined with the sealing energy and killing energy that filled the sky fell on the man's body. Ah! Blood splattered and an ear-piercing scream rang out. This early true god expert was directly smashed into pieces. His divine soul was also obliterated into ashes by the divine transformation talisman and the divine transformation talisman. For a moment, there were only 4 World of Death experts left within the range of the 1,000 restriction and 10,000 seals formation and the universe suppressing Yuan killing formation. 2 of them were mid-stage true gods, while the other 2 were early-stage true gods. The 4 of them looked extremely unsightly. They tried to retreat from the killing formation, but it was completely useless. Don't struggle. None of you will survive. Lin Tian's voice was very calm. Moreover, at this time, he exerted his full strength once again. He activated the 10,000 restriction and 10,000 seals formation and the universe suppressing Yuan killing formation to the limit at the same time, cooperating with the 5 lightning divine domain to launch the fiercest attack. Boom, 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 thunder rolled, ear-piercing and soul-stirring, shattering pieces of space one after another. Ah! There was a blood-curdling scream. Another early-stage true god expert was smashed into pieces by Lin Tian. His divine soul was obliterated in the blink of an eye. There are 3 more. Lin Tian's voice was calm. He shuttled back and forth, surrounded by the power of thunder, the power of sealing, and the power of slaughter. He was invincible. In the next 100 breaths, he killed the last 3 true god-level cultivators from the world of souls in this place one after another. Immediately, the space became much quieter. In the capital, all the cultivators from the world of death turned pale. How could this be? Everyone began to tremble as they staggered backwards. 10 half-step true gods, 5 early-stage true gods, 2 mid-stage true gods, and 1 peak true god. They were the core battle force of King Yi's capital. Now, they were all killed so easily by a young celestial king. Boy, you're terrifying. Whooshing Crocodile flashed over and said. Then, Baiziki, Xianxia, and the others appeared beside him. Lin Tian smiled and said, "Let's go." Killing marks surrounded the space. He glanced at the other cultivators from the world of death in King Yi's capital. Then, he called Baiziki and the others to go with him to the pagoda in the center of the capital. At this time, all the cultivators above the half-step true god level in King Yi's capital were dead. No one in the entire capital could threaten them. They didn't need to worry about anything as they walked. The cultivators from the world of death in King Yi's capital looked at them, their faces pale. They watched the group of people walk toward the pagoda in the center of the capital, but no one dared to move. After all, Lin Tian had just killed 18 cultivators, including the city lord, who was a peak true god. It was truly terrifying. Even though these people had seen Lin Tian do it with their own eyes, they still felt a bone-deep fear for Lin Tian. Lin Tian ignored them. He walked with Ling Yun and the others into the pagoda in the center of the capital. They came to a huge teleportation formation at the top of the pagoda. At a glance, dense formation runes were intertwined. It looked very complicated and gave off a faint glow. Can this teleportation formation really lead from here to the immortal region? And to other great realms? White Tiger looked at the formation. Yes, as long as you have the coordinates. Lin Tian Dao. He cultivated the Tianyi Soul mantra and was very good at formations. He could tell at a glance that this teleportation formation was extraordinary. Let's go. He knew the coordinates of the immortal region very well. At this time, he called Baiziki and the others to enter the teleportation formation. He channeled his soul power into the formation, and it immediately activated. After a flash of light, the group was swallowed up, and they disappeared. Darkness covered their vision, and they were pulled into the void. After some time, they were shaken out of the dark void by a huge force. They stepped on solid ground again, and their vision became bright again. Looking around, they saw immortal mountains all around them. White clouds lingered in the sky, and dense immortal spiritual energy intertwined. The immortal region. We're back. Every great world had a specific aura. Generally speaking, when a cultivator stayed in a great world for a long time, they would be able to sense it. At this time, the group instantly knew that they were now in the celestial realm. Of course, Lin Tian had used the celestial realm's coordinates to cross to this place through the world teleportation array, so there was no mistake. We've finally left the world of souls. Whooshing Crocodile said. That world was full of enemies. It was really not a good thing. Of course, they did not suffer in that world. Instead, their strength improved greatly and they obtained many treasures. It could be considered a good trip. Around them, there were mountains and open terrain. They were not where they were in the celestial realm at the beginning, but somewhere else. Naturally, the group did not care about this. Lin Tian looked around and followed a direction. He called Baiziki and the others to go to the mortal world of the celestial realm. Although the celestial realm was a vast world of cultivation, in the end, the number of mortals still far exceeded the number of cultivators. Of course, this was the same in any major world. No matter which major world it was, the number of mortals was the greatest because no matter which major world it was, there would always be space for mortals to live. About a few hours later, he and Baiziki came to a place in the mortal world. He took out a spatial container. It was the container that the cultivators of the world of souls used to suppress many ordinary mortals in the celestial realm. He released all the ordinary people in it. This is not where you lived before, but it is suitable for you to live here. He opened his mouth and said to these ordinary people, you can choose to settle down here. Of course, you can also choose to go elsewhere. It was safe to put these people here. There were no cultivators in this area. They were all ordinary people. There were more than 10,000 ordinary people released from the spatial container. They were collected from different places by the cultivators of the world of souls. All of them bowed to Lin Tian with excitement on their faces. Lin Tian had saved them. They were still alive. Lin Tian waved his hand and said a few words to these people. Then, he called Baiziki and the others to leave. Thank you, Immortal. The tens of thousands of ordinary people all bowed and kowtowed. In the eyes of these ordinary people, those who could fly were undoubtedly the legendary immortals. Lin Tianyi and the others quickly left that place and traveled for hundreds of thousands of miles. Let's go back. Lin Tian said. Let's go back. Whooshing Crocodile nodded and said, come to think of it, it's been a long time since we left. Of course, it knew that Lin Tian was referring to returning to the 10 Directions celestial domain. Baiziki, Ling Yun, and the others nodded in agreement. Sister Wuyi is from the same world as you, right? And Shui asked with bright eyes. Lin Tian nodded. Then, I will go back with you. And Shui said hurriedly. He admired Wu Yi very much and wanted to see Wu Yi again. All right. Lin Tian naturally had no objections. Immediately, he tore open the portal with his powerful immortal king cultivation base and led the group into it. In the blink of an eye, they disappeared on the spot. Their field of vision instantly turned dark. The next moment, they stepped out of the void and appeared in the vast starry sky. Looking around, they saw huge stars dotted all around them. They were intertwined with different colors and looked very beautiful. These are the stars in the starry sky? They are so beautiful. And Shui's eyes lit up. She was born in the celestial domain and had always cultivated there. She had never come to the lower realm, so this was the first time she saw a star up close. Lin Tian smiled faintly and moved again. He pulled open the starry passage, and the group of people stepped into it, enveloped in golden divine light. In the next moment, they appeared before a colorful planet. We're here. A faint light flashed across his eyes. The multicolored starlight was hazy. It was incomparably huge and had a standard circular shape. It had a very familiar fluctuation. Is Big Sister in here? Ziyu's eyes lit up, and she was a little excited. Yes. Lin Tian nodded. Judging from all the traces, Ziyu and Ziyu were sisters. Immediately, he led the group into the 10 Directions ancient star. In the next moment, they appeared in the 10th heaven, then left the 10th heaven and appeared in the 9th heaven. In the 9th heaven, there were many mountains. They were all extraordinary, but compared to the big mountains in the celestial domain, the difference was too big. In other words, the two couldn't be compared at all. I'll take Ziyu to find little Z first, then return to the immortal court. What about you guys? He asked Baiziki and the others. Let's go home. Baiziki's words were simple. He had left his family for hundreds of years. Now that he returned to the 10 Directions heaven, he naturally had to go back to his family as soon as possible. I'm going to find Master. Ling Yin said, speaking of which, that old man shouldn't be as powerful as me now. His master was the 1000/Sword Emperor. His cultivation base was at the Emperor realm. Now that so many years have passed, he had reached the celestial immortal realm. He felt that he must have surpassed his master. I'll go with you. And Shui said to Lin Tiandao. She had already heard that the elder sister Ziyu was looking for, the Violet Fairy, was a good friend of Wu Yi. She lived in the same place as Wu Yi. Lin Tian took Ziyu to find the Violet Fairy. Naturally, he would go to Wu Yi's place. Master Tiger will go with you. I'm not familiar with this world. White Tiger said. Whooshing Crocodile and Little Taichu naturally followed Lin Tianyi. Little Taichu also wanted to see Wu Yi. Ziyu didn't say anything, but she was the most excited one in the group. Okay, I'll see you in the immortal court later. Lin Tian said to Baiziki and Ling Yun. Immediately, the group separated. Baiziki went back to the Bai family, Ling Yun went to find his master, the 1000/Sword Emperor, and he took Ziyu, and Shui, Whooshing Crocodile, Little Taichu, and White Tiger to Misty Mountain. Misty Mountain was located in the eastern region of the 9th heaven. His speed was very fast. It didn't take long for him to arrive at the periphery of Misty Mountain with Ziyu, and Shui, Whooshing Crocodile, Little Taichu, and White Tiger. Looking around, there were mountains in front of them, like ancient dragons, mixed with an extraordinary aura. Here, White Tiger was a little moved. Compared to the many immortal mountains in the immortal domain, the mountains here didn't look tall at all. They could even be said to be very short and small. But at this time, looking at these mountains here, it gave him an inexplicable feeling of trembling in his heart. It seems very scary. And Shui also widened her eyes. Obviously, this place was surrounded by spiritual energy and the air was fresh, but she still felt a little scared. Lin Tian was very calm. Wu Yi lived in this place all year round. With that kind of strength, even if this place is a wasteland, it will gradually be changed by Wu Yi's aura, slowly becoming terrifying. Moreover, this kind of horror can't be felt by people with low cultivation bases. On the contrary, the higher the cultivation base, the more terrifying it will be. Let's go. He called a group of people and entered Misty Mountain using a special method. Soon after, they arrived at the center of Misty Mountain. In the center of Misty Mountain, the most majestic immortal peak stood alone, surrounded by clouds and mist, interweaving with immortal brilliance. This is the central peak of Misty Mountain, the Misty Peak. Elder brother Lin Tian, come up quickly. A voice sounded on the peak. A girl in red stood on the peak, waving happily at Lin Tian. It was Ai. Lin Tian stood at the bottom of Misty Peak and looked up. Every time he came to this place, he would always be discovered at the first moment. He smiled faintly and led Ziyu, and Shui, and the others into the sky. In the blink of an eye, they reached the peak of Misty Peak. Little Ai. He smiled and said. He simply introduced Ai, and Shui, White Tiger, and Ziyu to each other. As for Wuxing Crocodile and Little Taichu, Ai already knew them, so there was no need to introduce them. Ai greeted and Shui, White Tiger, and Ziyu politely. Then, she looked at Lin Tian Dao and said, Master knows that elder brother Lin Tian is here. He is waiting for you in the small courtyard in front. Let's go over. Okay. Lin Tian smiled. Then, he and little Ai walked towards the center of Misty Peak. Soon, the faint fragrance of tea floated in the air. A simple courtyard appeared in front of them. It was surrounded by a fence, which had an ancient feel to it. There was a small wooden table in the courtyard. Wu Yi, who was wearing a white dress, was making tea. She naturally sensed that Lin Tianyi and the others were here. She looked up and nodded gently at Lin Tian. She didn't like to talk much, but Lin Tian naturally understood the meaning of her gesture. She was inviting him in. Little Taichu shook its wings and flew over. It landed on Wu Yi's shoulder and rubbed Wu Yi's cheek intimately. Other than Lin Tian, the little guy liked Wu Yi the most. Wu Yi smiled and rubbed the little guy's head. Elder sister Wu Yi, it's me. Do you still remember me? I'm in Shui. And Shui was the second to jump over. It was both happy and excited. Wu Yi nodded at Shui. It was obvious that she still remembered Shui. She said softly, welcome. Yes. And Shui became even happier and more excited. Next to Lin Tian, the white tiger looked at Wu Yi with its eyes wide open. It was hard to imagine that there was such a beautiful woman in the world. Then, in the next moment, he flashed over and stood up like a human. He looked at Wu Yi seriously and said, beautiful, bang. A golden palm print fell. Lin Tian made a move and slapped it tens of thousands of feet away. Ow. Boy Lin, you. The white tiger's wail came from afar. Wuxing Crocodile looked at the white tiger and couldn't help but shake its head and sigh. You brought this upon yourself. Lin Tian stepped into the courtyard and came to the small wooden table. He smiled at Wu Yi and said, the tea smells good. Wu Yi didn't say anything. She just nodded lightly. End of chapter 1740. Don't forget to subscribe, like, and share the video to support the channel.